This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, In Trouble. At a glance, there is an endless blue ocean, surrounded by white sandy beaches and several tall coconut trees. Hua Mu is no stranger to such scenes. She often goes to beautiful islands for vacation, and even owns several islands. But this is not a vacation. She is very clear about her current situation. In a nutshell, she is in trouble. The violent storm seemed to have happened not long ago. And now, the sun is shining. The sea is calm. And everything seems like a dream. She has experienced many storms. Right? Will her father regret not caring enough about her after he finds her? If she brags about this experience to those young ladies, it will definitely become a good topic of conversation. Right? Hua Mu has no survival skills at all. And the biggest reason why she can sit in the shade and think about life is that she is not the only one stranded on this deserted island. Miss. The tall young woman had short black hair that reached her ears, sharp eyes, and a dull and rigid expression. She had just jumped down from a coconut tree, with several coconuts hanging on her body, looking very funny. This sentinel named Baizhen was her personal bodyguard, but in fact, she was never very close to him. After the initial curiosity passed, she was almost fed up with this person's old-fashioned and taciturn nature. But it must be said that, under such circumstances, the excellent sentinel did give her a great sense of security. Hua Mu was almost dying of thirst, and said impatiently, "Open it quickly. My throat is smoking." Baizhen hesitated for a moment, and finally walked to the side to find a reef, and took out the saber from the bag around his waist to help the young lady open the coconut. Hua Mu was actually feeling very uncomfortable all over now. Her skirt was half dry and half wet, and it was sticking to her skin, and it was burning. When the ship sank and was washed up on the beach, she bumped into many places. And at this time, she felt that her whole body was about to fall apart. But the more urgent need at the moment is that she really wants to drink water. Or coconut juice. Baizhen is indeed an excellent sentinel. Although the sharp short knife in his hand is a little small, he still opened a coconut in a few strokes. Miss. This wild coconut is a little different from the one Hua Mu usually drinks. It looks much uglier. But she can't care about these now. She took it from Baizhen and wanted to drink it. Where's the straw? No. There is a finger-sized hole in the coconut. No straw means she has to put her mouth to the hole to drink. This is too damaging to her image as a lady. In fact, in the current situation, Hua Mu didn't really ask for so much. It was just Baizhen's attitude that really annoyed her. So she wanted to make things difficult for him. Miss. 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 She would only call him these two words on weekdays. Besides, it seemed that it would be a waste to say one more word to her. She was in trouble. Would she die if she said one more word of comfort? I don't want to drink like this. I want a straw. She didn't believe that Baizhen could tolerate such an unreasonable request under the current situation. Baizhen looked at her and thought for a second or two, then turned and left. Could Baizhen really make a pipe for her? Even she thought this request was too much. Was Baizhen stupid? Baizhen came back quickly. She was holding a half-dried plant stem in her hand, and there were traces of being unblocked in the middle of the stem. Please bear with it for a while. So this is used as a substitute. Hua Mu felt a little relieved, glanced at Baizhen, and finally didn't make a fuss about it, and happily drank a coconut in her hand. This beach is not big. It only takes a few hundred meters to walk from one end to the other. Then it is blocked by various reef cliffs. There are a few coconut trees growing alone on the beach. After Hua Mu finished drinking a coconut, all the coconuts on it had been picked by Baizhen. Hua Mu counted while drinking, and found that he could drink more than 10 more. It seemed that even death was not a big deal. I want more. With 15 coconuts, Hua Mu felt that it was not too much to drink one more. And there was not enough coconut water. One was not enough. Baizhen said nothing. He quickly opened the second one for her. He collected a bunch of dark stones while she was drinking and formed a giant SOS symbol on the beach. Hua Mu always knew that Baizhen had good physical fitness, but she was still amazed by his clean and neat performance. Hua Mu finished the second one and waved her to help her with the third one. Miss, if you drink too much, you will have diarrhea. Baizhen did not agree to her this time. I will open the coconut, and you can eat some of the flesh. These coconuts were obviously still green, and the flesh should be quite delicious. Hua Mu thought about it and agreed, while watching Baizhen using a knife and a stone to open the coconut shell. She asked her, "When will the rescuers come?" The short knife in Baijin's hand was really sharp. He put it on the hole he had opened before, and just used a stone to knock along the handle of the knife. And a hard coconut was broken little by little. It's not certain at the moment, but we have to prepare for the worst. What is the worst plan? 1 day? 2 days? Or a week? Hua Mu felt that her maximum patience limit was 1 week. Now only half a day had passed, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Baijin cut the coconut shell and handed it to her. He glanced at her and said, "Let's take 1 month as the base number." Hua Mu's hand shook, and she couldn't hold the coconut. Fortunately, Baijin reacted quickly and caught it. 1 month? Are you kidding? You said this island is deserted, and there is nothing. You can live here for 1 month? What Baijin didn't say was that 1 month was the most conservative estimate. The young lady quarreled with the Duke and went to Neil's island for vacation with only a few guards. It can basically be considered running away from home. In addition, this trip was a sudden decision on her part, and she was heading towards the sea accident circle, in the north where few people had set foot. It was still a question whether anyone had noticed their disappearance. "I will ensure your safety." She had roughly observed the island with her spirit before Hua Mu woke up. The area was not too small, and it should be able to ensure the survival of the two. That's not the problem. Hua Mu felt like she was going crazy. Even if you can solve the problem of food, what should I wear? Where should I sleep? There is no air conditioning or internet here. What the lady said was indeed something she could not solve. Baijin said with some guilt, "If it was air conditioning, my spirit might be able to help you. But the internet." Baijin's spirit was an ice wolf, which could have some cooling effect. Hua Mu wanted to go crazy. Good upbringing was completely useless when facing this old-fashioned and dull guard. Being angry was useless. It would only make her angry. After returning, no matter what her father and the queen said, she would immediately dismiss this guy. "I remember you brought a GPS locator with you. Is there no way to notify the tower?" As the only daughter of the Duke's family, the second heir to the throne, Hua Mu also had a lot of common sense. The sentinels sent by the tower to protect her would definitely carry this kind of thing, no matter how unwilling she was. "We have entered the sea disaster zone, and the satellite signal cannot reach us." Hua Mu wanted to die. Baijin's overly calm face gave her the wrong message. She thought that as long as she rested for a while, someone would come to rescue her. It was only at this moment that she realized that she was really in trouble. Chapter 2: What is the first thing to do when stranded on an island? Hua Mu sat there in a daze with a blank mind. Mechanically poking the coconut meat with the stalk she had used to drink coconut juice and stuffing it into her mouth. Baijin seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she silently began to deal with the other half of the coconut shell that had been hollowed out. She had not drunk a drop of water since she was in trouble, and a layer of white skin had formed on her lips. The atmosphere was a little dull for a while, with only the sound of a knife scratching the coconut shell. Hua Mu suddenly turned her head to look at Baijin, and a thought that frightened her flashed through her mind. In other words, from now on, whether he can survive depends entirely on this sentinel. If she abandons him, he won't be able to open a coconut. The sentinel has sharp 5 senses. Baijin immediately noticed Hua Mu's gaze, thinking that she had given another order. "Miss?" Hua Mu's heart tightened, and she quickly turned away. Let alone her previous attitude. Her words and deeds just now were bad enough. Would Baijin suddenly remember these things, find out how bad she was, and then abandon herself? Or would she just take revenge and grudges, and beat herself up? Hua Mu couldn't help but think wildly about the unprecedented situation. Although the sentinels in the tower are very loyal, and the guards assigned to the heir to the throne are 1 in a million, nothing can be said for sure in this situation. Even if she kills herself, no one will know when she returns. "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" Hua Mu became more and more uneasy, and even felt that Baijin's current behavior was strange. He obviously didn't talk before. Why did he take the initiative to ask her now? Baijin was actually quite worried about Hua Mu, not to mention a young lady from the Duke's family. Even a sentinel like her who came from the tower rarely encountered such a situation of being isolated and helpless. But she was not good at speaking, and she was particularly nervous when facing Hua Mu. She didn't know how to comfort her at this time. Hua Mu suddenly handed the half-eaten coconut meat in her hand to Baijin, and said with a tilted face, "You seem to have not eaten anything until now." She felt that she should show some concern, or at least speak softer. But when she saw Baijin's face, all her gentle feelings disappeared. Should I still please her? Be humble to this face that has never smiled at me. She is just my bodyguard and shadow. Shouldn't loyalty and obedience be her nature? Hua Mu thought of a lot of things in his mind. And his tone, which was originally a little shaky, suddenly became full of confidence. I can't finish this. You eat it. Baizhen was flattered, looking at the coconut shell handed over by Hua Mu with hesitation. It has been half a day since she came to this island. Considering Hua Mu's safety, she has not had time to investigate the specific conditions of this island. In the case that there is no guarantee of long-term source of water and food, she must leave enough supplies for Hua Mu. As a sentinel, she can maintain more than 80% of her combat effectiveness without drinking water for a week and without eating for half a month. This is enough to deal with most situations. So she would save as much as possible. Miss, I'm not hungry. If you can't eat it, why not leave it for now? Do you want to eat anything else? How about fish? She rarely spoke for a long time in one breath. Hua Mu was already furious when she saw Baizhen's obvious hesitation. And she was even more annoyed when she heard her words. In fact, sometimes she didn't know what she was angry about. But she was angry when she saw Baizhen. What? You still dislike me for having eaten it, don't you? I don't want to keep it for too long before eating it. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away. She was about to throw the coconut to the ground, scared Baizhen, and quickly reached out to catch it. Every bit of food and water is precious now, not to mention that coconut meat is rich in fat, protein and vitamins, of course. There can't be any waste. That's not what I meant. Thank you, miss. Baizhen really hated her own stupid mouth at this time. She understood Hua Mu's anxiety in this situation, but she didn't know how to comfort her. Hua Mu stopped caring when she saw her take it. He felt relieved that she was willing to eat, but also worried because his attitude was not good. Did he buy her off? Baizhen did not use the stems that Hua Mu had used, but scraped the flesh with a knife. She ate very quickly and cleanly, finishing in 2 or 3 bites. Hua Mu saw her eat the flesh that he had just eaten half of without hesitation, and his cheeks became hot. He had to tilt his head and talk to divert his attention. You say, what should we do now? The white pillow has been calculated in my heart for a long time. It is just that Hua Mu's mood has always been not very good. She was thinking about the time to adapt her first. At present, you can only hope that someone will come to search and rescue. Try to use stone fireworks to make obvious signs. Say that said that, but as she thought before, how long can the guards find that they are missing? In addition, this area is already a strange circle of sea. The difficulty of search and rescue can be imagined. Then we need to make a fire first? Hua Mu frowned, complaining a little about why she said it at this time. It is said that it takes a lot of time to make a fire by drilling wood. It is already the middle of the afternoon. I have a flint. Although Baizhen is not good at speaking, he is not bad at reading people's faces. As he spoke, he took out a black object that looked like an iron rod from the small bag on his waist. Hua Mu then remembered that he was a sentry after all, and he always had some useful things on him. Unlike himself, who was empty-handed, with only a necklace and a tattered skirt. She looked at Baizhen again, and found that the guard uniform she was wearing was basically intact. Black trousers, big leather combat boots, a black vest faintly visible under the sky blue shirt, and a small shoulder bag on her waist. But it was full. Ahem. Let's take out our things first, and then think about our future plans. Hua Mu said it in a high-sounding manner, but in fact, she just wanted to see what other good things Baizhen had. She had a very clear understanding of herself. She couldn't lift anything with her hands or carry anything on her shoulders. She couldn't survive on a deserted island alone. She could only put all her hopes on Baizhen. But now she couldn't trust her completely. She had to win her over and be on guard against her. Baizhen didn't suspect anything and began to take things from her body very obediently. Not to mention the military combat waist bag on her waist, the dagger in her shoes, the mini grenade in her side pocket, and the various blade props in the seam of her pants. After she took off her shirt, she revealed her lean but powerful body, and the 3 guns in the holsters on her waist. Hua Mu was stunned. Even the embarrassment she had felt when she saw her taking off her clothes just now disappeared. Pointing at the pile of things on the ground, he asked her, "Did you know we would be in trouble?" Baizhen was confused by the question and shook his head subconsciously. "So do you carry these things with you every day? This is simply a mobile arsenal, right? Let's not talk about how heavy these things are. How did she hide so many things under her thin clothes?" Although Hua Mu watched her take them out with his own eyes, he still found it incredible. Baizhen nodded as a matter of course. Hua Mu took a deep breath, telling himself not to make a fuss, while counting the things Baizhen took out. 3 normal-sized guns, each loaded with 8 rounds of bullets in addition. There were 3 portable bullet refillers with 20 rounds of bullets. A mini palm gun, only half the size of a pen, with only 1 bullet and could not be refilled. 2 mini grenades no bigger than walnuts, a dagger and a multi-purpose military knife. There were also a series of small items such as blades, compasses, whistles, watches, etc., some of which she couldn't even name. The next focus was the waist bag that Baizhen took off. The waist bag was divided into many small bags. In addition to the flint that he had just taken out and the multi-purpose knife that he had used early in the morning, there were also many medicines and a roll of something that looked like thin steel wire. What is this? Hua Mu felt a sense of crisis and asked Baizhen when she saw something she didn't recognize. Baizhen patiently explained the purpose of each item. What's in here? The various emergency medicines finally made Hua Mu feel relieved. Finally, he set his sights on a special small iron box. The small iron box was only slightly larger than a business card holder. It contained a plate of white pills, a mini syringe, and several pills in aluminum foil bags. The other emergency medicines were basically only 1 or 2 tablets. Only the stuff in this box looked particularly sufficient. Hua Mu pinched the plate of white pills and counted them. He found that 1/3 of them had been eaten, and only 16 pills were left. Is it a common medicine? She looked at Baizhen, but found that his face was flushed, and he looked like he couldn't speak. What is this? Hua Mu had thought about whether to adopt a conciliatory policy towards this sentinel, but now he asked with a tone of superiority. It is the small white tablets that the tower distributes to the sentinels. The so-called small white tablets are artificial guide elements. The sentinels have extremely sharp 5 senses, which gives them a huge advantage in many actions. Of course, this also brings them great troubles. Without barriers, any slight noise or touch can make them mad and even cause fugue. The probability of sentinels and guides appearing is extremely low. As the precious wealth of the country, they will be sent to the tower when they awaken, to receive guidance and training. In the past, these sentinels and guides would later be assigned to the army or other institutions for the country's use. However, because it is now a peaceful period, human rights have been further developed, the tower is divided into inner and outer, and the sentinels and guides of the outer tower can have other options after the dangerous period. And sentinels from the inner tower, such as Baizhen, will still be assigned difficult tasks. Chapter 3: What is the first thing to do when stranded on an isolated island? Baizhen's difficult task is undoubtedly to protect Hua Mu. Because guides are much more stable than sentinels, there is no need to force her to study in the tower now. Especially for a noble girl like Hua Mu, although she is also a guide, she has never been to the tower. There is a special teacher who taught her the knowledge of guides, but Hua Mu was not interested at all, and only remembered the outline. However, the white film is not a profound content. Hua Mu understood what it was as soon as she heard it. Sentinels have sharp 5 senses, while guides have stable mental bodies. Generally, when performing tasks, the most ideal situation is for a pair of sentinels and guides to act at the same time. Sentinels are responsible for reconnaissance, while guides use their powers to help stabilize the sentinels' mental bodies, to prevent them from falling into mania due to excessive concentration, or even experiencing fugue. Unfortunately, the ratio of sentinels to guides has never been coordinated. In the past, due to excessive persecution of guides, many guides hid their identities. Now, because the guides themselves are stable, very few voluntarily enter the inner tower, resulting in most sentinels not having their own exclusive guides. Those with exclusive guides are almost all sentinels who have already been combined. For single sentinels like Baizhen, in addition to going to the tower every month to have the public guide comb their spirit bodies, the most common solution is to use artificial guide elements, small white tablets. Ah! Hua Mu quickly threw the small white tablets to Baizhen, looking disgusted. In fact, small white tablets are the most normal ration items for sentinels. Sentinels fighting alone and single sentinels absolutely cannot do without artificial guide elements, otherwise they are very likely to lose control of their emotions. Of course, if there is a suitable guide to help soothe, the sentinels will not want to use the small white tablets. Hua Mu dislikes the small white tablets for personal reasons. What she dislikes is not this kind of artificial guide element, but the sentinels who need the guide element to soothe. Baizhen understands Hua Mu's dislike for the sentinels, and hurriedly puts away the things. She is a rare female sentinel, which is why the Grand Duke finally chose her as the lady's guard. Hua Mu watched her packing things in silence, and suddenly felt a little sorry. Of course, if it was in the past, she would never bother to think about these things. Now the situation is just pressing. She wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but her self-esteem was at work, and she couldn't say it. After a while, seeing Baizhen start to pack up other things, she had to rush to say, "In this environment, you should also give me a gun for self-defense." Baizhen thought about it, and it was right. He was very considerate, and let Hua Mu pick what she wanted from these things. Hua Mu wanted them all, but it was a pity that she would not be able to use them even if she came. In general, her goal was to win over Baizhen. She wanted a gun just for self-defense. God knows what else there is on this island. Hua Mu picked one at random, studied it in her hand, and learned how to use it. Although she didn't have systematic training like Baizhen, shooting games were quite popular among noble girls, so using a gun was not difficult for her. Then she took a whistle and a watch, and she felt a little relieved. Baizhen saw that she was not interested in other things, so he slowly packed up again. The atmosphere became a little better, and Hua Mu had the confidence to say something else. "I'm hungry." The coconut fruit was not even a snack. Hua Mu was past the initial shock and uneasiness. She just felt extremely hungry, tired, and in pain. "And my body hurts." Baizhen was educated to obey absolutely, not to mention her improvisation during the previous missions. After following Hua Mu, she was absolutely loyal to Hua Mu and acted only according to Hua Mu's instructions. Unless Hua Mu's life was in danger, such as the shipwreck she encountered before or the danger she might encounter after arriving on the island, she would not act on her own. Especially staying away from and touching Hua Mu are areas that need to be paid attention to at the same time. She took the initiative to pick coconuts in order to solve the problem of drinking water nearby. She did not take the initiative to help Hua Mu deal with her injuries at the first time because the severity of these injuries was not enough for her to violate the ban on getting close to her. Even actions such as catching fish that require staying away from Hua Mu, she needs orders. "Miss, would it be better to deal with your injuries before that?" The current situation also made Baizhen realize that she could not only listen to Hua Mu's orders, but also put forward some suggestions of her own, which also led to an increase in her words. The wounds on Hua Mu's body were not too serious, but they were enough to make this delicate lady feel pain for a while. However, she did not want to show her weakness in front of Baizhen, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. She just saw that Baizhen had medicine in his bag for emergency treatment of abrasions and bruises, and she had some ideas in her mind, but she would never let him help her. "Give me the medicine. I'll do it myself, and you go catch fish." She rarely showed a considerate look. Baizhen did not dare to object, and while giving her the small bottle of medicine, he asked, "If I go to catch fish, will you go with me or rest here?" The place where Hua Mu was resting was about 100 meters away from the beach, because there were no other vegetation besides a few coconut trees. The view was quite wide. "I'll wait for you here. You can go and come back soon." She judged that she could see Baizhen from this position, so she didn't want to go out to bask in the sun at all. Baizhen judged the current situation and still had no objection. "Then you should have a good rest first. It should be less than 2 hours before sunset. You can stay here for the night. I will go to explore the situation on the island tomorrow to see if there is any water source or other food." Hua Mu actually hated Baizhen for only knowing how to obey orders, but this made her feel more at ease. Fresh water should be very important on the island. "Why didn't you go find it before?" I think I should give you some time to adapt." Hua Mu glanced at the coconuts on the ground, and then looked at the wounds on her body, and roughly understood Baizhen's thoughts. Maybe he was worried about her, and didn't feel comfortable leaving her here alone. She felt much better, and waved her hand to let Baizhen go catch fish. "We are in trouble now, and everything is based on survival. If you have any suggestions, you must speak up quickly. You don't have to ask me for permission for reasonable actions. Of course, you still have to report to me afterwards, whether it was for survival or to win people's hearts." Hua Mu relaxed some restrictions on Baizhen. "At first, I couldn't stand Baizhen being so obedient like a robot, and yet I set all kinds of restrictions for her. It was really contradictory. Now, she was suddenly given some authority because of the change in circumstances. I don't know why." Hua Mu felt relieved. Baizhen nodded and said nothing more, and went to prepare food for this young lady. Hua Mu took advantage of her absence to check her own injuries and apply the medicine. There were no more serious injuries on her body, except for some bruises and broken skin. But a bottle of medicine only had a few milliliters in total, and it was all applied in a short while. The situation was very chaotic when the ship was in distress. But Huamu remembered some of the details clearly. She knew that she only suffered some minor injuries not because of good luck, but because Baizhen wrapped herself up. She didn't dare to look carefully when the sentry took off his clothes just now. But she also saw the large bruises on his shoulders and arms. She suddenly remembered it this time, and hurriedly checked the vial of medicine in her hand, and found that there was no drop left in it. And she couldn't help feeling guilty. Although the Sentinel's 5 senses are sharp, before the spirit body is possessed, the physical body and guide are no different from ordinary people. Their physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people, which is the result of daily training, and they are not invulnerable. Should I leave some potion for her? Huamu sighed, and spent 2 seconds reflecting on her selfishness, and then threw it away. The Sentinel said before that he had to plan for at least 1 month, and she really wanted to die. But now, staying alive is more important than anything else. And Huamu decided to calm down and think about what to do. As long as Baizhen didn't betray her, surviving shouldn't be a problem. The area around Niels has a typical equatorial rainy climate and tropical marine climate. Although she has only been on this island for a short time, she can almost conclude that this place belongs to one of these 2 climates after seeing the coconut trees. There are 2 advantages of the equatorial rainy climate and tropical marine climate. The average temperature is neither high nor low. The temperature difference is small, and the rain is relatively abundant. Although Huamu doesn't know how to survive, she still knows some common sense. It shouldn't be difficult to survive a month in such an environment relying on a white pillow. But the problem is that she would definitely live in a very miserable situation, which is really hard for her to accept. Huamu was wearing a white silk dress, which had a layer of salt flowers on the surface after being soaked in seawater and then dried. Not only the clothes, but also her skin and hair, which was a disaster for a noble girl who loved cleanliness. Bathing, accommodation, toilet and changing clothes. Huamu felt desperate just thinking about it. It was useless to think about these facts. She could only cast her eyes on Baizhen, who had already walked to the beach. She wandered on the shallows for a while, as if looking for a suitable place, and then began to take off her clothes. The cheap shame of the Sentinel was also one of the reasons why Huamu hated her. As a woman, even a Sentinel should not be so indifferent. Right? She had good eyesight, and from this distance, she could clearly see the unsexy sports bra and 2 long white legs on Baizhen. The Sentinel was tall. Although Huamu had never asked her exact height, she could tell from her visual estimation that she was over 175 centimeters tall. Because of years of exercise, there was no trace of fat on Baizhen's body. She had a flat stomach, tight arms and thighs, and overly beautiful muscle lines. And Huamu subconsciously touched her barren chest, and immediately felt a sense of loss in her heart. Damn, she was just a Sentinel. Why did she have such a good figure? Her chest, which was obviously more impressive than hers, really made Huamu angry and jealous. Chapter 4. What is the first thing to do when stranded on an island? Baizhen, of course, had no idea that she was being criticized by the young lady again. After taking off her clothes, she began to walk towards the deep water. She had the ability to survive in the wilderness, but because there were only a few opportunities to perform tasks in such a situation, she had only encountered actual combat in a few pitiful trainings. And for the Sentinels, the important thing was not how to survive in the wilderness, but how to complete the mission. Rather than spending time looking for food, they needed more patience and perseverance to lurk, and enduring hunger was much more important than looking for food. After all, this was her first time fishing in the sea. There were only some finger-sized fish in the shallows, and Baizhen needed to go deeper to find fish that Huamu could eat. Huamu watched Baizhen walk into the sea, and after flapping a few times, he disappeared. She still had confidence in her Sentinels. Baizhen graduated from the tower with the best results in 10 years. If he couldn't even handle these, the level of the tower would be too disappointing. The blue sky and blue sea, white sand and black reefs. Such natural scenery is really beautiful. But being alone here without knowing when rescue would arrive, Huamu felt extremely miserable. She heard the sound of the waves, but still felt that the surroundings were terribly quiet. Without seeing Baizhen, she almost thought that she was stranded here alone. Huamu glanced at her watch anxiously, and realized that she had not checked the time just now. so she didn't know how many minutes had passed. She just felt that time was passing so slowly. And every second that passed, she seemed to hear a long ticking sound in her ears. No. She clearly felt that it was too quiet. Hua-mu couldn't sit still, and stood up by holding the tree trunk next to her. This coconut tree was relatively short, and the branches on the top were just right for shading. It was only 100 meters away from the sea, and the coastline was only a few hundred meters away. There were black rock cliffs eroded by wind and rain on both sides. Behind her, there was a slope that looked a little gentler. The weeds grew denser along the hillside as they went deeper into the island. Even if Hua-mu didn't look carefully, she could be sure that there should be a large area of dense jungle on the island. She looked around, and then swept her sight towards this small shoal. The SOS mark that Baizhen had just made with stones was extremely conspicuous. This mark gave her some sense of security, letting her know that she was not alone. The sea was unusually calm, not even a wave could be seen. Hua-mu really couldn't imagine that she had experienced such a terrible shipwreck half a day ago. Although she tried her best not to think about what happened at that time, she still couldn't block these thrilling memories. Has Baizhen been gone for too long? Hua-mu felt a little flustered for some reason, and the wounds on her body were also aching at this time. She couldn't help but glance at her watch again, and found that only 1 minute had passed. Hua-mu could feel that her emotions were a little off, but she couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild. Baizhen didn't drown in a shipwreck, but he drowned after catching a fish for her. Right? She felt that her idea was a bit absurd, but after looking at the almost calm sea for a while, she couldn't help but have such an idea. After waiting for more than a minute, and still not seeing Baizhen, Hua-mu finally couldn't help but limp to the beach. She wasn't worried about the life of the damn sentry. She was just worried that she wouldn't be able to survive on the deserted island without her. White pillow. White pillow. As a lady from a noble family, Hua-mu rarely made such a loud noise. But she really couldn't care less at this moment. Walking barefoot on the beach was not a big deal. But there was a long distance between where she was and the beach. And there were some gravel and rocks on the road. When she ran to the beach, her feet were already full of excruciating pain. Baizhen. Baizhen. Hua-mu felt that she was ridiculous for being so flustered, and it was embarrassing to call the sentry so earnestly. But she couldn't stand staying alone like this any longer. Baizhen. As she called out, she didn't know how much time had passed. But Baizhen still didn't float to the surface. Hua-mu sat down dejectedly by the water, although she still didn't want to believe that her sentry would get into trouble so easily. Her panic had already caused her rationality to stop working. Baizhen's spirit body was not adapted to underwater actions, and the environment in the sea was too complicated. She didn't dare to indulge her senses easily. Fugue is dangerous even for a sentinel who has already been combined, let alone a sentinel like her who is single and stranded on a deserted island. Without these, Baizhen is just an ordinary soldier with slightly better physical fitness. It is not easy for her to catch fish with bare hands. Fortunately, the fish around seemed to have never seen humans, so she finally caught a few. Baizhen swam a little further to catch fish, and when she vaguely heard Hua-mu calling her, it was already a little too late. She floated to the surface of the sea in a hurry. From a distance, she saw Hua-mu sitting on the beach. The sea water had soaked her dry skirt again. Baizhen thought something had happened. She panicked and swam back without thinking. Miss. She threw the 2 fish in her hands aside in panic, knelt down beside Hua-mu and asked anxiously, "What happened? Why are you here? You damned sentry?" Hua-mu looked very embarrassed. Her long light golden hair, which was always smooth and bright, had already been tangled. Her eyes were red, tears welling up in her eyes. Without saying anything, she grabbed a handful of wet sand and threw it hard on Baizhen's chest. "Why did it take so long to catch 2 fish? Aren't your sentinels sensitive? Why did you come back so slowly after hearing me call you? Did you do it on purpose?" The moment Hua-mu saw her emerge from the sea, she felt as if she had lost all her strength. She was relieved but also annoyed. Seeing Baizhen's nervous look, she felt comforted, but couldn't help but want to vent her anger at her. Baizhen was scolded, but her attention was not on this at all. "Miss, you are injured." Hua-mu was nervous and anxious all the way, and she was in unspeakable fear, so although her feet hurt, she had no energy to pay attention to it. When she was reminded, the pain became more piercing. The originally fair and white toes were bruised, and the soles of her feet were covered with scars. She fell down on the beach, and her wounds were soaked in the seawater. "It hurts." What dignity of a young lady from the Duke's family All go to hell. She was in so much pain. Baizhen was anxious and distressed, but she didn't know how to express it. She even had an impulse to pick up Hua Mu. But she finally stopped because of the rule they had set on the first day they met. Miss. Hua Mu hated Baizhen's old-fashionedness. Seeing that she was just staring at her feet, she couldn't help but get angry and said, "Why don't you pick me up quickly?" Baizhen hurriedly knelt down and picked Hua Mu up by the waist. The sentry was thin, but his chest was very full and soft, because he had just come out of the sea. His body was wet, and with the unsexy underwear, he actually looked a bit sexy. Hua Mu was held up by her strong arms, and she nestled in her arms, inevitably feeling a sense of security. However, when she saw Baizhen's rigid and boring face, which looked like a robot, she was furious again. Her lady was injured? Wouldn't she be worried and distressed? Baizhen naturally didn't know about Hua Mu's girlish thoughts. He took her to the shade of the tree and hurriedly tried to treat her wound. Seeing her recklessness, Hua Mu felt ashamed and angry. She held down the hem of her skirt with one hand and held up Baizhen's head, which was about to lower. "What are you going to do?" As the daughter of the Duke's family, Hua Mu has been pampered since childhood, and she takes great care of her body. From the skin to the hair, every part of her body is exquisite. She has a pair of white and tender feet, round toes like pearls, and thin toenails are also shiny and translucent. Although it can't be seen on her face, Baizhen is very careful in holding her feet, as if he is afraid of hurting her. Seeing that she is angry, Baizhen knows that it must be his stupidity that has offended her again, and hurriedly hunches down to apologize. "Miss." Hua Mu was so angry that he wanted to kick her in the face. After a lot of effort, he finally kicked her shoulder. He grimaced in pain. "What did you want to do just now?" Baizhen was a slender man, so he naturally just regarded her behavior as a tickle. He knelt motionlessly and said respectfully, "I want to help you treat your wound." He treated the wound? So he lowered his head and looked like he was going to kiss her feet. "What's the matter? How do you want to treat it? With your mouth?" Baizhen was about to answer, but suddenly realized why Hua Mu was angry. Although the social atmosphere is open nowadays, the royal family still maintains the most traditional etiquette. It is not a question of whether you can touch the feet of a noble girl, but you must not kiss them. Although she just wanted to help the young lady treat the wound, she was touching her with her mouth after all, which was no different from proposing marriage. I will help you find fresh water to wash the wound." Baizhen was smart for once. But Hua Mu was going crazy. "Don't leave me here alone." She had just tasted the taste of being alone, and her wild thoughts were enough to drive people crazy. Then, seeing that the sun was about to set, it was not very wise to go deep into the island to look for fresh water at this time, especially with Hua Mu. Baizhen racked his brains, but didn't know what to do finally. It was Hua Mu who spoke. "Please use coconut milk to wash me first, and we can talk about other things later." In the face of adversity, she could still do such a luxurious thing. Probably only a young lady like Hua Mu who didn't understand the sufferings of the world. Chapter 5. What is the first thing to do when stranded on an island? Baizhen was very quick, and quickly helped Hua Mu clean her wound. However, the two fish on the beach had disappeared, and their dinner was ruined. The sun entered the sea level faster than expected, and in just a short while, the tide rose a lot. Hua Mu did not allow her to go to the sea again, so Baizhen had to pick up some shellfish near the reef before the sun completely set, and then carried Hua Mu to a leeward place under the rock. The cold wind gradually rose, and the temperature on the island at night was much lower than that during the day. Fortunately, Baizhen collected a lot of wood on the beach and built a fire before it was completely dark. The bright firelight gave Hua Mu some sense of security in the dark. Some shellfish were roasted on the rocks around the fire, and Baizhen was turning them over attentively. Those shells looked strange to Hua Mu, and he would never eat them on ordinary days. But now, watching them bubbling, his empty stomach was already growling. This really damaged the image of a lady from a noble family. She just hoped that the sentry didn't hear it. But the sentry had sharp senses, so how could he not hear it? Baizhen subconsciously glanced at her, and hurriedly picked out 2 oysters that were almost roasted and gave them to her. "Miss, you can eat a little first." Hua Mu knew that she must have heard it, and her face turned red immediately. "How can I eat it when it's so hot?" She was always rude to Baizhen, but this sentence somehow sounded a bit hypocritical. Baizhen had no idea that she was shy, and hurried to help her get the meat. She used the dagger to perfection, The big one was enough to open a coconut, and the small one was enough to take the oyster meat. With precise force, without any waste. Miss, please try it. It shouldn't be hot anymore. Although the wild oysters looked a little small, the meat was fresh and tender, and even without any seasoning, it was enough to make people's appetites grow. Baizhen didn't dare to touch the food that the young lady wanted to eat, and just held the back of the knife to pass it to Hua Mu. Hua Mu was starving and had no time to be pretentious, so she reached out to take it and slowly put it into her mouth. To be honest, it tasted terrible. Although the meat was indeed tender, the shellfish, which had not been seasoned at all, was not so fresh as to smell like the sea. The fishy smell was not enough. But there was also sand. Hua Mu had been eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea since she was a child, and her taste was so picky, she just felt it was hard to swallow. As soon as it entered her mouth, she subconsciously wanted to spit it out. But Baizhen kept looking at her, and there seemed to be a hint of expectation in his eyes. She had to endure it, and swallowed it while chewing the sand. The fish had just escaped, and she had already lost her temper. Although Baizhen had no expression on her face, she could sense his frustration. Things were different now. She would have to rely on this sentinel to survive. If she annoyed him too much, she would not get any good results. Baizhen's eyes brightened when he saw her eat it smoothly, and his hands processed the shellfish much faster. Hua Mu was curious when he saw that she could pick up the hot shells with her bare hands. It stands to reason that the sentinel's 5 senses are more acute than ordinary people, and he should be more afraid of heat and pain. Aren't you hot? The two of them didn't talk much on weekdays, but after arriving on the deserted island, they made up for the previous talk. Baizhen has always been a taciturn person, but Hua Mu is a talkative lady. I have participated in countless tea parties, reading salons, and lecture tours, but it's really boring without anyone to talk to. Although Baizhen is not a good candidate, but now there is no other choice, the eldest lady is concerned about her own sentinels for the first time. Baizhen doesn't know why Hua Mu suddenly asked this question, and stuttered. We have endurance training. In other words, it's not that it doesn't hurt, but just that we can endure it. Hua Mu doesn't understand. She still doesn't understand these sentinels. Show me your hand. Ah? I said let me see your hand. Don't you understand the imperial language? What kind of person is Hua Mu? The second heir to the imperial throne, a noble family among noble families, a lady among ladies. The queen dotes on her. Every inch of her is precious. And what about Baizhen? As a rare female sentinel, she is an outlier even in the tower. Before being a woman, she is first a sentinel. There is no distinction between male and female sentinels, and they all receive the same training. In front of a noble lady like Hua Mu, she always feels ashamed. But, no buts. Stretch out your hand. Baizhen did not dare to disobey the order, and honestly spread his hand in front of Hua Mu. The sentinel's hands are larger than those of ordinary women, but not as rough as men's hands. The fingers are slender, and the joints are distinct. There are many calluses on the palms and fingertips. Although they feel a little rough, they are still pretty. Hua Mu touched her hand for some unknown reason, and found that there were many obvious new scratches on it. How did you get your hand hurt? Hua Mu was very curious. She was sure that there were no such wounds when Baizhen applied medicine to her. Did you get it when you were collecting shells? These shells have strong adhesion ability. Baizhen collected a lot in a short period of time. The wounds were obviously caused at that time. Well, not serious. Hua Mu knew it was not serious. Compared with these scratches, the wounds that Baizhen got when he helped her block the bullet were many times more serious. I'm not afraid that you will get hurt. But in a place like this, you have to pay attention to any injuries. What if the wound gets infected? You have to remember that your life is not just yours, but mine. Now there are only 2 of us on this deserted island. If you die, will you let me find food by myself? Baizhen felt that what the eldest lady said made sense. I understand. I will pay attention next time. Hua Mu stopped watching. It hurts to watch too much. Don't just give me food. Eat some too. I told you that your life is mine. You have to listen to everything I say. Baizhen naturally did not dare to disobey. However, she gave Hua Mu some oysters, mussels and other meaty ones, while she ate those single-toothed snails that had less meat and were troublesome to handle. The seafood on this island looks very rich. Although these can't be used as staple food for a long time, they can solve the urgent needs of the 2. They can't be full, but at least they can fill their stomachs. After Hua Mu finished eating, she felt another need of humans. Miss, you? What's wrong with you? On weekdays, Baizhen only needs to be responsible for the safety of the young lady. As for having fun, there are naturally other people to worry about it. But now there are only two of them. She feels that she should take on other responsibilities. Seeing Hua Mu sitting there with a frown and a cold face, looking thoughtful, she can't help but feel a little uneasy. How could Hua Mu say it? She was a lady. A lady. A fairy who was not worldly. How could she say what she wanted to do now? In front of a sentry? I'm fine. Hua Mu had always refused to think about it, pretending to forget that the human body could not only take in but not leave. But not thinking about it didn't mean it wouldn't happen. Noble girls had many different ways of saying things about going to the toilet. All of them were obscure and elegant. And Hua Mu, let alone in the wilderness, she had never even used a public toilet. It's too much of a headache. You can tolerate this kind of thing for a while, but you can't tolerate it forever. And she doesn't even know how to go to the toilet without a bathroom. Baizhen saw Hua Mu's frown getting tighter and tighter, and his worries grew. Little miss, are you still not full? Baizhen has been feeling guilty for letting two fish run away. It was her fault to let the young lady go hungry. No. Hua Mu just wished she had eaten less. Then, shut up. Oh. Both of them were covered with wounds, and it was cold at night. Baizhen covered Hua Mu with his coat. Hua Mu didn't have the energy to dislike this tasteless uniform, and wrapped herself tightly. The wood was burning with a crackling sound, and the speed of consumption was much faster than expected. Fortunately, Baizhen picked up a lot of it, and added it in time. Hua Mu endured it for a long time, and kept glancing at Baizhen. She was very curious. Why did the sentry seem to have no feeling at all until now? Was it really because she ate more than her? Miss, Baizhen noticed her gaze, and her heart was in turmoil. She kept thinking about whether she had done something wrong again, and even her hands were shaking when she added firewood. She treated Hua Mu as her only master. Not only did she obey her, but she also shared her worries and joys. When she first learned that she was assigned the task of protecting Hua Mu, she was so happy that she didn't sleep all night. Hua Mu gritted her teeth. At the end of her rope, she was either drowned or suffocated to death. She erased all the rules of being a lady from her mind, and said in a stiff voice, I want to pick flowers. Pick flowers? Baizhen was a little confused. She didn't know why the eldest lady suddenly wanted to pick flowers. It was so dark that I couldn't even see the trees, let alone the flowers. Hua Mu wanted to bite her tongue. Baizhen, this rough sentinel, must have understood their secret language. Hua Mu was so angry that her face turned red, and she even looked a little shy under the firelight. Baizhen didn't dare to look directly at her face in the past. But now, he was close to her, and couldn't help but be stunned. Hua Mu looked like her aunt. And since the queen was known as the most beautiful woman in the empire, Hua Mu was naturally a top beauty. The white gold hair and green eyes that represented royal blood, the almost transparent white skin, and the delicate and small facial features made Hua Mu look like an exquisite doll. It is said that the Empire Treasure series dolls, as 10 based on Hua Mu, were sold out, and were reprinted 3 times within a month. Baizhen naturally could not think of these. She just simply thought that the young lady was really beautiful. Hua Mu was immersed in her own shame, and did not notice the sentry's infatuated eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, I want to go to the toilet. Baizhen came back to his senses, and suddenly realized it but was a little at a loss. She could understand that she wanted to go to the toilet. But why did she say it in such a tone? She could only think of the reason that Hua Mu was afraid of the dark, and she had to accompany her. Then I'll go with you. What the hell? Hua Mu resisted the urge to swear, and managed to maintain her ladylike image. You don't have to accompany me. Then, Baizhen looked at her eagerly, and urgently needed instructions. It was difficult for Hua Mu to speak, but if she didn't, she would probably leave a black history for the rest of her life. How do you go to the toilet when there is no toilet? Baizhen's stunned look made Hua Mu feel insulted. The other party must think she was an idiot. Of course Baizhen didn't think so. In her heart, the eldest lady was really a fairy who didn't need to go to the toilet. Chapter 6. What is the first thing to do when stranded on an isolated island? The queen is known for her diligence and thriftiness. But her brother, Grand Duke Huaijian, is not like her, and is often criticized for his extravagance. Hua Mu is the only daughter of the Grand Duke. If the queen does not marry, she is destined to be the heir to the throne in the future. Her standard of food, clothing and daily expenses is undoubtedly the highest in the empire. There was even a ridiculous rumor that the duke's daughter did not know how to use tableware and needed maids to serve her. Hua Mu naturally knew how to use tableware. As a noble lady, she could dine in the most elegant and calm manner with the etiquette of any country. Of course, it was not a rumor that she had maids to serve her. There were 6 maids who served her dishes. After all, the maids were on a rotation basis. But Hua Mu really didn't know how to go to the toilet without a toilet, or a fully automatic toilet. Without warm and comfortable water, gentle and appropriate drying warm air, or even soft and delicate wet wipes. What should she do after going to the toilet? This question not only stumped Hua Mu, but also Baizhen. She really didn't know how to explain it to the eldest lady. Let's not talk about her poor speaking skills. And she was extremely nervous when facing Hua Mu. Just to say that this question was not a problem in her opinion. She didn't know where to start. Miss, you are talking about the paper towel. The paper towel problem? Baizhen thought about it, and felt that this was the biggest obstacle for Hua Mu to solve her own problems. Paper towel. Hua Mu was not really ignorant that she didn't know that paper towels could be used. She just didn't want to think about it. Just using paper towels. How clean can it be? What's more, there are no paper towels now. It's one of the problems. Baizhen was silent for a while, and finally took out a transparent sealed bag from a pocket from somewhere. And inside, it was a neatly folded handkerchief. Hua Mu looked at her in shock, because the handkerchief was too pink, and it didn't look like something that Baizhen, a rough sentinel, would use, because the handkerchief looked very familiar, like one she had once owned but lost at some point, because Baizhen gave her the handkerchief at this time. What did he want her to do with it? Baizhen didn't notice her shock at all, and her expressionless face showed a little entanglement and reluctance. Miss, do you think this is okay? Is that really what he meant? After Hua Mu was shocked, he found that this seemed to be the best solution at the moment. Otherwise, would she tear her skirt or clothes? She resisted the urge to ask Baizhen where the handkerchief came from, and silently took it. Now there were only 2 of them on the island, and there was a layer of window paper that must not be broken. Then, I can't sit down. What should I do? Baizhen's facial muscles probably didn't relax after struggling, and she showed a surprised expression again. Hua Mu had to put on a fierce face, put on a posture, and said in a condescending manner, "Royal etiquette." Baizhen quickly lowered her head. Miss, I can help you. Hua Mu only heard the 2 words, help you, and she began to curse the few dirty words she knew in her heart. Make a simple toilet. You can use it by squatting down. Hua Mu stopped scolding, her face flushed with shame. Then go quickly. Call me when you're done. Don't go too close, and don't go too far. Baizhen always obeyed her, and quickly turned around to find a suitable place. Luckily, the moonlight was bright tonight, so even if it was a little far away, you could still see the figure. Hua Mu watched Baizhen run towards the reef on the coast, be busy at the back for a while, and soon come back. The sentry had excellent night vision, and could see everything clearly even on a moonless night. Hua Mu saw that she moved without any hindrance, and felt a little envious. Miss, can I carry you over? Hua Mu's foot was injured, and her shoes had gone somewhere. She had relied on the sentry to move. But how could she be allowed to go with him for such a secret matter? In front of the sentry with excellent 5 senses, there was no privacy at all. No need. Give me your shoes. Baizhen took off her shoes before going into the sea, and they have been hanging out to dry until now. It's just that she herself hasn't worn them yet, and has been running around barefoot. Hua Mu felt so bad for her. Baizhen seemed to be a little hesitant, and Hua Mu just thought she was reluctant to let go, and was so angry that she felt bad. If she wasn't afraid of not being able to hold it back, she would have lost her temper. Baizhen knew that this was a sign that Hua Mu was angry, and hurriedly took down the shoes that were hanging on the branches, and felt around for something inside with his hands. He felt around for a long time before handing the shoes to her. Is there something hidden inside? Why are you feeling around for so long? Hua Mu clearly saw her take out everything when she was hanging them. And such a neat sentinel. But now he was hesitant. Baizhen seemed very ashamed. I'm afraid of getting dirty. This dirty naturally didn't mean that Hua Mu would get her shoes dirty, but that she was afraid that the shoes would get Hua Mu's feet dirty. Although Hua Mu was a little arrogant, a little impatient, and a little displeased with the sentry, she was not a fool who couldn't tell right from wrong, and had a low comprehension ability. She understood what she meant in an instant, and felt mixed emotions. Not to mention the injuries and sufferings Baizhen had suffered for her in the past, and the loyalty he had shown. But after the two of them were stranded on this deserted island, he still stayed with her, was obedient, and worked hard. She should also praise him a few words. Huamu closed her eyelids, and while frantically putting on her shoes, she muttered softly, "Who do you think I am? In this situation, how can I despise you? Military boots are not easy to put on." She, a delicate lady, struggled for a long time, but failed to put them on. In the end, Baizhen knelt down to help her put them on. Huamu's conscience was revived for a moment, and her words became much gentler. "Why are your feet so big?" The shoes were put on, but the toes didn't even reach the head. Huamu had never worn shoes that didn't fit her feet so well, and they were very uncomfortable. How could Baizhen answer? Thinking of Huamu's tiny feet in his shoes, he felt extremely ashamed. "I'm sorry." Huamu just said it, but seeing her hunched back, she seemed to have shrunk a circle. He suddenly felt bored. "I didn't say it's bad to be a little bigger. Girls should be a little bigger, and sentinels should be a little bigger too. Don't hunch your back. Don't the soldiers in the tower know how to stand up straight?" When in the tower, Baizhen naturally never forgot the code of being a soldier. But after becoming Huamu's bodyguard, she should be more like a robot than a soldier. Not to mention hunchback when necessary. She would die for Huamu without complaint. "Yes, miss." Baizhen raised her head and chest and saluted. And Huamu's eyes were wide open. "Oh my god. I just said that big is good. But this is too good. Right? This figure. This face. These muscles. What is this stupid sentry so inferior about?" The young lady lowered her eyes and glanced at her barren chest line, and was so angry that she almost didn't want to go to the toilet. "Miss." Baizhen saw her standing there in a daze, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. She was so anxious just now. But now? Could it be that? Huamu came to her senses, and suddenly felt that this damn sentry was not worthy of sympathy at all. She said angrily, "I'm leaving, and you are not allowed to follow me." "But..." "No buts." "Yes. Walking on the beach with small feet and big shoes is not just a matter of 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow." Huamu walked quite hard, and when she walked a little further, she was blown by the sea breeze. Looking at the unfathomable sea and the bizarre scorched rock cliffs at night, she suddenly felt terrified. She didn't dare to stay alone during the day, so why would she show off at night? She looked back quietly, and saw Baizhen standing like a tower next to the fire. Looking closely at her, she felt a little relieved. She hesitated for a while, and finally waved at Baizhen. The other party seemed to be waiting for her call, and rushed to her in almost an instant. Huamu didn't even see how she started running, and how she ran like a wolf with a human posture. "Miss." Baizhen still had no expression, but Huamu heard her voice, and knew for some reason that she was very happy. She was like a big dog that had been neglected for a long time, and was finally remembered by its owner. Huamu cleared her throat. "Where did you do it?" "Take me there. Then I'll carry you there." She just saw Huamu's difficulties, and it was rare for her to take the initiative to ask for it. Although Huamu had always tried her best to avoid physical contact with the sentinels, she didn't care about that at this time. The wound on the sole of her foot ached slightly. It would be bad if it left a scar. She didn't want to suffer this pain again. "Yeah." Huamu watched Baizhen squatting with her back to him. She saw the faintly visible back muscle lines were so beautiful. She swallowed subconsciously. Who wrote the textbook? It said that the physical fitness of sentinels was no different from that of ordinary people. It must be a lie. Right? Although Huamu had never been to the tower, and she didn't take the guide class seriously, she had learned the knowledge that everyone should know in compulsory education very well. According to genetic research, neither sentinels nor guides have any advantages over ordinary people in terms of physical fitness. Only after being possessed by a spirit body will the sentinel have a stronger physique, and the guide will have the means of mental defense and attack. The reason why the public has the stereotype that sentinels are strong and sturdy is that sentinels need to perform high-intensity actions, so they must exercise a strong body. Baizhen undoubtedly fits the image of the sentinel in the public's mind. She is taller than ordinary women, has a lean body, powerful muscle lines, and a firm and indifferent expression no matter what situation she faces. Huamu was envious and jealous, but she inevitably felt a sense of security when she lay on the white pillow, although she was not short. As a noble lady, She had to be not only beautiful and elegant, but also slender and delicate. She had indeed tasted all kinds of delicacies in the world. But at the same time, she also had a recipe that was almost harsh. When these two people were stacked together, even if they could not be called Beauty and the Beast, they were visually enough to create a strong contrast. Chapter 7. What is the first thing to do when stranded on a desert island? The simple toilet is built on the beach behind the reef. The waves can barely flood this place. There is a shallow pit on the ground. The bottom is very wet. There is a stone on each side of the pit for people to step on. There are shelters, and the natural sound of the tide to cover the possible shameful sounds. At this stage, Hua Mu is quite satisfied. Baizhen put her down and waited for instructions. You retreat to 20 meters, no, 30 meters away, you are not allowed to come over. Baizhen retreated obediently. Turn around, don't look here. Baizhen turned around immediately. Hua Mu saw her standing up, and called out very quietly. Baizhen. Baizhen didn't doubt him, and asked loudly. What do you want? Miss? I could hear it even if it was so quiet. The sentry was really annoying. Cover your ears. Baizhen wanted to tell Hua Mu that he could still hear it even if he covered his ears, but he hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to shut up and obey the order with rare wit. Hua Mu arranged for her, and then turned around and started to worry. At this point, this is a hurdle that must be overcome. Using such an uncivilized posture to go to the toilet is even more difficult for her psychologically. The big leather shoes are a bit heavy. She stepped on the stone carefully, but was unable to squat for a long time. In broad daylight she, a noble lady, had to go to the toilet naked in the wilderness. This is simply humiliating. Because Baizhen was by her side, Hua Mu did not feel much urgency after the disaster. In addition, she deliberately used random thoughts to divert attention, and the sadness and panic suppressed in her heart were well concealed. But at this moment, her nose felt sore, and she couldn't help but shed tears, and the grievance in her heart spread infinitely. Not long ago, she had just celebrated her 18th birthday, and her father began to help her find a fiancé, and didn't respect her opinion at all. Even her aunt, who always loved her, didn't stand on her side, and she ran away from home for 3 months. But in these 3 months, no one came to see her. Her father just thought she was willful for a while, and would go back when she calmed down. Later, because he wanted her to attend a diplomatic banquet to find her, she was stranded on this deserted island to escape the pursuit. The Sea Disaster Circle. Even though she had never been to this place, the name was well known. This was one of the most mysterious areas on their planet. Even satellites could not take pictures of it. A large number of ships and planes had crashed here, and the military of various countries had blocked all news about this place. Only some small magazines had reported a few special articles that were said to be written based on the oral accounts of the victims. These special articles added more mystery to the Sea Disaster Circle. She was here now, and no one could help her, and perhaps she would never be able to go back in her lifetime. If she was lucky, she might be able to live a life of hard food for a few years. But if she was unlucky, she might be eaten by some monster in a few days. Even if she could survive, what fun would such a life have? With a wooden man who didn't understand romance by her side, she might go crazy soon. Hua Mu thought sadly for a while, and she squatted down lightly while holding up her skirt while crying. She tried her best to maintain some elegance, but the skirt was too long and flowing, and Baizhen's coat was too big for her. So she had to hold the hem of the skirt and the hem of the clothes in her arms with one hand. Nowadays, noble girls consider thinness as beauty. In order to show the dignity of a royal family member on TV, Hua Mu has always paid attention to body management. The 18-year-old girl has well-proportioned bones, long legs, and tender skin, but her body is a little thin. She took off her pure white silk underwear with difficulty with her other hand, bent her legs for a long time, and finally found a suitable posture. Then nothing mattered to her. She had overcome the biggest difficulty in her life so far. She overcame the difficult challenge that she had never thought of before. Hua Mu's only regret was that such a sense of accomplishment could not be a topic of bragging for her even if she went back. She used the handkerchief given by Baizhen, and then hurriedly tidied her dress and destroyed the evidence. Baizhen heard the noise, but did not dare to turn around. She waited until Hua Mu came to her side and patted her before she carefully put down her hand. Miss. She looked at Hua Mu eagerly, and there seemed to be something in her eyes. What are you doing? Why don't you go back? Hua Mu washed her hands with seawater, and her hands were a little wet. She patted Baizhen's body, making a slap sound. That? The handkerchief. Huamu stopped patting halfway and looked at her in shock. Are you still planning to go back? You pervert. Baizhen shrank her head. But there is only that piece. Huamu stood on tiptoe and slapped her head hard. How can you keep something that has been wiped? I threw it away, don't think about it. While Baizhen was being punished by her like a tickle, she quickly shifted her gaze to the reef where Huamu had just gone to the toilet. It was too obvious what she was thinking. Huamu was almost mad. Don't look at it, don't think about it, don't pick it up. You pervert. Being called a pervert by the eldest lady still made Baizhen sad, but she really couldn't bear to part with that handkerchief. It doesn't matter how the young lady uses it. But it would be a pity to throw it away. After all, she has kept it for many years. Carry me back. I want to sleep. Huamu was tired and sleepy, and was very angry. In the past, I only thought that this sentinel was dull and boring. But now I know that she is actually so sultry and perverted. It's too dangerous for this lonely sentinel to be on a deserted island. Yes. The sentinel didn't dare to disobey her. Just looked at her reluctantly. And carried Huamu back obediently. A big problem was solved temporarily. And fatigue began to torture Huamu. She wanted to sleep. But as the princess and the pea, she couldn't fall asleep in such a bad sleeping environment. No shower. No bed. And the firelight was blinding. It was completely different from her past leisurely camping. She was almost driven crazy by the sand and the sound of the sea. The sentry seemed very comfortable. Even though he took off his trousers to cushion her, he still sat leisurely with his eyes closed. So shameless. Huamu tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. When she opened her eyes and saw Baizhen wearing only underwear, she was so angry that her teeth itched. The textbook said that the sentinel's senses were extremely sharp. But why was Baizhen not afraid of cold or heat? Pain or discomfort? Was it because of her muscles? Baizhen's figure was definitely not strong. But her muscles were clearly defined, giving her a lean and agile look. Although her appearance was not as gentle as that of an average girl, she did not have a trace of masculine ruggedness. Putting aside her serious, overly old-fashioned, resolute and indifferent expression, Baizhen's deep facial features were actually quite feminine. If she were to dress up, she might be an exquisite beauty. What a pity. Huamu looked at her pale face illuminated by the fire, and felt a little regretful. Why would such a person be a sentinel? For her, being a sentinel was a psychological shadow. Baizhen was not asleep. In this situation, she needed to remain highly alert to deal with any emergencies. As if she had noticed Huamu's gaze, she opened her eyes and looked at the eldest lady in confusion, waiting for her to give instructions. Baizhen is a rare person with black hair and black eyes. Unlike the average yellow people, her eyes are not brown or brown, but real black. Huamu seldom looked into her eyes, but now he found that her dark pupils would emit a faint green light at night. Just like a real wolf. Huamu was startled, and hurriedly turned away, but felt that it was embarrassing, and didn't know how to start. Baizhen asked worriedly, "Miss, can't you sleep? Is the ground uncomfortable?" Of course, it was very uncomfortable. Huamu said unhappily. "Try lying down? My skin is about to be rubbed." Baizhen was very embarrassed, and didn't know what to do. Huamu saw her frowning and silent, and felt that what he said was meaningless. What else could she do? Still lie down and serve as a human cushion for him. She was willing. But he was not. Forget it. Go to sleep. Huamu rolled up her clothes, turned over, and found a relatively comfortable position to lie down. If she couldn't sleep, she should think carefully about the current situation. Baizhen's loyalty should not be a problem for the time being. For now, he could rely on her. As for the use of the small white tablets, that's for later. She remembered that, generally, a small white tablet can last for half a month to a month. If it is a well-trained sentinel, it can last longer. According to Baizhen, the two of them must plan for at least a month, so the most urgent thing is how to survive on the island. First of all, drinking water. Currently, coconut milk can be used as a substitute. Secondly, food. Seeing Baizhen's skills, catching fish is not a problem. So what should we solve next? How about making a toilet? No, a bed is better. When Huamu thought of this, his mind was already confused because of exhaustion. After struggling for a while, he wondered whether the first thing he should do after being stranded on a deserted island was a decent toilet or a comfortable bed. Finally, he fell into a deep sleep. The sun rose early from the sea level, and the first morning after the two people were stranded arrived. The blue sea surface showed golden light due to the shining of the morning sun, and the thick fog on the sea surface gradually dissipated, leaving only some dew on the plants. Hua Mu was awakened by the sound of the sea and seabirds. When she opened her eyes, she saw a sunrise like this. If it weren't for the current situation, she would definitely admire it, or draw a picture or something. Baizhen had already gotten up and made her breakfast with coconut and fresh shellfish, including a few crabs. The bizarre dream and the uncomfortable sleeping environment made Hua Mu's back ache, but hunger still made her finish this natural breakfast as quickly as possible. It seemed to be more delicious than last night. Neither of them looked decent, and Hua Mu, who was originally dressed brightly, looked even more embarrassed. But no matter how embarrassed they were, there was nothing more urgent than survival. The two of them prepared and finally started to head towards the island. Chapter 8. Water is the source of life. Although the average temperature on the island is not very high, the sunlight is strong and can quickly make people lose water under direct sunlight. Hua Mu had no shoes and was not strong enough, so she had to be carried by Baizhen. She did not do nothing, but held up her coat to block the sunlight for the two of them. However, as Baizhen went deeper into the hinterland, the sparse forest gradually became denser, and the sunlight was no longer so strong. Even Hua Mu could tell at the first time that the island was not small, because there was a conspicuous mountain on the island, which was about several hundred meters high and quite a distance away from the two of them. Water flows to the lower places. Their primary goal this time was to find a clean and stable water source, so Baizhen's destination was the low-lying area at the foot of the mountain. The two were stranded here yesterday because of a storm. If there were a mountain stream, it would not have dried up today. Their luck was better than expected. The vegetation on the island seemed quite rich. Although no water source had been found yet, some banana trees were seen. Hua Mu was happy when he first saw it, thinking there would be fruit to eat. It turned out that only a few banana trees had a few green fruits that were less than the size of a palm, and the rest were either fruitless or had been eaten by insects and birds. TSK, I can't eat them all. Hua Mu half sat on Baizhen's arm, looking at the obviously unripe bananas with some regret. Baizhen did not leave immediately. Miss, are you thirsty? Hua Mu had just drunk coconut juice, so she didn't feel thirsty. No, and the bananas are not ripe, and they won't quench my thirst even if they are ripe. Baizhen understood, without further explanation, and silently memorized the location of the banana tree. Then let's keep going. Hua Mu was not stupid, and realized that she had misunderstood Baizhen's meaning, and she couldn't help feeling ashamed and embarrassed, let alone surviving in the wild. Even if she were thrown into the streets alone, it would be difficult for her to walk. Growing up in the royal family did make her live a life of luxury, but it also made her more aware of risks in some aspects. She knew that she could not rely entirely on Baizhen. 1 day was fine. 2 days was fine. But what about longer periods of time? She had to start learning from Baizhen now. Ahem. It really took some mental preparation for Hua Mu to ask questions without shame. She cleared her throat for a long time, and until Baizhen asked her a question, she said, "Just now, if I was thirsty, what would you do?" Because the two of them had agreed that the first deep dive would only take half a day at most, so they did not bring coconuts and other cumbersome things. Baizhen always answered Hua Mu's questions. "I'll cut a piece of banana tree stem for you." Hua Mu pouted, but didn't say anything disgusting. "Can that thing be eaten? It rained so hard yesterday, the stem should have stored a lot of water." Hua Mu wasn't thirsty, so she cared more about the taste than its water storage function. "Is it delicious?" Baizhen had never drunk it either. Hua Mu couldn't help but pat her. "You dare to give it to me when you haven't drunk it yourself? You're so brave." Baizhen felt that what the eldest lady said made sense, and felt ashamed for a moment. "Well, then I'll try it next time. It's actually boring to lose your temper with someone who always goes along with you." Hua Mu didn't know whether she should be angry or not. Forget it. Forget it. Let's hurry up. I'm not thirsty anyway. Oh, by the way, if you see anything useful on the road, tell me about it. Baizhen's stamina was so good that Hua Mu doubted his life, even though he didn't rest much last night, except for eating some coconut and shellfish. He hardly drank a sip of water. Today, he carried her on his back and walked steadily in the muddy and bumpy forest for so long, and he didn't even breathe heavily. There are no ready-made roads on the island. Only some animal trails occasionally appear. Baizhen often needs to turn back. which takes a lot of time. But Hua-Mu found that she was very purposeful. When she walked towards the mountain, she would identify and adjust the direction at the same time. "What are you smelling?" Hua-Mu observed for a long time, and finally found out what she was doing. "I'm smelling the water." "Miss, there should be a water source nearby. Water can have a smell." Hua-Mu has been drinking water for so many years, and she never knew it. But after smelling the fishy smell of the sea for 2 days, she has almost gotten used to it. Sentinels do have an innate advantage in surviving in the wild, which she can never learn. Hua-Mu sighed, and reminded herself again that she must win over Baizhen. What kind of water source is it? Is there a lot of water? Of course. She has other more urgent things to think about now. For example, take a good bath. In order to reduce the number of times she goes to the toilet, she dares not eat much. If there is a lake where she can take a bath, she can barely accept it. It should be relatively abundant. Baizhen seemed to be a little happy, and Hua-Mu couldn't help but say happily, "That's great." However, when she saw what Baizhen called relatively abundant water source, her heart sank. Let alone a lake. There wasn't even a pool of water. There was only a stream winding down the hillside. The widest part was only 2 meters, and the deepest part was probably only enough to reach her thighs. The stream flowed under the thick shade of the trees. Compared to the outside, it was obviously much cooler here. Even Hua-Mu felt that she could smell the so-called smell of water. Although it was a bit different from what she expected. It was better to have water than no water. In addition, the stream water looked very clean. And it was not that she couldn't take a bath. Hua-Mu calmed down and accepted this reality. "Is this water drinkable?" she asked casually. Baizhen actually remembered the previous incident. "I can try it first." Hua-Mu thought it was really boring. If it's not drinkable, wouldn't it be like asking her to test for poison? "No, I think it's clean. Put me down. I want to drink water." There are several rugged paths by the stream, connecting to several flat areas close to the stream, with many footprints on them. Probably some wild animals drank water here. Baizhen carried Hua-Mu through the animal path, and then carefully put her down, stepping on his shoes. "Miss, be careful of hurting your feet." Hua-Mu actually wanted to go into the water barefoot, but her soles were injured and she hadn't drunk the water yet, so it would be a bit too much to wash her feet first. "Hold me and sit there." There was a smooth rock by the water not far from the two of them, which was very suitable for sitting. Baizhen carried her over and spread her coat on the rock. Hua-Mu sat on the solid ground, and her heart, which had been wandering all morning, finally settled down. Baizhen brought half a coconut shell, squatted aside to wash it, scooped half of the shell water, and smelled it carefully, and finally handed it to Hua-Mu. Miss. While Hua-Mu took the water from Baizhen, she couldn't help complaining in her heart. "Does this guy still not know her name?" she thought, and drank a mouthful of water with a bit of indignation. Although the stream water was not sweet and refreshing, it was slightly cool, and it was quite refreshing when it entered the throat. Hua-Mu hadn't drunk water for more than a day, and now, when she first took a sip, she actually felt that it tasted better than coconut milk. Seeing that she was drinking happily, Baizhen squatted down and scooped up a handful of water to drink. As soon as the water entered her mouth, she frowned slightly and looked towards the top of the mountain with some concern. Because of the sea breeze, most islands do not have very high peaks. Most islands with mountains are formed by volcanic activity. There is no obvious sulfur smell in the water, but she still feels something is different. However, this matter cannot be confirmed for the time being, and she does not want to say it out loud to make Hua-Mu worry. Even if it is a volcano, it should be just a dead volcano or a dormant volcano based on the current situation. Hua-Mu was completely unaware of Baizhen's worries. After drinking the water, she sighed with satisfaction. Baizhen had been alert to the surroundings. Judging from the footprints of the beasts, they were just wild boars at most. They might pose some threat to ordinary people, but they were just a meal for the sentinels. Compared with these, she was more afraid that snakes, insects, rats and ants would scare Hua-Mu. Seeing her standing still, Hua-Mu looked around sharply and kicked her leg. "Have you finished drinking?" "Miss, I've finished drinking. If you have rested well, let's go back. I will come to get water later." Baizhen carried Hua-Mu on his back for a long time. If she were alone, this 5 to 6 kilometer straight line distance would only take more than 10 minutes to go back and forth. The forest is much more dangerous than the beach. Even if she is fully prepared, there is no guarantee that no emergencies will occur. I don't want to go back yet. Hua hasn't done the most important thing yet. How can she go back? Is there anything else you want? Baijin was puzzled. In this unfamiliar environment, you must not rush for quick success. Every action must have an expected purpose. No matter what happens after achieving this purpose, you must make a new plan. Their goal today is to find a water source. It would be great if they could get other gains along the way, such as finding a few banana trees and palm trees, but it is best not to stay any longer now. Hua hesitated for a moment. I want to take a bath. Baijin was stunned. For a sentinel on a mission, any needs other than protecting the master and surviving are not necessary, let alone taking a bath? But this is too dangerous. Hua acted like a young lady. No buts. I didn't take a bath yesterday. And now I feel uncomfortable. Baijin knew that Hua paid great attention to hygiene, and felt that it would be a great injustice for a noble lady like her to not be able to take a bath. A young lady is different from her. Her skin is so tender that it seems to break if touched. She can't delay taking a bath. Well, okay. Baijin nodded in agreement. And Hua was overjoyed and just waited for her to leave. But she waited for a long time. And the other party still stood there like a tower, with no intention of leaving. I said I want to take a shower. Hua was anxious. Baijin thought she had some needs. Miss, do you want a towel or? In this wilderness. What towel does she need? Does Baijin look down on her IQ? Why don't you leave? Baijin raised his eyebrows slightly, and said firmly, I can't leave. Hua Chapter 9 Water is the source of life. Hua was stunned. What did you say? How could a person who is usually so dull now say such obscene words? Baijin felt Hua anger, but he did not waver at all. Miss, I will protect your safety here. It is not safe for you to stay here. Hua subconsciously grabbed the necklace around her neck. What's the danger of taking a bath? The water here is not even knee-high. Can I drown? But what if there are snakes or poisonous insects? If it is an ordinary wild animal, it would be fine. Snakes and poisonous insects are too difficult to guard against. Baijin can't feel at ease without watching. She hadn't explored the island much yet. Although the surrounding marine life and the vegetation on the island seemed to be common tropical species, it was hard to say what unknown and threatening creatures might appear. The unknown is often the most dangerous. Then you can help me check the surroundings now. Hua knew that Baijin's words made sense. But she couldn't not take a bath. And she couldn't let a sentinel watch her bath. Of course, sentinels and guides of the same gender usually don't have much defense. But she is different. Hua needs to be alert to almost all the sentries. Baijin is still worried. But that's not safe either. What if you are taking a bath? Hua saw her so disobedient for the first time, and almost cried. So you just want to watch me take a bath? She was anxious and angry, and her voice was quite loud, even scaring away a few curious seabirds not far away. As soon as the voice fell, Baijin, who had always been expressionless like a wooden man, showed a look of surprise and panic for the first time, and his not-so-fair face turned red. Miss, She was speechless, but could not say a word to defend herself. She just shook her head anxiously. What are you saying? Hua was really afraid that Baijin would admit it. Then she would have no way to deal with it. She was a weak guide who had not undergone rigorous training, and was delicate and soft, and could not easily open the suppression ring. She could not defeat a sentinel like Baijin with a finger. I am not. She really wanted to stay. And she really needed to pay attention to the situation around the young lady at all times. But she never thought about seeing the young lady naked. Naked. Baijin knelt down, not daring to raise her head. Then you should move away. But that's too dangerous. Miss, I really can't watch. Then you can hear it. I want to protect you. The two argued for a long time without any result. Although Baijin was flustered because of the misunderstanding, she refused to give in. Hua was tired and couldn't help but have some self-destructive thoughts. The two of them were now on this deserted island. If Baijin really had some thoughts, could she run away? Baijin almost obeyed her every word, but he insisted on his own opinion on her safety. The other party's considerations were not without reason. It would only waste time to continue the stalemate. Looking at a sentry kneeling on the ground as still as a mountain, Hua was so angry that she couldn't help but kick her shoulder. Why don't you help me check the environment? Miss Jiao's small feet were not big enough to hold, and it was like tickling the sentry's shoulder. Baijin was delighted, looking up at Hua. Do you agree that I stay to protect you? Can she disagree? Is there any need to watch if she disagrees? You can stay here, But you must turn your back to me. Check the surroundings first. And I will pay attention when washing. This is the most compromised solution. Baizhen thought about it, and felt it was feasible. Then you take a good rest first. And I will check it. Baizhen's inspection was very detailed. He carefully touched the water, and picked out the slightly angular stones. The surrounding weeds were cut cleanly, and the slightly suspicious holes were blocked. He also built a small swimming pool for Hua Mu with stones. And the water was much deeper. Seeing her quick hands and feet, working hard with all her heart, Hua Mu's dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. She knew that this century was dull, honest and boring. Although she had just called her a pervert last night, she didn't really think she had such dirty thoughts. Of course, sometimes people with honest minds do things that are more shameful. Baizhen checked it carefully at last, and only returned to Hua Mu after confirming that there was no problem. The stream water was still abundant today, and the muddy water soon became clear. Hua Mu looked carefully at the small swimming pool that looked like a real swimming pool. For the first time, she felt that this silly big guy was quite considerate. Miss Baizhen, who had been carrying her for the whole morning without taking a breath, actually had some sweat on her forehead. Hua Mu saw that she seemed a little tired, and was quite puzzled. Are you tired? Baizhen shook her head quickly. Hua Mu didn't believe that she would be tired after doing such a small thing, and didn't take it to heart. Okay, turn around. Don't look at it. Otherwise I will never talk to you again. Even Hua Mu herself thought the threat was ridiculous, but it seemed to be very intimidating to Baizhen, who nodded and agreed. Seeing her honest face, Hua Mu finally stopped hesitating and stepped into the water barefoot. Baizhen had his back to her and finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the sentinels, physical exertion was secondary. Only by removing the barrier and mobilizing the five senses would they quickly feel tired. She had been on high alert for the past 2 days, and just now she had mobilized all her senses to feel the surrounding situation. At this time, she had already felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the eldest lady did not notice it. Baizhen carefully took out the small white tablet from his pocket and ate it. But he couldn't help feeling a little worried. During non-mission periods, a plate of 24 small white tablets can last at least a year. But during missions, sentinels often carry at least 2 plates in case of emergency. She last ate 7 days ago, but most of the consumption was caused in the past 2 days. If she continued to consume at this rate, she was worried that the remaining small white tablets would not last too long. Hua Mu was completely unaware of Baizhen's concerns. After confirming that she was standing obediently, she began to take off her dress. There were naturally no spare clothes, so she had to take off her dress and underwear first, wash them, and hang them out to dry. But the young lady had never washed clothes by herself. After rinsing them twice in the water, she didn't know what to do. Of course, even if she knew how to do it, there was no detergent for her to use. But she couldn't ask Baizhen for help, so she had to throw her dress and underwear on the rocks beside her to dry. There are many natural-minded young ladies among the nobles. Occasionally, they go camping in private venues. The bold ones will swim naked in the water. Hua Mu is not one of them. At this time, she usually just looks. But today she really couldn't care less about all that. Shame was put behind hygiene. Of course, the main reason was that she knew there was no one here except Baizhen. The well-organized plants built a natural barrier, and Hua Mu felt more secure under the shadow. The smooth stones at the bottom of the stream didn't hurt her feet, but Hua Mu still didn't dare to sit down. She just squatted slowly and immersed her body in the water. Although there was neither shampoo nor shower gel, Hua Mu still sighed with satisfaction. She had never gone so long without a bath. Her originally smooth and shiny platinum hair became tangled due to the seawater soaking. Hua Mu washed and groomed it carefully, and finally washed off some of the salt stains. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't straighten her hair. In the end, she could only gather it into a bunch and twist it behind her head with a branch. This was the method taught to her by her natural-minded best friend. Compared to hair, washing the body was not that difficult. Hua Mu didn't care whether she washed it clean or not. She just scrubbed her body as carefully as possible, until her skin turned red. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming mottled spots of light. Her half-wet platinum hair was particularly eye-catching against the light spots. In the forest, besides the sounds of nature, there was only the sound of Hua Mu taking a bath. But soon, there was a slight turbulence in the wind. Suddenly, Baizhen turned around and rushed into the water. from pulling out the dagger to shooting down the seabird swooping down from the sky. The action was done in one go, and it only took a short moment. Hua Mu didn't even have time to scream before she was tightly held in her arms. Although Baizhen had learned some knowledge and skills of survival in the wild, she was not a zoologist after all, and she did not recognize the species of the seabird at first. She acted quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, and the seabird was killed and fell into the water, and the blood instantly dyed the stream red. Hua Mu finally screamed. Baizhen helped her up, and hurriedly wanted to check on her condition. "Miss, are you okay?" Hua Mu was originally hugged tightly by her, and could not move. But now she was free again, and her small fists rained down on Baizhen's chest. "You rascal. Pervert." Unfortunately, she was too weak, and the blows landed on her plump chest, as if they were falling on cotton. Baizhen didn't dare to hide, and there was really no need to hide. She was still worried about whether she was injured when she was beaten by the young lady. Miss, you are not injured, right? Close your eyes. Get out." "Ah!" Hua Mu was anxious and embarrassed, and wanted to push Baizhen away. But when she looked down, she saw that the stream water under her feet was dyed red, and she jumped on Baizhen in fear. "What is it? What is it?" It happened suddenly, and she had no idea what happened. She glanced and saw a pool of blood under her feet. She couldn't suppress her fear at all. The last time she lost her composure was when she was assassinated, and Baizhen was seriously injured to protect her. "It's okay, miss. It's just a seabird. It's no longer a threat." Baizhen was afraid that Hua Mu would fall, so he quickly hugged her body and comforted her. "It's dead. Look." Hua Mu didn't want to see it. She has been a pescatarian since she was 14. She doesn't eat poultry or livestock except seafood and vegetarian food. And she doesn't want to see their corpses. "No. Take me away. Take me to the shore." She didn't care that she was naked, and what kind of shameful posture she was in with Baizhen. She just wanted to leave this pool of red water as soon as possible. She had finally washed it clean. Chapter 10. Not delicate at all. Hua Mu could tolerate a small amount of blood, but she couldn't accept such an exaggerated scene. She was not a pescatarian, until she was taken to eat a freshly slaughtered lamb embryo meal by a prince from a certain country. She was left with a deep psychological trauma, and could no longer eat animal meat. Later, she could not even accept poultry meat. The scene of killing pregnant ewes alive was too cruel, causing her to think of the scene every time she saw red meat. Hua Mu never thought that she had much love for small animals, and even secretly thought that some members of the Animal Protection Association in the circle were too extreme. But she still became a pescatarian. The seabird that was killed by the current was stuck in the cracks of the rocks, and there was no sign of life at all. Baizhen looked up vigilantly, and was slightly relieved when he was sure that there was no other threat. "Miss, are you okay?" Hua Mu almost hung on Baizhen, and hugged her neck tightly without any shame, looking frightened. "Don't talk to me." She felt sick and hairy when she thought about standing in the blood for a long time. Baizhen didn't dare to say anything more. Seeing that Hua Mu didn't have any other instructions, she could only hold her and stand quietly. It took Hua Mu a long time to feel better. Then she realized her embarrassing situation. She had been hanging naked on Baizhen for so long, and this posture, it was too disgusting to look at. Baizhen finally heard Hua Mu speak, and was delighted. "Miss, close your eyes." Hua Mu's words were quite strong on the outside, and she was extremely nervous in her heart. She was naked now, and getting off Baizhen might be worse than hanging on him. Baizhen knew Hua Mu didn't like sentries, but she didn't quite understand why she was always so defensive against a woman like her. Fortunately, she didn't need to explore this further, as obeying orders was a soldier's nature. "Is it closed?" Hua Mu lay on her shoulder, not daring to look at her, and asked in a tiger voice. "It's closed." "Then put me down now, and don't touch me." Baizhen was really not sure where the limit of touching was, so he could only be as careful as possible to put Hua Mu down. The tall sentry and the petite noble girl, with their long and strong hands and slender and soft waist, looked extremely harmonious at first glance. Hua Mu was carefully pinched by her waist and dropped to the ground. She felt her legs go weak. Her originally fair skin turned red, and she felt inexplicably ashamed. "Don't open your eyes." She hurriedly took the coat beside the white pillow and put it on while instructing. And after carefully checking to make sure there was no sudden exposure, she said, Okay. Open your eyes. Go get rid of the seabird. And then help me get my skirt. No need. I'll get the clothes myself. Hua-mu didn't want to get close to the water. But then she thought about the fact that she had not only skirts hanging on the wall, but also underwear. So she quickly changed her mind. Baizhen had remembered that the young lady didn't eat meat from poultry and livestock. And she also recalled that she often heard from the young lady's personal maid Alma that the young lady couldn't bear to see these things. When she thought of this, she immediately felt extremely regretful and ashamed, and she didn't dare to look directly at Hua-mu. She quickly picked up the dead seabird and threw it into the bushes opposite. Hua-mu was stunned by her stupid behavior. Why did you throw it away? Baizhen knew that he must have made a mistake again just by listening to her tone, and stuttered. Don't you want to see these? She really didn't want to see these, so she asked Baizhen to deal with them quickly. Then pick it up from a distance first, wrap it with leaves, and throw away such a big bird. Are you stupid? But miss, you don't want to eat it. Hua-mu felt that the reason why Baizhen, and he always got angry when talking, was that the IQ gap between the two was too big, so the smart one would always be made to cry by the stupid one. If I don't eat it, can't you eat it? But the young lady didn't eat it. It was inappropriate for her to eat such a delicious food alone. No buts. It's already killed. Not eating it is disrespectful to life. Take it downstream and process it. Don't look here. I'll put on my clothes and we'll go back. This was an order. Baizhen didn't dare to disobey. Hua-mu watched her pick up the seabird and run to process it not far downstream. She quickly put on her wet dress. The stream water became clear again. Hua-mu washed her feet a little upstream. Baizhen had also returned. The slightly processed seabird corpse was wrapped in a large banana leaf by her, and tied with flexible vines, which saved Hua-mu from discomfort. Baizhen carried Hua-mu on his back again on the way back, because they didn't have to take a detour. And it only took them half an hour. The beach was still the same beach, and the SOS sign made of black stones yesterday was half washed away by the high tide. The fire in the distance for raising smoke had not yet been extinguished, and the shells left by the two were scattered next to the temporary stove. Hua-mu looked at the empty sea, and a little confusion flashed through her mind. It was only the second day, but she felt that she had already passed the most difficult moments in her life. Because of Hua-mu's delay, it was already past noon, and the sun was getting hotter. Hua-mu rested under the short coconut tree, while Baizhen went fishing. After a day of adaptation, Hua-mu felt a little less afraid of being alone. In addition, she also had things to do, so she quickly sent Baizhen into the water to catch lunch for her. After seeing Baizhen wrapping seabirds with banana leaves, Hua-mu had an idea. On the way back, she asked her to help pick a lot of large leaves. Now she had to verify them one by one. After all, there was only one handkerchief, and she had bigger problems to solve. The leaves were confirmed to be non-toxic by Baizhen. What Hua-mu needed to test was their practicality. Too smooth, too rough, and too brittle. Hua-mu rubbed them with her hands, and rubbed them on her skin. Her arms were rubbed red before she finally picked out one that she was slightly satisfied with. People have survived, and they can't be driven to death by shame. After crossing one hurdle, the next one seems to be less difficult. Baizhen seems to have found some fishing skills, and it took her much less time today than yesterday. Hua-mu saw her holding two fish in her hands, and her stomach growled. Baizhen processed the fish at the beach, and returned to the fire to insert the clean branches, and it seemed that she was going to roast them. Hua-mu thought it was too hot next to the fire, and refused to get close. But after recognizing the two fish, she couldn't help but start to saliva in her mouth. Baizhen, is this a spotted snapper? Baizhen skewered the fish and stuck it next to the fire, looking in a good mood. It should be a fish of the order Perciformes. I don't know exactly what kind it is. Baizhen didn't know, but Hua-mu knew it very well. Wild spotted snappers are already very rare, and there is a quota for the number of catches each year, and even royal family members like them don't often get to eat slightly better quality ones. Hua-mu couldn't eat poultry and livestock meat, so she was more obsessed with seafood. Although she had never cooked it herself, she knew exactly how to cook different seafood. The snapper can be steamed, stewed, or braised, but it would be a waste of food to just roast it by the fire. Miss, what's wrong? Don't you like this? Baizhen saw that she seemed to be staring at the fish in a daze, and said with some concern, Then I'll go catch another fish? Hua-mu tried her best to suppress her heartache, and said with a glance, It's okay. Just this. Don't roast it too much. If there is a little seasoning, it will definitely not be too bad even if it is roasted. But Hua-mu knew from yesterday's shellfish that no matter how delicious the seafood is, it will be a nightmare if it is too raw. Even sashimi needs seasoning. Hua-mu looked at the crumpled leaves beside her and felt disheartened. She had fallen to this point. What else could she ask for? Miss, would you like some coconut milk? Hua-mu shook her head in boredom. No. By the way, where is your bird? Although she helped carry the things back, she didn't pay attention to them after throwing them to Baizhen. Now she realized that the green bag was gone. I'd buried it under the fire. Oh. Hua-mu was not interested in her cooking method and changed the subject. When you go to get water this afternoon, bring back some of these leaves and look for other things that can be used. She has always been in a superior position, and after sorting out some clues, she habitually began to give orders. Oh. By the way, find some hay for me to cushion, it's so uncomfortable. And, she said whatever she thought of, and Baizhen wrote it down one by one. The fish was grilled first. The fire they used to grill things didn't use wet wood like the smoke-generating fire, but it wasn't charcoal after all. These two fish were more smoked than grilled. Hua-mu had eaten smoked food before, and of course, the smoked food was delicious. But these woods didn't have any unique aroma, and the snapper was definitely not suitable for cooking in this way. Although it wasn't particularly unpalatable, it was a waste anyway. Hua-mu cried as she ate the fish meat, which had almost no taste, was even more unpalatable than shellfish. Although seawater is salty, it is rich in more than just sodium chloride, but also in many other salts and boric acid in molecular form. It tastes bitter and astringent, and cannot be used directly as a seasoning. Hua-mu ate one with difficulty, and couldn't eat any more. So he asked Baizhen to finish the remaining one. Baizhen naturally had no objection, and dug out the seabird that had been buried under the fire. Hua-mu couldn't help but frown when he saw the black mass. Baizhen used a dagger to knock open the hard and hot mud shell on the outside, and the originally green banana leaves inside had been completely changed due to the high heat. But the leaves were intact, and they exuded a fragrance, which was not as bad as it looked. Hua-mu smelled the fragrance, and her discomfort turned into curiosity. But she was not yet curious, and the strong smell of mutton emitted after Baizhen opened the banana leaves made her retreat. This was even more terrible than her grilled fish. How could a sentinel with 5 keen senses eat it? Chapter 11. Not delicate at all. Sentinels often cannot eat properly when they are on duty, so they are equipped with high-calorie military rations. However, Baizhen no longer performs military tasks after becoming Hua-mu's sentinel, so she does not carry military rations with her. She has not eaten properly for 2 days, and judging from her body's reaction, she is already starving. The seabird is the size of a teal, weighing about 3 or 4 pounds, and Baizhen stripped it of its skin because there was no hot water to remove its feathers. She cleaned it fairly well, but the waterfowl meat would inevitably have a fishy smell if it was not treated with spices. Not to mention that she wrapped it up and buried it in the fire. Hua-mu watched Baizhen tear off a wing and start eating it without any hesitation. Suddenly, she felt less uncomfortable with red meat, because she was more worried about her sentinel's sense of taste and smell. Baizhen ate very quickly, but he couldn't be said to be wolfing it down. The meat disappeared in a moment, which was simply magical. Miss, do you have any instructions? Eating is naturally not as urgent as the needs of the young lady. Baizhen immediately put down the bones in his hand and sat upright waiting for Hua-mu's order. Hua-mu covered her mouth and nose and asked in a muffled voice, "Is the taste okay?" Baizhen could not help but smell the pungent smell, but for her, the food was enough to fill her stomach in this situation. Yes, did it smell bad to you? Hua-mu was of course smelled bad. But she was just smelled bad. Baizhen ate it. I used to think you were not picky about food, but this? Is it to the extent that you will get a stomachache after eating it? Aren't you good at identifying plants? Can't you look for spices or something? I don't recognize these very well. Since Baizhen doesn't pay attention to taste, why would she care about these things? She has no problem making cooked food, but when it comes to cooking, she is worse than Hua-mu. Hua-mu suddenly felt that she had made a comeback. She knew a lot of spices, herbs. Noble girls had many ways to pass the time. Holding reading salons, tea parties were the most common and unoriginal. The most popular thing recently was making perfume and brewing fruit wine. Hua-mu also participated in a lot of them. Well, if you really don't understand, it's not that I can't teach you. How dare Baizhen trouble her? He quickly refused. No need. Miss, I'm fine. Hua-mu glared very angry. If you don't need it, then don't. Who is willing to teach you? Baizhen didn't know what he had done to make her angry, and was uneasy for a moment. Hua-mu felt bored, and was sulking alone, and ignored her. Baizhen didn't dare to ask, and had to finish the food silently. Mid-afternoon was the hottest time, and even though Hua-mu had been staying under the shade of the tree, she still felt a little unbearable. The woods should be much more comfortable than here. But even she knew that if she left here for a long time, she would probably miss the rescue boat. Baizhen searched for a long time near the shallow sea, and picked up some useful things. It was not only them who followed the ocean current yesterday, but also some wreckage of the yacht. This yacht was a birthday gift from the Grand Duke to his daughter. It combines the latest power system with a retro sailboat appearance. The hull is sturdy, and comes with solar power supply and freshwater circulation devices. If it takes the normal route, no one would doubt that it can cross half the planet. But even a giant cruise ship cannot avoid the storms in the Hainan's strange circle. So they did not survive. When Baizhen came back carrying the broken mast and the canvas on it, Hua-mu almost cried. Her beloved boat, Whisper, had only been in her hands for a few months, worth half a year's pocket money, and she hadn't had time to show it off to her friends. Now there was only a broken mast and canvas left. Miss, look what I found. After Baizhen came back with the water and leaves, he spent almost half the afternoon soaking in the water. Not only that, he had also brought back a bunch of scrap copper and iron before, and every time he showed it to her like a treasure. Although the shipping routes of various countries will consciously avoid the marine disaster circle, there are actually frequent human activities in the marginal areas here. Especially adventurers, well-known self-media and social networking site celebrities love to explore here, hunt for curiosities, or shoot videos, and there are also many rich kids like Hua-mu who come here for vacation. There are human activities around, plus many ships have been wrecked nearby, and the influence of global ocean currents. The island may be sparsely populated, but there are many traces of humans. Baizhen picked up 4 or 5 plastic bottles. Isn't it just a broken mast? Hua-mu was very disdainful. It was better than the broken slipper she just found. At least one of her feet wouldn't have to be bare anymore. Miss, it's canvas. We can build a canopy. Baizhen obviously thought further than her in some aspects. Hua-mu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a little flustered, because it was only the second day. After overcoming those shameful difficulties, she gradually felt less bad. Somewhere in her heart, she still thought that she would be able to go back soon. So she didn't even consider the problem of rain. But if we really prepare for the month as Baizhen said, how can we avoid rain? In other words, if it doesn't rain for a month, that would be really bad. Oh, then you go ahead. Don't go into the water again. It's getting dark. Hua-mu realized that her current mentality was very wrong. She knew her own situation and understood that she should think more at this time. But there was an emotion that prevented her from thinking deeply. In this situation, it was not too much to prepare for the worst. But she had to work hard to forget those negative thoughts. She didn't think about the possibility that her father didn't even notice that she was missing. She didn't think about how long she would stay on the island. And she didn't think about the possibility that Baizhen would betray her. She didn't want her spirit to be unable to bear it before her body could bear it. Baizhen buried the broken mast in the soil near the rock wall, and soon put up a canvas between the rock wall, the coconut tree and the mast. The yacht was designed with multiple canvases, and Baizhen only dragged back a smaller piece of it, with an area of less than 2 square meters. But this little shelter did bring some peace of mind to Hua-mu. At least it would be better when it rained. Baizhen built a temporary shelter in the afternoon, made a simple bed for Hua-mu with hay, fetched 4 coconut shells and 5 bottles of mineral water, and washed the leaves Hua-mu asked her to collect and brought them back. Hua-mu, apart from taking a nap, feeling sad, and struggling to go to the toilet again, spent the rest of her time washing the mineral water bottles. Soon, the second night of the 2 on the deserted island arrived. Dinner was still fish and shellfish, with a little coconut fruit, which was not too bad, but not very delicious either. Hua-mu clearly knew that a little bit of salt would make it much more palatable, but she didn't want to spend any time on it. Although she despised the roughness of the white pillow at noon, she thought about herself the same way. Ready-made seawater certainly couldn't be used, but she knew the general method of making sea salt, and maybe she could succeed with a few more attempts. But she didn't do anything, and would rather endure the tasteless food. Because she was unwilling and didn't want to admit that she would have to stay here for a long time. Because she tried to convince herself that she could go back tomorrow. So all those efforts were in vain. So temporary endurance was acceptable. Today, Hua Mu did not feel that she had done anything. But at night, she felt even more tired than yesterday. She still lay on Baizhen's coat, with hay underneath, which was much more comfortable than last night. The fire was outside the canvas roof, and the firelight cast the shadows of the two people on the rock wall. The wind was a bit strong, and the shadows of the two people were also swaying on the rock wall. Baizhen sat by the fire with his back to Hua Mu to block the wind for her. Hua Mu looked at her back and fell asleep unconsciously with the sound of wind and waves. A week passed in a flash. Hua Mu almost got used to the bland food, the uncomfortable sleeping environment, and the way of using leaves. Even when the fresh water was getting less and less, she learned to use the minimum amount of water to wash her body. The rescue boat was still nowhere to be seen, and not even a suspicious object appeared on the sea. Baizhen briefly explored the area between the beach and the water source, but did not make any further exploration. The purpose of all her current actions, in addition to survival, was to keep the distress signal, to ensure that the rescuers could find them as quickly as possible when they came. In addition to lighting the signal smoke and placing the SOS symbol on the beach, she also wrapped red cloth at several higher places. The cloth was cut from the canvas she found later, and it was Hua Mu who came up with the idea of dyeing it with flowers. But what awaited them was not rescue, but the precarious freshwater resources. It had not rained for a week, and the stream they had found before had become smaller and smaller. Baizhen now had to go to a farther source to get water. 13 coconut shells plus the bottles that Baizhen had picked up one after another. The two of them had quite a few water storage containers. And even if the stream really dried up, they could still hold out for a while. But this is still a pessimistic situation, enough to cause great pressure on people. Hua Mu is on the verge of collapse. On the 10th day, Baizhen finally failed to get water. She knew that she had to go to other places to find water, otherwise she could only pray for rain. This matter also required Hua Mu's opinion. Baizhen hurried back to the beach, and heard Hua Mu's carnival-like shouts before she saw her. The eldest lady was always decent and elegant in front of outsiders, and never humiliated the dignity and upbringing of the royal family. This was the first time she heard the eldest lady's ecstatic voice. Miss. Baizhen was very worried about Hua Mu's recent mental state. But she was powerless. The first thing she thought of at this time was whether she could no longer bear such a life, and fell into confusion. She quickened her pace and rushed back to the beach. She saw Hua Mu half immersed in the seawater, waving her arms and shouting in the distance. We are here. We are here. Hey! See us. We are on this island. Baizhen's eyesight was one of the best among the sentinels, so she quickly understood what happened. There was a small black dot in the distance on the sea, which looked like a boat, but she knew that it was just a killer whale. Chapter 12. Isn't it fun to quarrel? Baizhen saw that Hua Mu was already half submerged in the sea water, and was still struggling towards the deep water, and her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Miss. An icy wolf-shaped phantom suddenly appeared behind Baizhen, and in an instant it possessed her body. The sentry bit her waist and ran, as fast as an arrow from a string, and it took only a few seconds to cover a distance of 100 meters. Her posture was as agile as a giant wolf, and when she jumped into the sea, she was as light as a bird, and she almost stepped on the water to reach Hua Mu. Miss, are you okay? She fell into the sea and stirred up a big wave, which almost flipped Hua Mu over. No. Don't go. Save us. We are here. Hua Mu swallowed a few mouthfuls of sea water, but didn't care about her own embarrassment at all. She still stared at the sea in the distance, waving her arms in a shaky manner to attract the attention of the ship. Miss. Baizhen was afraid that she would hurt herself, so he had to hold her tightly. That's not a rescue boat. It's a whale. A killer whale. Hua Mu seemed to not hear her words and struggled desperately. Let me go! Baizhen, help me, shout. Quickly. They are leaving. If we don't let them notice, they will leave. The once bright and beautiful noble girl is now in a very embarrassed state. The dress that was once worth a lot of money is no longer white, and the smooth platinum hair has begun to show a rough texture. Even the skin that was originally as white and smooth as milk has become much darker. More importantly, her noble girl's reserve and self-esteem had been tortured to the point of being almost gone by the 10 days of living on the deserted island. Miss, it was really a whale. Baizhen felt extremely distressed and blamed himself, but he had to tell her the cruel truth. You lied to me, you lied to me. Hua Mu had had enough of this place. Sufficient of the food that tasted the same every day. Sufficient of the hay that never got softer no matter how she lay. Sufficient of not being able to wash her body properly. Sufficient of being attacked by seabirds. Sufficient of worrying about water problems all day, and even more. Sufficient of the humiliating way of going to the toilet. She wanted to go back to a civilized society, a comfortable life, and the dignity of a noble lady. Baizhen said no more, just picked her up by the waist, and walked towards the coast step by step. No matter how Hua Mu punched and kicked her, she didn't groan. She just held her and walked back to the temporary shelter, silently enduring Hua Mu's hysteria due to being on the verge of collapse. Hua Mu scolded, cried, beat, and bit, but in the end, she really had no strength left, and could only sob softly in Baizhen's arms. Miss, don't worry, the rescuers will definitely come. This was the first time that Baizhen hugged Hua Mu so boldly. She didn't think about the boundary between master and servant, she didn't think about Hua Mu's disgust for the sentinels, and she didn't think about what would happen after she returned. She carefully and powerfully held Hua Mu in her arms, and promised solemnly, I will definitely send you back safely. Hua Mu was very tired and in pain. She didn't even care about the fact that she was too close to the sentinels. She leaned weakly in Baizhen's arms, and cried silently. Baizhen knew how much Hua Mu had suffered during this period, and also knew how sad she was at the moment. Miss, please drink some water. Hua Mu didn't know how long she had been in the sun, and shed so many tears, and now her lips were covered with a layer of white skin. Baizhen carefully fed the water to her mouth with a coconut shell, but Hua Mu turned her head away, and refused to drink. Nothing is more important than living, but what is the point of living like this for the rest of your life? Life on the deserted island has worn away Hua Mu's will. Baizhen saw that she looked like she had lost hope in life, and he was even more worried. After hesitating for a while, he finally told her what the Grand Duke had asked her to swear to keep secret. Miss, in at most 10 days. If the Grand Duke doesn't receive my scheduled contact, he will definitely come to find us. Hua Mu didn't seem to understand Baizhen's words for a while, and didn't move at all. After a while, her gray eyes gradually showed some spirit. She looked at Baizhen and asked incredulously, What do you mean? Hua Mu felt more desperate with every passing day. Her father had ignored her running away from home for 3 months. She was afraid that after missing this diplomatic banquet, her father would let her go as he had done before, and it might take several months for him to even notice that they were missing. Baizhen was relieved when she saw her reaction. The Grand Duke knew where you were, so he was relieved to let you stay away for so long. I would contact her every month to tell her about your situation. You? Are you serious? Why has it been so long? And no one has come to rescue us? Hua Mu felt that Baizhen's words made sense, and she wanted to believe her very much. But on the other hand, she was afraid that the other party was trying to comfort her. Because your whisper is so confidential, it can still sail alone on the sea for several months. And my contact time has not yet arrived. So the Grand Duke should not know that we are in trouble. But as long as I don't contact him regularly, he will definitely find out. Yes. 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 I am my father's only daughter. The Queen is my aunt, and I am the heir to the throne. I can't explain to the media that such a big person suddenly disappears. They will definitely send someone to find me. Maybe they will send Uncle Medler to save me. Didn't he get promoted to Rear Admiral before? That's right. Miss. Even though there are many unreasonable things in Baizhen's words, Hua Mu is unwilling to think about it further. Her mind was full of the fact that she would be rescued in just a dozen days. And she changed her previous listless look. Great. We can go home. She was happy at one moment, and worried at another. No. I look too undignified. There will definitely be a lot of people coming, and I can't let them see me like this, which will damage the dignity of the royal family. Baizhen liked Hua Mu like this. High above. Carefree. Not suffering from life. Like a fairy. As a member of the royal family, especially with a father who is more high profile than the Queen, Hua Mu is destined to not be an unknown person. She has been the center of attention since she was born. Because the Queen is a non-marriageist, Hua Mu, except for not having the title of princess, is treated and expected in the same way as the Queen. Baizhen still remembers the amazement when he first saw her on TV. As delicate and beautiful as a doll, the elegant and decent little girl, who was only 5 or 6 years old, followed the Queen to the throne. Unlike orphans like her, She was a dream princess who lived in the clouds, admired and gave people hope. Such a person should not experience the sufferings of the world, nor should he suffer such hardships. Miss, you are as beautiful as ever. Baizhen never dared to talk to Hua Mu like this, never dared to express his true feelings to her. Slightly different from the image of an elegant lady in front of the public, the young lady also has a willful side in private. Especially to the sentinels, to her personal guards, she has never been kind. But for Baizhen, this is nothing, and her dreams have never been shattered because of this. Because in addition to these, the closer distance also allowed her to understand Hua Mu more. She learned that even though the future heir of the empire was a bit hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, he was also a truly kind and reasonable person. Baizhen had never said it, and Hua Mu naturally had never heard her praise. She looked at Baizhen in disbelief, and then her face suddenly blushed. As beautiful as ever. Such words of praise were naturally nothing compared to the gorgeous words Hua Mu was used to hearing in the past. But this came from Baizhen's mouth, so it had a different meaning. After all, what? Hua Mu felt flustered, and realized that her current posture with Baizhen was quite indecent, so flustered that she spoke without thinking. Then, do you need to say that? Seeing that she had changed her decadent mentality and returned to her previous temperament, Baizhen finally felt relieved. Miss, do you want to drink water? Of course. She did. She cried for a long time, and was tired and thirsty. Baizhen fed the water to her mouth again, and this time Hua Mu drank it obediently. Once people have hope, their thoughts become positive. They know to start planning. And they also know to settle old scores. Tell me, when did you start tipping off my father? This is not an easy question to answer. Even if Hua Jian and Hua Mu are father and daughter, there is no possibility of them turning against each other at present. But for members of the royal family, who their close friends are loyal to, is still an extremely sensitive topic. Baizhen is naturally loyal to Hua Mu, willing to protect her with his life, and willing to devote himself to her. But Grand Duke Hua Jian and the Queen were people she couldn't disobey, especially when it came to Hua Mu's whereabouts. She couldn't hide too much. She could report as little as once a month, because Hua Jian was too busy, and because she didn't want to betray Hua Mu and deliberately shirked responsibility. You are my father's spy. Hua Mu saw her wooden face, without a single explanation, and was so angry that her liver began to ache. She struggled to get out of Baizhen's arms, and said angrily, I trusted you so much, and I only took you with me when I ran away from home. And you betrayed me like this? Baizhen was ashamed, but felt that there were still some things that needed to be corrected. I found out you ran away from home, so you took me with you. Shut up. You dare to talk back. Right? I know it. You are loyal to my father and the Queen. Baizhen couldn't refute it, so he had to kneel down after Hua Mu left his arms, hoping to get her forgiveness. The Queen and the Grand Duke are doing this for your own good. How could Hua Mu not know? The best people in the world for her, besides her dead mother, are her father and aunt. But doing it for her own good cannot be a reason for her to compromise. She can't stand her life being completely controlled by others. She can't stand her relatives interfering with her feelings in the name of doing it for her own good. And she can't stand the betrayal of people around her, especially her personal guards. Chapter 13. Isn't it fun to have a quarrel? Hua Mu was no longer depressed, but she didn't want to pay attention to Baizhen. There were still more than 10 days left, and she just wanted to plan how to spend the rest of the time. The main problem for the two of them now was the precarious fresh water supply, and Hua Mu was no longer willing to endure bland food. From the perspective of human needs alone, salts were also indispensable. She felt that her hysteria this time was simply a complete loss of reason, which was not unrelated to the lack of sufficient salt supply for a long time. Seawater can solve both problems at once. Before, because there was ready-made fresh water, the two had never thought of using distillation to extract fresh water from seawater. But now is different from the past. The two of them only have 10 L of fresh water left. On the hot island, this is sometimes only enough for one person to support a day. Baizhen can naturally look for other water sources, but what if he can't find it? Maybe he can pray for rain, but what if the weather is not good? Hua Mu felt that he was unlucky enough, so he didn't want to pin his hopes on such an illusory probability. Boiling seawater can not only separate fresh water, but also obtain sea salt relatively quickly. No matter how you think about it, it is the simplest and most direct method. The problem is that the two of them currently do not have a suitable container. Baizhen picked up a lot of ship wreckage one after another. Some made of fiberglass, some made of metal, and some made of wood. These things were piled up on the beach, and the two of them did not have time to check them carefully. Hua Mu was not interested in the scrap metal, and only wanted to go back. Baizhen picked some metal plates and set them around the shelter to block the wind and protect it. Hua Mu was still being upset. She didn't tell Baizhen about her ideas. She went to the pile of scrap copper and iron to look for something. Baizhen saw that she ran there without even wearing slippers, and followed her nervously with two slippers in his hands. One of Hua Mu's slippers was picked up, and the other was made by Baizhen with palm and banana coconut, which needed to be repaired from time to time. "Miss, what are you looking for? I'll help you find it." Baizhen was very afraid that her delicate skin would be scratched by the metal, so he followed her closely. Hua Mu ignored her, looked at the crooked pile of garbage for a while, and then began to pick and choose. Baizhen was so scared when he saw her struggling to move and extract these sharp metals that he didn't care whether he was offended or not, and quickly grabbed her hand. "Miss, what are you looking for? I'll help you find it. Most of these metals come from ships, and the cracks are very sharp. Please be careful." Hua Mu was angry with her, and didn't want to take the initiative to assign her. But after moving two steel plates, she felt her hands hurt. Between being angry and suffering and compromising and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, she finally chose the latter. "I want to find a container to boil water." She stiffened her neck, looking bossy, but Baizhen was happy that she was finally willing to talk to him. "Okay, I'll help you find it. Put on your shoes and take a rest." Although the sentry's expression was not rich, his tone was full of concern and care. Hua Mu's heart softened for a moment, and he suddenly remembered that she could follow him loyally, protect him without risking her life, and even show concern for him, all because of the orders of her father and the queen. And his face immediately became colder. "No, I'll just watch here." Baizhen didn't dare to disobey her, so he had to squat down to help her put on her shoes. Hua Mu hesitated for a while, and finally raised her feet. After all, the beach was quite hot. If it was easy for the wooden hull to drift to the island, then the metal and fiberglass ships were likely to have had accidents nearby. The storm may have brought the unsunk ships to the vicinity of the island, but it is unknown whether they were torn into pieces or smashed on the island. Baizhen didn't dare to explore too far into the open sea, and found it difficult to break through the ocean currents near the island and swim outward. So these things were found in the coastal zone near the island, where the depth was less than 5 meters. She tried to bring back everything she could, and it took a lot of effort. She had a clearer impression than Hua Mu. She remembered that there seemed to be a few containers similar to pots, but they didn't look very durable. The metal plates of the hull were painted, electroplated or phosphate to prevent corrosion from seawater, and were not suitable for cooking anyway. But metal tableware has been soaked in seawater for a long time, and the degree of corrosion is higher. Baizhen collected several containers, and only 2 of them looked barely intact. One of them was a black iron pot with a diameter of nearly 80 centimeters, and the other was a soup bucket nearly half a meter high. They both looked like utensils for a small canteen. Although the 2 containers looked intact, they were corroded to a great extent, and the surface had long been attached by various marine organisms. Hua Mu looked at the bulges formed by barnacles and other shellfish on it, and felt creepy, and his scalp tingled. But the things still looked usable. Just get rid of these things. This glorious and arduous task was naturally given to Baizhen, while Hua Mu, she was trying her best to forget those disgusting images. Wash these 2 pots, and then fill them with seawater and bring them back. Wash them clean. Baizhen also realized what Hua Mu wanted to do at this time, and was very willing to work hard. "Okay, miss." The 2 pots were not small. She took one in each hand, and effortlessly lifted them to the beach to wash. The attachment and secretions of shellfish are difficult to remove, and with the corrosion of seawater, the 2 pots cannot withstand too harsh treatment. Baizhen first used a dagger to remove the attached shells, then used reef rocks to grind off most of the secretions, and finally used fine sand to wash for a long time. And the 2 pots looked a little better. However, no matter how clean they were, the colorful colors could not be saved. Hua Mu asked her to rework several times, and finally compromised. If she continued to grind, the bottom might be worn out. Anyway, she was not going to drink what they cooked. If washing the pot was easy, then it would take much more energy and time to build the distillation system that Hua Mu wanted than she expected. When Baizhen had set up the stove and was ready to put the 2 pots on the shelf, they suddenly realized that they had not considered the method of collecting water vapor. It was already mid-afternoon, and they had spent too much time on this matter, and they didn't even have time to eat at noon. Even Baijin, who was physically strong, showed obvious fatigue at this time. Miss, I'll go see if there's anything I can use. I remember there was glass on a sunken ship nearby. Hua Mu saw that her lips were pale, and her face was not very good. The previous bit of energy had long disappeared. Don't worry. She knew that Baijin was so active probably to please her. But after calming down and thinking about it, she felt that she was being unreasonable. What else could she do if she didn't obey her aunt and father's orders? And from the results, it was because of her regular contact that the two of them were rescued earlier. This can't be rushed. Drink some water first. Take a rest. And then prepare to eat. Hua Mu's sudden gentle attitude made Baijin flattered. No. Miss. I'm not tired. Are you hungry? I'll go catch some fish now. Isn't that tiring? What are you trying to do? Baijin's skin, which was not fair to begin with, has become darker after being baptized by the sun and sea breeze. She was sweating all over, and the muscle lines on her exposed skin seemed to glow in the sun. But her lips were so obviously pale. This is an order. You should come with me to rest in the shade for a while. Drink some water, you must drink it. And then go pick up some mussels. I don't want to eat fish for the time being. Baijin has been catching fish these days, and the fish nearby seem to have learned to be smart. Anyway, Hua Mu feels that she is spending more and more time, and doesn't want her to take risks at this time. If something happens, she won't survive more than 10 days alone. Baijin knew that she was concerned about him, and his heart was moved beyond words. He held back his sobs and said, Yes, miss. The two returned to the shelter made of canvas. It was shaded by coconut trees and covered with banana leaves that Baijin had collected these days. So it was much cooler than outside. Hua Mu forced Baijin to drink some water, and then threatened and tricked her into closing her eyes to rest. Baijin had no choice but to close her eyes obediently. The sentry also sat upright when resting. But after a while, Hua Mu found something wrong. The super vigilant sentry actually fell asleep like this. Hua Mu suddenly realized that it was not only herself who had reached the limit, but also Baijin's body. In her memory, Baijin had never even lain down in the past 10 days. Every time she made any movement, the other party would always ask her in time. Baijin took care of all the big and small jobs, and often carried her on his back. He was the biggest consumer, but he refused to drink a single sip when he found that there was not enough water. Except for the seabird he ate the next day. He ate less than a young lady like her, a sentinel who consumed so much energy. How could that little seafood replenish it? She needed meat. Hua Mu felt that she was not the only one who knew this, and Baijin must have understood it too. Various signs showed that there were other animals on the island. At the very least, the seabirds flying in groups in the sky that day, which were very interested in her golden hair, were also a good source of food. But Baijin never hunted them again after that day. And Hua Mu didn't think that Baijin couldn't do it. The only possibility was that Baijin was worried about her. If this continued, Baijin might be the one who couldn't survive the rescue. What a troublesome guy. Hua Mu figured out the twists and turns, and then looked at Baijin's face, which was rarely guarded, and her self-talk contained a sense of gnashing teeth. You're going to die. Are you going to let me solve the food problem by myself? Baijin naturally couldn't hear it. She had consumed 3 small white pills in the past 10 days. But sleep could not be made up by small white pills alone. Her mind and body had reached their limits, and she was even more exhausted after using the spirit body today. After gaining Hua Mu's forgiveness, she also relaxed and finally slept for the first time on the island after the disaster. Chapter 14: The Energetic Young Lady. Baijin was startled when she woke up. After a short rest, her alertness, which had been crushed by sleepiness, came back online. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to confirm Hua Mu's safety. Hua Mu was not beside her. Young lady. Baijin quickly stood up, while expanding the range of the barrier, while shouting loudly for Hua Mu. Fortunately, she soon found the other party's location. It was already late, and the sea water was high tide. Hua Mu held up her skirt with one hand, and held a half-empty plastic basin with the other hand, and waded back to the shore. Miss. Baijin saw that she had just returned from the sea, and her skirt was almost soaked. He felt nervous, and ran to her side, and asked nervously, What did you do? Are you hurt? Baijin was a little anxious, and couldn't help but speak louder. Hua Mu stuffed the plastic basin into her hands unhappily. What are you doing? You are so fierce. I just went to find something to eat. In the plastic basin that was cracked and whitened by the sun, there was a dagger and some shells. No matter how slow Baizhen was, he should know what she had done. Yes. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I don't know why I fell asleep. You can wake me up when you're hungry. Hua Mu leaned forward and said disdainfully, I don't know why. Isn't it because I can't sleep? What are you trying to do? You think you're a robot. Baizhen felt extremely ashamed and wanted to support her, but was afraid of overstepping the boundaries. So he followed her and explained helplessly, I'm fine. You don't have to worry. Hua Mu's eyebrows were raised, and he said angrily, Who's worried about you? I didn't call you because I can find food by myself. Don't think I can't live without you. The insidious little girl is sweet-mouthed, but has a sharp heart. Only fairies like Miss would have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Baizhen always thought that Hua Mu's anger and beatings were her way of caring for people. Even when it came to sentries she disliked, she was still considerate and caring. Of course, this point could not be exposed, as the young lady would be shy. Baizhen was deeply moved and stopped arguing with Hua Mu. He only worriedly asked, Young lady, is your foot injured? Can I carry you back? Hua Mu was indeed injured. She slipped while collecting shells at Jiuyan, and had several cuts on her body. She was in so much pain that she cried. It was too embarrassing to say it out loud, so she had to endure it. She was a daughter of the Duke's family. How could she not even pick a few shells? It's just a minor injury. On ordinary days, even if Hua Mu just coughed, the Duke's mansion would tremble. Even if it's a minor injury, it will get infected if not treated properly. Let me take a look for you. Hua Mu now knew that she would be able to go back soon, but it was a pity for her life. She nodded half-heartedly. Okay then. The potion that Baizhen brought was used up by Hua Mu on the first day, and she had no other medicine for external injuries at this time. However, identifying wild herbs is one of the courses that sentinels must take. When she encounters herbs while exploring the island, she will silently note the location. Hua Mu is just the age of a flower, and she has been pampered since childhood, so her skin is as smooth as tofu, and any injuries on it will be very shocking. She fell hard this time, and her right foot, calf, part of the thigh, elbow, and arm all have scratches of varying degrees. When Baizhen saw this, his eyes were red. Although Hua Mu was also injured when the two of them were in trouble, it was different from this. At that time, the lives of the two were up to fate. She had made her best efforts, and she was lucky to be alive. Now Hua Mu was injured, and it was entirely because of her negligence. She actually fell asleep without any defense. Miss, Hua Mu endured the shame, and was examined by Baizhen for a long time. She felt that the places she touched and saw were not only painful, but also itchy. She said she was checking the wound. But why did she lift her skirt while checking? What are you going to do? Hua Mu nervously pressed the hem of her skirt. Baizhen endured the pain and sobs, and said in a hoarse voice, I want to see if you have any other injuries. What the hell? Hua Mu endured the pain and stepped on Baizhen's face. She had wanted to do that for a long time. No, there are only these. Why don't you deal with it for me? Baizhen didn't know what she had done wrong again, but it was not unpleasant to be stepped on the face by the eldest lady. She covered her face and stammered, Yes, I'm sorry. I'll go find some herbs and come back soon. Please wait a moment. Hua Mu saw that she was moving quite quickly, and her face looked much better. Her worries were also relieved. After all, she still had to rely on the sentinels, compared to when she was stranded on the island. Hua Mu can now be alone for a while more calmly. The sea at night is a completely different scene from that during the day. It seems to be more vast and deep, mysterious and unpredictable. Hua Mu never dared to look directly at it for too long, fearing that it would make her fall into deeper despair. But tonight is different. The new moon has become a full moon, and the moonlight is even slightly red, reflecting on the sea, which is quite charming. If she were with those noble ladies, she would feel that she would have the leisure to write a poem. Alas, Hua Mu sighed softly. Baizhen came back quickly, holding a few plants in his hands. Hua Mu guessed that this was probably some kind of herb, and he was quite willing to ask questions. What is this? Those plants looked like the most common weeds, with oval leaves and round teeth around the leaves. Baizhen seemed to have picked them specially, and several plants were in bloom, with clusters of purple pseudospikes that were very full. This is patchouli, which can stop bleeding and detoxify. Stopping bleeding and detoxifying is very useful in the current situation. Hua-Mu immediately showed his humble and eager to learn side, asked for a plant, and examined it carefully in his hands. Baizhen picked the inflorescence and placed it on top of Hua-Mu's wound, gently brushed off the pollen, then crushed the leaves and gently pressed them on the wound. Is patchouli the one you eat when you have a heat stroke? Can it stop bleeding? Although Baizhen tried to move as lightly as possible, the pain was still unavoidable. Hua-Mu felt like crying in pain, but she didn't want Baizhen to see her weak side again, so she quickly found a topic to divert attention. After all, she had been embarrassed enough today, and she must not be more embarrassed. Baizhen just thought Hua-Mu was curious, and while lowering his head and concentrating on applying medicine to her, he casually explained, "Patchouli is used for heat stroke, and the two have different functions." "Oh, you know a lot. Are there any other herbs besides this island? In just a dozen days, someone will come to rescue them. But who knows what accidents will happen in a place like this?" Hua-Mu thinks it's good to learn more. After all, when people are unlucky, they can mistake whales for ships. If you are interested, I can bring some back for you. Hua-Mu really thought Baizhen was stupid. How could she be interested in herbs? Isn't it because of life? You don't have to go out of your way. When you go to find water, just pick some and bring them back. Ouch, be gentle. Hua-Mu couldn't help it after all, and when Baizhen pressed the herbs on her calves, she cried out coquettishly. Baizhen immediately eased the pressure, but had to remind her, "Miss, some of the herbs are hard to apply. The crushed leaves were not moist enough, and she couldn't apply them after a long time." "You are so stupid, can't you chew it?" Just now she said she knew a lot. This method even she knew. How could she be so stupid? "But are you okay?" Baizhen was afraid that Hua-Mu would dislike her if she chewed it. Hua-Mu felt that sooner or later she would be pissed off by this sentry. He had already done artificial respiration. Does he still dislike her saliva on his skin? "If you keep talking nonsense, I will kick you." Although Baizhen didn't think being kicked by the eldest lady was a threat, she still shut up obediently. After applying the herbs, Baizhen processed the shellfish a little, cooked them over charcoal, and fed them to Hua-Mu. These shellfish were attached to the cracks between the rocks. It sounds easy to pick them up, but it is actually very laborious. Hua-Mu was naturally not as good as Baizhen. After 2 hours of hard work, she only picked up less than 1/3 of what she usually gets. Not to mention Baizhen. Even she herself couldn't eat enough. But when Baizhen wanted to feed her all the food, Hua-Mu still refused righteously. "I'm a little tired of it. You can eat the rest." Baizhen immediately became worried. "Miss, are you tired of eating? Do you want to eat anything else? I'll go see if there are any lobsters nearby tomorrow. Or do you want to eat octopus?" From the experience of these days, both lobsters and octopus are hard to come by. If Baizhen really goes to look for them, I don't know how much time it will take. The longer Hua-Mu stays with her, the more he feels that this sentinel is unreliable and has no idea of priorities. "We are almost out of water. Why are we still eating lobsters and octopuses? I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat. I want to eat meat." When you find water, catch something, like the seabirds like last time. But you don't want to eat? Hua-Mu slapped her head angrily. "I want to eat now. Can I?" "Of course you can." Okay. I'll catch a seabird tomorrow." "Well, bring it back after you've processed it. I also need banana leaves and some spices. See if you have any plants like ginger, fennel, calamus or thyme." "Oh, forget it. I'll go with you." "But you were injured today." "Don't say it." She was miserable and embarrassed enough today, and she was still hoping to regain her face tomorrow. No objections. Yes. Luckily, Baizhen is obedient enough. Except for not being flexible on some issues related to her safety, she is well behaved at other times. Hua-Mu counted the remaining water for the two of them before going to bed. There is probably less than 7L left. Even if the distillation device can be completed tomorrow, the fresh water produced by it alone is far from enough to support the two of them for more than 10 days. Baizhen's main task after that is still to find a water source, and she will start to think about how to get fresh water in other ways. It doesn't matter how difficult it is now, as long as they can survive these 10 days, they can go back. Chapter 15. The young lady full of enthusiasm. Baizhen has not yet explored the entire island. After solving the problem of survival, she tried to limit her activities as much as possible, and has not yet walked out of the 6 kilometers away from the coast. But even if she has not fully explored it, she has realized that the area of this island is definitely not small. Hua-Mu owns 3 islands, the largest of which is 35 acres, which is already a top private island. But this island is at least 100 square kilometers. If it is not within the scope of the marine disaster circle, it is impossible that there is no trace of human involvement. This is why Baizhen didn't dare to explore too much. The smaller the island, the simpler the ecosystem, and the larger it is, the greater its independence and stability. Although an island of 100 square kilometers is not enough to support any large carnivores, Baizhen still doesn't dare to take risks. A closed environment is likely to create specialized creatures, and if some of these creatures contain toxins, they are more difficult to deal with than any large carnivores. But now it has come to the time when she has to explore the island more deeply. The freshwater for the two of them is indeed at risk. The coast where Hua Mu and Baizhen landed was located in the south of the island. The coastline was not long, only a few meters, and was blocked by cliffs on both sides. One of the principles of waiting for rescue is not to be too far away from the place of distress. In addition, the coast has a simple environment, a wide field of vision, and it is relatively easy to get food. It is a good place for two people who have just drifted to an unfamiliar environment. Baizhen settled down here. The next day, Hua Mu woke up very early. Baizhen had been waiting by the side for a long time. Seeing that she was still sleepy, he hurriedly handed her a bottle of water. Hua Mu hadn't brushed her teeth for more than 10 days. She could only keep her mouth clean by picking her teeth and rinsing her mouth every day. This was unimaginable to her in the past. But now, she could even swallow the water after rinsing her mouth. At least I spit it out last night. Hua Mu comforted herself like this when she tasted the first mouthful of water today. As soon as the water went down her throat, her stomach started to growl. She didn't eat much last night, so her stomach felt like it was burning this morning. Fortunately, she soon smelled the food. The sentry had obviously considered this and prepared breakfast early in the morning. Hua Mu yawned and asked without hope, "What do you have for breakfast?" "Fish and shellfish." "And, did you go to the sea?" Hua Mu immediately perked up and looked at Baizhen carefully. The other person's hair was wet, and his almost naked body was not completely dry. The seawater in the early morning was not the same as during the day. Hua Mu felt like he was freezing to death just by washing his hands. Baizhen didn't notice Hua Mu's displeasure, and said like offering a treasure, "Miss, I saw the light in the sea when I woke up this morning, so I went to take a look. I found a large group of squids. Didn't you say last night that you were tired of eating shellfish? It just so happens." Hua Mu touched Baizhen's arm with a stern face, and found that her body temperature was frighteningly low. "Big, miss." Besides being kicked, Baizhen rarely gets touched by Hua Mu so actively. She was flattered for a moment. "Aren't you cold?" "Ah?" Baizhen was stunned by the question. After a while, she shook her head and said, "I'm not cold." "Liar." Hua Mu looked at the small pile of firefly squids in the plastic basin. She didn't feel any appetite at all. "Baizhen, do you know our current situation? Yes, she is weak, she is spoiled, she is willful, but when it comes to not knowing the priorities, this stupid sentry is even worse. Right? Why should you consider her and not eat meat? Why should you give her water to drink? Why should you risk your life to catch these meaningless things, just to improve her food? Because she is the heir to the throne of the empire?" Baizhen didn't know why Hua Mu suddenly got angry, and said helplessly, "Miss, as long as another 10 days. Don't tell me about 10 days, how many days can you hold on? Catching these things that can't even fill you up, expenditures and income are not proportional at all. Aren't you experienced? Aren't you good at surviving in the wild? Why are you doing something so unreliable? What is the first priority for surviving in the wild?" Baizhen stared at the excited Hua Mu blankly, and understood a little bit what she wanted to say. "But my first priority is to ensure your safety. I can only be safe if you are safe. Besides, whether the food is good or not has nothing to do with safety. Besides, with your cooking skills, you can't even cook a king crab well." Baizhen was moved and ashamed. "Miss, I'm sorry." Hua Mu felt like she was going to vomit blood. In fact, many times, she didn't understand why Baizhen made her feel so irritated. She was irritated when she was alienated by her, irritated when she was flattered, and even more irritated when she was treated with caution. Obviously, at this time, she should urgently need Baizhen's loyalty. But when she thought about the reason why she was loyal to her, Hua Mu became even more annoyed. She didn't know what she wanted. Was she angry because she cared about Baizhen? No. She just wanted to lose her temper. From now on, You are not allowed to take risks. Catch whatever you can eat. I will solve the problem of taste by myself. Hua Mu did not believe that she would be useless. Although she could not lift anything, that was not her strong point. She was a lady from a noble family who was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, tea, flowers and wine. Could she continue to be a parasite? What is an aristocrat? An aristocrat is someone who cannot lower his quality of life and taste no matter what the environment. She must be decent and elegant when she returns. Firefly squid, and it's delicious. Baizhen wanted to find water, collect props for the distillation device, and catch food, while Hua Mu wanted to find some spices. But the speed difference between the two was too big, and Hua Mu didn't want Baizhen to carry her on his back and add to the burden, so they finally decided to split up. Baizhen certainly didn't agree at first. She was already worried about leaving Hua Mu on the beach, let alone letting her go alone to find spices. But Hua Mu had made up her mind, and repeatedly promised not to enter the rainforest, and only move on the sloped lawn near the coast. Baizhen finally had to put her on a grassy slope more than a mile away from the beach, and gave her the holster and the other gun. Miss, if you get into trouble, please shoot immediately. I'll come as soon as I hear the sound. Got it. Also, don't take off your straw hat. Those seabirds seem to be particularly fond of shiny things. Alas, beautiful people are really envied by birds. Hua Mu felt that she was already dull enough because she hadn't taken good care of her hair these days, but she didn't expect that she would always attract seabirds. I know. And don't have anything else. Hurry up, why are you so talkative? Hua Mu disliked her nagging. In the past, she couldn't say a word. Cough cough, but now she speaks in long sentences. Baizhen kept looking back, and Hua Mu finally had to threaten her, and then she left reluctantly. You look down on me too much. Hua Mu picked weeds to vent her anger, and soon she was so tired that she sat down under the shade of a tree. It was too hot, and there were so many weeds that her eyes were almost dazzled. Squatting to identify weeds was not much easier than picking shells. She felt sore in her back, numb legs, dizzy and starry, and the place where she was injured yesterday was still aching. So she had to choose to rest for a while. Hua Mu looked at the time while drinking water and found that less than an hour had passed. Not to mention that there was no progress in the spices. The bottle of water she brought with her was only half full. It was really not easy to do anything. Mingzhen found the Agastac rugosa in no time. Why didn't she find any suspected spices after searching for a long time? There are many spices and herbs everywhere on her own private island. It's not specially planted. There's no reason why there is not a single one on this island. Hua Mu was very unwilling, and didn't want to return empty-handed. At this moment, she suddenly envied the sentinel. If she had a keen sense of smell, it would be much easier to find spices. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Baizhen running towards her from a distance, holding something in his hand. Miss, I came back just in time. Hua Mu had an idea. Baizhen was holding 2 coconuts and some red fruits. Her usually respectful and rigid face showed a rare bit of joy. Hua Mu found that her expression seemed to change more obviously. What are you doing? You are in such a hurry, she said calmly, but her eyes were fixed on the fruits in Baizhen's hand. The red ones seemed to be wax apples. They were a little small, but they were complete and tender. It's not that the two haven't found fruit trees these days, but except for coconuts, most of the ripe fruits were destroyed by insects and birds. Miss, I found some fruits. This time, Baizhen walked eastward for about 3 kilometers after reaching the foot of the mountain, and then found a large area of coconut trees and some other fruit trees. Unlike the short coconut trees on the beach, most of the coconut trees here are 7 or 8 meters tall, and the tallest ones are even more than 10 meters tall. The number of fruits is much more than what the two had seen before in the past 10 days on the island. Not only Baizhen, but also Hua Mu understood how useful coconuts are. Coconut juice can be drunk, fruits can be eaten, and coconut shells can be used as containers. It is really full of treasures. After drinking the last coconut, Hua Mu felt distressed for a long time. When she saw the two in Baizhen's arms, her saliva started to flow automatically. Where did you find it? In the northeast direction, miss. You eat a little first, I'll take you there later. Baizhen couldn't wait to open the coconut for Hua Mu, but Hua Mu refused to drink it. Don't worry, put the coconut aside first. She only took 1 wax apple, and held it in her hand without eating it. Take me to see it now. She didn't care about looking for spices now. The coconut tree was much more important than that. If there is a large area as Baizhen said, Then, the water problem is half solved. Baizhen felt Huamu's joy, threw the coconuts aside, and squatted down to let her get on. Miss, the road is a bit difficult to walk. Please be careful. Anyway, she is not the one walking. Huamu jumped and lay on Baizhen's back. Chapter 16 The Energetic Young Lady. The vegetation on the island is lush, and there are palm trees and tree ferns everywhere. The plants are tall, and it is easy to lose sight of the sun when you go deep into the rainforest. The road is indeed difficult to walk on. In order to compete for sunlight, various plants occupy the space of the rainforest. Thanks to Baizhen for clearing a simple road when he came back, otherwise Huamu would have to suffer a lot. But even so, the young lady has been complaining. The sea breeze on the beach and grass slope is stronger, and there are naturally fewer insects. So after Huamu came to the island, although she was bitten occasionally, it was still within the range that she could bear. When looking for water, Baizhen found some roads that were easier to walk on and move faster. So Huamu didn't suffer much. But this time was different. She had been bitten several times. Can you go faster? But Baizhen, who was carrying her, didn't complain. Huamu didn't know why she couldn't say that she was bitten badly by mosquitoes. Baizhen didn't know that his daughter was suffering, and said considerately, "Go faster. You might be scratched by branches." She would rather be scratched by branches. It turns out that pain is not the most unbearable thing, but itching is. Huamu hesitated, and was bitten several times on her legs. She couldn't help but kick her feet. Baizhen finally realized something was wrong and asked nervously, "Miss, have you been bitten by insects?" There was no way to hide it anymore. Huamu hooked her hands and scratched her thighs, complaining, "It's so itchy." Speaking of exposure, Baizhen, who was only wearing a vest on her upper body, was not much better than her. But Huamu saw that she seemed to be unaware of mosquitoes, and couldn't help wondering, "Won't you be bitten?" Baizhen lifted Huamu up, and explained while speeding up her pace, "I set up a barrier. Miss, please pay attention to the branches. I will walk faster." For sentinels, concealing their breath is a very important course. Their barriers can not only block the interference of a large amount of useless information from the outside world, but also hide their own existence. Huamu was jealous and cursed the sentinel's convenience in her heart. The guide naturally has a barrier, but focuses on mental protection. What's more, she is not only a half-baked guide, but also unable to remove the guide inhibitor, which is no different from ordinary people. Once Baizhen quickened her pace, the bumpiness inevitably increased, and Huamu had to hug her neck tightly. Although it hadn't rained for more than 10 days, and the water source they had found before had basically dried up, the ground in the rainforest was still moist. There was almost no soil on the ground, and it was all rotten plants and fallen leaves, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the action. But the sentinel's pace was still fast, and except for the bumps, it was really hard to find anything to criticize. The horsefly did not let Huamu go, but Huamu could no longer care about this. She was about to vomit. Are you sure it was a sentry who was carrying her, and not a horse? In this environment, Baizhen only took less than 20 minutes to travel 5 or 6 kilometers. "Miss, we are here." Huamu could only close her eyes and endure it. When she heard Baizhen's words, she opened her eyes as if she had been pardoned. The scene in front of her made Huamu both happy and surprised, and even a little uneasy. This was a large coconut grove, although other plants also grew there. It was significantly different from the rainforest they had seen these days. The island is full of palm trees, but the density of each species is not very different. However, the density of vegetation in this forest is relatively small, and the species are more single. The main trees are coconut trees, and it is difficult to see other tall trees. As for the middle and lower spaces, there are much fewer vines and shrubs than in the rainforest. Baizhen, have you checked how big this coconut forest is? Huamu had a vague idea in his mind. I took a rough look. It should be about 1 hectare. Baizhen wanted to bring Huamu here, but of course, he had to confirm the safety of the surrounding area first. There is another coastline further east, and it is much longer than the place where the two landed. She has not checked it yet, but has made up her mind to explore it when she has time. A longer coastline means more food and resources, and more things that drifted to the island. There are about 200 coconut trees. Right? How do you know? Baizhen didn't count them specifically, but that's the good thing about sentinels, because their senses are too sharp, and they can analyze many things unconsciously. Hua Mu naturally didn't have such skills. She just asked a few more questions at the beginning. She spent a lot of time thinking about her island. From the decoration of the holiday villa to the greening planting on the island, she asked about everything. Since it is a tropical island, there must be coconut trees. She once asked the gardener about this, and the gardener also explained to her how to plant coconut trees as an economic crop. Coconut trees are generally planted at a distance of 7 or 8 meters in a square, and at a distance of 7 or 8 meters in a rectangular, and by planting with wide and narrow rows, the space occupied by each coconut tree can be reduced to 45 square meters. 1 hectare is 10,000 square meters, which can be used to plant more than 200 trees. That's my guess. But she was not sure of her guess. After all, compared with the artificially planted coconut groves, this place was too desolate. Since it was a scientific and reasonable planting method, it meant that it was also the minimum requirement for wild coconut trees. Perhaps it was the result of natural selection? Baizhen had no doubts and praised sincerely. Miss, you are really great. Hua Mu sighed. Put me down? Baizhen put Hua Mu down from his back, noticing the bite marks on her arms and legs, and couldn't help but worry. Miss, you were bitten badly. I'll go find some mosquito-repellent grass. Although Hua Mu was really itchy, she could put off finding herbs or spices until later. This coconut grove gave her a very strange feeling, and even her joy didn't last long. You climbed up there to pick coconuts? The height of the coconut trees here is mostly about 10 meters, and the highest is no more than 15 meters, which is considered a short coconut tree. But even if it is only 10 meters, it is scary enough. Just thinking about Baizhen climbing up, Hua Mu felt terrified. Baizhen didn't quite understand why Hua Mu asked such an obvious question, and nodded honestly. It's too dangerous. This bare tree trunk. If you fall, there will be no branches to stop you. I don't really want to drink coconut juice either. Don't climb trees all the time in the future. Baizhen was a little confused. Seeing Hua Mu's stern face, he didn't dare to ask in detail, and only whispered. But we haven't found a water source yet. It's impossible that there is no water in the rainforest, but the ground is full of rotten things, and stagnant water can easily breed parasites and bacteria, which is too dangerous. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Baizhen would never choose the fresh water in the puddle. Then keep looking, and if you can't pick these coconuts after you finish drinking the water. Although it was strange, this coconut forest did give Hua Mu a reassurance. There were 200 coconut trees, and many of them were bearing fruits. The two of them didn't have to worry about dying of thirst for the time being. But she still urgently needed clean water. Hua Mu hadn't cleaned her body for 2 days. Baizhen nodded, and Hua Mu asked her to carry him around. In addition to coconut trees, there were also some other fruit trees, such as banana trees, wax apple trees, date palm trees, etc. Many of them had fruits, but not many were ripe. The two of them picked all the intact ones, but they still couldn't fill Baizhen's pockets. Baizhen carried her on his back and walked eastward out of the coconut grove. After a short grassy slope, a coastline stretching for several kilometers appeared in front of them. The white golden beach was connected to the clear green sea. In the distance, where the sea and the sky met, it seemed like the end of the world. The two of them were like frogs imprisoned in a small corner, who suddenly saw the vast world, and couldn't help but hold their breath at the same time. Just from the scenery, this place looks much better than the place where they landed. Miss, I'll make some marks here too. But neither Baizhen nor Hua Mu said they wanted to move their positions. One reason was that they had spent a lot of energy to establish a temporary foothold there, and the other was because they didn't trust the unfamiliar environment. Well, let's have lunch here at noon. Take me to find some mosquito-repellent plants first, and then see if there is anything to eat. Hua Mu had no interest in exploring the island from beginning to end. In her subconscious, the more she knew about the island, the less likely she would be able to return. Whether it was mosquito-repellent plants or spices, the biggest feature was that they had a unique aroma. For the sentinels, even if they didn't know these plants at all, it would be easier to find them. Baizhen quickly found a clump of wild mint at the junction of the lawn and the rainforest. Hua Mu thought she would find some herbal medicine, but it turned out to be mint. Without thinking, she picked a piece and chewed it. Because she hadn't brushed her teeth for many days, she felt that her mouth was smelly. Baizhen would occasionally chew burnt charcoal to keep her mouth clean, but Hua Mu couldn't stand it. No matter how poor she was, she would never eat that black thing. Baizhen saw that Hua Mu was eating for fun, and had no intention of applying medicine herself. He chewed the mint leaves and rubbed them on the red skin on her skin. The cool feeling dispelled some of the itchiness. Hua Mu breathed a sigh of relief. And then her attention was attracted by a tall shrub next to her. The shrub had long drooping branches, oval leaves, and sharp thorns in the axils. After Hua Mu confirmed it again and again, she couldn't help but get excited. Bai Jin, hurry up. Break off a piece of this branch. Bai Jin didn't know what idea Hua Mu had come up with. As obedient as she was, she naturally wouldn't question such a small matter. She quickly cut off a small piece of the branch, and then subconsciously put it under her nose and smelled it. Hua Mu knew that she had a keen sense of smell. How is it? Does it smell like mint? Not only does it smell like mint, but it also smells slightly sweet like fruit. Miss, this is a good thing. Hua Mu certainly knew it was a good thing. Her friends who loved nature had strongly recommended this Miswak natural toothbrush to her, but she was too lazy to give up the electric toothbrush. Chapter 17 The Energetic Young Lady. Hua Mu had been educated by her friends about the benefits of Miswak, because its milky secretions have the function of sterilization and fresh breath. And even toothpaste can be saved. But for her, because she does not pursue the so-called pure natural life, there is no need to deliberately abandon the convenience brought by industrial civilization. And she has never tried it. Recalling these things, Hua Mu couldn't help but feel resentful. Why did she, who can't live without modern technology, have to encounter such a thing? Shouldn't those noble ladies, who have nothing to do, and want to return to nature every day, come to this island to live for a few months? It is always a good thing to find a substitute for toothbrush and toothpaste. Hua Mu asked Baijin to cut a dozen toothbrushes and put them in her pocket on the spot. The two of them shared a few wax apples that they had just picked, temporarily filling their stomachs. The two of them were going to have lunch here, so of course they had to make a fire. Baijin collected some dead branches and hay nearby, and Hua Mu squatted beside her to watch her use the flint. Although it was not the first time, Hua Mu still felt surprised every time she saw Baijin strike a spark to ignite the hay. The fire stick was only 10 centimeters long, black, and every time she used it, she had to scrape off a layer of oxide on the surface. Hua Mu still didn't understand why Baijin carried such a thing, although it was indeed very useful now. It would not be as convenient as carrying a lighter or even matches at other times. Right? Baijin lowered her head to blow the sparks on the hay, looking very focused, and she didn't even notice that her face was stained with grass ash. The sentry had been exposed to the sun and wind for the past 10 days, and her skin, which was not too dark, had completely turned wheat-colored, probably because of the lack of food. She looked thinner, but her dark pupils were sharper and brighter than usual, and she looked like she was always on alert. No matter how much Hua Mu disliked the sentry, at this time, she could not help but trust and rely on her from the bottom of her heart. To be honest, she was a little handsome. It was not Baijin's appearance, but the reliability he showed in all aspects that made Hua Mu think he was a little handsome. But once such a thought came to her mind, Hua Mu would immediately become alert. This must be the so-called suspension bridge effect, which she had experienced several times. Experiencing danger, being saved at the risk of one's life, and relying on each other. Any one of these alone is enough to make people's adrenaline surge. So the feeling of accelerated heartbeat, the feeling that Baijin was getting more and more pleasing to the eye, the feeling that the sentry was also quite cute, etc., were all illusions. Hua Mu moved her eyes away from Baijin's beautiful arm muscles. Since it was a suspension bridge effect, she must not be the only one who had this feeling. What if Baijin, the big fool, misunderstood something and had bad intentions? What would she do? The fire started quickly. Miss, I'm going to the beach to take a look. You wait here. The view here is wide, and there is no danger nearby for the time being. Baijin deliberately started the fire first, which can be regarded as a guarantee for Hua Mu's safety. Because of her previous wild thoughts, Hua Mu tried her best to appear indifferent, but she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Watching the sentinel's back gradually going away, her mind became increasingly confused. She remembered that Baijin was already 24 years old. If a sentinel of this age did not have a dedicated guide, the most likely chance was that the match rate would not be high enough. Although there are now inner and outer towers, there are still many common rules in the circle of sentinels and guides. Whether it is a sentinel or a guide, they almost all start looking for a suitable partner immediately after adulthood. Her father's anxiety is actually related to tradition. Sentinels are much more unstable than guides, so they are often more eager to find a partner. Most sentinels from poor families will choose to enter the inner tower to serve the army. The main reason is that the tower will not only provide free white cards and public guide comfort services, but also provide blind date services for sentinels in need. Has Baijin ever been on a blind date? This is not the first time Hua Mu has thought about this question. Every time Baijin returns to the tower to report on his work, she will think about it again. The priority choice for female sentinels is naturally male guides. But if you are not so obsessed with gender, and only consider it from the perspective of sentinel, there is nothing wrong with female guides. Considering that male guides are even more scarce than female sentinels, perhaps Baijin has dated many female guides. The sentinels of Nita have been dating since they were 18 years old, and they haven't found a partner by the age of 24. The circle of sentinels in their own country is so small, and there are very few precedents of Nita's soldiers marrying foreigners. In a case like Baijin, it is basically destined to be alone or the old, and the young can only be paired. Hua Mu once again felt a strong sense of crisis about her situation. If they are not a match, it would be fine, but her physique is too dangerous. Baijin did not go to the sea this time. There is a reef on the south side of the beach, and part of it is exposed after the tide recedes. Baijin just walked around a few times, and found a lot of food in the puddle. In addition to a few persiformes, she also picked up a lot of oysters and a few sea urchins, which was a great success. The resources here are indeed much richer than the coast where the two landed. There are a large number of marine life inhabiting the large coral reefs. If they move here, at least it will be much easier to get food. But Baijin could see that Hua Mu didn't have such an idea, so he had to put this idea aside for the time being. She processed a few fish at the beach, then put on her pants and shoes, and returned to where Hua Mu was resting. The other party seemed to be lost in thought, and did not notice that she had returned. Miss? In Baijin's eyes, Hua Mu's condition in the past 2 days was indeed not very good. If she had not encountered many good things today, she would probably have started to worry whether Hua Mu would be depressed. Ah? What? What? Hua Mu looked a little flustered, and her eyes wandered, and she did not dare to look at Baijin. Baijin remembered that Hua Mu loved to eat sea urchins, and hurriedly offered her delicious food, hoping to comfort her recently devastated heart. Miss, I caught a few sea urchins. Do you want them as sashimi or cooked? Sea urchins are delicious even when they are opened. Baijin really doesn't want to ruin them with his poor cooking skills. Well, let's make sashimi. Hua Mu seemed to think so too. Baijin put the fish and oysters on the banana leaves first, and opened the sea urchins for Hua Mu. April and May are the most delicious seasons for horse-dung gull. The orange-red reproductive glands are as soft as butter, melting in the mouth, and even without any seasoning, it is enough to make people intoxicated by its rich taste. Hua Mu ate one, and then ate the second one. This is life. Hua Mu was so excited that she almost cried. As expected, the best way to save the soul in the world is food. No matter what kind of difficult situation you are in, as long as you eat well, you will not despair. Hua Mu held the sea urchin in his mouth, and was almost reluctant to swallow it, waiting for it to slowly melt and slide into his throat. One more. One more. Baijin only picked up 4 in total. Because of Hua Mu's instructions yesterday, she didn't go out of her way to find them. Looking at her happy face, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She used a dagger to cut open the 3rd sea urchin, carefully picked out the radial gonads inside, and handed them to Hua Mu. Hua Mu had taken it and eaten it before, but this time she couldn't wait to suck the sea urchin roe on Baijin's fingers, because the sea urchin roe was too soft. Baijin's hands were stained with a lot of it. Hua Mu thought it was a waste, and wanted to lick it all into her mouth. The tender red lips of the noble girl gently rubbed against the rough and slender fingers of the sentinel, which felt softer than the sea urchin roe. Baijin felt a numbness in her chest, and the blood seemed to suddenly surge up, and her face suddenly turned red. She awakened as a sentinel at the age of 12, entered the tower for 12 years, and performed tasks alone for 8 years. She has also been Hua Mu's bodyguard for 5 years. During this period, she has experienced many life and death difficulties, but she has never felt weak, and her hands as weak as today. She didn't quite understand what was wrong with her, but she felt so ashamed and embarrassed. Hua Mu pursed his lips and showed a satisfied look. You can eat the remaining one. It's delicious. If it were normal, Baijin would definitely think of giving it to Hua Mu. But at this moment, because her thoughts were confused, she didn't react to refuse. As a guard of the royal family, Baizhen's treatment was naturally good. In addition, she often accompanied Hua Mu to banquets, and she ate as much delicacies as Hua Mu. However, she herself did not know how to enjoy life, especially when it came to food. She was not particular about it. She just ate it without any special feelings. But today's sea urchin really gave her an unprecedented taste enjoyment. The dense texture, the sweet taste, and Baizhen couldn't help licking her fingers, and her eyes subconsciously swept to Hua Mu's pink lips. No wonder the young lady was so reluctant to leave. It turned out to be really delicious. The sentry made up his mind, and would pick a few sea urchins for Hua Mu every day. Once she tasted the deliciousness, Hua Mu really couldn't stand these rough and crude cooking methods. She saw that the oysters and fish had not been completely processed, and she remembered the spices she wanted to find before. White Pillow stuffed some wild mint in the fish's belly. She thought for a while, and took out a fruit that looked a bit like a lime from her pocket. Wrap it in banana leaves and bake it, and sprinkle some lemon juice when it's cooked. This is what the two found around the coconut grove. There are about 7 or 8 plants, and the fruits are lush. It looks like a smaller version of a lime, only the size of a kumquat, and exudes the unique fragrance of rutaceae plants. Baizhen tasted a little, and it tasted very sour. So the two only picked a few. Hua Mu originally wanted to use it to soak in water, but now she remembered that lemon juice can also remove the fishy smell. Although it is still a long way from her expected cooking, things can't be done overnight. The two had other things to do in the afternoon, so they could only endure it for the time being. What's more, she had already tasted the delicious food in advance. Baizhen did as he was told. And on the 13th day of being stranded on the island, the two finally tasted the first truly cooked food. There may be many biological differences between humans and animals, but Hua Mu believes that being able to make natural ingredients delicious is what makes humans greater than animals. Chapter 18 Dissatisfied. After lunch, the two of them started working in the afternoon. Hua Mu, who had never worked before, had already begun to define this aesthetic experience in this way. Wild mint and meswak were at the junction of the coconut grove and the coast. Hua Mu asked Baizhen to put a wooden stake next to it as a mark. The sentry would naturally not make a mistake in the location, but Hua Mu always felt that it was better to be prepared. According to the original plan, Baizhen would continue to look for water in the afternoon, but he had not yet decided to go to the west side of the island. The central mountain was better to go around the coastline to the north. The island where the two were located was near the equator, with a typical tropical marine climate, and the rainfall should be very abundant. However, I don't know if it was because the storm that had landed on the island had taken away all the rain in the past few days, and there has been no rainfall in the past 10 days. However, the island is not small in size, and the terrain is also high. There is also a mountain several hundred meters high in the middle, and the rainfall on the windward slope and the leeward slope may be very different. If possible, Baizhen wants to go to the north of the island to take a look, but whether it is crossing the mountains or going around the coastline, it will take more than half a day to complete. She finally decided to go to the west of the island first. Finding the coconut grove is already a great achievement, and we should not rush at this stage. The Sentinel's plan is naturally safe, but the eldest lady has her own ideas. After listening to Baizhen's considerations, Hua Mu simply asked her to focus on finding materials and spices for assembling the distillation device. Clean water sources are of course important, but it is not particularly urgent for the two of them at the moment. Hua Mu was already somewhat numb to having no water to bathe, so there was no rush. Baizhen naturally followed the lead of the eldest lady. For a sentinel, it was not difficult to find plants with strong smells. It was just that she did not know most of the spices, so Hua Mu had to make the judgment. Baizhen had preliminarily determined that the island area was not less than 100 square kilometers. According to the current situation, the rainforest area was likely to account for more than half of the total area. Many spices originated from the tropics. After years of planting and cultivation, they have become one of the economic crops in many tropical countries. Hua Mu's judgment on the wild spices on the island was not wrong. The two found a cinnamon tree without much effort. Cinnamon grows in a warm and humid environment. Seedlings like shade, mature trees like sun, not adapted to waterlogging, prefer loose soil, well-drained sandy loam. The two walked south from the outer edge of the coconut grove, and found this cinnamon less than a kilometer away. Hua Mu was very entangled. The term spice actually has a very broad definition, and plant spices used as seasonings are only a small part of it. Hua Mu originally learned this knowledge mainly because of the popularity of homemade essential oils among noble ladies. She also learned more about its role as a seasoning because she loves food. The part of cinnamon that is usually used as a seasoning is the bark, and of course the bark cannot be used directly after being cut off. Miss, is this not possible? Baizhen saw Hua Mu facing a tree without saying anything for a long time, and felt a little uneasy. Forget it, let's find something else. Then, things came to a stalemate. Even with Baizhen, finding spices was much more difficult than Hua Mu had imagined. There were indeed many plants with odors, but Hua Mu found that she didn't know most of them. And the ones she knew were very few and could be used. The two spent more than 2 hours. And the only harvest in the end was a pepper of unknown variety. Hua Mu had a light taste. And if it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to waste these 2 hours of effort, she would definitely not want to pick those red peppers. Let's stop looking. Let's go find the materials for the distillation device. Collect some with stakes. And don't look for any glass. Try to find an iron plate in the pile of junk. Hua Mu was lying on Baizhen's back, feeling frustrated. Reality is never as good as imagined. She wanted to save some face last night, but she still had to rely on the sentinel in the end. Baizhen found the coconut grove, and Miss Whack was discovered because of her finding wild mint. She had to rely on her to find water, spices, and distillation equipment. Hua Mu subconsciously touched the clear muscles on Baizhen's shoulders, and couldn't help but feel desperate. Don't say it. I have to rely on her to move in the rainforest. Miss? Baizhen followed Hua Mu's orders, and was carrying her back to the south coast. As a result, the exposed skin on his shoulders was suddenly attacked, and he almost tripped. What do you want me to do? Hua Mu was full of energy all day, and now she was a little discouraged by the setbacks. Her tone of answer was particularly boring. Baizhen's back was numb and his heart itched when she was touched by her soft little hands. But he didn't dare to make any comments. No. It's okay. Are you tired? Hua Mu was tired, both physically and mentally. Do you think everyone is like you? As strong as a bull? Or a horse? Or a wolf? No. 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 In fact, it is more like a silly and energetic big dog. This is a compliment to the sentinel, but it is not a compliment to a woman. Baizhen didn't know whether to be happy or sad, and she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But only by being strong enough can she protect the safety of the young lady, which made her not regret growing into the sentinel she is now. Hua Mu said casually, but found that the other party stopped talking, and she felt depressed again. This was the normal state when talking to Baizhen, and the topic always came to an abrupt end for no apparent reason. For example, at this time, the other party could clearly say from the perspective of caring for her, "Then miss, go back and have a good rest." Or from the perspective of expressing loyalty. Only in this way can we protect the young lady. But she just fell silent. This person is too boring. Baizhen thought. The young lady is tired, so it's better not to talk to her. Hello. But Hua Mu was bored. She had been worrying about whether she could go back these days. There was no entertainment except worrying about survival. There was only one person to talk to, and the other person was a taciturn person. She was almost suffocated by today. She spent most of the day on Baizhen, which was not as easy as she imagined. For example, she had to worry about whether her chest was too close to Baizhen, whether Baizhen was not honest when his hands were supporting her buttocks, and she had to guard against insects and branches that appeared out of nowhere, and it was tiring to spread her legs. Okay? What's wrong? Miss? Her only pleasure was to touch Baizhen's muscles. Even if she was a sentinel, a girl was still a girl. Baizhen was not as burly as the other male sentinels Hua Mu had seen. Her lean figure and tight muscles made her look powerful. But her smooth and delicate skin did not make her look too cold and hard. She was indeed quite tanned. Hua Mu unhooked the straps of her vest, and saw that she had obvious sunburn marks. But in terms of skin quality, it was not much different from that of an 18-year-old lady from a noble family, who took care of her skin every day. No. Hua Mu had begun to doubt that she had not used skincare products for more than 10 days. Her face was completely unsightly. What do you usually do? Baizhen didn't expect Hua Mu to ask such a question, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. You mean, after arriving on the island? I don't know. No, I mean before. Baizhen has been Hua Mu's bodyguard for 5 years, seldom communicates with her, and even less tells her about her own affairs. After all, her job is to protect Hua Mu's safety, not to chat with her. I'm your bodyguard. Of course I know. Hua Mu patted her, disdaining her stupidity. I mean, what do you do when you're not working? You also have holidays. Do you have holidays? Baizhen belongs to the guards. As Hua Mu's personal bodyguard, the freedom of her work is not even as good as that of a personal maid. Hua Mu suddenly realized that, except for reporting back to the tower, Baizhen had never been more than 20 meters away from her. Even at night, the sentinel lived closest to her bedroom. Yes. But Baizhen said she had a vacation. When? How could she not know? One day at the end of every month. Isn't that the day you report back to the tower? Hua Mu was a little angry. According to that, leaving her would be considered a vacation. Right? Baizhen seemed to have a lot of feelings for the tower. Because the tower is my home. I can see the leader and other friends when I go back. The leader is the highest authority in the tower, and is also the spiritual mentor of the sentinels and guides. Every leader comes from the royal family. But after becoming a leader, they must be removed from the royal family and go into the dark. The leader is directly under the queen, and even Hua Mu has never seen her. It is said that this leader is also a female sentinel. But Hua Mu's focus is not on this. She was surprised as if she had discovered a new world. You still have friends? Baizhen certainly has friends. Whether it is training together in the tower or the years when they were on duty together, she has gained many life and death friends. This kind of friend doesn't need to be contacted frequently, but will be remembered forever. Yeah. Hua Mu felt very uncomfortable. Baizhen actually has friends, and it seems that there are quite a few of them. She always thought that she was so dull, so silent, and so boring that she must not have many close friends. Then you also know a lot of guides? Are there guides among your friends? Of course there are. Although the courses for sentinels and guides are very different, they must be together for collaborative training. When performing tasks, there are many temporary partners. There are indeed a few guide friends. Okay. He looks honest, but he is actually a socialite. Hua Mu didn't know why. Looking at Baizhen's neck, he had the urge to bite it. Have they helped you calm your spirit? The eldest lady's tone has begun to turn cold. But the sentinel didn't know that he was in trouble. There were times when performing tasks, but most of the time it was the public guides in the tower who helped to sort it out. There is a problem of matching between the sentinel and the guide. So even if they are good friends, if the matching degree is not high enough, unless it is an emergency, the general guide will not help the sentinel to sort out the spirit. Most of the public guides in the tower are those with stable and gentle spirits, high rapport and rich experience. Hua Mu bit her lip and couldn't help pinching Baizhen's shoulder. Miss? It didn't hurt. It was not much worse than a mosquito bite. But Baizhen didn't quite understand why she wanted to pinch him, and was very confused. Hua Mu didn't know why he pinched her. I just wanted to see if your muscles were hard. Chapter 19 Dissatisfied. Hua Mu opened his mouth, and Baizhen ran away. The stove was easy to build, but collecting distilled water was not as easy as imagined. Fortunately, the person who actually executed it was Baizhen, who had strong hands on ability. It only took half an afternoon to build the distillation device that Hua Mu had envisioned. Hua Mu looked at it for a long time, and found that the effect of this thing was completely different from what he expected. Baizhen set up wooden racks on both sides of the fire, and 2 inclined iron plates were placed on the wooden racks. At the bottom of the iron plates, split bamboos were placed to collect the distilled water that flowed down after condensation. Baizhen embedded both sides of the iron plate into the wooden stakes. The stability was good, but the effect was not satisfactory. This was certainly not Baizhen's fault. Hua Mu completely realized that he had thought too much. Not to mention that the distillation method itself was a relatively inefficient way to desalinate seawater. The loss caused by the inability of this device to form a closed space made Hua Mu extremely desperate. Moreover, the iron plate became hotter and hotter, and the condensation effect was not as good as it was at the beginning. A large amount of water vapor slipped away from the gap, and there was little fresh water left in the end. Although it was not without any effect, it was just a drop in the bucket for the 2 of them at the moment. Baizhen seemed to be in a good mood, seeing the fresh water in the bamboo tube gradually increasing. He was amazed at Hua Mu's idea. Miss, there is really water. Hua Mu stopped looking, staring for a long time without a sip of water. Of course there is water. It's just not enough to drink. Even though the 2 of them had coconut juice and other fruits today, they still consumed nearly 2 liters of fresh water. You should go find a water source tomorrow. Except for the first time, They went to the stream and drank raw water. Baizhen would boil the water with coconut shells every time he came back from fetching water, and then put it in the water bottle. In the wild, the cleanliness of drinking water is sometimes directly related to people's life safety. But Huamu now feels that boiling water is also a waste of resources. She doesn't know how much water vapor is lost. Miss, what's wrong with you? Baizhen saw that Huamu didn't look happy at all, and she felt a little sad. Huamu lay down on the hay with her back to Baizhen and said, "Nothing. I'm just tired. You prepare dinner. I'll rest for a while." Baizhen hesitated for a moment, and finally left silently. Although the south coast is not as rich in resources as the east coast, Baizhen is more familiar with it. About 100 meters from the coast, there is a shipwreck zone. Due to the influence of ocean currents, she can't explore further, but it is enough to realize the horror of the area around the island. Although Huamu saw her salvage a lot of things, she has never seen these shipwrecks that are almost everywhere in various historical eras. So far, she only regards the two people's misfortune as an accident. If the sea accident circle is a death circle, then this island is probably the island of death. Baizhen was a little worried. The Empire's warships were naturally invincible, but facing the storm they encountered at that time, how long could they last? However, in the current situation, no matter how much he worried, it would be useless. Baizhen put his energy back on how to cheer Huamu up. The shortage of fresh water was indeed a more difficult problem for the two of them at the moment. Huamu's active attitude of wanting to solve it together made Baizhen moved and guilty. If she wasn't so useless, why would the eldest lady worry about such a thing? Baizhen could see that Huamu was not satisfied with the results of this device. Huamu really felt a little tired today. After lying down for a while, she still felt uncomfortable. She turned around and saw that the beach was empty. She felt a little flustered and bored for some reason. She should have gotten used to it, but why was she afraid of being alone again today? It must be because of her physical discomfort. She didn't walk much today. She stayed on Baizhen's back most of the time. But why did she not only feel backache, but also a little bloated in the stomach? The eldest lady sat up suddenly. She remembered something that was extremely important, but had been deliberately forgotten. The 14th, the 15th, the 16th. The two of them were stranded on the island on April 4th, and today is the 13th day, which is April 16th. The more Huamu thought about it, the more she felt her lower abdomen swell in pain, and she covered her stomach and wanted to cry, but had no tears. It happened to be today, and she ate 3 sea urchins. Huamu's menstrual period has always been difficult, and no matter how she took care of it, it was useless. So at this time of the month, she would become a stay-at-home mom, staying still if possible, and ginger tea, hot water bag, and painkillers were all used. But in such a desolate place, let alone painkillers, she didn't even have sanitary napkins. Baizhen. Besides, she was very fragile during her menstrual period. Where did that bastard Baizhen go? Baizhen swam westward for more than a mile along the coastline. The coast here is full of cliffs, and there are many reefs in the sea, and the number of shipwrecks is far greater than other places. The sea area near the beach where the two of them were could basically only find fragments of ships, but there were also some relatively intact ships here, and even many large ships with their hulls sticking out of the sea, because the water flow nearby was turbulent. Baizhen had not explored it carefully before, but this time she decided to take a risk. There was a medium-sized passenger ship far away from the island. Judging from the ship type, it should be a ship built in the past decade. The total length of the passenger ship was about 40 meters. It was broken in the middle, and the bow and stern were deeply inserted into the seabed. The broken part in the middle was much higher than the sea surface. The hull was covered with barnacles and other marine life, and only the words painted in red paint could be vaguely seen on the hull. Baizhen swam around the ship, but did not find an entrance large enough for her to pass through. So she finally chose to climb up from the top of the ship. The attached marine life reduced the difficulty of climbing, but also increased the possibility of injury. Fortunately, Baizhen was well trained, and his hands were quick, and he reached the broken part of the ship without any danger. The entire hull was tilted at an angle greater than 60 degrees, and the stratification of the cabin was no longer obvious. Looking from above, you can directly see the clear seawater below. Baizhen took out the multifunctional saber and connected it to the climbing wire made of biological steel, and then inserted the eagle claw at the tail of the saber deeply into the iron plate of the hull. The other end of the climbing wire was connected to the automatic retractor at the tail of the dagger. After buckling the dagger on the belt, Baizhen took a deep breath and jumped into the cabin. Since there was no direct sunlight, the seawater in the cabin was colder than outside, and the light was dim. To be on the safe side, Baizhen took a small white tablet beforehand, and then began to look for the cabins where supplies were placed on the ship. Hua Mu was worried about her menstrual period while waiting for Baizhen to come back. She waited for a long time, but she didn't see her. She couldn't help but feel a little angry because of panic and worry. The pain in her stomach was definitely not a psychological effect, but she didn't have the courage to check it herself. If it was really her menstrual period, what should she do? But in the world, except for death, for women, except for female sentinels, menstruation is also unavoidable. Hua Mu felt very aggrieved. She didn't know why this happened to her. She maintained a posture and dared not move, cursing Baizhen 1,000 times in her heart. Until the sky was gray, Hua Mu finally saw a figure slowly coming out of the sea. Baizhen seemed to be dragging something very heavy, and his steps were much heavier than usual. Hua Mu sat up from her knees, and was so angry that she wanted to yell at her, but before she could say anything, the other party seemed to have suddenly realized something, and threw something on the beach, and rushed towards her like a leopard. Miss. Hua Mu hadn't lost his temper with her yet, but was startled by her panic. What? What are you doing? Hua Mu didn't know whether Baizhen was born with facial paralysis or was tortured by sentinel training. He only knew that in the 5 years since she became his guard, she had only smiled a few times. As for nervousness and worry, she occasionally showed it, but it was not obvious from her face, and the reason she expressed always made Hua Mu feel depressed. Anyway, she was either afraid of her father's blame or the queen's worry. However, after arriving on the island, Baizhen's emotions were indeed more outward. For example, his panic was very obvious at this time. Baizhen's face was pale, and he pulled Hua Mu's arm as if he wanted to check her body. Miss, where are you injured? Hua Mu was puzzled. I'm not injured. Where did you go? And why did you take so long to come back? Baizhen thought she didn't want to make him worry, and said anxiously, Miss, don't lie to me. I smell blood. What's going on? Did seabirds attack you again? Or, did you go to collect mussels again? Damn sentry. Hua Mu's face flushed. She had cursed the sentinel's sharp 5 senses more than once, but this time must be the harshest. Damn sentinel. Her period has really come. Miss? Baizhen saw Hua Mu's face flushed, looking at him without saying a word, and he didn't care to go beyond the rules to smell her body, trying to find out where she was injured. Hua Mu raised her little fist and hit her hard in the face. Miss? Baizhen looked at Hua Mu in panic, and saw that she started to cry again, and his heart was so sad. Are you in pain? Hua Mu was almost dying of pain, but she cried more because of grievance and shame. Why did she have to face such a thing? I have a stomachache. Baizhen's first thought was that Hua Mu had a stomachache. Is there something wrong with what I ate today? Could it be the sea urchin? You can't beat around the bush with a wooden stick. Hua Mu gave up struggling and said straight to the point. My menstrual period has arrived. Do you understand? Girl's menstrual period, the one that comes every month. Such a straightforward statement, even if Baizhen is a male sentry. He should understand. During non-mission periods, her menstrual period also came on time. But the sentinel's body is born for the mission. And during the mission, it can use the spirit to regulate physiological reactions. This is similar to animals choosing the time of estrus according to changes in the environment and climate, except that it relies on the spirit to influence the release of hormones in the body. So the rate at which the sentinel's fatigue value increases will be greatly increased. In other words, the white pillow has suspended its own menstrual period at the cost of accelerating the consumption of the white pills. Chapter 20 Menstrual Period. After Hua Mu finished speaking, she stared at Baizhen with red eyes. Baizhen also stared at her blankly, unable to react for a while. She completely ignored this matter. After years of training, it was very natural for the sentry's body to enter a state of alert. At this time, before being a woman, before being a person, she was first a war machine. But she forgot that. Hua Mu was not. Baizhen fell into deep self-blame. Hua Mu felt very bad. In addition to the stomachache that almost killed her, the other party was silent and almost in a state of shutdown, which made her extremely ashamed and angry. Miss, wait for me. Baizhen finally responded after staring at Hua Mu for a long time. She hurried to the shore and dragged the things thrown there above the high tide line, and then processed the 2 fish and an octopus on the beach, according to the method Hua Mu taught at noon. She stuffed mint, scraped some sea salt from the edge of the distillation pot, wrapped it with banana leaves, and stuffed it into the charcoal ash to simmer. After she finished all this, it was completely dark. Hua Mu saw that she still had the leisure to prepare dinner, and didn't care about herself at all. So she sat aside and sulked. Baizhen hurriedly finished all this, boiled hot water with coconut shells, and finally said to Hua Mu, "Miss, I will be back in half an hour. If you have something urgent, just fire a gun." When Hua Mu heard that she was going to leave, she was angry and wronged, and tears were about to fall again. "Go! Go! Don't come back if you leave. What is more important than comforting her? She is in so much pain." And she said something so shameful, but the other party didn't respond at all, not even accompanied her. What's the use of this sentry? Baizhen left without hesitation. Hua Mu saw her leave so easily, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. "Woo-woo bastard! Idiot! Idiot! Cold-blooded!" She threw all the curse words she knew at Baizhen, but still felt unsatisfied. The charcoal fire crackled. The aroma of fish and octopus slowly wafted out, and the water in the coconut shell gradually heated up. Hua Mu was tired of crying, and she curled up on the haystack, holding her belly, not wanting to care about the bad situation in her lower body. Anyway, it must be very bad. Out of sight, out of mind. Baizhen said she would be back in half an hour, but in fact it only took more than 10 minutes. She seemed to be coming back from the direction of the rainforest, holding a few clumps of plants in her hands. Hua Mu saw that she was busy here and there when she came back, and she didn't care about herself at all. She was about to collapse. She wanted to see what was more important than her. Baizhen first picked a few leaves and threw them into the coconut shell, then stuffed the clumps of green grass into the fire and burned them. Because they were not dry enough, Hua Mu soon smelled a smell of smoke. But strangely, she didn't hate the smell of smoke, and it even smelled a bit comfortable. Baizhen did all this silently, and then took out the vest he took off before going to the sea from his coat, and cut it into strips with a dagger. Hua Mu finally couldn't sit still after seeing this. "What on earth are you doing?" She grabbed a handful of hay and threw it at Baizhen. But it was too light and didn't go away. Instead, it spilled all over herself. She was so anxious that she could only spit. The water was already hot, so Baizhen poured some of it into another coconut shell, got up and walked to Hua Mu. "Miss, drink some while it's hot." Hua Mu, who was finally cared for, burst out with the grievances that had been suppressed for a long time. "What are you drinking? Just let me die. Dysmenorrhea only makes people drink hot water. And she is also a girl." Baizhen knelt beside her and whispered, "You will feel better after drinking it. You can't catch a cold now." The sentry was rarely so gentle and considerate. And Hua Mu almost cried again. "You are saying this now. Did he die just now? I'm sorry, miss." Hua Mu didn't want to hear sorry. She needed comfort. She needed care. She needed a lot of love. "I can't get up." Baizhen carefully helped her up, and blew the hot water in the coconut shell to cool it down a little, and then fed it to her mouth. Hua Mu leaned on the sentry's warm arms, and her wounded heart and painful body finally got some comfort. The taste of the water was a bit strange, but she didn't hate it. After drinking the hot water, it seemed to flow into her stomach, and the pain was relieved a lot. "What are you doing?" She felt better, and had the energy to care about other things. "I'll help you with the menstrual belt." Hua Mu didn't understand. "What is that?" Baizhen was not good at talking, and didn't know how to explain it to her, so he could only say, "You'll know after it's done." Okay, he's still keeping her in suspense. "Why didn't you pay attention to me?" The young lady, during her menstrual period, was in urgent need of attention and care, and her level of hypocrisy dropped sharply. "I didn't ignore you. You obviously did. And you left me alone. I'm going to find some herbs, and you'll feel better after drinking them." It turned out that the taste in the water was herbs. Hua Mu was a little satisfied. "I'm hungry. The fish should be ready. I'll take it out. You eat a little first. We'll deal with other problems later." Baizhen's deep eyebrows and clear jawline looked particularly gentle under the reflection of the firelight. Hua Mu felt that she must be too fragile at this time. That's why she felt that this stupid sentry was considerate and heartwarming. "Then you go." Baizhen took the banana leaf out of the ash, and the fish and octopus inside exuded hot steam and a slight mint scent. She sprinkled some lemon juice on it and handed it to Hua Mu. Hua Mu didn't want to eat it herself and pouted. You feed me. The eldest lady is the boss. And any request is reasonable. Baizhen started to look for a stick to use as chopsticks without saying anything. You can just feed it with your hands. What's the trouble? It's not like he hasn't eaten it before. Hua Mu disliked her hypocrisy. Baizhen seemed a little flustered, hesitated for a while, and finally picked up the fish meat and fed it to Hua Mu. Hua Mu sighed with satisfaction. If possible, she wanted to live a life of having food served to her all her life. Oh! She seemed to have lived a similar life before. Just a little more salt. The taste of dinner improved dramatically. Hua Mu was depressed about the distillation device for the whole afternoon. And finally she recovered a little because of dinner. Of course, she didn't have much time to regret about that matter now. Baizhen fed Hua Mu with all his heart. But he was not in a hurry to eat. He ran to the fire and scraped the plant that had just been burned to ashes with some charcoal ash onto the banana leaves. Hua Mu was really curious about what Baizhen was going to do. After all, this was obviously for her. Then, she saw Baizhen pull out a sealed bag from his trousers pocket, which contained the handkerchief she had thrown away last time. Hua Mu was stunned. Baizhen. Baizhen was concentrating on scraping the charcoal ash. She shuddered at Hua Mu's shout and almost threw the handkerchief in her other hand. She had never heard a young lady's voice so loud. Young lady? She turned her head and looked at Hua Mu in confusion. Don't look at her with pure confusion after doing such a perverted thing. With your head tilted. As if you have no idea what you have done. You pervert. Baizhen was called a pervert by the eldest lady again. She was a little numb. She began to be unable to understand what Hua Mu meant by pervert. And she was more and more certain that this was probably different from what ordinary people understood. After all, no one had ever said that to her. Miss, what's wrong with you? It's not about what happened to her, but what's going to happen to her. Which normal person would pick up a handkerchief that someone else has used to wipe and keep it as a treasure? Didn't I tell you not to pick it up? Baizhen was silent for a moment, and then said something that made Hua Mu doubt his life. I didn't pick it up. It floated back by itself. Thick eyebrows and big eyes. Honest. It's just a false appearance. Right? Look at her stubborn face. The rogue look of a broken jar. She is sure that Hua Mu can't do anything to her. Right? You picked it up when it floated back? Don't you think it's dirty? You just wiped it. Shut up. Baizhen lowered his head and began to shovel the ash into the middle of the handkerchief with torn banana leaves. I have washed it. This is a refusal to repent. Hua Mu was not angry, but rather ashamed and flustered. This sentry not only had improper thoughts about her, but also had a problem with his brain. You are a pervert. Baizhen rolled up the handkerchief, while answering in a low voice. Miss, I am not a pervert. How dare you talk back? Hua Mu was so anxious that her stomach began to hurt again, and she covered her lower abdomen and cried. Ouch. Baizhen became anxious, quickly tied the two ends of the handkerchief, fixed it to the strips of cloth torn from the vest with a pin, and then hurried to Hua Mu's side. Miss, how are you? Hua Mu felt that she would not die of hunger or thirst. If she died, it would be because Baizhen was angry with her. I'm dying, Baizhen hurriedly said. Miss, you won't die. I'm dying soon. It hurts so much. Baizhen didn't care about offending her, and held Hua Mu in his arms, and gently rubbed her lower abdomen with his palm. Although his spirit body was an ice wolf, Baizhen's body was always hot, and the temperature of his palm was also very warm. Hua Mu felt as if her stomach was wrapped in a heater, and her whole body was warm. She leaned weakly in Baizhen's arms, and said tearfully, The dress must be dirty. Baizhen took a quick look and found that there were indeed some stains on the back of the white dress. I'll help you wash it tomorrow. I don't want you to wash such dirty things. Hua Mu moved her body, as if she wanted to get off Baizhen. Baizhen hugged her and stopped her from moving. There is nothing dirty on you. Hua Mu endured the crazy heartbeat in her chest and said stubbornly, You are a pervert. Baizhen sighed and dared not disobey her again. Yes, I am a pervert. Hua Mu's heart clicked, and she almost fainted. Chapter 21 Menstrual Period. Hua Mu was so scared that she didn't dare to move for a long time, but Baizhen kept rubbing her belly obediently, and gradually she couldn't think about it anymore. The other person's body was much softer and warmer than the haystack, and it was so comfortable to lie on it. Miss, are you feeling better? Hua Mu did feel better, But when she thought about those terrible problems that she still had to solve, she felt a little overwhelmed. Then wash your lower body with hot water, and then put this on, Baizhen said as he showed her what he had just made. Hua Mu stared at it for a long time, and her expression gradually became distorted. How do I change this? The handkerchief was rolled into a long strip, wrapped with ash in the middle, tied at both ends, and pinned to the strips of cloth torn from the vest. The strips seemed to be of some particularity, with 2 thin straps left at both ends. Baizhen taught her in detail. Instead of underwear, use the thin string here to fix it around the waist. Hua Mu understood. This is an ancient sanitary napkin. But it's too embarrassing to wear this without underwear. She's still wearing a skirt. What's the difference between this and vacuum? I don't want it. Miss, girls must keep clean and hygienic during menstruation. Don't worry, this is not dirty. Hua Mu never expected that she, who always loved cleanliness, would be taught a lesson by this sloppy sentry. But this is too weird. It's simple. But the shape is so weird. It will definitely become her black history. You can wear my pants and coat, and I will wash the clothes you take off. Baizhen has said more than once that he will help her wash clothes. Hua Mu once again shouted the word pervert in her heart. But this time she didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear that the other party would be even more desperate. You don't need to wash it. After all, she knew that she had to use it in this situation, and she took it reluctantly. The ash seemed to still have some residual heat. It felt warm in the palm of my hand, and it felt soft and dry. The handkerchief was fine in texture, and Baizhen wrapped it tightly, so there was no need to worry about the contents leaking out. Of course, it was impossible to do any strenuous exercise with this. Hua Mu resigned herself to going to the toilet first, because Baizhen often went to the beach. She later asked to build the toilet on the leeward slope a little further away from the beach, and she would bring charcoal ash with her every time she went there for burial. Baizhen took advantage of this time to help her mix hot water, and used coconut shells as a temporary basin. The materials used for the Sentinel's underwear are both comfortable and soft, and strong and durable. Baizhen made the remaining materials from the vest into straps, exactly 7. It's a pity that there was only one handkerchief, and she didn't dare to use her vest to replace the real intimate parts. When Hua Mu went to the toilet, she finally saw how messy her condition was. When she thought about how she had stayed with Baizhen for so long in this situation, she felt ashamed again. She might have used up all her shame on this island. When she came back, Baizhen had prepared hot water for her, and gave up the shelter for her to clean up. Clean fresh water was too precious. The distillation device collected less than 1 bottle of water in an afternoon. But she used at least 3 liters of water. But as Baizhen said, girls need to keep their private parts clean at times like this. The handkerchief had been used. So Hua Mu hardened her heart, and asked Baizhen to help cut a piece of the lining of the skirt as a towel. She spent some time cleaning up, and finally came out wearing Baizhen's trousers and jacket. Hua Mu was 1.63 meters tall, but she was not particularly petite. 18-year-old beautiful girl did not look childish. It was just that she was wearing ill-fitting clothes, and she was holding the white dress with a timid expression, which made her look like a little girl who stole adult clothes. Baizhen had been waiting outside. When she came out, she looked pretty good, and happily called her Miss. Hua Mu was a little embarrassed and ashamed. The blood stains on the white dress were obvious, not to mention the underwear. And the blood stains were not easy to wash, and the 2 of them had very little fresh water left. I want to wash. Wash clothes. Baizhen hurriedly took over. I'll wash. You take a good rest. Hua Mu subconsciously wanted to call him a pervert, but finally held back. No. I'll wash it myself. You teach me how to do it. Baizhen refused, and pulled her clothes, and said seriously, you are on your period. You can't touch cold water anymore. I'll do it. Hua Mu was very conflicted. On the one hand, she was a typical example of a lazy person, and even if she wanted to wash her own clothes, she would probably make a fool of herself. On the other hand, it would be fine if she simply asked Baizhen to help her wash clothes. But it happened to be such a special situation, and she was really tired. Her back ached, her hands and feet were cold, and her clothes didn't fit her well. Baizhen took the clothes from her while she was hesitating. Hey, miss, you should have a good rest, and drink some hot Kunkeo water. I'll be back soon. Hua Mu saw her walking fast, stomped his feet, and said, I don't care. Of course, I still care about her. Hua Mu sat by the fire, drinking hot water, while secretly watching Baizhen's plan for her skirt and underwear. Baizhen dug a hole on the beach a few meters away from the high tide line, and used the seawater that seeped in to clean the blood stains. Before she came, she picked up a lemon and dripped lemon juice on the stain before immersing it in the seawater. Salt water plus lemon juice is effective in removing blood stains. She rubbed it a few times, and there was no trace of blood stains on the bottom of the thin underwear. The juice of meswak contains soap beans, which also has a bactericidal effect. She peeled a piece and bit it, then applied the juice to the fabric and washed it again. The skirt was a little more troublesome, but it didn't take her much time. After washing it in the seawater, she naturally had to rinse it again with clean water. Baizhen came back with her wet skirt. Hua Mu was sitting by the fire with her chin in her hand, in a daze. "Miss, are you feeling better?" Hua Mu glanced at her from the corner of her eye, and saw her cool, thin, pure white panties in her hand. She felt like ants were crawling on her chest. I'll just rinse the clothes with clean water." Hua Mu turned away and pretended not to see. "There's not much fresh water left." "Right. Don't worry. I'll find a way tomorrow." Baizhen's reliability was beyond doubt. According to her character, she would never make a promise if she couldn't do it. Hua Mu stopped worrying about it, and asked, "You cut the vest, gave me the coat and pants. Aren't you cold?" Although the sentinels often took off their clothes except for their sports underwear, they still wore vests and trousers most of the time on land. "I'm not cold. Are you cold, miss?" Baizhen's coat was big enough, and it was also windproof. Hua Mu sat by the fire and felt warm all over. "It's okay. What did you give me to drink?" Dysmenorrhea was her old problem. In the past, she relied on painkillers to get through the excruciating pain. Although Baizhen soup can't be said to have an immediate effect, she didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she unexpectedly felt the effect. It's kumkeo, which can promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. The grandmother in the tribe said it is also effective for dysmenorrhea. I remember seeing it on the island before, so I went to look for it. Baizhen is not a doctor, so she can't accurately determine the cause of Hua Mu's dysmenorrhea. But she knows that Hua Mu has seen many doctors, and no one has found any problems. They only said that recuperation is the main thing, so she guessed that it should be related to physical constitution. Hua Mu eats seafood and vegetables the most, which are light in taste, and her blood has never been very strong. Baizhen felt that her hands and feet were cold before, so he chose to give her kumkeo soup. Hua Mu thought it was another knowledge she learned in the tower, but when she suddenly talked about the tribe, she couldn't help but feel curious. "Tribe? Aren't you an orphan?" Baizhen is indeed an orphan, but she didn't grow up alone. She was born in the Black Eyes tribe. Although she lost her parents, she was raised by the tribe for a long time, until she awakened as a sentinel and entered the tower. "Well, my mother-in-law and I are not related by blood." Baizhen didn't seem to want to talk more. She lowered her head and washed clothes in a container made of iron sheets. Hua Mu also felt that her question was a bit personal, and shut up depressed. Baizhen finished rinsing the clothes in a short while. Because there was not enough fresh water, she could only do her best. Hua Mu watched for a long time, and saw that she was going to hang up the skirt, and suddenly said, Don't you have the material inside when you made that belt? Cut the lining of my skirt and use it." After all, she wanted to use it herself. Others donated their vests. She couldn't donate nothing. Right? After cutting the lining of the skirt, it could barely cover her thighs, so she could accept it. Baizhen had no objection, and carefully cut 6 pieces, boiled them in hot water, and hung them up separately. On the 13th day of being stranded on the island, Hua Mu's skirt, which was only one of 3 in the world and was designed by a famous designer, was finally incomplete. It was another busy and chaotic day. Hua Mu felt tired and planned to go to bed early. There was nothing to do except sleep at night without a computer, internet, or any entertainment activities. However, the haystack, which was not comfortable at ordinary times, was even more unbearable for Hua Mu today. Hua Mu tossed and turned for a long time without sleep. "I can't sleep when they are sleepy and tired. But I can't sleep. This must be one of the most tortured people." Hua Mu lying down and lying down. "I felt a bit right. Turn around. Look at it. I didn't know when I ran to the seaside when I was sitting next to the fire. Squatting. I don't know what I am doing. Because the moonlight is bright, she can still see the figure. It's just that after all, it's better to be as good as the sentry, after reading it for a long time. She didn't see any name she was doing. But no matter what famous hall is, it is more important to accompany her. White Pillow. The White Pillow heard Huamu's voice far, quickly dropped the job at hand and ran to her. Miss. It's already dark. What are you still busy for? Go to sleep. Miss urged her to sleep, which had never happened before. You go to sleep first, I'll stay here. Huamu didn't want to sleep alone. She needed someone to accompany her. She needed a warm and soft body. Come and lie down, and block the wind for me. Except for the short nap she took yesterday afternoon, Baizhen had been sitting to rest the rest of the time. This was the first time Huamu asked her to sleep together. Together. Baizhen was a little embarrassed, and stood hesitantly, as if she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Huamu was angry that she suddenly became reserved at this time. And it was so easy to hug her just now. Why are you standing? Come and lie down. Oh. Yes. Baizhen seemed to have nowhere to put her hands and feet, and lay straight outside Huamu. The sentry's body was slightly damp, but very warm, lying outside the fire. It became hot in a short while. Huamu originally had his back to her, and the straw bed where only one person slept was really crowded for 2 people. After sleeping for a while, she couldn't help but turn over and press most of her body on Baizhen. Big miss? Shut up. As her guard, as her sentinel, when the young lady is in trouble, isn't it natural to offer your body as a human cushion? She doesn't think it's comfortable to lie on this big silly body, nor does she like this body. She, the princess and the P, has suffered for so many days, and today is her most vulnerable time, so what's wrong with lying on a human cushion? Besides, it was Baizhen who said that she couldn't catch a cold, so if that's the case, then use your body temperature to warm her. She was close to Baizhen because she trusted her, and it was to win her over, not because she liked him. Huamu thought about all sorts of things, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt justified. Alas, it was much more comfortable than the haystack. She really regretted not having lowered her face earlier and letting Baizhen use her as a cushion. Baizhen didn't dare to move at first, but later, seeing Huamu leaning closer to him, he boldly put his arms around her and held her in his arms. Huamu had always been a lofty existence to her, and the phrase, a proud daughter of heaven, was not enough to describe her identity and status. But in Baizhen's eyes, her holiness came more from her childhood memories. When he knew that he had finally become her guard, Baizhen made up his mind to protect her with his life. Therefore, being able to be a cushion for the young lady made her feel very happy. The inferiority complex she had felt when she was looked at strangely because of awakening as a sentinel, and the confusion she had because she was getting taller and taller, and her body was not as slender as a girl, disappeared in an instant. Huamu felt that she had not slept so comfortably and deeply for a long time. With a full pillow, a warm quilt, and a soft mattress, just like returning to her own bedroom. Although her stomach felt a little uncomfortable, she just hummed softly, and the mattress automatically began to rub her stomach. It was more high-tech than any bed she had slept on before. It was time to let that wooden sentry enjoy the beauty of life and stop being so tactless every day. Baizhen saw Huamu's eyebrows gradually relax, and was about to stop the action in her hands, but she still pulled her hand and reached into her clothes. Baizhen was startled and didn't know what to do for a while. Huamu was very careful about contact with her when she was awake, and she was not completely relaxed even when she was lying on her back. She subconsciously felt that touching the young lady's body without permission when she was in a daze would make her angry. But seeing her frowning face, she couldn't bear to refuse or wake her up. Finally, she put her hand in. Huamu's belly was flat and smooth, and her slender waist was so thin that it could not be grasped. Baizhen couldn't help but feel a little pity for a small animal, and warmed her uncomfortable belly with her warm palm. It didn't matter if she was scolded. She knew that the young lady needed her now. Such a delicate and beautiful girl like a flower, holy and precious like a goddess, innocent and kind like a baby, should be treated with the best care. Chapter 22 Menstrual Period. Huamu had a good sleep, and when she woke up, the sun was rising from the sea level. Baizhen had gotten up at some point, and she saw her on the beach after she walked out of the shelter. The morning sun illuminated the sky, and the sea fog was gradually dissipating, and the air in the early morning was slightly chilly. Huamu exhaled a breath of white air. This was the best night she had rested since arriving on the island, and even the discomfort during her menstrual period was not that exaggerated. Baizhen was squatting on the beach far away, busy with something, and Huamu only then saw that a lot of transparent plastic films had been laid on the beach at some point. The sentry seemed to be collecting dew on the surface, and his movements were very careful. Huamu had not stood there for a while when Baishan found her, and ran towards her with a bottle of water. "Miss, are you awake?" Huamu was in a hurry to go to the toilet, and had no time to care about the source of these plastic films. She nodded randomly, and her eyes were on the simple sanitary napkins hanging next to the fire. She asked, "I want to go to the toilet. Are those ready to use?" "Yes. Yes." Baishan carefully took one and handed it to her. The fabric was heated by the fire, and it seemed that the whole body was warm when it was held in the hand. Huamu suddenly realized that her stomach didn't hurt that much, which was much better than the previous state of dying. "You can have breakfast when you come back, and drink some kunkeo soup." The changed handkerchief. Don't throw it away. Just leave it there. I'll wash it later." Huamu was wondering whether this was the result of her increased endurance after the disaster or the effect of Baishan's herbal medicine. But she was shocked by the other party's remarks again. How persistent she was about this handkerchief. You still want it? Pervert. Baishan said as a matter of course. "This can be reused. Don't worry. I will wash it clean." "Wash it clean? Reuse it?" "She has 7 handkerchiefs, and she changes one every day, and her menstrual period is almost over. She will be going back to civilized society in a dozen days. This kind of thing can only be used once in a lifetime." Huamu didn't want to agree to her, but when she thought that she could pick up this handkerchief once, she could certainly pick it up a second time. After all, the sentinel was good at finding things. In the end, she listened to her instructions. Anyway, she would not look at it, and would not use it again. Out of sight, out of mind. Let this guy do whatever he wants. Baishan had no idea that he was being criticized by the eldest lady again, and carefully put away the other ones. On the one hand, she certainly hoped that rescue would come soon, and she also hoped that Huamu would not suffer any more. On the other hand, she was even more worried because of the exploration of the sea area around the island, and had to make a worse plan, considering that the search and rescue would take time. The two of them would probably have to stay on the island for more than 2 months. By then, these things would still be indispensable. When Huamu came back, Baishan had already collected all the dew, nearly a bottle, and the water in the coconut shell had been heated, with a few leaves floating in it. Huamu drank while observing the plastic film on the beach, and asked curiously, "What is this? Where did you find these?" Breakfast was ready. Baishan cut some coconut and banana for her, and told her everything. "This is a rain cover, which I found on a ship yesterday. Although it is called cloth, it is made of PVC plastic film, which is very transparent. In addition to collecting dew on it in the early morning, it can also collect water vapor through the transpiration of the sun during the day, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Huamu frowned, feeling something was not right. No wonder she spent so much time fishing yesterday, and dragged such a heavy roll back. "Did you find it when you went to catch dinner? Why did you go to the boat to catch dinner?" She knew that Baishan was cautious, especially purposeful, and definitely not someone who would take risks because of temptation. If she happened to see a wash basin while fishing, it would be possible to pick it up casually, but a boat? She would never risk exploring it, unless her original purpose was to find something. Baishan rarely lies, especially when facing Huamu. She gets stuck after 1 or 2 questions. "Did you go out of your way to find these?" As smart as the eldest lady is, she naturally can't hide it. "Well, I think it's safer to solve the freshwater problem like this for the time being." "What a safety! If you take risks just for a bottle of water every day, God knows what kind of creatures live in those sunken ships. You won't be able to escape when the time comes." "It's just a bottle of dew," she muttered, not sure whether she wanted to care about her or blame her, and she was a little annoyed when she said it. This was indeed too harsh and too depressing. Baishan didn't seem to be hit, and even a little happy. "Miss, there are more than 1 bottle. You can collect dew in the morning and water vapor during the day. Just put a container underneath." Huamu realized that the film was not spread flat on the beach, but was pressed on top of the sand pit. These tarpaulins were cut into pieces of about 1 square meter, with the edges buried in the sand, a stone in the middle, and half a coconut shell directly underneath. This is to use sunlight to directly collect water vapor. It is a bit slow, but it does not consume fuel, and does not need to be looked after frequently. And Baishan obviously found a large roll of tarpaulin. and can definitely win by quantity. Hua suddenly realized that the other party took the risk to do this because she did not succeed in making the distillation device yesterday. They also wanted to collect water vapor. But Baizhen obviously did it much better than her. Hua was somewhat touched, a little irritated, and somewhat unwilling. Is she really just a burden? Baizhen saw Hua in deep thought, and had not eaten a single bite of breakfast, and felt a little nervous. Miss, aren't you hungry? Hua was of course hungry. She glanced at Baizhen, and mechanically stuffed the fruit into her mouth. The smooth and fragrant coconut slightly soothed her melancholy, and the dense and soft banana made her feel happy, and she was so lucky to be able to eat sweets during her menstrual period. But what's wrong? No, where did the bananas come from? She remembered that there were none yesterday. The two of them only picked green lemons the most, and the other wax apples had been eaten long ago. Seeing that she was willing to eat, Baizhen's eyebrows relaxed slightly, while putting a few dates next to her, said, I found them when I went to pick coconuts this morning. It's rare that not all of them were infested by insects. Miss, you should eat some more dates, they are very sweet. Perhaps because of her menstrual period, there was no seafood for breakfast, and even the coconut milk was simmered hot. Hua suddenly lost her appetite. How long did this guy sleep? When did you get up in the morning? Let's not talk about picking fruits for now. Just talking about this huge project on the beach, it is definitely not something that can be completed in a short time. She also collected dew in the morning, and the tarpaulin must have been laid down at least last night. But she went to sleep very early last night with a white pillow. The only possibility is that she got up in the middle and continued to work. No, maybe not in the middle at all, but she started working shortly after she fell asleep last night. It's okay, it's not too early. Liar! Hua just felt so angry, but she couldn't vent her temper like usual. She always knew how stupid this sentinel was. But she also felt strange. The sentinel put her first in everything and obeyed her orders, which should have made her happy. Why did she always feel indescribable boredom in her heart? In this environment, her safety and survival completely depended on the sentinel's illusory loyalty, but she was dissatisfied with this excessive loyalty. What's wrong with her? Miss, what's wrong? Do you have a stomachache or a loss of appetite? Baizhen looked at her worriedly. Hua shook his head, and ate a few more bites in silence, and finally handed the fruit to her. I can't eat any more, you eat it. Then put it aside for now, you can eat it later when you want. Hua took a date, and stuffed it into Baizhen's mouth without saying anything. Just eat it if I tell you to, why are you talking so much nonsense? Baizhen was at a loss, as he held the date in his mouth, his face flushed red, and it took him a while to chew it slowly. The dates are very sweet. Hua was satisfied, and handed the remaining fruit to her. Eat quickly, and sleep with me for a while. She just checked the time. It was not yet 7 o'clock. Even if she slept for another 2 hours, there was still plenty of time. Even if Baizhen did not go looking for water sources, he still had to do a lot of things every day. In order to keep several fires burning, he had to find at least 10 kilograms of dry firewood a day. If it were not for the problem of no freshwater resources at the beginning, he would have stored a lot, and there would probably not be much time to do anything else in the next 2 days. Besides firewood, Baizhen also needs to prepare 3 meals a day for the two of them, plus some other miscellaneous things. Hua roughly calculated for her, and found that there were only 5 or 6 hours of rest time a day. But the sentry didn't even use these 5 or 6 hours to rest properly, and was always on guard. Hua couldn't stand it. Oh! First of all, I have to make it clear that she didn't feel sorry for the sentry, but she felt that Baizhen was too stupid and exhausted, and she would not be able to survive. Baizhen eats very quickly. Of course, not only eating, but she is also very agile and fast in everything she does. Although the Sentinels were originally a group that valued efficiency above all else, Hua had seen many other Sentinels, and there was no one else like Baizhen who completely abandoned pleasure. Hua brushed her teeth herself, and when she saw that she had finished her meal in a few bites, she asked her to brush her teeth again. And then she got up and walked towards the shelter without saying a word. Baizhen hesitated for a moment, and finally followed her like a young wife. Lie down. The haystack was still the same haystack, although Baizhen would bring back some fresh hay every day to increase its thickness. It was still only about 1 meter wide. Baizhen thought Hua was uncomfortable sleeping alone, so he immediately lay down and prepared to be a human pillow for the young lady again. At dawn, Hua was not as tough as she was at night. She hesitated for a long time before lying down next to Baizhen. She was not sleepy, but the fatigue during her period made her want to stay in bed. Now that she had no bed, she could only use Baijin to prop her up. But she couldn't lie on her like before. It was too embarrassing and too intimate. Young lady? Baijin saw Huamu sleeping with her body curled up. And it was obvious that she was not very comfortable. He asked with concern, "Will you feel uncomfortable sleeping like this? Or like last night? Oh my god. Is this still the stupid sentry who doesn't know the fun of it? He knows to seek benefits for himself. She must be very comfortable being lied on." Huamu lay on him angrily. "Close your eyes. Close your mouth. And sleep." Chapter 23 Heading North. For several days in a row, Baijin was asked to sleep with Huamu, until Huamu's menstrual period ended, and she did not go looking for water for 5 days. Baijin felt that the young lady at this time was like a clingy kitten, although she would scratch people when she was unhappy, but she was still very lovable. The fresh water collected by the tarpaulin, the fresh water distilled from seawater, and fruits barely sustained the consumption of the two people these days. But the rain was still late, and there was no sign of the rescue ship. Although Huamu tried her best to keep her body clean, she finally couldn't stand it anymore today. Her body not only needed to be wiped, but also needed a lot of clean water to wash. Huamu decided to go to the north of the island with Baijin to find water. Baijin had taken a rest these days. Even without using the white tablets, he was still in good spirits today. She actually wanted to go to the north for a long time. But she was worried about Huamu. After all, girls are more fragile, and the smell of blood might attract some wild animals. The two got up early that day, and after collecting dew, they took all the fresh water with them. Because he brought Huamu with him, Baijin chose to go around the beach for safety reasons. The physical energy consumed by climbing mountains and the danger of exploring in the rainforest are much higher than those on the beach. And it is also more difficult to get food. The two first arrived at the coconut grove they found last time, and picked some fruits before they really set out on their journey. The coastline on the east is long, and the white sand beach is connected to the green sea, as if there is no end in sight. Huamu walked for a while by herself at first, but she couldn't stand it after a while. The beach was not much easier to walk than the rainforest, and her tattered slippers didn't last long before they died. Even if she tried to walk along the rainforest, the hot sun still made her skin hurt. In the end, Baijin carried her on his back, and she held up her coat, so the two of them could move faster. The two of them were not just rushing on the road, but occasionally went into the rainforest to explore. After all, the purpose was to find water sources, and water was a reward wherever it was. Unfortunately, there were many puddles and swamps, but no clean streams. For this reason, the two walked only 3 kilometers along the coast in the morning, and were finally blocked by a mangrove forest. This was a large mangrove forest, and there was no end in sight. There were many silverleaf trees, pandanus trees, and hibiscus trees growing around it. The dense aerial roots and muddy beaches below made it impossible to pass. The mangrove forest extended dozens of meters to the sea surface, and some trees almost grew directly in the sea. This location is already located directly east of the mountain. If nothing goes wrong, we can reach the north of the island by bypassing this mangrove forest. Baijin had tried to bypass the foot of the mountain when she explored before, but that part of the rainforest was very difficult to walk through. There was a large swamp in the middle. She smelled a bad smell, so she turned back halfway and no longer considered that road. Huamu looked at the mangrove forest in a daze. After a while, she hesitated and asked, "Do we have a way to get through? Instead of passing through the mangrove forest, it would be better to bypass it from the sea." However, Baijin could not estimate the area of this forest. It would be dangerous to walk rashly from the sea. "Miss, let's have lunch first. After lunch, you can take a rest. I will go explore the way." Huamu did feel a little hungry, and followed Baijin's advice. The island is rich in resources, and the two of them did not think about storing food. After all, whether it is fruit or seafood, it cannot be stored for too long in this kind of weather. The two of them basically used local materials, and caught and ate them immediately. Lunch at noon depends on this mangrove forest. The mangrove forest is mainly composed of plants of the Rhizophora family, and there are many shellfish and hermit crabs living on the bottom. There are also many insects and birds in the forest. It is not difficult to find food. Baijin went to look for food. Huamu didn't want to be idle this time. She saw that many trees growing around the mangroves were hanging with fruits, so she wanted to add some food to her lunch. To be honest, She had eaten too much seafood and began to miss the taste of vegetables and rice. As for fruits, she didn't get tired of them. Baizhen made her a cane, which was of moderate length, with a hook on one end and a sharpened end as a weapon. Huamu found it very easy to use. She took the cane and knocked against the branches. Suddenly, the leaves and fruits fell down one after another, and a few seabirds were startled. Huamu quickly pressed down the straw hat on her head to cover her golden hair. Before Baizhen walked far away, she heard the noise and asked loudly, "Miss, what happened?" "Nothing. I'm just bored. Go find something to eat. I'll call you if there's anything." Huamu was afraid that she would be nagging, so she planned to get away with it. "Then please be careful. Don't get too close to the mangroves." I know. Huamu said, and used the handle of her walking stick to hook a fruit that looked a bit like a pineapple, imagining its sweet and sour taste. She couldn't help swallowing, although you don't recognize which ones can be eaten. What cannot eat, but it's right to smash it first. She was happy. There is a sense of satisfaction of self-reliance. I didn't notice it all in a cave in Ludao tree. A creature was observing her every move. Action in mangroves is more troublesome than in tropical rainforests. The white pillow dare not leave his feet. A pair of military boots almost trapped in the mud several times. She didn't leave too far. After catching more than a dozen Ziluo-Lusian crabs and a few wutong, they were ready to go back. She had only taken a few steps when she heard Huamu's scream. Baizhen's nerves tensed up, and the ice wolf suddenly appeared behind her. Although the 5 senses of the sentinel in normal state were already very strong, they were still incomparable to the physical strength and senses in the state of possession of the spirit body. Baizhen ran out of the mangrove forest at a high speed, leaving a mess wherever she passed. The aerial roots and tree trunks were smashed to pieces and tilted here and there. She took less than 2 minutes to get back on the road that took her half an hour to walk. "Miss!" Huamu screamed, jumped, and waved her cane randomly, occasionally hitting the purple rock in front of her, making a crackling sound. "Baizhen! Baizhen!" Baizhen rushed to her and kicked the half-meter-long crustacean away, and then picked Huamu up. "It's okay, miss. It's okay." Huamu was still in shock, clinging to Baizhen's body. "It's a big monster." Baizhen had already recognized what the creature that was kicked away was. "It's not a monster. It's not a monster. It's just a hermit crab. Don't be afraid, miss." Huamu didn't believe it. "You're kidding. How can there be such a big hermit crab?" If she hadn't been agile, her ankle might have been broken. "It's a coconut crab. It's okay. It's dead." The sentry's kick was very powerful, even if the hermit crab shell was hard. Its head was smashed to pieces. If Baizhen hadn't immediately judged its pitiful danger, and that it could be used as a source of food, I'm afraid even the body would have disappeared. Coconut crab? Huamu had never seen a live coconut crab, but she had eaten it. It was delicious. The temptation of delicious food finally made Huamu willing to turn around and take a look at the monster. More than half a meter long, the coconut crab with a rotten head lay pitifully on the beach. Its huge claws were still moving slightly, showing its vitality. It seemed it was really a coconut crab. Huamu hung on Baizhen, recalling the delicious food she had eaten before, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "Come on, take me to see it." But she still didn't want to come down after all. It was a fact that she almost lost her leg just now. Baizhen came out too hastily, and his body was covered with bruises. Huamu was so excited that she rubbed her wounds, causing her to purse her lips in pain. Huamu was carried by Baizhen to the coconut crab, and poked it with her cane for a long time, and then jumped down when she saw that it was motionless. The coconut crab was dead. So dead that Huamu wanted to pick it up by herself. What a big one! She wanted to touch it with her hands, but Baizhen stopped her and picked it up by himself. "Let me do it, miss." Huamu didn't fight with her, and let her do the hard labor with peace of mind. "How heavy do you think this crab is?" "It should be about 7 or 8 jin. 7 or 8 jin. Enough for 2 people to eat." Although Baizhen killed it, she found it. Huamu felt proud. "Let's have grilled crab for lunch." Seeing that Huamu was not afraid, but looked excited and happy, Baizhen couldn't help but smile a little. "Okay. Add a few slices of wild ginger I just found, and lemon juice." "Okay." Huamu's attention was focused on the coconut crab, and she didn't notice the scars on Baizhen's body for the time being. When the excitement passed, when Baizhen was about to make a fire, She saw the purple and blue spots on his exposed skin, and countless wounds of different sizes. Baijin! What happened to you? Baijin's coat was used to protect Huamu from the sun, and the wounds on her body could not be hidden. I'm fine, just a little scratched. Huamu saw that she didn't take it seriously at all, and was concentrating on using the dagger to deal with the coconut crab, and her heart felt a strange pain and pain. Did you hear my screams? Baijin was always cautious in his actions, and would only ignore it when she was in danger. He almost lost his life to save her, and he was in the hospital for 3 months before he came out. It's my fault. I scared you. Don't say it. She felt ashamed to be scared by a coconut crab. Why are you scared? I didn't see it clearly. Huamu felt a little annoyed. It was really her fault this time. It was a false alarm, and Baijin was injured. She wanted to say something to show concern, but she couldn't say it well. It sounded a little weird as soon as she said it, as if she was blaming the other person. She obviously didn't feel so awkward when facing others. Fortunately, you reacted quickly. Otherwise you would be seriously injured if you were attacked by a coconut crab. The claws of a coconut crab can crack a coconut, so you can imagine how strong it is. Baijin was also scared when she thought about it now, and regretted leaving Huamu alone in such a place. But I'm not injured. It was obviously her who was injured. Huamu was so angry. Every time she wanted to do something to prove herself, it always went against her wishes. I'm fine. I'll be fine in a few days. Huamu glared at her for a while, and finally said angrily, It's up to you. She finally realized what she was annoyed about. She was annoyed that Baijin didn't take her own body seriously. Annoyed that she didn't understand her concern. And annoyed that she couldn't help but care even though she knew this. She was a lady from a duke's family, the heir to the throne of the empire. Why did she have to care about a guard? Chapter 24 Heading North. Because the main course was coconut crab, Baijin released all the dozen or so hermit crabs that he had caught before, and only used coconut shells to cook black snakehead fish soup. Huamu sat there sulking for a while, and then looked at the scars on Baijin's body again, and she couldn't get angry anymore. She thought about how she ran to find herbs in a hurry when she got a cut, but why didn't she take it seriously when it came to her? She looked at it for a while, and finally couldn't help it, and kicked Baijin with her toes. Hello. What's wrong? Miss? Didn't you pick some patchouli before? Deal with it yourself later. If you do this, I dare not let you carry it. Baijin felt that what she said made sense. Okay, I'll make lunch first. Miss, you can have some fish soup. The black snakehead is not big, but its meat is very rich, and the soup is delicious. Baijin only added some ginger to remove the fishy smell, and Huamu still felt that her cooking skills had improved a lot. Huamu drank the fish soup while watching her grill the crab claws. As she watched, she suddenly remembered that she was smashing the fruit. That was her original purpose. Miss? Baijin saw Huamu suddenly stand up and run towards the mangroves, and hurriedly followed her. Miss? What do you want? Huamu walked slowly, so she simply pulled Baijin along to pick up the fruit. I picked some fruit. See if you can eat anything. Baijin had noticed that the leaves and branches here were not falling normally, but he didn't expect it to be Huamu's masterpiece. This looks so cute, it must be edible. Right? Huamu picked up a loquat-sized fruit. The wooden shell was orange-yellow, and it looked very pleasing. Baijin was startled, and quickly slapped the fruit in her hand. Miss, you didn't eat this. Did you? This is a sea mango, it's poisonous. Huamu was also startled when she heard that it was poisonous, and then she saw Baijin treating her like an idiot, and she got a little angry. Do you think I'm stupid? I asked you, and I didn't know why I ate it before. Baijin realized that he was too hasty just now, and hurt Huamu's heart, and said with some guilt, I'm sorry, miss. You wash your hands, this tree is poisonous all over, don't get close. Huamu pouted, and was scared by her, and didn't dare to pick the fruit by herself, so she asked Baijin to do it. You are good. You can see. Then you can choose which ones are edible. Baijin looked at it, and there were really not many edible ones. In addition to a few crab apples, only the pandanus could be eaten after processing. Huamu smashed it for a long time, and saw that she only picked a few, and asked unwillingly, Nothing else? Baijin really didn't want to hurt her feelings. But things that can't be eaten can't be eaten. Miss, these are enough. For the sentinel, this is already the most euphemistic way of speaking. Huamu stamped her feet. Go back and eat coconut crab. Baijin sighed. After washing the crab apple, she cut open the pandanus and soaked it in sea water. Hua-Mu sat by the fire with her knees hugged, feeling even more depressed. Originally, she wanted to save some face, but it turned out to be even more embarrassing. Is it the least burdensome for Baizhen if she does nothing? Miss, do you want to eat crabapple? Baizhen walked to her side, and spread a few bright red fruits in front of her. This is delicious. Hua-Mu was not happy at all. Where's the pineapple? Wild pineapple tastes better only after being soaked in salt water. You can eat this first. Hua-Mu hummed. After all, it was the fruit she picked it up and crunch. Eat it in one bite. Oh! Sweet, sour, fragrant and crispy. It's really delicious. It's worthy of being the fruit she picked. Baizhen saw her eyebrows relax, and felt a little relieved, while pulling the roasted crab claws out of the fire. He said, Miss, let me do anything in the future. Hua-Mu has always been well-mannered when eating, but she was tortured on the island for half a month, and her ladylike image has long disappeared. Now she can still talk with something in her mouth. I have my own hands and feet. Why should I ask you to do it? She didn't like to hear this, and felt that Baizhen looked down on her. Baizhen actually understood Hua-Mu's thoughts to some extent. Although Sentinel praised the young lady in his heart, they had been together for 5 years after all, and he still had some understanding of her personality. Although Hua-Mu was delicate, she was very competitive. She used to be the kind of person who wanted to do things to the best of her ability. Now she completely depends on her to survive, and she must be somewhat dissatisfied. Young lady, I know your intelligence and talent. No matter what you did in the past, you were the best. It was rare for Sentinel to flatter someone. Hua-Mu felt flattered when she heard it, and only said modestly, I don't know how many people gave in to me because my aunt is the queen. Baizhen knew that it was not the case at all. That's not the case. You work hard and seriously. The queen also praises you for your intelligence and perseverance. As long as you are determined, you will succeed in whatever you do. Oh, say a little more. She likes to hear it. Humph. But you have too little experience in this area. The situation in the wild is also more complicated. You can do it if you want to. I'm just afraid that you will get hurt. Strange. Why is this sentry talking more and more nicely? Hua-Mu cleared his throat and steadied his heartbeat. You said it so nicely. But you just think I'm troublesome. I didn't think so. Hua-Mu saw her anxious face, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. That's right. She dared. Well, you are right. But you can't just talk about my problems. Aren't you the same? You think you are so powerful and do whatever you want. And you get hurt every time. Cough cough. I'm not concerned about you. You know, I am the one who suffers when you get hurt. Baizhen was very touched. The eldest lady has always been considerate of the servants. I understand. Besides, I think what you said about me is unreasonable. Like you said, I don't know anything now because I haven't been exposed to it, and I'm not familiar with it. Then I can learn and practice slowly, and practice makes perfect. Do you think I will improve if you let me do nothing? At this time, Hua-Mu didn't think that she would go back soon. She was ready to show her skills. No buts, I will pay attention in the future, but you can't let me do nothing. What do you think of me? Baizhen knew that he couldn't argue with her, so he stopped talking and handed the hot crab claws to her. The tender white crab meat seemed to exude a coconut fragrance. And Hua-Mu's stomach growled. Ahem. Okay. Eat crabs. Eat crabs. I have something to do in the afternoon. Coconut crabs are so delicious. After eating and drinking, we will prepare to cross the sea. Baizhen swam to a distance and observed the range of the mangrove forest, and then felt relieved. It was less than 2 kilometers, and if she was alone, she could swim directly. But Hua-Mu didn't have the physical strength to do so, so she needed to make a simple raft. Materials can be obtained from the mangroves, but she only has a dagger and a saber, so the progress may be a little slow. Fortunately, the two did not plan to go back and forth in one day, and brought enough fresh water. Baizhen made up her mind, and was about to swim to the shore. The strange current in the sea water suddenly caught her attention. The sea water outside the mangroves is not as clear as that near the coral reefs, and the water is deeper. The debris in the mangroves nurtures a lot of plankton, and a large number of fish follow. The spirit body has a strong sense of danger. Almost at the moment when Baizhen felt something strange, the spirit totem in her body had already responded. Baizhen plunged into the water and swam quickly towards the shore. She could feel that less than 10 meters behind her, there was a bull shark of nearly 2 meters chasing her. Sharks generally do not actively attack humans, but they will regard humans as dangerous in turbid waters. What's more, she smelled of blood, which could easily cause the shark to react. She didn't have much advantage in the sea, and she didn't want to get entangled with the bull shark. Sharks basically don't eat people. At most they'll bite one. Most people who died in sharks' mouths were bitten to death by more sharks after being bitten. This is why Baizhen didn't want to get entangled. No matter who got hurt, more sharks would be attracted. Huamu felt uneasy after watching Baizhen go into the sea to investigate. At first, she thought she was worried about Baizhen's injuries, until she saw a big fish fin chasing her as she swam hard towards the sea. Baizhen, with such a big fin, even Huamu, a young lady, could tell that he was not a good person. Shark, you, hurry up, swim faster. She was so anxious that she kept jumping up and down. Even though she knew that it would be useless if she went, her feet still ran uncontrollably into the sea. Baizhen had calculated the distance, but when she saw Huamu rushing into the sea regardless of anything, she panicked and her rhythm suddenly became chaotic. The skills of the sentinel are closely related to the type of spirit body. The ice wolf, like Baizhen, is suitable for moving in the forest and the wilderness. In addition to improving her perception, it can also give her the skill of speeding up. But the ice wolf is not used to underwater activities, which greatly weakens Baizhen's fighting power. She has not encountered any dangerous fish in the past few days on the coast, so she has more or less lowered her vigilance. Baizhen took a deep breath, and suddenly turned back and rushed towards the nearly 2-meter shark. Baizhen! Huamu's heart twitched, and she almost fainted. Baizhen! Baizhen! What are you doing? Although the bull shark is smaller than other sharks, it is the most aggressive. As an ambush shark, they often hunt prey larger than themselves. Baizhen thought that they would have to cross the sea later, and he could not leave the shark alone. He drew the dagger from his waist and rushed forward. The bull shark rushed with amazing force. Baizhen narrowly avoided its collision and hung on the fin sideways. Although sharks are fierce, they are not without weaknesses. There is a circle of spot-like holes around the mouth of the shark, called Lorenz ampulla, which was originally used to detect weak electric currents in seawater. If the front end of the shark's nose is stimulated, it can be paralyzed for a short time. But even if you know this weakness, it is extremely unwise to fight a shark in the sea. Even a well-trained sentinel like Baizhen cannot be completely uninjured. The shark seemed to sense the danger, twisting its body violently, swimming quickly with Baizhen. The only thing to be thankful for is that the bull shark has no swim bladder and needs to rely on the air in its stomach to rise and dive. So it did not take Baizhen into deep water for a while. Baizhen has an amazing lung capacity. After adapting to its speed and understanding its rhythm, he can find the right time to breathe. She didn't want to hurt it meaninglessly, because the blood might attract other sharks, and she didn't want it to die in too much pain. After all, it was them who broke into this chassis. Huamu covered her mouth and looked at the churning sea surface. She had already fallen to the seashore. How could a person fight a shark in the sea? The churning of the sea water not far away became more and more violent. And suddenly, everything calmed down. The scarlet blood quickly dyed the sea water, and Huamu only found the strength to get up at this time, and stumbled into the sea. After the shipwreck, she was more or less afraid of the sea, but she could no longer think about it. If Baizhen died, she would not be able to survive anyway. Baizhen! Baizhen! Huamu's figure was too slender. She finally managed to walk a little, but a few waves pushed her back. She cried and shouted, but her skirt was soaked, and she didn't walk much. After killing the shark, Baizhen fell into a short state of wandering. The highly concentrated mental power and overconsumed physical strength brought her to the brink of collapse. In a trance, she seemed to hear someone's cry, as if there was a light guiding her. She couldn't die here yet. Baizhen's body finally stopped sinking, and she turned over and swam towards the sea. Chapter 25 Heading North. Woo! Baizhen, Baizhen, you bastard! Baizhen! Huamu was not panicking, sad, but her mind was blank. In her eyes, Baizhen was the strongest sentinel and the most reliable guard. As long as Baizhen was there, she knew she was safe. Baizhen, Baizhen! Huamu fell into the sea. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, her vision was blurred, and she looked miserable. Baizhen finally swam to the shore. And this is what she saw. Miss, are you okay? She needed the white tablets urgently. But Huamu was in line before her. Huamu thought she was hallucinating. and she covered her face and cried. I'm in trouble. Baizhen is dead. And I don't want to live anymore. I'm not dead. Miss, you have to live too. How could a hallucination answer? Huamu suddenly raised her head and saw the sentry's pale face and weak smile through her blurred vision. Baizhen! Huamu cried out in disbelief. And then she was filled with joy at having lost something and regained it. You're fine. Baizhen was of course not fine. Her body was trembling. Her barrier was in danger. And she couldn't concentrate well. She needed a guide element. Even if it was artificial. She needed a small white tablet. I'm fine. Baizhen's already injured body looked even more horrible at this time. Various bruises and scratches were all over her body. The wound on her right shoulder, which was almost 10 centimeters long, was even more shocking. And blood was oozing out. Huamu's eyes were hot. And her tears flowed more violently. Her beautiful muscles were injured. Baizhen, you bastard. The young lady climbed up to help the sentry. And cursed fiercely. Why don't you go? Go eat farts. What are you doing back? The young lady wanted to say, go to hell. But she was too traumatized. And finally couldn't say it. But the indecent word, fart, was enough to express her anger. After all, it made her abandon more than 10 years of education. This was the weakest moment for Baizhen. He really couldn't take care of Huamu. He could only lean on her and stagger to the shore. The height and body size of the two people were quite different. Huamu hugged Baizhen's waist and managed to hold on without falling down. He helped her to the beach. The two fell down and sat down. Baizhen groaned rarely. Are you okay? Baizhen closed her eyes and shook her head. It's okay, Mississippi. I just need a little white pill. She knew Huamu didn't like the sentinels to rely on the little white pill. So she never said this in front of her. But now there was really no way. Her fingers were no longer obedient. In fact, Baizhen didn't expect that she could last so long after being in a trance state. It was not much worse than the longest record she had maintained during training. Can you help me get it? It's in the right lining of the trousers. Huamu had never seen Baizhen so weak. Her swollen eyes turned red again. She bit her lip and hurriedly took out the box of white tablets. She took it for granted that Baizhen had enough white tablets, so she never cared about it. But she didn't know until she saw it. She was shocked. The two of them had been on the island for only 20 days. And Baizhen had already taken 4 tablets. And was about to take the 5th one. She had consumed nearly 1/3 of the 16 small white tablets. Which was too far from her previous prediction. But she couldn't think too much at this time. And hurriedly fed the white pills into the sentinel's mouth. Compared with the natural guide factor released by the guides. The artificial guide factor has a disadvantage, not in effect but in side effects. The small white tablets will make the sentinel dependent. Of course. Because the unbound sentinel originally had to rely on the small white tablets. So this effect can be ignored. The more far-reaching impact is that the sentinels will develop resistance to the white tablets. The more they are used, the worse the effect will be. And the consumption will gradually increase. When the white tablets are not replenished, the sentinels will be more likely to fall into a trance state. Or even fall directly into the eternal night. Therefore, after each mission, the sentinels need to return to the tower to ask the public guide to help sort out their spiritual bodies, in order to eliminate the artificial guide elements accumulated in the body. Baizhen quickly regained consciousness after meditation, and his face became ruddy at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not the first time that Huamu saw the influence of the guide element on the sentinels. But she still couldn't help but be amazed. It turned out that the sentinels really needed guides so much. Miss, are you okay? Huamu saw that the first thing Baizhen did after recovering was to care about herself. And she couldn't help but said angrily, what can happen to me? Isn't it you who is in trouble? She said and took another look at the wound on Baizhen's shoulder. And she felt extremely sad for a moment. Such beautiful skin and muscles. Now they are all wounds. That's hers. You just said you didn't want to live. Miss, even if something happens to me, please. Hey, miss? After Baizhen's reminder, Huamu suddenly recalled the nonsense she had just said when she was in a state of confusion. Shame, panic and regret all surged into her mind. And she turned around and fled. Baizhen didn't know why she ignored him. So he quickly got up and followed her. Miss, what's wrong with you? Miss, I'm so annoyed. Huamu stopped and yelled at her, with a face redder than a roasted coconut crab. Don't follow me. But, Huamu said angrily, You? Don't be so sentimental. I don't want to commit suicide because of your death. It's because if you die, I can't live anymore. Do you understand? It's an objective factor, not a subjective factor. Baizhen stared at Huamu blankly. She never said anything about committing suicide for love. Huamu was a little confused after saying this, and she wanted to eat her tongue right there. Anyway, you are not allowed to have any random thoughts. Baizhen naturally did not dare to have any random thoughts, and he really did not know where his random thoughts could lead him. I understand. Mississippi. You are concerned about me. I am not concerned about you. Baizhen smiled within. I understand. Look. Huamu felt that she was getting more and more smeared. And she was so angry that her teeth itched. The more she looked at that pretty face, the more she felt that she deserved a beating. She walked over and raised her hand to hit Baizhen with her little fist. But when she saw her bruised body again, her heart ached so much that she couldn't hit her anymore. Her beautiful muscles. What are you standing there for? Why don't you apply some medicine? Are you really going to die? Huamu turned around and continued walking, out of sight. Out of mind. Yes. The sentry was completely injured today. Although his muscles and bones were not injured, he was still skinned and torn. Huamu felt pain just by looking at it, but Baizhen seemed to feel nothing, and pressed the mountain patchouli on the wound. Huamu saw that her movements were rough and clumsy, and he couldn't bear to watch it. Can you be gentler? The wound on Baizhen's left shoulder was the most serious, and the blood had not stopped flowing, and the skin next to it had turned white. Baizhen pressed several times but failed to apply it. So she could not help but increase the pressure. Miss, I am not afraid of pain. But she was afraid. Huamu herself was afraid of pain, and she couldn't bear to see Baizhen, and couldn't bear to see others in pain. Give me the dagger. Baizhen didn't know what she was going to do, but she still handed the dagger over obediently. Huamu took the dagger and cut 2 cuts on the hem of her skirt. Miss. Because Huamu's skirt had been cut with a lining before, the hem could no longer cover her knees, and now she cut a strip on the side. There was even a missing corner. The fabric was wet from the seawater. Huamu sprinkled it with fresh water, and then handed it to Baizhen. You can use it to bandage the wound. This? Baizhen stared at her blankly, and didn't dare to take it for a while. Oh! Forget it. I'll do it. Huamu didn't bother to care about her thoughts. Raise your hand a little. Baizhen was flattered. And seeing her unfriendly expression, she didn't dare to say anything more, and raised her arm obediently. Huamu looked at the small muscle group emerging on her upper arm, and swallowed subconsciously. How much training does this take? Big lady? Baizhen originally thought that Huamu was going to bandage her, but she found that she kept touching her arm. After enduring for a long time, she couldn't help it. She felt a little itchy, and had to remind her out loud. Huamu cleared his throat awkwardly, while wrapping the cloth strip around Baizhen's shoulder, while changing the subject. Why did you go head-to-head with a shark? Are you going to die? Huamu's words were stiff, but his movements were gentle, carefully wrapping the herbs on the wound. Don't worry, I'm sure. Who is worried? Humph, you're sure you can still get hurt. It's ugly for a girl to have a scar. Baizhen touched the place where Huamu had bandaged, and felt his heart burning. She remembered that the eldest lady had said this before, when she was still young. It's okay. It's common for sentinels to get injured. And the senior said that scars are medals. Nonsense. It's amazing to complete the mission without getting injured. I think your senior must be a badass. He always gets injured, so he lied to you. Baizhen thought about it, and found that what the eldest lady said was really right. But she was not the kind of person who would say bad things about people behind their backs. So she could only smile awkwardly. Huamu knew that she had guessed right by looking at her expression, and was very proud for a while. Baizhen had no injuries before. Worthy of being a sentinel who graduated with the first place. Worthy of being her sentinel. You must pay attention to the wound. I don't like scars. It feels uncomfortable to touch. Baizhen knows that Huamu loves beauty, and nods to promise, thinking that he will find some herbs to remove scars later. Also, don't be so reckless next time. Why fight with a fish? Run if you can. Huamu really thinks Baizhen is stupid. How can you fight with a fish in the water? But we still have to go there. Sharks are always an unstable factor. Bull sharks are individual sharks. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be another one in this area. Make the raft today, and when the blood smell dissipates tomorrow, we can cross the sea. You have the best reason. Huamu finally managed to be more gentle, but she got angry again. It's like talking about a chicken and a duck. It's not the same thing. You talk about one thing, and she talks about another. It makes her so angry. Chapter 26, Making a Bamboo Raft. The smell of the bull shark's blood could not be dissipated for the time being. Baizhen postponed the plan to cross the sea to the next day. She had only planned to make a simple raft before, which was enough to keep Huamu from being soaked in the seawater. But after this incident, she was determined to make a solid raft, at least one that would not fall apart in a single impact. Most mangroves are composed of shrubs or small trees, which are not very suitable for making rafts. The wood of the accompanying semi-mangroves such as crabapple and silverleaf trees is relatively solid, although it is suitable for making bridges, houses and boats, but not suitable for making rafts in emergency situations. Baizhen finally decided to go to a bamboo forest a little further away to collect materials and make a bamboo raft. Because of the delay before, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Baizhen calculated the progress and found that he had to start working immediately. Miss Huamu was depressed and secretly looked at Baizhen. Seeing that she looked thoughtful and didn't seem to notice him, he couldn't help but glance down. Except for operations in the rainforest, the sentinels usually don't wear coats, because they often go to the sea. Sports bras are her daily standard. Huamu had seen Baizhen's body many times, but she still couldn't look directly at the lower part. Her eyes were mostly focused on the sentry's abdomen, such as arms, shoulders, back, chest, and chest. If there was any reason, it was because it was too embarrassing. Baizhen's abdominal muscles were not very obvious when relaxed, but the mermaid line below was very clear, and the angle of the underwear was simply a synonym for pornography. Huamu really couldn't understand. How could Baizhen dare to expose such a body in public? Wasn't she afraid that someone would pounce on her? Of course, she wouldn't pounce on him. She would just take a look now to make sure that this big fool was not injured. Miss? Baizhen called Huamu several times before she finally came back to her senses. What? What are you doing? Huamu covered her mouth and turned her head away, feeling a little annoyed at her own loss of composure. Alas, she was just too serious about her work. And her aunt was right. I'm going to cut some bamboo to make a bamboo raft. It's a little far from here. Are you? I'll go with you. Baizhen was really worried about leaving Huamu alone here. Then let's go now. Huamu originally thought that Baizhen should rest for a while, but on second thought, her injury couldn't be cured by sitting for another hour or two. So she gave up the idea of persuading her. It would be better to go with her and watch her from the side. Baizhen squatted in front of Huamu and motioned her to come up. Huamu looked at her body covered with herbs and twitched her lips. No need. I will walk by myself. You can walk with me slowly. Huamu's inconvenience in movement was not only because she was indeed weak and lacked physical strength, but also because she didn't have a pair of good shoes. One of the slippers was picked up, and it didn't fit her feet, but the other was a pure natural handmade slipper, which would fall apart after a few more steps. Like this time, she had slippers in her hands not long after she came out. Then I'll make another pair for you. Baizhen guessed that Huamu didn't want her to carry it because she was injured and couldn't stand the herbs on her body. So she didn't force her. The leaves of the pandanus tree are flexible and long, which are very suitable for weaving. Baizhen used local materials and quickly made a pair of slippers for Huamu. Huamu was stunned. Does the tower teach this? Baizhen showed a shy expression. No, my mother-in-law taught me. Oh. Huamu always felt that it was not easy to ask about the things in Baizhen's tribe. The two of them tidied up, leaving most of the supplies behind, taking a bottle of water, half of the coconut crab, and the pandanus soaked in seawater on the road. When Huamu was eating, she realized that the thing she picked was not a pineapple at all. Although it was a little sweet, the taste was lighter, and the fruit could not be swallowed, and had to be spit out like eating sugar cane. Alas, she wanted to eat sugar cane. Do you want to eat it? Baizhen shook his head. Miss, you should not eat too much, it is cold in nature. Huamu didn't think it was delicious, but she felt it would be a waste if she didn't eat it. She, a noble lady, was forced to have such a poor mentality by this island. Alas. Miss, what's wrong with you? Baizhen heard her sigh suddenly, and her heart was hanging again. I really didn't expect that. I would fall to this point. If she let it go, she would feel like she would have lice if she didn't take a bath for 2 days, but now, it's my fault, Huamu said unhappily. What's wrong with you? Isn't it good to save me to this island? It was me who ran away from home, I was the one who brought you out, and I was the one who drove the boat. What does it have to do with you? Baizhen said that he couldn't convince Hua Mu. His face turned red, and it took a long time to say. Yes, I didn't remind you that this is the sea. So it's no wonder you were led. The sentry did say it, but she just insisted on her own way. Come on. Come on, you are so dumb with words. Don't learn to comfort others. Baizhen pursed her lips and said nothing. Hey, did you have any scars from your previous injuries? But Baizhen didn't say anything. Hua Mu was bored again. She just thought of this, and then she thought of the bullet that Sentinel took when he saved her. But she didn't see any scars after looking for a long time, and she was a little worried. Ah? But Sentinel didn't have the jumping thoughts like the young lady, and couldn't react for a while. That was when, on my 16th birthday, didn't you block a bullet for me? Baizhen will never forget that day. No. You can't even lie, so stupid. I heard from my father that the heart was almost injured. Baizhen felt that the Duke was exaggerating. No, the bullet got stuck in the ribs, which is still far from the heart. Are you wearing a turtle shell? What kind of body do sentinels have? Ribs can block bullets. What Baizhen didn't say was that there were frequent assassinations against Hua Mu in those years, and she wore a bulletproof vest anytime and anywhere just to block bullets for Hua Mu. For such a complaint, the sentry didn't know how to respond, and just smiled shyly. Hua Mu was about to be suffocated by her. So, where is the wound? On the back. Back? Why didn't I see it? Ah, it was covered. Since the heart was almost injured, it must be near the chest. And the sports bra can still cover it. Baizhen was moved thinking that the young lady was still concerned about her injury after so long. Young lady. It's really okay now. Hua Mu pouted. Whether it's okay or not, we'll know after we take a look. Ah? Nothing. She obviously just wanted to confirm the health of her guard. But Baizhen's surprise made her feel as if there was some ulterior motive. The atmosphere suddenly became silent for some reason. Fortunately, the two had walked more than 1,000 meters and arrived at the bamboo forest. There were many bamboos growing on the island, most of which were tropical clump bamboos with thin branches and low height. Only this area had tall bamboos, which looked very conspicuous. Bamboos generally grow in subtropical areas and require a warm and humid climate. The soil for growth needs to be rich in water, but water cannot accumulate for a long time. This bamboo forest is not particularly large, and is located on a hillside at the edge of the rainforest. Bamboos are usually more than 10 meters high, and their stem diameters are mostly more than 10 centimeters. They are perfect for making bamboo rafts. The eldest lady naturally couldn't help with the work of cutting bamboo. Baizhen asked her to sit aside and rest, while he used a stone to hammer the dagger into the bamboo pole little by little. Hua Mu was watching with trepidation, worried that she would hit her hand, and worried that the wound on her shoulder would split again. Finally, when the bamboo that was more than 10 meters high fell down, she was already sweating. She felt that she had to find something to do. Besides fresh water, the only thing that could motivate the young lady to work the most was food. She quickly thought of bamboo shoots. There were many bamboo shoot shells on the ground, and Hua Mu instantly ignited her fighting spirit. Baizhen, do you think there will be bamboo shoots here? Is this the shell of the bamboo shoot? It was indeed the shell of the bamboo shoot. It was probably the rain 20 days ago that created many new bamboos. This also means that it is unlikely that there are bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest now. Miss, you can look for it. But Baizhen thought it would be better not to discourage Hua Mu's enthusiasm. And on the other hand, he also wanted her to find something to do, because the young lady saw that she was too nervous. Hee. Then you continue to cut bamboo, and I'll go find bamboo shoots. Of course, there were no bamboo shoots. Baizhen had already cut 3 bamboos more than 10 meters long to make a bamboo raft. The sentry's physical strength can be seen from this. He was dying just now, but now he can carry a thick and long bamboo without breathing. Hua Mu was quite discouraged about not finding bamboo shoots. Seeing Baizhen moving things like a bull, her heart sank. She hurriedly glanced at his shoulder, and found that blood had seeped out again. Baizhen, what kind of life is she worried about? Miss, have you found bamboo shoots? What kind of bamboo shoots? Bamboo shoots. Put down the bamboo. Baizhen quickly put down the bamboo, ran to Hua Mu, and asked nervously, Miss, what's wrong with you? Hua Mu wanted to say, you are the one who has problems. But she swallowed her words in the end. You just cut 3 bamboos. You want to cut them into sections before making a raft. Right? Yes. Where do you plan to take them? On the beach. We can put them in the sea and drag them away. Hua Mu was so angry that he jumped up and hit her head. You sound smart. But why don't you cut them into sections before taking them? Although it didn't hurt. Baizhen was also a little confused by the knock. But that would require multiple moves. Hua Mu suddenly realized that this sentry was actually quite lazy. Of course. To put it nicely, it is efficiency. But preferring to bleed rather than walk more times. Isn't it just laziness? You cut it short. The part on the hillside can just roll down. It won't take too much time. Hua Mu glanced at the white cloth on her shoulder that was soaked with blood again. And finally couldn't help but said, change the bandage first. And then do it later. It doesn't matter if it's slow. There's no rush. Baizhen understood the care of the eldest lady, and was deeply moved. I know. Hua Mu saw that she was so happy and excited that even her rigid expression softened a lot. And he inexplicably felt a little happy and proud in his heart. So, the sentry can't do without her. And he might torture himself to death at any time. Hua Mu felt the burden on her, and made up her mind to control this stupid big wolf dog, who would occasionally go crazy and abuse himself. Chapter 27 Making a Bamboo Raft. The hulls selected by Baizhen are all made of older bamboos, which are slightly yellowed on the surface, and have thicker branches. A long-term bamboo raft needs to go through many processes, but this time it is only for temporary use, so many steps can be omitted. Remove the branches and leaves, and then cut the 3 bamboos into bamboo sections of similar lengths, and roll the bamboo sections down the hillside according to Hua Mu's method, and finally arrange them on the beach. The hull is 4 meters long, and nearly 1 meter wide, which is more than enough to carry 2 people. The frame of the boat was made of new bamboo with a diameter of 5 centimeters, cut into about 1 meter in length, and arranged perpendicular to the boat every 50 centimeters. The frame and the boat were fixed with vines. Baizhen used a double-layer cross-wrapping method, and nailed each bamboo to the frame with bamboo wedges to increase the firmness of the boat. He worked until nightfall before he finally finished the whole bamboo raft. Hua Mu could not help much, but he could still pass the bamboo poles used as the frame, and pick the branches and leaves from the vines. Baizhen didn't want her to participate, but unfortunately he didn't tell Hua Mu, so he had to agree to let her do some leisure work. The moment the bamboo raft was completed, Hua Mu felt an extremely strong sense of accomplishment. Baizhen checked the bamboo raft for the last time, and pushed it into the sea during the high tide. It really floats. This is the boat we made. Hua Mu never thought that one day she would be able to make a boat herself. It was just a simple bamboo raft. Yes, miss. We made it together. Hua Mu was very happy. If I tell Catherine, Man and the others, they will definitely not believe it. Catherine and Man are both Hua Mu's frequent playmates. One is the daughter of the Earl's family, and the other is the granddaughter of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Patton. She came to the Empire with her diplomat father. I can testify for you. Hua Mu laughed out loud because of her overly honest remarks. I might as well take the ship back directly instead of asking you to testify. Anyway, the warship will definitely fit. Besides, she didn't want her best friends to see her, as if she had never seen a female sentry in her life. She was always very interested in her guard. Baizhen thought it made sense. Then I will deal with the bamboo raft later. Otherwise it will be soaked and damaged. Go ahead. Deal with it. It's rare to make it. It would be a pity to use it only once or twice. Baizhen could feel Hua Mu's good mood, and was very happy. Then let's go back. Miss, I'll get some more food, and we can rest early tonight. The two of them ate the remaining coconut crabs on the way. But this kind of protein is not very filling. Even Hua Mu, who has always had a small appetite, felt a little hungry. Okay, I want to eat more. A thick and long rope made of vines was tied to the front of the bamboo raft. Baizhen pulled the rope and walked in the shallows, while Hua Mu followed on the beach. Baizhen originally wanted her to go back directly on the bamboo raft, but Hua Mu didn't want to go into the sea, because her feet hurt. She originally thought that she could at least hold on to the mangroves, but after walking for a while, her steps became heavier and heavier, and her speed became slower and slower. After the excitement, Hua Mu felt tired. The eldest lady not only walked the most distance in her life today, did the most physical work, but also had a great joy and great sorrow before, so it was inevitable that she felt tired at this time. Baizhen sensed something was wrong, turned around and saw Hua Mu had fallen far behind, and hurried back. Miss, are you tired? To be honest, Hua Mu's persistence today did surprise Baizhen. She had actually been worried, but she didn't dare to ask more questions because she was too strong-willed, for fear of making her unhappy. I'm not tired, Hua Mu said weakly. She had pain in her feet, calves, arms, palms, and everywhere in her body, sore and painful. Miss, I'm fine now, really, I'll carry you back. Hua Mu looked up at Baizhen. She felt tired looking up. Don't you still have to pull the bamboo raft? I can leave the bamboo raft here first, and it's the same when I come back to get it tomorrow morning. Hua Mu was quite tempted. She was really tired. Her whole body was sore and weak, and her legs were as weak as noodles. Will it not float away? Baizhen was happy to see that she did not refuse immediately. No, I will fix it. Then, okay. Hua Mu felt that. She had grown a lot today, and a little reward would not be too much. Baizhen fixed the wooden stakes on the beach, and then tied the bamboo raft, and hurried back to pick up Hua Mu after making sure it would not float away. Hua Mu sat down to rest, but when Baizhen came over, she found that she could not even stand up. My feet hurt so much. Baizhen heard her voice was like crying, and hurriedly knelt down to take off her shoes to check, only to see that her originally delicate soles were rubbed with many blisters. My hands hurt too. Hua Mu spread her hands to show Baizhen. She just felt a little pain before, but now she felt itchy and burning. The pampered young lady did hard labor for the first time today, and her palms were covered with blisters. Baizhen felt very distressed. Miss, you have suffered. Hua Mu was scared today, cried, was happy, excited, and thought of her past best friends before, and thought of the comfortable life she once had. Now she only felt endless grievances. Why did she have to face such a thing? I feel so bad. She was just an 18-year-old girl. Compared to her life since childhood, her current situation was really like hell. Baizhen felt the grievance and sadness for the young lady, and couldn't help but hold her gently in his arms. I'll help you apply the medicine later. It will definitely hurt. I'll blow it for you. My calves and arms are so sore and painful too. I'll rub it for you. The sentinel's soft bosom soothed Hua Mu's sadness a little, but it also brought out more grievances from her. Carry me back. Baizhen obediently picked up Hua Mu and held her sideways, letting her nestle in his arms. Miss, do you want to eat anything? Sentinel's embrace was very warm. Although it smelled of seawater and patchouli, it still smelled good to her. It was very strange. Her suppressor was still on, so it was impossible for her to smell the pheromone on Sentinel. I want to eat bread. She had wanted to eat bread for a long time. But there were seafood, fruits, seabirds, and even wild boars on this island. But there was no bread. As if she was acting like a spoiled child. She couldn't help but express her wish. But she quickly changed her mind after seeing the sentry's serious expression. Forget it. The bread is dry and cold, and it doesn't fill me up. I'd rather eat meat. I want to drink fish soup, like the one we have at noon. She was afraid that the sentry would do something stupid again in order to conjure up bread for her. Okay. The two returned to the place where they had rested before. Baizhen built a fire, caught fish as quickly as possible, and cooked a bowl of hot fish soup for Hua Mu. If only there was tofu, Hua Mu thought as she drank. Baizhen sterilized the needle with charcoal fire while she was drinking the fish soup, and held her feet in his arms, intending to help her pick the blisters on her feet. Hua Mu knew what she was going to do, and although she felt a little scared, she still put her feet down obediently. Miss, please bear with it for a while. Hua Mu felt a little shy and worried when the sentry pinched her feet. She used to have no part of herself that she was not confident about. But after more than 20 days, she was as embarrassed as she could be. The worst part was her feet, which were covered with scars, and might even have calluses. She was ashamed to be seen by Baizhen. Baizhen had good eyesight, and his movements were steady and fast. He helped her to pop all the blisters on her feet, and applied medicine. Hua Mu did not feel much pain, but felt a little comfortable with the tingling. The sentry lowered his head, and treated the wound seriously, as if he was holding some rare treasure in his arms. Hua Mu felt that her profile under the firelight was more beautiful than ever. She was just stating objective facts, not praising. Baizhen checked it once, and made sure there was nothing missing, and looked up at Hua Mu. Miss, does it still hurt? Hua Mu quickly looked away. A little bit. Baizhen leaned over to help her blow. Hua Mu's body suddenly went numb, and she almost couldn't hold the fish soup in her hand. She was panicked and embarrassed. She wondered what to do if this big fool wanted to kiss her feet like last time. and wondered if her feet would smell, and wondered what she would do if the sentry couldn't help but make a more excessive move. She drank the fish soup as if to cover it up, and didn't even notice the gulp gulp sound, which was a loss of more than 10 years of education. Although it is not impossible for something to happen in this situation, she has never been in love after all, so she still hopes to have a relationship first. When Baizhen saw Huamu finish drinking the fish soup, he leaned over and sat a little closer, letting her put her legs on his thighs. Miss. Huamu thought more and more deeply, but unfortunately she had no experience, and her mind was like a coded color, and it was not colorful. As a result, Baizhen suddenly sat over at this time, and scared her badly. What are you going to do? Baizhen took the coconut shell and held her hand. Miss. Wow, what is this sentry going to do? Huamu looked at Baizhen's face so close to her, and felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. I'll help you pick the blisters on your hands. If the coconut shell hadn't been taken away, she really wanted to smear the whole face of the sentry. Huamu tasted the taste of myocardial infarction again. Seeing her staring at him silently, as if she was angry, she suddenly realized that her behavior was a bit too intimate, and hurriedly sat a little further away, and said nervously, Do you think it's okay? Yes. Of course, what's wrong with that? Isn't it just picking a blister? Stupid, wooden idiot, big fool. Dull, slow, boring, cold-blooded. Baizhen didn't notice the depression of his young lady at all, and lowered his head to help her treat the wound on her hand with concentration. Her feet and hands were numb, although it felt a little strange. It was much better than the pain before. Huamu's depressed mood was slightly better because of this, but she still couldn't bear to look at Baizhen's serious face. Miss, are you feeling better? Forget it. She wasn't expecting anything anyway. This idiot didn't know her charm, so she was safe. Chapter 28. It's just a human meat cushion. Death before success. Although Huamu was not dead, she was almost useless. The injuries on her palms and soles were slightly better after Baizhen's treatment, but her waist and legs were still sore. What made her even more desperate was that there was not even a haystack to sleep on at night. Baizhen gave her his coat and trousers, but it still couldn't make Huamu feel comfortable at all, which was completely incomparable to a meat cushion. Baizhen had thought about letting Huamu sleep on him like he had done in the past few days. But Huamu's reaction just now made her think that she had overstepped the bounds. So she had to bury her thoughts in her heart, and did not even dare to mention the matter of massaging Huamu's legs. Huamu could not lie still any longer, and sat up and poked the sentry standing beside her with her toes. Miss, what do you want? Huamu was so angry. He clearly said he would massage her legs before he brought her back, but he did not mention it again afterwards. He did not keep his word. My legs hurt. Baizhen was a little at a loss. While observing Huamu's expression, he asked carefully, Do you want me to massage your legs? Didn't you say you would massage my legs? Baizhen could not help but smile with joy. Huamu's willingness to let her get close to him was the greatest trust in her. After all, it was an unwritten rule in the Duke's mansion, and even the entire royal family, that sentinels could not get too close to the eldest lady. She had always carefully followed this rule in the past, but after coming to this island, she could not strictly enforce it due to various external conditions. Of course, because she was far away from civilized society, her vigilance was indeed reduced too much. Then miss, please bear with it. If it hurts too much, tell me. Well, please stop talking nonsense and get started. Huamu took the initiative to put her legs in front of Baizhen. The young lady's calves were straight and slender, although she was slightly tanned due to the deserted island life in the past few days. It was still in sharp contrast with Baizhen's wheat-colored skin. Baizhen suddenly felt thirsty for some reason, and her hand could not help but press it. The sentry's palm was dry and warm, and the strength was just right. Huamu couldn't help but hum in comfort. She felt that Baizhen's skills were not much worse than her personal masseur. Baizhen was very patient and worked hard. Huamu didn't let her stop, so she rubbed it over and over again. Calf, arms, shoulders, and back, rubbed Huamu until her whole body was warm. But the young lady still felt unsatisfied. Her waist was still sore. The sand hurts. Compared to the rainforest, the beach at night is safer. Baizhen moved a few dead woods to enclose an area at the junction of the beach and the grass slope, then dug deeper sand and built a fire in the middle, making a warm resting place that could block the wind. The only uncomfortable thing was that hay could not be used as a cushion in this situation. Otherwise it would easily cause a fire. Hua Mu has always been picky about sleeping conditions. Baizhen felt that he should offer to be her cushion. But for some reason, he couldn't say it. She was afraid that the eldest lady would call her a pervert again. Baizhen helped Hua Mu rub her arms. And whispered, "How about I find you some banana leaves to cushion your arms?" What's the use of banana leaves? How come this sentry has no sense of sacrifice at all? He is said to be the most loyal guard. Hua Mu didn't care. No. That's not comfortable either. You should cushion me. Just like the other day. Baizhen was happy. Is it okay? Hua Mu felt something was strange. But couldn't tell what was wrong for a moment. What do you mean by okay? Isn't that your duty? I'm tired and uncomfortable now. She was afraid that Baizhen would not agree, so she unconsciously acted like a young lady. Yes. Baizhen naturally agreed. It was her honor to be a cushion for the young lady. Hua Mu listened to her straightforward response, and climbed on top of her, as if afraid that she would regret it. My waist is so sore, you can massage it for me too. Before, there was hay as a cushion, and Hua Mu only pressed half of her, but today there was nothing, so she just lay on top of her regardless. There is a big difference in height between the two. And there is a huge difference in physique. In order to maintain the dignity of a royal family in front of the camera, Hua Mu must be slimmer than the standard. With a height of 163 and a weight of less than 40 kilograms. With the white skin brought up by a pampered life. He looks like a skinny lamb. As for Baizhen, he is 1.8 meters tall, has a well-trained body, lean and powerful muscles, and wheat-colored skin that has been exposed to the sun for many years. He looks like a black panther that is always on alert. Let alone sleeping together in such an ambiguous position, even if they just stand together. The awkwardness will be reported by the tabloids for 3 days and 3 nights. Hua Mu was lying on Baizhen, and it was so comfortable. Not only was it soft and warm, it also massaged automatically, which was not much worse than her latex mattress. She decided that not only tonight, she would let this sentry be her cushion before she went back. After a tiring day, Hua Mu finally fell asleep in satisfaction, but Baizhen had a hard time falling asleep. Although the need to be alert was one aspect, she knew that there were other reasons why she couldn't fall asleep immediately. Baizhen was born in the Black Eyes tribe. She lived with her tribe members in a remote tropical rainforest since she was a child. Because she awakened as a sentinel, she entered civilized society for the first time. The outside world is wider than she imagined, but also more indifferent. The dazzling modern technology, the bright and colorful city life, and the strict military system all made her feel suffocated. She is a minority, no matter where she is. She is a rare Black Eyes tribe member, the only sentinel in the Black Eyes tribe, and a rare female among the sentinels. The curiosity and rejection, ridicule and teasing of others were like nightmares to the young and innocent Baizhen. She felt that she was out of tune with everything. No matter where she was, she could not find a sense of belonging. Baizhen had escaped from the tower several times when she was a child. The longest time she wandered outside was nearly a month. But she didn't know where to go. A young sentinel like her could not persist for too long without a guide and a white film. It was at that time that she met the person who changed her life. Baizhen never thought that he would be so close to her. Nor did he ever think that she would trust him so much. The sentry shamefully felt a little secretly happy. Happy that they had such an experience. If it weren't for this situation, she and the young lady would never be so close. Nor would they talk so much together. And do so many things. She knew how much trouble being stranded on the island had caused the young lady. But she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. She must be the most unqualified guard. Not only unworthy of the trust of the queen and the duke, but also violating the oath she made at the beginning. Miss, I'm sorry. Hua Mu had a beautiful dream. In the dream, she was drinking afternoon tea with Catherine and Man. Although it was not lavender tea for beauty. The Bodhi seeds that could relieve muscle soreness were exactly what she needed. The raspberry sour cream cake was refreshing and delicious. And the cranberry cookies were crispy and sweet. With a little fruit salad. It was a perfect afternoon tea. While eating, she boasted to her 2 best friends about her experience on the deserted island. How she cleverly obtained fresh water and salt from the sea. How she dealt with the giant coconut crabs. And how she made a bamboo raft. She really took the raft back with her and placed it in the small lake outside her private villa, occasionally fishing on it. Catherine and Man admired her, and then asked about her sentinel. Something must have happened. Right? Being alone on a deserted island. It would be too unreasonable for nothing to happen. The topic of afternoon tea for the noble girl was unexpectedly pure and sexy. She fantasized about a field she didn't know, and looked forward to an unforgettable. Hua Mu saw the sentinel wearing only a sports bra, paddling the raft, and her perfect figure caused the two noble ladies, who were also guides beside her, to scream repeatedly, and cast envious eyes on her. She looked at Baizhen smiling brightly at her, and her mind was filled with the words, "Undisciplined. Please hide this body well." Okay? Hua Mu was angry and woke up. The sentry was pressed under her, and his heartbeat was steady and gentle. He must have fallen asleep. Hua Mu was afraid of waking her up, so she didn't dare to move. She kept saying that she had a ghost dream. The air in the early morning was a little chilly, but there was still warmth from the fire in the sand pit, and Hua Mu was wrapped tightly by Baizhen, so she didn't feel too cold. It was so comfortable. Hua Mu adjusted her posture, and Baizhen also changed her posture. She secretly looked up at the sentry's face, and saw that she was relaxed and tired, and her heart ached a little. Baizhen was really tired. Hua Mu sighed silently, and repeatedly pondered the meaning of her dream. Was it a prophetic dream? It meant that someone would come to rescue them soon. No, wouldn't Catherine and Manman see Baizhen's body? Young ladies of their background basically have no right to love freely, and their families will help them choose a partner who is well matched. Perhaps it was a rebellious mentality. Her two best friends especially yearned for a true love with a huge difference in status. Of course, if you add some master-servant, female sentinel and erotic elements, it would definitely become popular in the circle of noble ladies quickly. She was referring to romance novels. Perhaps it was because things are rare and valuable, and as women, they had a sense of taboo. The guide ladies around her suddenly developed a strong curiosity and yearning for female sentinels, forcing her to hide the white pillow tightly. "Miss, are you awake?" Baizhen had actually noticed Hua Mu's movements a long time ago, but thought she would sleep for a while longer, so he didn't disturb her. Hua Mu didn't want to pay attention to her. Even if she woke up, she would still lie down for a while. Her girlfriends were crazy. Right? What's so good about such a stupid, dumb and tactless sentry? Oh, except being a human cushion is not bad, but it's just a human cushion. Chapter 29, Will there be happiness on the north side of the island? No matter how comfortable the mat is, Hua Mu still needs to get up. After a simple breakfast, Baizhen dragged the bamboo raft over. When the sun rises a little higher, the two of them officially start to cross the sea. Hua Mu took a quick inventory of the supplies, and left the things that were not needed for the time being. The most important resource for the two of them now is fresh water. She checks it every day, and there are still 6 liters today. In addition to water, the two of them also brought 2 coconut shells as containers, some herbs and spices for seasoning, which were packed in newly made bamboo tubes. The rest of the useful things were all the things Baizhen had with him. The sea outside the mangroves was deeper than the areas Baizhen had explored before. To be on the safe side, she made not only a pole, but also 2 bamboo oars. Hua Mu said excitedly that she wanted to give it a try, but she gave up after the raft was hit by the waves for the 3rd time. Such a great and arduous task as rowing a boat should be left to the hard-working sentinels. The area around the island seemed calm, but only Baizhen, who had actually been to the sea, knew how turbulent the ocean currents were. Even a sentinel with a strong physique like her couldn't swim too far. It naturally takes some skills to row a boat. Baizhen asked Hua Mu to sit in the middle of the bamboo raft, and pushed the bamboo raft into the sea for the 4th time. She pushed and swam for a distance, and then got on the bamboo raft and started to use the pole to control the direction. Hua Mu was a little scared at first, but later she saw that Baizhen was rowing steadily, and her heart gradually settled down. Because of the experience of the previous day, Baizhen was quite careful today, always paying attention to the situation in the sea, and did not dare to let the bamboo raft go too far from the shore. The mangroves along the coast were only about 2 kilometers long, but Baizhen still paddled 5 kilometers when he found a suitable place to dock. Behind the mangroves was a gravel cliff, and there was no suitable road to the island. Hua Mu sat in front of her and pretended to enjoy the scenery along the way. In fact, she was very worried at the beginning, not to mention the shipwreck more than half a month ago. The thrilling scene yesterday was still in front of her. She couldn't go to sea as calmly as the sentinel. She had prepared herself for some difficulties early in the morning, but she didn't expect it to be smooth all the way, which made her seem overly worried. As her mood gradually relaxed, her attention slowly shifted to other places. The sentry rowing the boat looked much better than in her dream. The line from the upper arm to the chest, the flat and tight abdominal muscles, and the slender and powerful long legs made her look so reliable. And her serious face was much more pleasing to the eye than the bright smile in her dream. That was the way it was. How could Baizhen look so frivolous? As a guard and sentry, he should be calm, alert and agile, and a little bit cold to the enemy, and tender to his lover to be perfect. Hua Mu unconsciously recalled the novel she had secretly borrowed from Catherine, and her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. What was the title of the novel? My Cool and Pretty Sentinel? The Domineering Guard Falls in Love with Me? Or, Hua Mu found that she only remembered a few colorful fragments. Just as the young lady was daydreaming, Baizhen had already found a suitable place to dock. She paddled fast and steadily, and it took only more than half an hour to cross this area. The northeast side of the island didn't seem to have anything special. If I had to say it, it was probably that the beach here was wider, and the coastline was longer than the east side. Baizhen slowly brought the raft to the shore, and said to Hua Mu, who seemed to be fascinated by the beautiful scenery, "Miss, let's go by land next." Hua Mu only felt the raft shake slightly, turned around, and found that the two of them had reached the shore without knowing when. So, it's so soon? Baizhen didn't choose to go ashore earlier because she wanted Hua Mu to rest for a while. But the ocean current became more violent as they went north, so she had to choose to go ashore. Yes. Baizhen went into the water directly, and pushed the raft ashore. Hua Mu hurriedly wanted to jump onto the beach to reduce the weight. "Miss, please don't move. The wound from yesterday will hurt if it gets soaked in sea water." Baizhen was afraid that she would hurt herself without paying attention, and Hua Mu secretly glanced at her shoulder. When changing the dressing in the morning, she saw that the wound had recovered well, but she was only worried that Baizhen's strenuous exercise would cause the wound to split again. Fortunately, there was no blood seeping out. She breathed a sigh of relief and jumped from the bamboo raft to the beach. I'm not stupid. She felt that Baizhen would be even less able to take care of himself. The sentry saw that she was not stubborn, and felt relieved, and dragged the bamboo raft ashore and tied it up, and then returned to Hua Mu, squatted down, and carried her on his back. The two had never explored the north of the island. The danger index in Baizhen's heart increased sharply. The way to make her feel at ease was to let Hua Mu stay on her back. The eldest lady was exhausted yesterday. She also knew what Baizhen was worried about. She didn't dare to show off, and obediently got on her back. The further north you go, the more you can feel the difference between this side and the south. The temperature and humidity gradually increase, and the vegetation becomes more lush. Baizhen guessed correctly. The reason why it hasn't rained in the south for so long is because of the barrier of the middle mountain, forming a leeward slope. There is obviously a wider area in the north of the island, and the lushness of the tropical rainforest is not comparable to that in the south. Baizhen did not dare to enter rashly, and continued to walk north for several kilometers along the edge. Hua Mu was almost dying of heat. "Baizhen, when can we find water?" She was hanging on the sentry's back, and sweating without doing anything. The two of them were sticky, which made her feel uncomfortable. Because of the rising temperature, she had drunk more than 2 bottles of water. But now she couldn't even see the shadow of the water source. In front of me, there is nothing but white sand, the sea and dense rainforest. The rainforest in the south at least has a place to stay. But this side is really daunting. The soft and muddy soil underground seems to be able to trap people, and the narrow gaps are either densely packed with vines, or poisonous snakes and insects. Hua Mu saw Baizhen turning around and retreating from the rainforest several times, and couldn't help but feel a little desperate. "Miss, I can smell the smell of the river. I should find something if I walk forward." Baizhen can distinguish the difference between the smell of clean water and dead water, and can even feel that it is very likely that it has rained in the north in the past few days. The air was very humid, and there were many new fungi growing on the ground. Most importantly, she heard the sound of running water. After Baizhen called the stream that didn't last for 10 days. A lot of water. Hua Mu didn't trust her judgment. So when Baizhen said, "River," she just thought it was the same stream as last time. But a stream is better than nothing. She hasn't had a good bath for more than 10 days. Without a bath in this environment, she suspected that she was already smelly, but her nose was gradually getting used to it, so she couldn't smell it. After realizing this, the young lady suddenly remembered Baizhen's identity as a sentinel. His sense of smell was many times better than hers, and she suddenly became nervous. "Baizhen, what's wrong?" "Young lady, Did you smell the water again? Yes. It should be not far from us. It will be easier to find its estuary, and then go up. Hua Mu no longer cared about whether this river could enter the sea. The sentinel could even smell the water. So how could he not smell her? This dog's nose had also smelled the blood on her body. Hua Mu supported Baizhen's shoulders, and moved his body away from her. The expression on his face became more and more tangled. Miss. Baizhen noticed her actions, and asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? Although the sentry never said that he smelled any strange smell, nor did he show any disgust, Hua Mu still felt embarrassed for some reason. So much sweat, I don't like it. Hua Mu answered a little stiffly, with obvious unhappiness. Baizhen thought that it was the sweat on her body that disgusted the young lady, and was panicked for a moment. Yes, I'm sorry. Miss, I will wash myself well when I find a water source, Hua Mu said. Pervert. Just as she said it, but then she realized that the other party was talking about washing her own body, and immediately swallowed it back into her stomach. I'm talking about you. Not just you. I'm the same. You sweat so much. You must stink. Baizhen heard her comforting words, and put his heart back in his stomach for the time being. It's my fault. I didn't notice it. But you smell good. You don't smell bad. Oh my god. This sentinel actually smelled her, and said she smelled good. She must have bad intentions. Right? Really? Not bad? Baizhen said as a matter of course. Miss, how could you smell bad? I smell bad. That's right. How could she smell bad? She used to take a bath with flower petals every day. However, Baizhen's smell is not bad. If you have to say it, it's probably surprisingly good. How strange, there is so little fresh water, and it is already very tight to spare water for her to wash her body. How does Baizhen stay clean? She knows that she takes a sea bath, but wouldn't her body be covered with salt if she just washes it? Ahem, I didn't say that, but you seem to have never used much fresh water to wash your body. Hua Mu was just curious at first, but when she asked, she felt something was wrong. Baizhen is a girl after all, and it seems a bit impolite to say that she doesn't pay attention to cleanliness. She considered her words for a long time before expressing her meaning. Baizhen seemed a little embarrassed, because there is not enough fresh water. But don't worry, I have all the water to clean it. I will clean it after you finish. That's right, after all. She is a girl. Wait, it sounds a bit wrong to hear what she said. Hua Mu straightened her upper body, and moved away from Baizhen. What do you use to clean it? Baizhen answered very calmly this time. I use the water you used. This pervert. Hua Mu finally remembered the name of the novel she asked Catherine to borrow, The Favor of the Gilliman Sentinel. She blushed like a shrimp, and had 1,000 curse words in her heart, but Baizhen's words disrupted her thoughts. Miss, I saw the river. Chapter 30. Will there be happiness on the north side of the island? Where is it? Where is it? Hua Mu became excited, and stood up by pressing Baizhen's shoulders, wanting to see where the river he was talking about was. Baizhen carried her on his back, and quickened his pace. It's just in front. As Baizhen walked, Hua Mu finally saw the river she was talking about. Compared to the stream they had found before, this can really be called a river. Due to the nourishment of fresh water, and the dilution of sea water, the vegetation around the river extended a lot beyond the beach, and Hua Mu finally saw the estuary. Compared to some inland rivers, this river is not big at all. The width of the estuary is no more than 10 meters. Due to the colloid coagulation phenomenon, a small triangular shoal is formed at the estuary, and some plants even grow on it. This is an environment that can only be formed by a fairly stable system. So no matter how small it is, the possibility of this river drying up is very small. It is really a river. The kind of river that can immerse people and let people swim. Hua Mu shouted excitedly. It's water. Baizhen. It's fresh water. Hurry up. Let's go in quickly. Baizhen slowed down at this time. Miss, I'll go check it out first. The sentry's caution was one of the important reasons why Hua Mu felt at ease. She realized that she was a little too nervous, and cleared her throat and said, Okay, you should be careful too. Baizhen put Hua Mu down a few dozen meters away from the estuary, and waded slowly into the river. The water in the area where fresh water and sea water are mixed looks a little turbid, but it gradually becomes clear after walking upstream for more than 10 meters. The vegetation on both sides of the river is dense, forming a natural dome above the river. Various vines and branches on both sides hang down on the water, making it difficult for people to go ashore easily. The water temperature was not particularly cold, and the current was not very turbulent. It was probably because the river became wider at the estuary. The deepest part of the river was less than 1.5 meters. There were no fish in this area. Baizhen checked several times, but did not find any potential danger. Hua Mu was finally allowed to go into the water. But another embarrassing proposition was placed in front of her again. Baizhen must stay while she took a bath. This was something that could not be discussed. Hua Mu knew it by looking at Baizhen's serious face. The other party stood beside him like a tower, with no intention of leaving at all. She was too lazy to talk to him. Take off your underwear. Since we have to get naked, let's get naked together, that's fair. Baizhen probably didn't expect Hua Mu to say such a thing suddenly. She was stunned for a long time before saying in embarrassment, "Miss, you can't wear my underwear, and it's not clean. This damn sentry, what does he think of her?" Hua Mu was going crazy. She didn't want to wear other people's underwear. "I asked you to wash it. Who wants to wear your clothes?" Baizhen realized that he had misunderstood the young lady's meaning, and felt embarrassed and ashamed. "I'm sorry." Hua Mu kicked her angrily. "Besides, what do you mean you can't wear it? Is it a big chest?" She couldn't help but look down at her own thin chest, which seemed to be quite impressive. Humph. Baizhen was a tall man, who had huddled up in shame, with his head hanging down, looking extremely depressed. She didn't understand why she suddenly understood it this way. But because the eldest lady seemed to be staring at her underwear today, she thought, "I'm going to take a shower. You should take one with me. But you have to turn your back to me. If you dare to turn around, I will kill you." Hua Mu threatened fiercely, and Baizhen naturally did not disobey. She knew that the young lady was reserved. Unlike her, who was used to taking a bath, she probably had never exposed her naked body in front of others. Bathing in the wild was enough to make the young lady feel wronged. How could she deliberately embarrass her? Yes, the sentry was an absolute action man. As he spoke, he began to take off his clothes. Hua Mu turned her head away in fear, and cursed her in her heart for not giving her psychological preparation. "You have such a low sense of shame. You, take off your clothes and go down first, turn your back to me, and don't turn your head." Baizhen followed the command and went into the water. Hua Mu waited for a long time before she dared to look back. The sentry was standing not far from her. Because the river water was just up to her waist, her naked and tight back was completely exposed in front of Hua Mu. The deep sunburn marks seemed to make the muscle lines clearer. Hua Mu finally saw the scars left by the other party's injury. On the left side of the back, there was a faint mark between the spine and the shoulder blade. It was not very obvious, but it was enough to show the danger at that time. This position is really not far from the heart. Hua Mu's heart tightened, and she inexplicably felt a little scared. It was the first time she saw a strong sentinel fall, and the first time she realized that the other party was a flesh and blood person. Hua Mu shook her head, trying to get rid of the sad mood in her mind. She couldn't think too much now. It was too dangerous. "Miss, I won't turn my head. Don't worry." Baizhen probably saw that Hua Mu hadn't taken action for too long, and promised, "Even if there is a situation that I have no choice, I will close my eyes." "Humph. I don't think you dare." Hua Mu unconsciously made cold remarks again because of the unclear emotions in her heart. Why does she always worry about the sentry? She is obviously more miserable. Hua Mu grumbled as she took off her dress, and then walked carefully to Baizhen's side. After all, it was safe here. The two were only 2 or 3 meters apart, which was almost a hook distance for the sentry, and it would be enough for her to react no matter what happened. For Hua Mu, bathing was secondary. The most important thing was her long platinum hair. The waist-length hair was not taken care of, and it was tied up for a long time, so it was very troublesome to wash it at this time. This was because Baizhen made a comb for her. She combed her hair every once in a while. Otherwise there might be bird eggs in her hair. Hua Mu had to soak her hair in water and comb it bit by bit with a comb. She bent so hard that her waist almost broke. And finally her hair became a little smoother. The beautiful hair that she was once proud of has now become a big problem for her. Baizhen acted much faster than her, and soon he had washed his body and was alert with great concentration. Hua Mu wrung out her hair and twisted it behind her head with a branch. When she raised her eyes, she saw the back of the sentry again. Although she had forced herself to ignore him, her eyes were still attracted to him uncontrollably. It was too dangerous. It must be because of the island effect. She unconsciously focused her attention on Baizhen, who told him that there were only 2 of them on the island. She turned away in anger, and after hesitating for a while, She turned back. She didn't want to see Baizhen's body. She just didn't look at him. How did she know that he didn't look at her? Baizhen naturally didn't know Hua Mu's twists and turns. While observing the surrounding situation, he was thinking about what to do next. It is certainly a pleasure to find a water source. But this place is quite far from where the two of them are stationed. It takes too much time to come here every day to get water. But if they want to stay here, they must not only re-explore the surrounding situation, but also rebuild a shelter. Although sufficient water is a good thing, it also means that it will rain frequently. The air humidity is high, and it is more difficult to make a fire. Baizhen still wants to go back to the original place selfishly, but only Hua Mu can make the decision. Hua Mu spent more than half an hour, and finally washed every corner of his body. After taking a shower, she had to wash clothes. But this again stumped the young lady. Although it was not the first time that she wore wet clothes and dried them with her body temperature. She knew how uncomfortable it was to wear wet clothes. It was okay that her body was dirty before, but now that she had washed her clothes, she couldn't stand wearing wet clothes again. Hey, lend me your coat. Hua Mu finally decided to requisition Baizhen's torn coat. Young lady, have you finished washing? Yes. Go and get the coat. And don't turn your head. Okay. Baizhen didn't know what Hua Mu was planning, but she could even contribute her body, so she naturally didn't care about her coat being requisitioned. The centuries-wide clothes just covered the young lady's thighs. If she was a little careful, she wouldn't expose her private parts. This time, Hua Mu's cleanliness overcame her shame. She would rather be naked than use her underwear that hadn't dried yet. The clothes were washed by Baizhen. When Hua Mu wanted to wash the clothes, she realized that she couldn't squat in her clothes. Moreover, it was too undignified to wash clothes with her bare bottom. Fortunately, she had the experience of her menstrual period before, so Hua Mu's resistance to Baizhen washing her clothes was no longer as strong as before. Hua Mu was wearing Baizhen's coat. All clothes could be washed, but Baizhen only washed her sports underwear for the time being. Although she didn't mind being naked, she knew Hua Mu couldn't accept it, so she had to wear underwear and trousers for the time being. Hua Mu took a refreshing bath for the first time since arriving on the island. She was in a good mood for a while. She didn't feel embarrassed when she saw her underwear floating in the sea breeze. Baizhen was drying his underwear as well. It's much better to feel ashamed together than to feel ashamed alone. The process of waiting for clothes to dry was boring. At first, Hua Mu was interested in wandering around the rainforest for a few times, wanting to see if she could find anything useful, but after half an hour, she couldn't stand any more. The humidity is high in the north, and the sunlight is not as strong due to the clouds. The drying rate of clothes is obviously slower than in the south. Hua Mu used to walk less than 1 kilometer a day, and she was basically in a state of hanging after arriving on this island. How could she stand for so long? Moreover, her body had not recovered from excessive exercise the day before. She stood for nearly an hour, and her legs were sore and numb. But she couldn't sit. It was not appropriate to sit anywhere in this vacuum state. Not only could she not sit, but she couldn't squat, let alone lie down. Hua Mu felt that she might become the first noble lady to die of exhaustion from standing for too long. Chapter 31, Will there be happiness on the north side of the island? Hua Mu was so anxious that she had to check if her clothes were dry every few minutes. Of course, it didn't work at all. She was about to despair. Miss, what's wrong with you? Baizhen noticed her anxiety and hesitated for a while before deciding to ask. Because Hua Mu didn't let her get close. She always stood more than 5 meters away from him. Hua Mu's legs were so sore that she wanted to cry. She was so tired. Why did she always end up in sorrow after being overjoyed? I can't stand anymore. She finally had to ask Baizhen for help. Then sit down for a while. She said it so lightly. Does this idiot know what's going on with her now? Where do you think I can sit? Hua Mu said, as she pulled the hem of her clothes, implicitly reminding the sentry of her current situation. Baizhen reacted, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. Hua Mu was only wearing Baizhen's coat, and the wide collar just fit on her thin shoulders, as if it would fall off if she moved a little more. The hem of the dress barely covered half of her thighs, leaving her 2 skinny legs exposed to the air. If you consider the situation inside the dress, this scene is really erotic. Baizhen certainly couldn't think of the young lady in an erotic way, but she didn't know why she suddenly blushed and her heart beat fast, and her brain couldn't think. Then you hold on for a while. She didn't know what she was saying, but she knew that the suggestion in her heart had to be suppressed as much as possible. The young lady didn't want her to get close, so how could she be willing to sit on her? This heartless, ungrateful person actually let her continue to stand. Hua Mu was so angry that her heart ached. She said so lightly, "She just finished her physical work yesterday. I don't want to stand, my legs hurt, I feel uncomfortable, I'm going to die." Hua Mu felt so sorry for herself in such a miserable situation. There was only one heartless sentry to accompany her. Baizhen heard her seriousness and didn't care about being scolded and came over nervously. "Miss, you won't die. If you are tired, I will carry you on my back. Shall I?" The sentry racked his brains and finally came up with a compromise. If she carried him on her back, she wouldn't be able to see anything, and the young lady wouldn't be so shy. This was quite pleasant to hear, and it was less embarrassing than sitting on the sentry. Hua Mu didn't even pretend to hesitate, and quickly let Baizhen squat down in front of her. Her legs were really sore, as if they were filled with vinegar. Her muscles hurt, and her tendons felt like they were being pulled all the time. Baizhen's shoulders, which were wider than those of an average woman, looked solid and reliable. Hua Mu pressed the fabric on her buttocks and lay on top of her carefully. Baizhen subconsciously reached back to lift Hua Mu up, but she felt a smooth and delicate hand. "Baizhen!" She heard the eldest lady's roar, and a string of small fists rained down on her shoulders. Baizhen was a little confused, and confirmed the feel of her hand again, and after realizing what she had done, she almost dropped Hua Mu. "You dare to touch me after being beaten?" Hua Mu was so angry that he lowered his head and opened his mouth to bite her neck, but his teeth hurt. "Pooh! Pooh! Pooh, you pervert, sex maniac, hooligan!" Baizhen put her down in a panic, and crawled on the ground to apologize. "I'm sorry. Miss, I didn't mean it." Hua Mu saw that she was obviously doing it on purpose, and she touched me so carefully after beating me. What did she mean by not doing it on purpose? "You're talking nonsense, you damn sentry." Hua Mu jumped up and down while pressing down the hem of his clothes, and punched Baizhen's lowered head hard. She was a pure girl, and she had never been touched by anyone except her parents and aunt. But this big fool touched her all over. Her honesty was just an illusion. There was no one sentry who didn't covet her, including Baizhen. Baizhen was speechless and panicked. She didn't know what to do. She endured Hua Mu's weak beating and lowered her head deeply on the beach. "It's my fault. Miss, you can punish me however you want." "You? Don't be angry." Hua Mu was angry, but she had never considered punishment. "How can I punish her? This sentry is thick-skinned and hardcore. It hurts her to hit him. She is always timid and fearful. There is no point in scolding her. Tell me, did you do it on purpose? It's too dangerous. Her chastity is in danger. Big crisis." "I didn't, miss, I really didn't mean it." Baizhen has always regarded Hua Mu as a vision and yearning. Even if she had 180 guts, she would not dare to do anything that would make the other person hate her. She really didn't react just now. After all, she has never touched that kind of place on others. She only hated herself for not being smart enough, for offending the young lady and having no way to explain to her, and still making excuses. Compared to being touched, Hua Mu hated this more. Baizhen's tall body lay at her feet in a submissive posture, but her obedient appearance did not make her happy at all. Hua Mu wanted to kick her with her feet, but considering that she was not wearing anything underneath, she put her feet down again. Baizhen did not hear Hua Mu's response, and felt hopeless for a moment. She had finally won the young lady's trust, but now it was all gone. Maybe this was the punishment for her gloating. "Miss, I really never meant to offend you. If you don't believe me, after I go back, I will quit my job as a guard." She really couldn't think of any other way to prove her innocence. After thinking about it, she could only think of not getting in Hua Mu's way. She felt so reluctant, so she didn't have the confidence to say it. Hua Mu was shocked, and her mind was in a mess. If Baizhen doesn't want to be her guard, who else does he want to be? "You can quit if you want to, anyway I also." Hua Mu felt wronged. Is it so hard to admit that you want to touch her, but you still have to resign? Baizhen heard a little crying, and tried to raise her head in panic, but heard Hua Mu said in a hurry, "Don't raise your head, and keep lying down." She had already made the young lady very unhappy, so she naturally didn't dare to disobey her again, and lay down again. Not long after Baizhen lay down, she felt her lower back suddenly sink, and the vivid touch on her exposed skin made her realize that the young lady was sitting on her. She hurriedly adjusted her posture, for fear of dropping her. "Big miss, my legs are sore. Being my stool is your punishment. Baizhen didn't think this was a punishment. If I had to say it, isn't it more like a reward? Miss wants her to be a cushion. She is Mrs. Cushion. Miss wants her to be a stool. She is Mrs. Stool. Yes. Huamu was sad. She didn't expect that she would have to find a way out after getting angry. Is this sentry crazy? He said he would resign. And he resigned. The sentries who wanted to be her guards could line up to circle the equator. Humph, of course. She didn't have to ask Baizhen to be her guard. It's just that Nita's most outstanding graduate in the past 10 years, if not her. Who else can be his bodyguard? I'll just believe that you didn't do it on purpose, plus I've been protecting you well these days. Let's forget about that. Baizhen was deeply moved. Thank you, miss. At first, Huamu sat down just to get angry, but later she calmed down and found that she was getting more and more comfortable, and a little uneasy. Ahem, forget it, I was a little too excited. Are you tired? Her aunt is a queen who attaches great importance to human rights. If she were in the Duke's mansion, she would never let Baizhen be her stool. It was just that I was really anxious and angry just now, and my legs were sore and painful. Looking at her wooden head and tight waist, I sat down without thinking. Would Baizhen think that she had a bad temper? Would he feel insulted? Would he still want to resign? I'm not tired. Miss, are your legs still sore? Huamu's weight was nothing to Baizhen. Not only did she not feel that Huamu insulted her, she was even deeply moved by her trust in her. He was willing to sit on her even though he was not wearing anything. This must be the way the eldest lady comforted and trusted him. The sentry's concern made Huamu feel a little uncomfortable. Not bad. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable sitting here. No. It's not uncomfortable. Well, it's actually quite comfortable. How did Baizhen train his waist? She's a big person sitting here, and it doesn't even collapse at all. That's good. What's good about it? Why does she feel that Baizhen looks quite happy? I hope he's not a masochist. Huamu glanced at the back of Baizhen's head, and decided not to argue with her, and said in a stiff voice, What are our plans next? Do you want to go into the rainforest to take a look? She'd better not provoke him too much with her words, otherwise this fool might have to resign, and the idea of resigning would not be very beneficial to her life on the deserted island. The two had been on the island for nearly a month, but the areas they had actually explored were probably less than 5% of the total area, and the areas they had been active in were mostly on the edge of the rainforest. Baizhen was very purposeful, and the two of them were not here for adventure. So as long as Huamu's safety and their survival were guaranteed, they would not take any more unnecessary risks. Miss, there may be potential dangers in the rainforest. Let's go a little further north. And if we don't find anything, let's go back to the south. Huamu had no objection to not entering the rainforest, but going back to the south. She didn't want to live without being able to take a shower every day, since she was already stranded on the island. As long as the fireworks were lit, it didn't matter where she waited for rescue along the coast. She wanted to stay here, although it was a pity to abandon the shelter she had built. She couldn't live here for long anyway. With Baizhen, everything else could be solved, except for the water source. Then wait until the clothes are dry, and then go north to have a look. However, she was also afraid that there was really any danger here, so she decided to take a look first. After lunch, the clothes were finally half dry, although it was still a little uncomfortable to wear. It was better than not drying them at all. Baizhen washed the rest of his clothes and hung them where they were, and continued to walk north with Huamu on his back. Chapter 32 There will be bread. The tropical rainforest is the most resistant and stable ecosystem, with a high degree of species diversity and rapid biome replacement. Baizhen has lived in the tropical rainforest in the south of the empire since she was a child, and because she is familiar with it, she knows its dangers better. In particular, the species on tropical islands are extremely specific and are very different from those she is familiar with, so she has always maintained the highest vigilance. The two continued to move north, and found some basil, rubber trees, and hibiscus along the way, and Huamu even saw a plant similar to sugarcane. But other than that, the two did not find anything more, and it was already late. The entire north coast was almost all sandy beaches, until Baizhen bypassed the north coastline, and the road was covered by cliffs again. From the terrain point of view, the west side of the island was part of the mountain, as if it was cut off by some huge force. The entire west coast was cliffs. Baizhen found some good things here. Several thick trees more than 10 meters high grew on the hillside, and Baizhen could clearly see the fruits growing on them with his eyesight. Many of them have matured, and the original green peel has turned yellow. Baizhen is very familiar with this plant. She has used it as her staple food for more than 10 years. Hua Mu saw that there was no road ahead. But Baizhen looked up the hillside and did not turn back immediately. She asked, "Aren't we going back?" She was in a good mood after finding the water source and spices, because at least it ensured that she would not look too embarrassed when she returned. Baizhen seemed to be in a good mood, and she did not feel nervous when she asked questions. "Miss, do you want to eat bread? The breadfruit tree is not far from the coast. If you climb up from the cliff on the side, you don't even need to go through the rainforest." Hua Mu did say this yesterday, when she was most vulnerable. She wanted to eat bread. But now thinking about it, this sentence is really shameful. It is not much different from those ancient tyrants who said, "Why not eat meat? There is not even wheat on this island, so where does the bread come from?" Why do you say this suddenly? I just said it casually. I saw the breadfruit tree. Have you eaten it? The breadfruit tree exists as a food crop in the tropics. The fruit is rich in starch. It is named because it has a soft texture like bread after being baked. When she first heard the name, Hua Mu thought it was a candy tree or a chocolate syrup lake from a fairy tale. But the sentinel was obviously not that type of girl. So she quickly realized that the name of this tree was the breadfruit tree. I haven't eaten it before. Is it delicious? Baizhen put Hua Mu down, with a nostalgic look on his face. It contains a lot of starch, and after it's baked, it tastes a bit like bread. Sour and sweet. You might like it. Is that why it's called a breadfruit tree? Hua Mu was drooling. She hadn't eaten carbohydrates for nearly a month. Now she could chew even a dry and hard baguette. Where did you see it? Hua Mu looked at the hillside. But unfortunately, she couldn't see anything due to her limited vision. Will it be dangerous? Baizhen was not worried about herself. But Hua Mu, I won't be in any danger. I'll be back in 10 minutes at most. But I'm worried about you being here alone. Hua Mu wanted to eat bread. Even if it just tasted like bread. She wanted to eat it very much. Protein can't make people feel full for a long time. She felt that she had never eaten enough since she came to the island. What dangers can there be on this beach? Coconut crab? I won't be scared again. She raised her cane and gestured. If you really come, you can give us another seafood feast. It was just a bath. Hua Mu looked much more energetic and high-spirited. Well, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Go ahead. Hua Mu couldn't wait to eat the sweet and sour bread. Baizhen seemed to be impatient too. Before she finished speaking, he ran towards the cliff. There are many plants growing on the cliff, especially large patches of vines that cover the mountain like a net. Baizhen jumped up, using her hands and feet, and climbed 5 or 6 meters in just a dozen seconds. How could Hua Mu know that she was going to climb up the cliff directly? She was terrified and screamed. Is this not dangerous? Baizhen, I don't want to eat anymore. Come down, she shouted at the sentry. But Baizhen just turned around and waved to her, indicating that he was fine. Hua Mu saw that she was hanging by one hand, and her heart suddenly jumped to her throat. She covered her mouth nervously, and didn't even dare to scream. She was afraid that she would distract Baizhen's attention, and really let her fall. She would come back to settle the score with her. Baizhen was agile, and climbed up the hillside from the bottom in just a few minutes. The 2 breadfruit trees were more than 10 meters high, with thick branches, dense branches, and lush oval leaves with cracked feather edges. Because the breadfruit tree is a stem-flowering plant, the flowers grow directly on the branches. So there are fruits growing from the roots to the top of the tree. The breadfruit tree is very productive, producing fruit for more than 9 months a year. And one tree can feed a family. Although Baizhen's parents died early, they left her more than a dozen breadfruit trees. And with the care of her tribe, she never had to worry about food since she was a child. She really missed this kind of food, and unknowingly picked a lot of it. When she saw that she couldn't take it back, she strung the breadfruits with a climbing line and carried them on her back, and then climbed down the cliff. At this point, the sea began to rise, and many nocturnal animals seemed to be preparing to leave their nests. There were many caves of different sizes on the cliff. Baizhen suddenly sensed something. Hua Mu watched nervously as Baizhen climbed down the cliff carrying a bunch of fruits the size of a football. His agility was no less than that of a monkey. He could fall more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. But when he was halfway down, Baizhen suddenly changed direction for some reason. He grabbed the vines and swung and jumped to the outside of the cliff for 5 or 6 meters. Hua Mu almost fainted. Not long after Baizhen changed direction, A group of black-winged creatures appeared from nowhere, just below her original path. They flew around and disappeared towards the rainforest. Baizhen waited for a while before climbing down again. Hua Mu's legs were weak, but she didn't dare to look away. When Baizhen was almost at the bottom, she dragged her feet and ran over. Didn't I say I didn't want to eat anymore? What are you picking? As soon as she got to Baizhen, she couldn't help but punch and kick him. Although her strength was not powerful enough for the sentry, it expressed her anger very well. Although Baizhen could not always understand Hua Mu's twists and turns of girlish thoughts, he knew some aspects of her very well. Changing his mind in the middle of the meal was not because he really didn't want to eat, but because he was afraid that she would be in danger. She had been exploring the way the young lady cared for people for several years, and finally she could see some of it. Baizhen didn't care about the little fist that fell on her body at all. While putting down the fruit on her back, she comforted her. Young lady, I'm fine. You said you were fine, but you were almost scared to death just now. Cough cough. I mean, if you fell, wouldn't the scene be very scary? I'm not concerned about you. Seeing her so calm, Hua Mu felt that his worries were better fed to the dogs. Baizhen knew that he shouldn't expose her at this time, and smiled and changed the subject. Miss, I picked a lot of them. You can eat bread tonight. Hua Mu then looked at the 7 or 8 yellow-green fruits as big as footballs on the ground. What is this? It's ugly. Why does it look a bit like a jackfruit? Miss, you are really knowledgeable. The breadfruit tree is also a plant of the genus jackfruit. Breadfruit is a multiple fruit like jackfruit, so there are many tumorous protrusions on the skin, and the fruit is also relatively large. Humph. That's right. Hua Mu was flattered, and immediately forgot her dissatisfaction in her heart. She became curious about the breadfruit. How do you eat this? Do you need to cut it? It was getting late, and Baizhen was afraid that they would not be able to return if it was too late. So he suggested, let's go back to the water source. I'll tell you on the way. Baizhen still carried Hua Mu on his back on the way back, because he found more supplies along the way, and Baizhen was full of things. Hua Mu held a few breadfruits to lighten Baizhen's shoulders, while listening to her popular science knowledge about breadfruit trees. So, you come from a wealthy family, right? A dozen breadfruit trees. You'll never starve to death. Baizhen didn't realize Hua Mu was teasing, and said seriously, our clan leader has more than 100 trees. My family doesn't have that many. He didn't even understand the joke. Who would really care about a dozen breadfruit trees? What did you encounter along the way? Hua Mu decided to change the subject. It was bats. I didn't expect there were bats on the island. There are many caves on the cliff, some of which are quite large. I didn't notice at first that there were bats inside, but I found them when I came down. Bats. Hua Mu's impression of bats mostly came from vampire novels, and he couldn't help but ask with some uneasiness. Can they suck blood? Probably not, looking at their size. They are probably fruit bats, and they are not very threatening. Fruit bats are the largest bats, and the larger ones can even be 2 meters long with their wings spread out. Although the group we just saw was not very big, their physical features should be closer to fruit bats. Generally, vampire bats are very small, weighing no more than 40 to 50 grams, and it is impossible for them to grow so big. Hua Mu felt a little relieved, and said with lingering fear, I once heard Derek say that the spirit of a sentinel was a vampire bat, and it sucked its guide to death. Baizhen frowned. This is impossible. Master Derek probably doesn't understand us. Derek's father is the queen's cousin and the 5th in line to the throne. There were some signs that he might have participated in the plan to assassinate Hua Mu, but there was no evidence. Derek is neither a guide nor a sentinel, which prevents him from becoming the 6th in line to the throne. Baizhen has never had a good impression of this young master, both because of his father, and because of his dissolute style, and because he has loved to scare Hua Mu since he was a child. Chapter 33 There Will Be Bread. Hua Mu also hates Derek. If it weren't for the so-called royal harmony, she wouldn't even talk to this cousin. I told you, Derek is just talking nonsense, and that's not what I read in the novels. Baizhen knew that Hua Mu often attended some reading clubs, but she was never allowed to follow them into those places full of noble ladies, so she didn't know what kind of books they usually read. Those young ladies with noble tastes must read poetry or prose by great writers, right? Or classical literature and opera. The discussions must be profound issues, like philosophy. Baizhen understood why Hua Mu didn't take her to the scene. A vulgar person like her would definitely embarrass the young lady. Miss, are you reading the book? Mary. Written by Mr. Mandela? Baijan also likes reading books. Although they are some casual books. But if she is lucky enough to read the same book with Hua Mu, she will be very happy. Hey, have you also read Mary? Mary is a novel about vampires written by Mandela, a famous weird novelist in the 19th century. The novel is based on the perspective of Layla, a guide born in an aristocratic family. It describes a series of strange, mysterious and slightly ambiguous stories that happened after she entered the tower and became roommates with a female sentinel named Mary. Mary's spirit is a vampire bat, which has always kept people away because it cannot control its desire to suck blood. The protagonist of the story, Layla, is an innocent and enthusiastic guide. She was deeply attracted by Mary's aloof and indifferent personality and sexy and melancholy appearance after meeting her on the first day. In the 19th century, the combination of same-sex sentinels and guides was still considered a taboo. So at the end of the story, the author only used friendship to define this relationship. However, the obscure, ambiguous and even slightly in-depth descriptions in it deeply attracted many female readers, especially the inexplicable craze for female sentinels in recent years, which pushed this novel to the position of a masterpiece. A large number of fan fiction and secondary creations have emerged in an endless stream. There are also many fans of this novel among the noble ladies. Hua Mu considers herself to be only half a fan. After all, although she has read a lot of fan fiction, she has only read the original work once, which is different from other fanatical fans. However, she never thought that this wooden-headed sentinel would actually read this kind of novel. Baijan was a little embarrassed, because she only read it when she occasionally heard Hua Mu's personal maid mention it. Hua Mu's heart was beating fast, and she tried her best to pretend to be indifferent and asked, "What do you think?" Baijan said it quite seriously, as if he was sharing his thoughts after reading. "I think Mr. Mandela's writing is very good, and the plot and character creation are also very fascinating. But he probably doesn't understand the system in our tower. Single sentinels and guides cannot be roommates, and the sentinels' rooms need to be set up with white noise." Hua Mu was confused after listening to this. "Who wants to hear this? I'm asking you what you think of the relationship between Layla and Mary." "Ah? Oh, I think their friendship is very sincere and touching. Whether it's Layla, who voluntarily donated blood to appease Mary, or Mary, who forced herself to hold back the turmoil of the Union heat and rejected her. It's all great, you know. Except for the Dark Sentinel. No sentinel can really resist the heat of combination. Another point. Although I have never seen a sentinel being influenced by a spirit and wanting to suck blood. But I heard from the leader that some spirits can even temporarily change the host's body structure in order to allow the host to continue the bloodline. So it may not be completely impossible. But the sentinel will never hurt his guide." Hua Mu was about to collapse because of Baijan's seriousness. "It's just a novel. Why look for reality in it?" Although Mr. Mandra's description of the tower, the sentinels, and the guides has many mistakes. But considering that the tower was still a secret organization in the 19th century, it is really impossible to blame him more. "Oh." Hua Mu doesn't want to listen. She just wants to know what CP Baijan supports, and whether he supports any CP against her. Who wants to hear about the literary significance and value of this novel? Hasn't she heard enough from the teacher? "Miss, am I wrong?" Baijan noticed that Hua Mu was losing interest, and asked carefully. "No. I think what you said makes sense, and it gave me a new understanding of this novel." "Really?" Baijan was so excited just now, so he couldn't help but say a lot in one breath. But then she realized that she was just showing off her skills, exposing her own shortcomings, and felt ashamed for a while. "Yeah. I never thought about whether she was real or not. After all, I haven't been to the tower either. So according to what you said, wouldn't this story not happen?" "No. Because the guide and the sentinel will have a collaborative course. I think the story will still happen. Like Mary and Layla. They are destined to meet. And they are destined to form a deep friendship." "Is it just friendship? This sentinel is too stupid. Naive. Right? The two not only triggered each other's passion for bonding, but also kissed each other and sucked blood. In the fan fiction, it's even more exciting. Just a glance can make people fall in love." "Okay. Is it just friendship? No wonder you haven't found a partner at the age of 24. You deserve to be single. Then you said you have a lot of good friends in the tower. Are there any as good as Layla and Mary? But if you can regard this kind of relationship as friendship, Isn't it super dangerous from another perspective? In her eyes, is it like this with friends? Baizhen was stunned, and felt that this question was a bit difficult to answer. She naturally has many close friends, and deep friendship cannot be summed up in a few words. But comparing her friendship with her friends to the friendship between Layla and Mary, it seems that something is not right. Of course, this does not mean that the relationship between the two in the novel is not deep enough. Nor does it mean that the relationship between her and her friends cannot stand up to scrutiny. If I must say, it feels a little different. Well, a lot. Probably. But she couldn't describe the difference very well, so she could only give Hua Mu an ambiguous answer. Of course, this is not ambiguous at all in Hua Mu's eyes. She actually has such a good guide friend who can trigger bonding heat and kiss each other. Ignorant. Cheating. Too much. Miss? Baizhen felt his shoulder being twisted, and was confused for a moment. There are mosquitoes. But she has opened the barrier. Oh! The two fell into a brief silence. Luckily Baizhen quickly brought Hua Mu back to the temporary base by the river. She spent some time digging the sand pit and making a fire. After peeling and slicing the breadfruit and roasting it by the fire, she went to catch some fish and shellfish for soup. Coconut shell pots are inconvenient. Not only do they have to be thinned, but the water can never be boiled completely. Of course, adding heated stones directly to the water can solve this problem. But it is undoubtedly a disaster for Hua Mu, who loves cleanliness. Baizhen wrapped a layer of iron sheet on the outside of the coconut shell, which finally increased the service life of each coconut shell and made the water boil hotter. Hua Mu sat by the fire and watched Baizhen busying around neatly. She couldn't help but be lost in thought. Since you have so many good guides, why haven't you found a partner yet? Hua Mu felt that she must be too bored to ask such a question. After all, she didn't have anyone else to gossip about. Besides, as her direct leader, isn't it normal for her to care about the lifelong affairs of her guard? Baizhen probably didn't expect Hua Mu to ask such a question suddenly. The knife in his hand that was turning over the breadfruit shook, and the fruit slice fell into the fire. Miss? There was a slight smell of burning in the fire. Hua Mu gestured, and Baizhen hurriedly picked out the fruit slices. I remember that the sentinels and guides in the tower started dating at the age of 18. Right? You go back to the tower every month to report on your work. Isn't it also for this? Why are you still single? Baizhen felt a little embarrassed and uneasy. Indeed, if a sentinel of her age had a guide who could match her, they would have been married long ago. Yes, it's because of the matching degree. It has always been difficult for female sentinels and male guides to find suitable partners. Ordinary sentinels will only get together if the matching degree is more than 80%. If they can meet someone with a matching degree of more than 60%, they will take a risk. Hua Mu felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. So, as long as the matching degree is reached, you are willing to get together no matter who the other party is? For Baizhen, this should be a matter of course. After all, it is too difficult for a female sentinel to find a suitable guide, if he's not a foreigner. But she lied about this, so she was too guilty to look Hua Mu in the face, and just kept fiddling with the breadfruit slices that had been baked a little soft. She once met a suitable male guide, who matched her by more than 75%. And that guide not only inherited the title of Viscount, but also had a promising future in the military. He was already a naval lieutenant before he was 30, and was an impeccable and excellent person in every aspect. The two had a brief exchange, and they were very suitable in all aspects. Except for one thing. Although the sentinel and the guide after the combination are not completely tied together, their value will undoubtedly be maximized if they can cooperate. And the guard is a very personal position. So if she is combined with this guide, she will most likely have to quit this job and transfer to the Navy. Baizhen thought about it for a long time and finally rejected the guide. From then on, she has always kept a distance from the blind dates in the tower. She was originally just following the rules to go on blind dates. But at that time, she realized that she was still not confident about letting other people serve as Hua Mu's guard. But from another perspective, it was extremely arrogant and rude for her to have such an idea. Not only to other sentinels, but also to the eldest lady. So, she didn't want Hua Mu to know about it. Chapter 34. We can talk if we have nothing to do. Foreigners? I thought we were only so cautious when we had a tense relationship with Tulin. Baizhen was relieved when he saw Hua Mu's attention was diverted, and then explained, the tower does not have such strict regulations on sentinels and guides in the outer towers and the civilians. But we in the inner tower are expressly prohibited from combining with foreigners. Although the country's control over sentinels is not as inhumane as in the past, the sentinels and guides in the inner tower are still valuable resources for the country. Even if the empire wants them to die, it will not allow them to become citizens of other countries. The same is true for other countries. So even if countries secretly compete for resources, they all have a tacit understanding of not accepting intermarriage between foreigners. So, you have no opinion on these regulations? What do you think? As long as they are not foreigners, it doesn't matter who they are if the match is right? What if the person you match is a foreigner? Baizhen has encountered such a situation before. Once in a multinational operation, she met a female guide who matched her with more than 80%. When the other party helped her sort out her spiritual body, she almost caused a combination fever. But both of them were extremely restrained and professional soldiers. In the end, apart from some embarrassment, they still maintained a pure and deep friendship, which had nothing to do with the relationship between sentinels and guides. Miss, the breadfruit has been baked. Baizhen subconsciously didn't want to tell Huamu about these things. For some reason, she felt a little guilty. The young lady had called her a pervert many times. If she knew that she would rather give up the opportunity to combine and stay in this position, would she think she was plotting something bad? And the incident that almost caused the combination fever also made her feel embarrassed. Perhaps it would deepen the young lady's bad impression of the sentinel's instability. Huamu carefully took the steaming breadfruit slices with a banana leaf, while smelling the sweet and sour aroma. He did not forget to get to the bottom of the topic. So what's going on? Did you decide your life event based on that matching degree, regardless of whether you like it or not? But what kind of feeling is liking? Baizhen did not quite understand. High matching degree probably means liking. Sentinels and guides are the most valuable resources of the country, so naturally all countries have invested the most time and energy in studying them. A stable combination is the way to maximize the value of both. And there are endless specialized studies on this point. Spiritual bodies and spiritual totems are currently the most untouchable areas for humans. And there are only a few theories as circumstantial evidence for explanation. The effect of guide factors on sentinels is currently the fastest growing and most fruitful project. As for the study of combination heat, it is just in between the two. In addition to statistical research, it is more about using physiological reactions, such as hormones, heart rate, and brain wave detection to reflect the changes in the emotions of the research subject. Some current research results show that, even for the same sentinel and guide, the matching degree is not constant. It will fluctuate within a certain range according to the situation, the changes in the subject's emotions, and the effects of some drugs. Of course, there is still a basic value, and generally this range will not exceed the baseline too far. Baizhen has cooperated with such experimental research. So in her opinion, two people with a high matching degree have already had some affection for each other in a sense. After all, the so-called liking is just a temporary effect of hormones. So what is the difference between a sentinel and a guide with a high degree of matching? From a sensory point of view, a sentinel will never hate a guide with a high degree of matching. Huamu was so angry at Baizhen's remarks. These low-level sentinels, who were brainwashed by the tower, served the empire and the royal family like robots, spending their lives and letting the next generation repeat such a mission. Don't they have any ideas of their own? Don't they have any idea of fighting for themselves? Huamu knew that it was ridiculous for her to have such an idea as the heir to the royal family, but sometimes she just couldn't stand those seemingly obvious lies. Her father had tried his best to keep her away from these things, and tried his best to train her as an ordinary noble girl rather than a crown prince. But she still inevitably saw a lot of darkness. High matching degree means love. Does she like all the sentinels in the world, since she has a matching degree of more than 90% with almost all sentinels? No, she hates sentinels. Hate these sentinels who look strong, but are fundamentally sensitive and delicate, fragile and ignorant, weak and pitiful. They are just a group of walking corpses whose souls are bound by the guide element, and Baizhen is the same. Huamu doesn't want to think about it anymore. Thinking about such questions has always been useless and nerve-wracking. Not to mention that she can't change anything now. When she really takes the position of aunt, she must do her best to ensure that this system can continue. She understands that an empire obviously has more things to worry about. How can a leader only focus on such trivial matters? But there is only Baizhen, only her guards, only the sentinel closest to her. She hopes she is different. She wants to see a person with flesh and blood, with independent thoughts, with her own desires. Miss, the fruit slices are getting cold. You can eat them while they are hot. Baizhen saw that Huamu seemed to be lost in thought, and couldn't help but remind her softly. Hua-mu glanced at her, and shut off all the rebellious thoughts in her mind. The queen could at least stay on the throne for a few decades. And at worst, she still had her father. She didn't need to worry about this at all. As long as she could be a noble lady, develop some interesting hobbies, and occasionally go out of her way to read vulgar novels, that would be enough. She stuffed the fruit slice into her mouth, and then tasted the sweet and sour taste. The dense and soft texture of the fruit was more like mashed potatoes than bread. But whether it was bread or mashed potatoes, they all tasted like carbohydrates. They made people fat, fascinated people, and made people happy. Even before, she didn't dare to eat too much, but today Hua-mu ate 3 whole pieces. Baizhen finished the rest of this one, and Hua-mu once again witnessed the good appetite of the sentinel. After eating and drinking, the 2 people who had been busy all day had time to rest. This trip to the North Shore was quite fruitful. Not only did they solve the problem of water sources, but they also found staple food. Baizhen, it's the same if we wait for rescue here. Right? Hua-mu lay on Baizhen, drowsy. It was the first time she felt full since coming to the island. So happy. Do you want to stay here? Baizhen could see Hua-mu's good mood. It was the first time she lay on her and relaxed. Yes. There is water and bread here. It's much better than over there. We can move useful things here, and we can also light a signal here. Baizhen couldn't tell from which direction the rescue would come, so theoretically it was the same no matter where we waited for rescue. In addition to the exaggerated shipwreck rate on the south bank, rescuers are likely to choose to land on the north bank. So it may be more advantageous to wait here. You are right. But it rains frequently here. Hua-mu has been short of water for a long time, and doesn't think rain is a big deal at all. Let it rain, and you can still take a shower. And don't we have canvas? We can move it over to keep out the rain. She turned over and lay on the white pillow, pointing to a banyan tree not far away. Let's fix it there. Put up a canopy, and put bamboo underneath. Hua-mu was planning with her hands and feet dancing, and she looked very happy. Baizhen didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm at all, and put aside those excessive worries for the time being. You're right. If we make the shelf higher, the humidity won't be so heavy. That's right. Now that the water problem has been solved, we should also consider how to improve our residence. We lie in the sand or on the grass every day, and our bodies, which we finally washed clean, are dirty again. Hua-mu said while pulling Baizhen's hand to hug her body. This was of course just to make her feel more secure, not because she liked the sentry to hug her. Baizhen was a little bit at a loss at first, but she slowly felt relieved when she saw that Hua-mu didn't seem to have any big reaction. The young lady must be very uneasy, and in order to seek a sense of security, she became less and less guarded against her approach. Baizhen didn't know whether this situation was good or bad. On the one hand, she was secretly happy to be close to Hua-mu, and on the other hand, she was afraid that she would be spoiled. Hua-mu felt the temperature coming from her lower abdomen, and the palm of the sentry was surprisingly hot. Her fair face was flushed by the firelight. This is just for comfort. It is not a proof of a better relationship with the sentry. Nor is it because of anything to her. Miss, are you sleepy? It is not because of any special thoughts about this sentry. Then you should go to bed early. Tomorrow I will investigate the situation nearby. If there is no danger, we will move the things here. Hua-mu tilted her head and put her ear against Baizhen's chest. She liked talking to him in this position very much. The sentry's originally slightly cold and rigid voice echoed in his chest, which was indescribably sexy. It was really too much. He deliberately lowered his voice. Is it not good enough? Baizhen, what do you want? Can you sing? Ah? I want to listen to songs. Anything is fine. Sing for me. Baizhen was a little embarrassed. After entering the tower, she had very few entertainment activities. Apart from military songs, she only knew some tunes she learned when she lived in the Black Eye tribe. As for those so-called popular songs, she didn't know any of them. Then, I'll sing you a lullaby from my hometown. Hua-mu found a comfortable position to nestle in. Well, you sing it. Baizhen cleared his throat and sang carefully. Rusty cat meow meow meow. Puff. As soon as Baizhen started, Hua-mu couldn't help laughing. It's not that she sang badly, it's just because cat and meow meow meow, sung by the cold-faced sentinel, were really funny. She never dreamed that Baizhen would sing such a song in such a soft tone. She dreamed of something much more exciting than this. Big miss. Ahem, it sounds good. Don't worry about me. You continue. Baizhen bit her lip, and finally mustered up the courage to sing on. Rusty cat meow meow meow, bringing a group of good babies, after catching birds and frogs, caught a big baby. Whose bad baby is it, running around at night without sleeping? It's my little baby, strong and energetic, mom cat. Don't catch her, let her go back to sleep. What kind of lullaby is this? It's much cuter than those scary stories. Hua-Mu fell asleep slowly in the soft singing. Chapter 35, and the Rainstorm. Hua-Mu woke up very early, and slept very well. She found that she was getting more and more used to this sleeping environment, especially after using Baizhen as a cushion. Baizhen obviously woke up earlier, and looked up at the sky, with a somewhat worried expression. Hua-Mu saw the other person's clear jawline as soon as she opened her eyes, and her heart skipped a few beats. Although she had adapted to the sentinel being her cushion, she had not yet adapted to the sentinel's beauty being so close. Miss, are you awake? Hua-Mu saw that the other party noticed her, and quickly looked away, feeling a bit guilty. Well, what time is it? Before 7 o'clock. It was still early, and there was nothing urgent. Hua-Mu really had no motivation to get up. Then sleep a little longer. Baizhen's voice was a bit worried. Miss, I think it's very likely to rain today. Hua-Mu raised his eyelids and looked at the sky. Although it was not cloudless, it was not overcast either. But since Baizhen said it would rain, it is likely to rain. How about building a temporary shelter first? Baizhen had a feeling that the rain would not be too light. And after a moment of hesitation, he suggested, why don't we go back to the south first? I'm afraid it will rain heavily. Hua-Mu hadn't seen rain for a long time, and said lazily, didn't you say yesterday that we would scout here again today? If the rain is really heavy, it will also rain in the south. Wouldn't it be more troublesome if it rains halfway? Anyway, we have decided to stay here. So why not take this opportunity to build a shelter first? If it was just rain, it would be fine. But this place is located in the middle of the ocean, and the sea breeze is prevalent. Judging from the current situation, it cannot be blocked by a temporary shelter. But Hua-Mu was right. This rain didn't seem to be a simple or graphic rain. It was very likely to cover the entire island. The two of them would be blocked by heavy rain on their way back at this time. It was not a wise choice. Miss, in this case, why don't we hide in the cave? Hua-Mu still didn't take the sentry's words to heart. She leaned on her and said indifferently, where is the cave? It's all right. Just take shelter from the rain. Then let's get up now. It's best to be ready before the rain. Hua-Mu puffed up her cheeks and sat up reluctantly. There are only a few clouds in the sky. Do you have to be so anxious? Just take your time. I'm still so sleepy. Baizhen didn't have much experience with weather changes at sea. She mostly relied on her intuition. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but she didn't know how to tell Hua-Mu. It's always right to plan ahead. She could only make plans early. You can rest for a while. I'll go get ready. If Baizhen didn't sleep with her and act as a cushion for her, what's the point of her resting alone? Forget it. Forget it. I'm getting up too. What are you going to prepare? I'll go with you. Baizhen is most worried about the water source. Although it sounds a bit absurd, the surface of the rainforest is rich in humus. If the rainfall is too heavy, it is very likely that the water source will become turbid. I want to remove a few bamboos from the bamboo raft to store fresh water. This Hua-Mu can't help much. Is it necessary? It's about to rain. She said that, but she didn't stop Baizhen. When it comes to survival in the wild, she trusts the other party unconditionally. Baizhen carried Hua-Mu back to the place where the bamboo raft was docked, and directly paddled the raft back to the water source. Then he removed a bamboo from each side of the raft, and used the pole with a dagger fixed on the top to break through the middle bamboo joint to make a container, and then used a wooden cork as a stopper. This was not only a physical job, but also a delicate job. By the time Baizhen filled the raft with water, it was more than an hour later. The clouds in the sky had obviously become thicker, and not only was the sky darker, but the wind on the sea was also getting stronger. Even Hua-Mu noticed that the weather was not right, and Baizhen acted much faster. Baizhen, is there something wrong with the weather? Baizhen threw the bamboo filled with water onto the raft and fixed it. While packing up quickly, he said to Hua-Mu, Miss, let's go buy water. It will be faster. There will definitely be a heavy rain in an hour at most. The speed at which the rain clouds gathered was faster than Baizhen imagined, and it looked like the storm they had encountered before. Hua-Mu was terrified when she heard this. She retreated under the banyan tree, showing some signs of retreat. With such a strong wind, will it be dangerous to take the water route? Baizhen took a look at her thin body, and simply squatted down and carried her up. I will protect you. Hua Mu was carried onto the bamboo raft by Baizhen before she even had time to struggle. Miss, please sit tight. Hua Mu had never seen Baizhen so anxious before. Before she could sit firmly, the bamboo raft slid out like a fly. Hua Mu felt that she was not sitting on a bamboo raft at all, and it was not much slower than a water speedboat. Under the dual effects of the waves and the sea breeze, she felt that her whole body was bumping. Hua Mu was tossed around, and she didn't care about her image and clung to the surface of the bamboo raft tightly, cursing the sentry 1,000 times in her heart. Her stomach was churning violently, but she didn't even have time to vomit. It only took half an hour for the two to reach the place where they picked breadfruit yesterday. Hua Mu's face was ashen, and she felt dizzy. The moment the bamboo raft stopped completely, she lay down in the sea and vomited. Her image, Baizhen, however, seemed to have not seen it, and dragged the bamboo raft and Hua Mu to the shore together. Baizhen! Too rude. What did this sentry suddenly go crazy about? Baizhen certainly saw Hua Mu's predicament, but he didn't have time to explain. The clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and the seawater was also rising a lot. This rainstorm was most likely caused by a tropical cyclone. Nils was indeed located near the equator, but the scope of the sea disaster circle was wider. The two of them had been speeding for most of the day in a speedboat, and they didn't know how far they had drifted after the storm. The location of this island was probably above 3 degrees south latitude, and it was not surprising that a tropical cyclone would pass by. Miss, it might rain heavily. I'll find a suitable cave first. Even if it rains heavily, there's no need to rush. Hua Mu lives in the capital most of the time. She rarely encounters typhoons, and has never really seen the horror of heavy rain. After all, she doesn't need to go out at that time. You go. I'll settle with you later. The cliffs are covered with various epiphytes and parasitic plants. There are many caves of different sizes hidden under the dense plants. Baizhen chose a cave far away from the coast. The entrance of the cave is slightly narrow. In addition to being blocked by the phoenix fern on the rock wall, it is also within the range of the banyan tree. The cave was spacious, with a narrow slit on the side to allow air to circulate. The highest point of the top was nearly 2 meters, which was a very suitable place for the two of them to take shelter from the rain. Most importantly, there were no bats living inside, so it was easier to clean. Baizhen first cleared away the plants that were too obstructive at the entrance, and then broke off a bunch of branches and went into the cave. Hua Mu got off the bamboo raft, squatted and retched for a long time before he recovered. The sky was overcast, and the clouds pressed over the top of the mountain. There was a strong wind on the sea, and the waves were surging. The sound of hitting the rocks was like the roar of a monster. Although Baizhen had pulled the bamboo raft far away from the sea, Hua Mu still felt the danger. Baizhen! She covered the hem of her skirt that was blown by the strong wind and retreated to the bottom of the cliff. She felt a little uneasy when she didn't see the sentry. Baizhen leaned out of the cave and saw Hua Mu's thin body swaying in the wind. He landed beside her in a few jumps. Miss, please go in first. Hua Mu's long platinum hair fluttered in the wind, so she couldn't even see where Baizhen came from. Where to go? Because of the wind, she had to speak to the other person in a hoarse voice. Baizhen pointed to a cave 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Let's go there to take shelter first. Wait for the storm to pass. Hua Mu was stunned. She couldn't go up to that kind of place at all. I'll carry you up. Although Hua Mu was used to being carried by Baizhen, that was only limited to when they were on flat ground. Wait! We won't fall. Will we? Hua Mu felt that she didn't have a fear of heights. Although she didn't dare to skydive or bungee jump, she dared to stand on the top floor of the Empire's tallest building and look down. She is not afraid of heights. At best she is afraid of falling, and in the current situation she feels that she is likely to fall. No. Miss, trust me, I will protect you. The sentinel does look very reliable. Both her strong arms and serious expression are trustworthy. But looking at the plants on the cliff that were blown crooked by the wind, Hua Mu's legs felt a little weak. Can't you choose a shorter cave? That's the most suitable place. In this regard, Baizhen is absolutely right. Well, okay then. Hua Mu closed her eyes and lay on Baizhen like a martyr. Miss, I can't spare my hands, please hold on tight. Baizhen really didn't need to remind her. Huamu used both her hands and feet, and hugged the sentry tightly. The posture was no less than that of an octopus. The young lady didn't recall the elegance and reserve of a noble lady at this time. Stop talking nonsense, quick, Wuwa. The feeling of flying in the air made Huamu scream. Even with her eyes closed, she knew how fast the sentry was moving. It's too exciting and too crazy. Baizhen slowed down. Too fast. The sentry's agile posture on the cliff was like a mountain gazelle, and his movements were wide and precise. It's okay, miss. It's not okay. Huamu could already see the revolving lantern in her mind. She was only 18 years old. She had a lot of youth to squander. She had never been in love, she had never tasted the ABCs of love, and she hadn't deleted the fan fiction in her computer. She didn't want to die yet. She was going to vomit again. Baizhen. She must tell Man and Catherine when she goes back, about her great feat without any protection. Skydiving and bungee jumping are nothing. She was going to die. She was going to die. She was going to fall to her death. Chapter 36 and the Rainstorm. Miss, we are here. Baizhen entered the cave carefully, so as not to scratch Huamu with the rocks. But the other party was still clinging to her for a while, seemingly not realizing that they had reached their destination. Am I dead? Huamu's ears were buzzing, and time felt so long. We are here, you can come down. Huamu's heart seemed to jump out of her chest, and her stomach was churning. If she hadn't vomited just now, she would have been even more out of control. When her vestibular receptors in her inner ear finally calmed down, Huamu mustered up the courage to lift her eyelids and take a look at the surrounding environment. The cave was narrow, dark, and slightly damp. There were still mosses and algae on the rock walls that had not been completely removed. The ground was wet and uneven, although there were traces of simple cleaning. Huamu still didn't think there was anywhere to stay. Are we going to hide here? Please be patient for a while. This tropical storm will be very fierce. If it was the first day, Huamu might be able to be hypocritical for another 2 seconds. But now she no longer has that calmness. Okay. She got off Baizhen's back, and stood carefully, trying not to touch the surrounding rock walls. Miss, please wait a moment, I'll go get something. Wait, are you going to leave her here alone? You go. Huamu hugged her arms, feeling a little scared, but she knew Baizhen must have his own plans, and didn't want to make trouble at this time. She hadn't seen the sentinel so nervous for a long time. This must be a big storm. Baizhen didn't say anything more. He just flipped over and jumped out of the cave. Huamu was so scared that he quickly stuck his head out to check, and saw that the sentry had landed lightly on the beach. Textbooks must be lies. They just made up those lies to make ordinary people accept the sentry and the guide. How could this kind of physical fitness be the same as that of ordinary people? Huamu breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Baizhen's safety, and then realized that his posture was very consistent with the requirements of fear of falling. And he was so scared that he almost fell on the spot. And his feet softened, and he knelt at the entrance of the cave. Damn sentry. The skirt she had just washed yesterday. Her knees. Her hands. Huamu closed her eyes, and trembled a few steps inside. When the dizziness passed, she slowly stood up with the help of the rock wall. She would definitely settle accounts with Baizhen, including the previous share. The sentry had come back at this time, stuffed all the things they brought with them into the cave entrance, and then quickly went out. Huamu didn't know what she was going to do. Seeing the pile of things stacked in a mess, she couldn't help but clean them up. 6 ripe breadfruits. 6 bottles of fresh water. Several bamboo tubes filled with salt and spices. Huamu took some spices and scattered them around without thinking, hoping that they would be useful in driving away snakes, insects, rats and ants. Baizhen went back and forth 5 or 6 times, bringing back a lot of sand, banana leaves, palm tree bark and firewood. When she left the cave again, it was pouring rain. Huamu found that she actually knew the purpose of Baizhen taking these things, and she sorted them out without waiting for him to tell her. When people are nervous, they need to do things to distract themselves. She is very nervous now. Baizhen brought back a lot of sand from the beach. Huamu used a branch with leaves to sweep the sand away and spread it on the ground. The white fine sand immediately made the cave feel more comfortable, and the dampness was no longer so obvious. Huamu was very satisfied with her results. But Baizhen had not returned yet, which distracted her. She looked outside, but only saw a curtain of water, so she had to put her energy back into cleaning the cave. The widest area in the cave was nearly 2 meters wide. Hua Mu laid palm bark and banana leaves one by one, and finally found a place to sit. The rain outside was getting heavier. The wind was howling. The thunder was roaring. And the temperature dropped significantly. Hua Mu listened to the sound of the storm, and gradually began to worry. She looked out frequently, but she could not see anything except the heavy rain. She tried to shout, but her shouts were soon drowned out by the rain. Baizhen would be fine. Hua Mu kept comforting herself like this, and she couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards the sentry while she was worried. Why is it always like this? He doesn't take his own safety seriously. Time passed by minute. Hua Mu sat in the corner with her legs hugged and felt anxious. Maybe she should go out to look for Baizhen. Maybe this idiot was knocked unconscious by the waves? But she couldn't get down. No, since the sentry can jump down, if she removes the limiter, maybe she can fly. After all, her spirit body is a unicorn with wings. Mary can fly. There is no reason why she can't. No, that's just a novel. Hua Mu felt that her thinking logic was a little wrong, but her hand still slowly placed on the necklace. If the sentry gets into trouble, she will be alone here. So it is necessary to ensure Baizhen's safety. Just when Hua Mu was about to press the switch on the necklace, a wet head came into the hole. Ah! The dim light made Hua Mu unable to see who it was for a moment, and she was so scared that she almost jumped up from the ground. Miss, it's me. I'm back. Baizhen was soaked, and her slightly long bangs were messily stuck to her forehead, making her look a little embarrassed. Why did you come back just now? Hua Mu was almost scared to death by her. Baizhen opened the wet coat in her hand, and there were several processed fish inside. You can't just eat breadfruit. Hua Mu was sad, angry, and scared, and she punched Baizhen with her little fists. Are you stupid? You won't starve to death if you don't eat fish for a day. You still go fishing in this weather, are you going to die? Baizhen was beaten, but she had a smile on her face. Big miss, I didn't go into the sea. This was washed up by the waves, I picked it up. You are not allowed to pick it up. Hua Mu was so angry. She didn't feel any pain when she was beaten, but her hand hurt so much. Then I won't pick it up next time. There will be a next time. Hua Mu stamped her feet, and sat in a corner to sulk. Baizhen stood there with a hunched back, looking a bit at a loss. Although the highest point of the cave ceiling was 2 meters, most of the place was less than 1.8 meters. She had to bend over to move. Miss. Hua Mu felt uncomfortable. Hearing her voice was uncomfortable, and seeing her face was even more uncomfortable. Shut up. Hua Mu looked at the sentry's body, which was soaked, and said angrily, Why don't you go and light a fire? The temperature was only about 20 degrees Celsius now, and with the strong wind and rain, it was not warm at all. Hua Mu was worried that Baizhen didn't feel cold before, but now she looked like a drowned rat, and couldn't help but feel a little cold. There is a certain risk in making a fire in a cave that is not very big. Fortunately, Baizhen deliberately chose a cave with good ventilation, which not only ensured that the miasma accumulated inside would be eliminated, but also did not worry about carbon monoxide or even carbon dioxide poisoning after making a fire. Okay, miss. As long as Hua Mu was willing to talk to her, Baizhen felt happy no matter how fierce her tone was. The biome of the tropical rainforest changes very quickly, due to the high temperature and humidity. Dead plants usually decompose quickly under the action of microorganisms, so it is difficult to find dry branches and fallen leaves, in addition to some dead wood picked up from the beach. The firewood collected by Baizhen was all branches that had just been broken. In addition, the environment was humid, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of her making a fire. Fortunately, she deliberately broke branches with rich resin, and took the resin and palm bark and slowly lit the fire. After all, the cave is not as wide as the vast space, and it is inevitable that there will be some smoke when using firewood to make a fire. Baizhen choked a few times, coughed non-stop. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her throat was a little hoarse. But she was still squatting on the side stacking firewood. The most direct result of firewood not being dry enough is thick smoke, and she had to break branches and pile them not far from the fire to bake before using them. Hua Mu couldn't bear to watch it, so she picked up a banana leaf and went forward to fan the fireworks out. Are you stupid? Why do you put your mouth close to it to blow? Isn't it enough to just roll up the banana leaf? Baizhen tilted her head to wipe her tears, and reached out to take the leaf in Hua Mu's hand. Miss, let me do it. Don't choke on the smoke. Hua Mu slapped her hand away. This is my idea. Don't move. Go take off your pants and hang them out to dry. Do you feel uncomfortable? The cave entrance was sheltered from the wind and was shaded by plants. So not much rain poured in. Because of the fire in the cave, the temperature quickly rose a lot, and the humidity also decreased. Baizhen really couldn't let Huamu do this. But he didn't dare to disobey her orders. He was so confused that he was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Huamu turned around and saw that she had no reaction. He couldn't help but poke the wound on her shoulder with his finger. Why don't you go quickly? Are you waiting for me to beat you up? Huamu poked the wound, but his movements were very gentle. I'll go right away. Baizhen stood up in a hurry and hit his head on the rock on the top without paying attention. Huamu's head hurt when he heard it. Seeing that she didn't take it seriously at all, he hurriedly untied his belt. He didn't know why the word impatient popped up in his mind. Bah! 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 It's not like he was going to do anything. Why are you so impatient? It's all Baizhen's fault. His reaction was so misleading. Huamu turned his head away with a red face. But the straight and strong legs of the last sentry in his sight could not be shaken off his mind. How many times have I seen? What are you thinking about? The white pillow took off the trousers and dried it on the side of the firewood, squat again to pick up Huamu's class. Miss, let me come, you go to rest. Huamu will not grab it with her, put the banana leaves and get up and go back halfway back. Miss? As soon as the white pillow was fired twice, I felt that there was a small hand on the top of the head. I was so nervous that I dare not move. Huamu explored for a while in her wet hair, strangely asking, why didn't you pack it? Ah? The white pillow knew that the young lady was helping her to check the injury. I couldn't add it at once. I'm okay, miss. Miss, this collision is not hindered. Oh. Huamu's mouth should be, but his hand still did not leave the hair of the white pillow. The sentry's head shape is too good. Why does it look so good from above? And what kind of hair is this? She can't comb her hair without shampoo these days. How come it's still so smooth on her? Baizhen didn't know what Huamu was going to do, and didn't dare to ask or move, so he could only lower his head and let her rub it. Huamu had rubbed it enough, and clapped her hands and said, your head is really hard. Don't break our temporary ceiling. Baizhen was quite nervous when he heard it, and stood up and looked at the rock on the top very seriously. It shouldn't be broken. Right? Huamu was no longer angry, and rolled his eyes the most ungracefully in his life. The temporary ceiling was not broken, but this head was broken to begin with. Chapter 37. The eldest lady is ill. The smoke gradually faded. Baizhen put the fish and water to boil. Although it was still early, but fresh fish meat was not easy to preserve. It would be better to roast it so that it could be kept longer. Her ice wolf could cool down and be iced, but in view of the current shortage of white tablets, Baizhen thought it would be better to use the spirit body as little as possible. After this series of exciting adventures, Huamu finally felt a little tired. She vomited all the food she had in the morning, and was frightened and worried and then blown by the wind. At this time, she only felt an itchy nose, a sore throat, and a dizzy head. She didn't even have the energy to get angry. Sitting on the banana leaves, hugging her arms and sneezing. Sneeze. Sneeze. The young lady didn't know whether it was due to her upbringing or natural nature. But the sound of her sneeze was like that of a kitten, only closing her mouth to make a small sound. Huamu had a premonition that she might be sick, but the sentry was still grilling that fish on her back. Baizhen heard the sound of Huamu sneezing, and quickly fanned the fire a few times, and then brought up the wild ginger soup that was already boiling hot through the banana leaves. Miss, have some hot soup. Before the sentry came close, Huamu smelled the strong and exaggerated smell. Sneezy. What is this? Sneeze. What is this? She covered her nose and turned her head away, looking as if she was afraid to avoid it. You may have caught a cold. Drink some ginger soup to get rid of the cold. Huamu shook her head. I don't want it. How can you boil ginger to make soup? This is what a companion told me when I was on a mission. It works very well. You just have to bear with the smell a little. No. No, if you want to drink it yourself. Huamu felt wronged. Baizhen had been torturing Huamu this morning. Not only did she get sick, but now she had to drink ginger soup. I'll drink after you finish. Baizhen knelt beside Huamu, patiently and clumsily persuading her. You'll get better soon if you drink it now. If you delay for too long, it will get worse. As the second heir to the throne, Huamu has always taken good care of her health. Although she looks frail, she rarely gets sick. Of course, Once the eldest lady gets sick, it's not just like a mountain falling. It's like the sky is falling and the earth is cracking. It would be fine if the whole Duke's mansion was messed up. But the Queen also came to visit in person. I don't want it. That must be very unpalatable, sneezes. But you are sneezing. I will sneeze, and it will be fine. Baizhen obviously didn't think so, but he couldn't force the young lady, so he just held the ginger soup and looked at her worriedly. What are you doing? If you want to drink it yourself. Hua Mu was panicked by her look. Baizhen sighed helplessly, and held the ginger soup to his mouth. Hua Mu leaned back, nervous and expectant. No way. Is the plot in the novel about to happen? How could this stupid sentinel suddenly come to his senses? Yes. If Baizhen came over, what would she do? If she couldn't refuse, how would she look more reserved? But it was not the first time. The artificial respiration that day was very. The sentinel drank half a bowl of ginger soup in big gulps, and his body immediately became warm. The taste of wild ginger is more bitter and irritating than that of cultivated ginger. But fortunately, the effect of removing cold air does not seem to be weakened. Baizhen wanted to set an example for Hua Mu, and was also afraid that no one would take care of her if she fell. So she followed the order and drank half of it first. Miss, you see, just bear it for a while. Hua Mu stared at Baizhen in amazement as she handed the half-drunk ginger soup to her, and she wanted to faint on the spot. I don't want to drink it. Stupid. But you look cold. I don't care if I'm cold. I don't want to drink the ginger soup you've drunk. This rude, slow, boring, and visionless sentry, who doesn't know how to be gentle with women, who wants to drink what she has drunk. Baizhen seemed to be stunned, and slowly put down the coconut shell in his hand. Hua Mu hugged her knees, and didn't want to pay attention to her, tears falling from her heart. Then, I'll make you another bowl. The sentry tried his best to put aside the hurt in his heart. This is natural. It's normal for a young lady to mind this. She was inconsiderate, and pushed the issue too far. I don't want it. Baizhen had no choice but to turn around and drink the ginger soup silently. After thinking about it, he boiled another bowl of hot water. Ginger soup is the fastest to take effect, but the young lady doesn't want to drink it. So let's try mint. Mint can induce sweating and relieve fever, relieve headaches and sore throats. Maybe it will be useful soon. She boiled some mint water, turned her head to look at Hua Mu again, and saw her sitting in a ball with her back to her. She didn't dare to bother her anymore, and started to treat her wounds. Baizhen's recovery ability is very strong. It's only been a few days. The previous wounds have scabbed over. Even the most serious shoulder seems to be recovering well. After applying the herbs, she took off the skirt that Hua Mu gave her, washed it, dried it, and put it away separately. Hua Mu stopped sneezing, because her nose was blocked. The temperature in the cave was not low, but she was shivering with cold. Every time a little wind leaked in through the gap on the side, she couldn't help shivering. While Hua Mu was sniffing, she was very sure that she was really sick. But what was Baizhen doing? She couldn't help but turn her head to see. She saw the sentry with his back to her, applying medicine to his naked upper body. She saw the wound on his back, and the overly beautiful butterfly bones, and the anger in her heart disappeared immediately. This guy is just a little bit stupid, but he still cares about her. Hua Mu is just still feeling wronged. Why doesn't this idiot come to comfort her? She is sick. Cough. Her throat hurts, her nose hurts, and her head hurts. Baizhen seems to have heard the call from her heart, hastily put on a sports bra, and came over again with hot water. Miss, if you don't want to drink ginger soup, then drink some hot mint water. Hua Mu sniffed, and asked aggrievedly. Is there no ginger taste? No, I washed it clean, don't worry. Seeing that she seemed willing to drink, Baizhen wanted to hand the hot water to her. It's a little hot outside, please be careful. Hua Mu didn't want to take it. Feed me. Baizhen raised his eyebrows with joy, and asked with some trepidation. Then, can I get closer? Hua Mu realized that the other party was kneeling far away from her for some reason, and said in confusion and grievance, Why are you so far away from me? I'm freezing. Then I'll block the wind for you. I'm hot. Baizhen couldn't wait to show his value to the young lady, but he didn't know how to show his courtesy because of his clumsiness. You are hot. Why don't you come here quickly? Hua Mu didn't know why she was also a little hot. Baizhen walked a few steps on his knees, knelt behind Hua Mu, helped her block the wind, and fed the hot water in his hand to her mouth. Hua Mu took a small sip. It's so hot, please blow it for me. Baizhen blew it a few times and fed her. It's better to be a little hotter, it will warm you up after drinking it. Hua Mu didn't care how cold the sentry blew on her, she just wanted him to blow on her. Even if it was just hot water, after a few sips. Hua Mu felt much better. Adding the body temperature of the sentry behind her, she gradually felt her body warming up. But it was not enough. It's so cold. The sentry's chest, warmed by the fire, was right behind her. If only he could get a little closer. Baizhen didn't know what to do. Her coat was soaked through. Then let's get closer to the fire. No. It smells like smoke. Oh my god, her delicate and soft body was right in front of the sentry. Don't you know how to hug her? Then I'll go dry my coat first. I'm freezing to death if I dry my coat. Hua Mu didn't count on her anymore. She took Baizhen's hand and hugged herself. Aren't you very hot? It's your duty to warm me up. Baizhen was so happy that she almost fainted. Yes. Yes. She hugged Hua Mu carefully. And immediately the touch of her fingertips, the smell of her nose, and the slightly cool body temperature dominated all her senses. The eldest lady seemed very dissatisfied with her stiff posture, and sat on her thighs, leaning her whole body into her arms. Skirt. The skirt is too short. Baizhen felt the touch on her thigh, and his attention gradually focused there. It is not good for a sentinel to have too sharp senses, and it is easy to be overfocused. Hua Mu searched for a long time, but couldn't find a comfortable position. He patted Baizhen's legs and complained. Can't you just sit down? This position is not comfortable at all. Baizhen was a little distracted by the smell and touch of the eldest lady. Or, because he was too immersed in the close contact with Hua Mu. He didn't hear her words at all. Baizhen! Hua Mu turned around angrily, wanting to scold the sentry who had the audacity to ignore him. But when he saw the dark pupils of the other party close at hand, his thoughts were interrupted by his throbbing heartbeat. Is Baizhen always so serious when he looks at things? Sneeze. Hua Mu's mind full of romance did not last long. And the sneezing that had finally stopped started again. Baizhen finally came back to his senses, and his brain began to process the information he had just heard. While holding Hua Mu and sitting down, he said apologetically, Miss, are you still cold? Hua Mu covered her nose and did not speak. Tears and snot were about to overwhelm her. She must be ugly and embarrassed now. And she must be feeling very uncomfortable. Baizhen heard her sniffing non-stop, and he found the skirt that Hua Mu gave her from somewhere. Miss, if you don't mind, use this to wipe it. Hua Mu immediately took the cloth from her hand and covered her nose and blew it. What else can she do? The only handkerchief was used for other purposes. Since she accepted the other purpose of the handkerchief, what else could she find difficult to accept? Moreover, Hua Mu thought in a self-destructive way. What image does she still have in front of Baizhen? She has experienced more shameful things. She is feeling very uncomfortable now. And she just wants a hug, and doesn't want to worry about other problems anymore. Chapter 38. The eldest lady is sick. Hua Mu clearly felt the discomfort. Her nasal mucosa was like a humidifier running at full capacity, constantly secreting mucus. Her head seemed to be inhabited by a flying bee, which made her dizzy and her ears buzzed. Her throat seemed to have a cactus, which pricked her and made her feel painful and itchy. And she coughed continuously. Baizhen, my throat hurts. Only the sentry's body temperature gave her a little comfort. Baizhen felt the heat from Hua Mu's body, and she had already started to have a fever. But Hua Mu obviously felt colder than hot, and he held her arm tightly. Baizhen stretched out his arm, took the bamboo tube filled with mint leaves, and took out a few leaves to feed Hua Mu. Miss, you may feel better if you put it in your mouth. Hua Mu put it in her mouth aggressively. My head hurts too. Baizhen helped her rub the acupuncture points on the side of her face. Will this make it better? Hua Mu spoke with a strong nasal tone, and her words were also vague. My stomach hurts too. It's all your fault. You made me vomit so badly. The eldest lady began to settle old scores. Baizhen felt both guilty and distressed, and gently rubbed her stomach while apologetically saying, It's my fault. I was too anxious. Hua Mu knew that if she hadn't been more anxious, she might have been outside in the rain now. But she didn't care about right or wrong, she just wanted to vent her temper and act like a spoiled child. You're still so rude. Baizhen recalled her series of actions, and felt even more guilty. The young lady was like a porcelain doll. How could she withstand such a bumpy ride? It must be because she was too unkind that the young lady got sick. I'm sorry. Hua Mu didn't want to hear an apology. She wanted Baizhen to coax her. Every time she was sick, Her aunt would come to see her, sing to her, kiss her, and say, "The pain has flown away from my little baby." She missed her aunt. And also her father. Have they discovered that she is missing? Are they worried and anxious? She has been trying not to think about these things. Not only because she doesn't want to regret it, but also because she is afraid that she will collapse. Baijin. I feel so bad. Baijin can feel Huamu's pain. And she wants to take her place. She regrets that she was not strong enough just now. Even if she will be hated by the young lady. She should try her best to make her drink the ginger soup. Young lady. Do you want to drink ginger soup now? It will make you feel better. Huamu sniffed and said bitterly. Is it very bitter and spicy? Just a little bit. She didn't believe it. It must be very unpalatable. I want to eat something sweet. Then can I make you some flour paste? We use breadfruit to make our sweet and spicy paste, which will only have a little ginger taste. Hearing the paste, Huamu felt a little hungry. Is it delicious? It's delicious, I promise you. Huamu sneezed and cried. But if you go to cook porridge, no one will hold me. Baijin felt a little pity for the little girl and hugged her and said, I can hold you, or do you prefer to carry me on your back? You hold me. Huamu liked this sentry, who was her cushion the most. He was gentle and sweet, and he could sing for her. He was much cuter than the usual robot sentries. Baijin hugged her like a rag doll, and it didn't seem to be difficult to hold her in his arms. Although it was not very convenient to move, it was not particularly hindering. Huamu sat on her knees with a clear conscience, holding her shoulders, watching her cut the skin of the breadfruit, remove the core, cut it into slices, and bake it by the fire. Baijin boiled water again, added the ground wild ginger, and sprinkled a little sea salt. When the breadfruit was baked a little soft and the water began to steam, she broke the breadfruit into pieces and added it to the ginger soup. The ginger soup quickly turned into a paste under stirring. Baijin finally added a little mint to make the bowl look a little better. Will it taste good? Huamu was skeptical. As soon as Baijin picked it up, she smelled a sour, sweet and spicy taste. Is it really not unpalatable? Baijin liked this taste very much, but she didn't know if Huamu liked it or not. You can try it. Huamu sniffed and studied it for a long time. Try it first, and let me see. But Baijin remembered what Huamu said before, and was afraid that this would become another reason for her not wanting to drink. No buts, I will drink it only if you drink it. Huamu was being shameless, and Baijin couldn't persuade her, so he had to break off a piece of banana leaf and roll it into a spoon, and took a bite in front of her. When did the sentry become so particular? He even used a spoon. Huamu thought she was inexplicable. Well, then, you feed me. She also wanted to use a spoon. Baijin, however, put the coconut shell to Huamu's mouth to feed her. The young lady pouted. Why do you have a spoon? But I don't. The young lady was very spoiled during her illness. She would be fussy about even the slightest dissatisfaction. Baijin made a disposable small spoon just to avoid contaminating the bowl of breadfruit paste. She never thought that Huamu would be interested in such a small thing. Then I'll make one for you. Can't you use this one? Do you dislike me? Huamu felt so pitiful. She didn't dislike Baijin. But Baijin dared to dislike her. But I have used it. You? Didn't you just say? Huamu saw her hesitate for a long time, and finally remembered what she said just now. I don't want to drink the ginger soup you drank. But she was angry and anxious. And she said something she didn't want to say. Why is this sentry so petty and worried? He obviously put his tongue in. If she really disliked it, she would have committed suicide long ago. Okay. I just don't want to drink ginger soup. Why are you so talkative? Sneeze. Woo woo woo. This unromantic sentry. She has a runny nose again. Baijin quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her nose. Miss, please blow your nose. Huamu really didn't want to raise her hands. She threw the dirty work to the sentry without a care and blew her nose hard. The noble girl, who was as beautiful as a flower and as lively as a bird, was now dying in the sentry's arms, with a red nose, looking as pitiful as she could be. Baijin, I'm hungry. Baijin stopped talking and scooped a spoonful of sweet and spicy paste into her mouth. The hot breadfruit paste was a little sweet, a little sour, and a little spicy, and the ginger flavor was masked. This was definitely not the flavor Huamu usually liked. But at this time, she found it unusually delicious. She ate almost half a bowl. And if her throat wasn't so sore, she could have eaten more. Her stomach was warm. and her body was warm from the inside out. She was a little full again. Carbohydrates really make people fat. Baizhen saw that she was squinting her eyes and looked drowsy. So he carefully carried her to the temporary bed made of banana leaves. Miss, if you are tired, take a nap. Hua Mu also felt that she needed sleep to replenish her energy. And she held Baizhen's arm and refused to let go. Stay with me. Baizhen held her in his arms lovingly. I will hold you. And you can sleep peacefully. Hua Mu liked being held like a baby by Sentinel. Like the smell of medicine on Sentinel. And like Sentinel's firm and soft muscles. She felt like she was trapped in the clouds. No. 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 She was wrapped in a soft duvet. The quilt cover was as delicate and smooth as silk. No. The quilt cover was made of silk. How could it be like silk? Baizhen was trapped in sweet torment. The eldest lady's hands were rubbing around her belly, making her almost focus all her attention on this place several times. Fingers as slender and white as green onions, transparent and pink nails, delicate and soft palms. Every time Hua Mu caressed, Baizhen felt a current running through her body. The spirit body didn't know whether it was too comfortable or felt the danger. It was always eager to get out of the totem. Her ice wolf has always been stable, and has always maintained an A+ rating in the stability test in the tower, and rarely got out of control. The last time she was so agitated was when she almost caused the combination fever. Of course, she didn't think that the eldest lady caused the combination fever. After all, she didn't even smell the guide element. Hua Mu's identity as a guide was no secret. And the fact that she had been wearing a limiter until now was also known to everyone in the Duke's mansion. But Baizhen didn't know the reason. Only that it was for the purpose of protecting Hua Mu. The royal family has always had some secrets that cannot be revealed. And naturally there are all kinds of rumors, like urban legends. For example, the sentinels and guides of the royal family have special abilities far superior to those of ordinary sentinels. For example, the royal family has secretly maintained the tradition of close relatives marrying in order to purify their bloodline. For example, the daughter of the Duke's family is actually the Queen's illegitimate daughter. For example, the Sentinel riot 6 years ago, known as the Tower Collapse, was caused by Hua Mu. Baizhen knew that Hua Mu must have a big secret. But the reason why she could become the other party's guard was because she had the lowest curiosity, the strictest mouth, and the most loyal heart. No matter what Hua Mu's identity was, she would never betray her, hurt her, or give up on her. Hua Mu took a nap, and her headache was relieved. But other symptoms became more severe. She could hardly open her eyes. Her throat was so sore that she couldn't speak. Her nose felt like it was on fire. And every time she breathed, her whole body hurt. Her hands and feet were extremely sore. And she had no strength at all. The sentry was still holding her. And only this made her feel at ease. Miss, I'm here. Baizhen changed a wet cloth and put it on her forehead. And fed her hot water. Hua Mu couldn't drink any more after taking a sip. Swallowing water made her throat hurt. What time? It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Are you hungry? It was still stormy outside. Rain even began to seep into the cave. Fortunately, Baizhen had prepared and used a bamboo paddle to divert several large leaks out of the cave. Hua Mu shook her head dejectedly. I'm so hot. So uncomfortable. You have a fever. Baizhen moved away from her a little. Maybe you will feel more comfortable sleeping alone now. She didn't want to. She wanted a hug. Hold me. Baizhen leaned back again. Then I'll wipe your body. You'll feel better. As long as she felt better. Hua Mu didn't care. Chapter 39. It's just a human cushion. Baizhen got permission, and gently placed Hua Mu on the banana leaf. The girl's thin and soft body exuded a scorching temperature due to the fever, and her fair and smooth skin was even more delicate under the sweat. After several cuts, the dress only covered half of her thighs. Baizhen didn't think much at first, but when her fingers touched the hem of the skirt, she didn't know why she felt a little guilty. Miss, I'm going to help you take off your skirt. She had never felt this way with others. But the closer she got to Hua Mu, the more she felt guilty. Because the young lady was originally an unattainable existence. She was her dream. Her longing. So every touch seemed to be overdrawing her luck. Baizhen was happy to pay the price for this. But she was afraid that it would cause trouble to the young lady. Hua Mu let her manipulate her body softly, and sobbed in a hoarse voice. Take it off. I'm so hot. Baizhen did not hesitate any longer. Untied the straps on Hua Mu's back, and lifted the hem of her skirt. Miss Jingui's body is like a work of art. Even after such a period of wear and tear, she still maintains the beauty that a girl should have. Straight and slender calves, well-proportioned and slightly fleshy thighs, flat belly, small breasts and clear and straight collarbones, all of which show the seductiveness of this body. Even though we are both women. No. Precisely because we are both women, we can feel her beauty and lovableness more. This is the body that a girl should have. With soft skin, slender curves, and light weight. As soft as a petal, as fragile as crystal, as pure as snow, she not only has extraordinary beauty, but also noble sentiments and noble taste. She is, as her name suggests, a princess bathing in a sea of flowers. Baizhen was almost fascinated by her. She never dared to look directly at Hua Mu's body on weekdays, for fear of offending her, and fear of revealing her feelings. The other party must have long since forgotten her, and she should never mention those insignificant pasts. Baizhen gently wiped Hua Mu's body with a wet cloth, trying not to touch her exposed skin. Hua Mu likes the feeling of the cool thing rubbing against her body. Bye, Baizhen. Baizhen was startled, and stopped his hand involuntarily. Hua Mu turned over, exposing her back, begging, I want the back too. Although the young lady was thin, some parts of her body could even be considered barren, but her buttocks were perky, with a holy dimple, showing some rare girlish charm. Baizhen saw that she seemed to be getting better, and finally gave up the idea of using the multi-purpose suppository. Most of the medicines she brought were for the sentinels and guides to use when performing their missions, and most of them were only one copy. Only this suppository was specially prepared for teammates. It can be used when teammates lose consciousness and cannot eat. Baizhen herself has never used it, so she doesn't know the specific effect. But she has read the instructions and remembers that it has a fever-reducing function. She helped Hua Mu wipe her back, and then wanted to help her put her skirt back on. No, I don't want to wear it. But Hua Mu refused to cooperate, pushing Baizhen's hand away and refusing to give in no matter what. The skirt was in the way, and it was so hot, and it hindered her. Hua Mu threw the skirt aside and climbed onto Baizhen to comfort her. I have a headache. Baizhen had no choice but to wrap her up with a dried coat. When the lady complained of a headache, she would rub her head. When she complained of being hot, she would wipe her sweat. When she complained of being cold, she would act as a human heater for her. Hua Mu had tormented her enough, felt full of love, and finally gradually calmed down. Baizhen, what do you want? Kiss me. This. The sentry would naturally do his best to fulfill other requests, but this one, she didn't dare. It was normal for noble ladies to kiss each other on the cheek, but with her status, how could she be qualified to kiss the lady's face? It was a blessing to be able to kiss the instep of her feet. Hua Mu looked at her with tears in her eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes had turned red because she had shed too many tears, which made her look particularly pitiful. Aunt always kisses me when I'm sick. After she kisses me, I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. Baizhen wanted to tell her that this was one of the queen's abilities, but she chose to keep silent in the end. The queen's ability is also a secret. If Hua Mu didn't know, she shouldn't have said it out. But Hua Mu was about to cry. She was so shameless. Could she not even ask for help when she was sick? Forget it. Just let me die, she cried in a kitten-like voice, pushing Baizhen's chest and said in despair. I can't go back anyway. Just let me die here. Baizhen hugged her in panic, and repeatedly comforted her. You won't die, miss. You will get better soon. I kiss you. Kiss you. Can I kiss you? Hua Mu stopped struggling immediately, looked at her with tears in her eyes, and answered with a sob in her throat. Baizhen was very nervous, and he came closer tremblingly, and he touched Hua Mu's forehead with the corner of his lips in a very stiff manner. Do you feel better? The sentry's lips were so soft. Hua Mu was a little satisfied, although a little clumsy, but still cute. And he will kiss me several times. Baizhen saw her looking up with dissatisfaction, so he had to move closer and kiss her a few more times. Then, what about now? Hua Mu was satisfied for the time being, and she buried her face in the sentry's chest with a red face. Sing Rusty Cat for me again. She liked to be called little baby, liked her mother to call her that, liked her father to call her that, liked her aunt to call her that, and even liked the sentry to call her that. Baizhen sang twice conscientiously, and then found Hua Mu fell asleep again. In one afternoon, Hua Mu woke up several times, and each time she had to toss the sentry before she could fall asleep again. Baizhen fed her hot mint water several times, and wiped her body several times. At night, the temperature finally dropped gradually. The wind and rain outside seemed to have weakened. At least the sound did not sound so terrible. Hua-mu woke up because of hunger. She slept for almost a day, and only drank some fruit paste at the beginning. When she woke up, she was already hungry. White pillow. Her hands and feet were sore, half of her body was numb, her vision was blurred, and she could only feel an arm around her. The sentry responded quickly, and fed her warm water. Hua-mu took a few sips, and turned her face away, trying hard to turn over. I'm hungry. She curled up on her side when she slept, and the left half of her body was almost unconscious. Luckily, a pair of strong hands lifted her waist in time, and helped her up. Hua-mu felt something was wrong at this time. Why did her waist directly touch the sentry's palm? The long sleep made her brain a little dull. Miss, do you want to eat fish or breadfruit? Fish. Hua-mu answered halfway, and suddenly lifted the coat covering her body. The scene below stunned her. She was sleeping with the sentry in her underwear. Miss, you just got rid of your fever, don't catch a cold. Baizhen didn't seem shocked at all. He put his clothes back, folded his long legs, and held her in his arms. 4 fish. Do you want to eat grilled or stewed? Or do you want soup? I can make you some minced fish soup. Hua-mu wanted to scream, but her throat was too painful, so she opened her mouth for a long time, and only made a series of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Baizhen hurriedly helped her to breathe, and said with some concern, Are you okay? When the rain is lighter, I will go and find some cough-relieving herbs. Hua-mu covered her mouth with one hand, covered her chest with the other hand, and glared at the sentry fiercely. In this situation, does this guy have nothing to explain? Did something dirty, and filthy happen to them? It is said that if something like that happens, the body will be very painful. She is in pain now. Baizhen relaxed his vigilance because of Hua-mu's dependence for an afternoon, and thought that she was just like before, wanting a hug and a kiss. Seeing her looking at him with tears in her eyes, he naturally put his lips on her forehead. Do you still feel uncomfortable? Then I will. What's going on? He kissed her without any expression. Did something really happen between the two of them? But she didn't feel any happiness. Hua-mu was embarrassed and angry. Paw. He slapped Baizhen on the face. It didn't hurt, it was numb and a little comfortable. Baizhen pulled his head away, touched his face in confusion. Miss? Still pretending. Hua-mu looked at her angrily. Why did you kiss me? Baizhen looked at Hua-mu in surprise and panic, stammering. Miss, it wasn't you asked me. When did I ask you? Yes, it was indeed she who asked Baizhen. She acted like a spoiled child and asked Baizhen to kiss her. Hua-mu remembered. She was just sick, not hungover. How could she not remember? Her memory was fine, although she now desperately hoped it was. Just let her die. She was just aggrieved, just uncomfortable, just wanted some care. How did it become like this? Yes, I asked you to kiss me, but I didn't ask you to take off my skirt. She racked her brains to recall this, and her back straightened immediately. The sentry's voice was indeed much weaker, with a bit of trepidation and guilt. I'm just afraid that you'll feel uncomfortable. Baizhen did help Hua-mu wipe her body out of consideration, but for some reason, she couldn't say it out loud. She was afraid that Hua-mu would call her a pervert again. Why don't you put it back on? She saw that Baizhen was just coveting her body. You didn't want to wear it. Hua-mu thought she had suppressed her, but she didn't expect that she could still refute, and she almost died of anger. She was kissed many times, touched many places, and lost face many times. Can't this sentry who took advantage of her let her go, let her feel comfortable for a while? She remembered it all, and nothing happened anyway. The pain was muscle soreness caused by fever, and happiness was fleeting. It didn't mean that she was very happy to be kissed. She just had a good sleep on the human mat. I'm hungry. She should eat first. Chapter 40 Return. Hua-mu put on her skirt, put on her coat, hugged her legs and watched Baizhen cook dinner, or supper. She didn't know if the sentinel's cooking skills had improved, but she didn't care about her taste. Hua-mu knew it well. Dinner was grilled eel with bread slices. The method was very simple. A large round piece of breadfruit was baked soft, and the grilled eel was sandwiched in the middle, and made into a simple hamburger. Conger eels originally lived at the bottom of the deeper sea, probably came out to look for food after the seawater became turbid, and were swept to the beach by wind and waves. Baizhen prepared it in the wind and rain. As soon as he got back to the cave, he applied sea salt and grilled it until it was half cooked. Then he sprinkled basil on it and smoked it with hot fire. The rich fat on the skin quickly became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Hua Mu smelled the smell, and her stomach was already growling. Baizhen deftly removed the bones of the conger eel, cut it into small pieces, wrapped it in breadfruit, and wrapped it in banana leaves and sent it to Hua Mu. Miss. After that episode, there was obviously some awkwardness between the two. Hua Mu was angry and didn't want to pay attention to her. Baizhen was uneasy and didn't dare to get close. Hua Mu looked at the food in her hand and couldn't help swallowing. I have to say, the smell was very appetizing. No soup? Yes. It will be ready in a while. You can eat some first. Hua Mu took the burger and took a bite. The conger eel was tender. The fat was thick and sticky, and the slightly rough taste of sea salt and the fragrance of basil made it taste different from the fine food Hua Mu had eaten before. Baizhen had never handled food so carefully before. This time, in order to please Hua Mu and make her happy, she did everything she could. Miss, is it delicious? Hua Mu was still angry with her, so she couldn't say the word delicious. She just said, perfunctorily. But she didn't stop eating. Seeing that she was concentrating on eating, Baizhen turned around and brought out the cooked fish soup. This time, she specially used lime to remove the fishy smell of the fish, added ginger and wild onions, put it in a bamboo tube, and simmered it in the fire for a long time before cooking the soup. She didn't serve it to Hua Mu until the soup turned white. The fish soup was rich in flavor, and it was really appetizing to eat with the eel burger. Hua Mu was still concerned about her ladylike elegance at first, but when she looked down and saw her bare feet, she suddenly felt that she didn't need to pretend. Baizhen was relieved to see that she had a good appetite. As long as she could eat, any disease was not a big problem. She cut some chili powder and made an eel roll for herself. The breadfruit was twice as thick as Hua Mu's, and she ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Hua Mu was sweating profusely while eating, struggling with the last eel. The sentry was tall, and the food he cooked was also very filling. She was a little full, but she felt it would be a waste if she didn't finish it. She took the last sip of soup and felt that her throat was full. Miss, do you want more? Baizhen was 100 times more attentive than usual. He sat aside and stared at Hua Mu eagerly. Hua Mu stuffed the coconut pot into her arms. No. No more. I'm so full. This was the fullest she had ever eaten in her life. And her belly was full. Baizhen saw that she was really full, and he washed the pot diligently, and then sat by the fire, glancing at her from time to time. Hua Mu ate too much, and lay down for a while. After waiting for a long time, Baizhen did not come back to serve as a cushion for her. When she turned around, she saw her curled up next to the fire at the entrance of the cave. She didn't know what was going on. Just because she was told a few words, she refused to serve as a cushion for her? Hua Mu felt very aggrieved, but she was unwilling to take the initiative, so she could only stare at her. Baizhen was not blind, and her eyesight was very good. She immediately noticed the call from the eldest lady. Miss, do you have any instructions? Hua Mu puffed up her cheeks, asked. I'm sick, are you going to let me freeze to death? Baizhen's glasses lit up, asked with some hope. Are you willing to let me hold you? Isn't her meaning obvious enough? I just don't allow you to take off my skirt, nor, you can't kiss me. Who told you not to hold me? Aren't you my cushion? How can I sleep if you don't hold me? Baizhen nodded excitedly, walked a few steps to Hua Mu's side, swearing. Miss, I will never offend you again. I'm not a pervert. I really just want to make you feel better. It would have been better if she didn't explain, but once she explained, Hua Mu's shame and anger, which had already subsided, jumped up again. How much did this sentry want to cut off ties with her? I don't think you dare. She saw that Baizhen was like a frightened bird, and finally gave up the option of losing her temper. It was too pitiful. She was a lady of the Duke's mansion, and she had to accommodate a guard. Baizhen was obviously relieved, and sat down carefully next to Hua Mu, and Hua Mu sat on her without saying a word. The sentry was a little stiff, and hesitated for a while before finally asking, Miss, can you tell me where the line is for offending you? In the past, Baizhen only protected Hua Mu's safety, and rarely had close contact with her. But now is different from the past. The two of them may spend more time together than apart. The sentry was a little bit unable to adapt. Almost all of her friends are soldiers. They are always straightforward. Even with guides, there is no big defense between the same sex. But the circle of noble ladies is obviously not like this. The eldest lady pays more attention to etiquette. She has been scolded several times. Now she really doesn't know where the boundary is. Baizhen asked. And Hua Mu was stunned on the spot. What are you going to do? I don't want to offend you again and make you angry. But I am different from you. I don't have your upbringing. I am also stupid. I don't know what kind of behavior you think is offensive. It's true that I am stupid. But it's more annoying to say that I am slow. But Hua Mu didn't like Baizhen's classification of the two as you and us. And she didn't like her using the word offend even more. When did she say she was offended? Why do you talk so much? Baizhen heard Hua Mu's unhappiness and shut up with a gloomy look. Hua Mu took her hand and put it around herself, muttering, I didn't say you offended me. You always have wild thoughts. But you are unhappy. Is it okay for me to be unhappy? I am unhappy every day. Baizhen thought it was not the case. The eldest lady would only be unhappy in front of her. But I don't want you to be unhappy. I want you to be happy. If I make you unhappy. The sentry's simple words touched Hua Mu a little. Of course. Only a little. I just want to be angry. Can't I release stress by being angry? Oh. You are so long-winded. I didn't pursue it. Why do you talk so much? Baizhen hugged her from behind, and his warm breath blew in her ears. That's because you are generous. Hua Mu was stunned. Where did her father and aunt find such a loyal and honest guard? Shouldn't she be happier? But why can't she be happy? Do you really think so? Don't you think I'm being unreasonable? How could it be? Hua Mu didn't want to talk to her anymore, and rubbed Baizhen's calf with the back of her foot. Big miss? Why? Why are you? Is it not okay if I like it? No. It's not okay. Did I offend you? Of course not. Well, go to sleep. Baizhen had no idea what Hua Mu wanted to say, but seeing that she closed her eyes and looked ready to go to bed, she didn't dare to ask more. She thought about it, and finally came to the conclusion that as long as she made the young lady happy, it wouldn't be considered an offense. Baizhen. Hua Mu suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. What do you want? I need to go to the bathroom. Hua Mu had slept all day, and had also sweated all day. When she was ready to sleep again after eating and drinking, she realized that she had not gone to the bathroom all day. Fortunately, the wind and rain outside had stopped, and Baizhen carried her down to the beach to take care of her physiological needs. There was no cloud in the sky, and a waning moon hung in the sky, making the night even more desolate. The beach was in a mess after the rainstorm, with broken branches and trees all over the ground. Although the tide had receded, there was still a lot of rain pouring out from the edge of the rainforest, washing away the places where the two passed. Hua Mu looked at this masterpiece of nature, and she was really a little scared. Fortunately, Baizhen found such a cave. Otherwise she would not just be sick. Miss, let's go back to the south tomorrow to take a look. Well, Hua Mu did not forget the storm that capsized the boat, and the scene at this moment cast a shadow in her heart. After relieving themselves, the two went back to the cave to rest, and there was no conversation all night. Hua Mu's fever was completely gone, but her cough was not so fast. She coughed non-stop when she got up the next day. Baizhen prepared mint water for her. After breakfast and packing up, the two of them were ready to go back to the south bank. Baizhen originally wanted to pick some more breadfruit, but Hua Mu was afraid that the vines on the cliff would not be strong after the wind and rain. So he tried his best to stop her. When passing the river mouth, Hua Mu found that the water source had indeed become turbid, and she couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had made preparations in advance. 2 bamboos were filled with almost 100 liters of fresh water, which was enough to drink for a while, and perhaps they could hold on until the rescue arrived. The two of them returned much faster than when they came, and they had reached the mangrove area at noon. The whole road was full of traces of tropical storms, but it can be found that the further south you go, the smaller the impact of the storm. When the two passed the mangroves and arrived near the coconut grove, the surroundings looked like they had just experienced an ordinary rainstorm. Hua Mu felt that she was unlucky. I didn't expect that we waited for so long without rain, and it rained all over the island just after we went to the north. There was water, and the fresh water was in vain. Miss, we are just right this time, and we have a lot of gains. In Baizhen's view, it was a blessing to be able to hide in such a cave during the first rain. Hua Mu didn't take her comfort to heart. She just hoped that the two of them would not be so unlucky in going back. Chapter 41 Return. 3 days later, the two finally returned to the place where they had landed. But the scene here was a little unfamiliar to them. The temporary shelter had collapsed, the canvas was blown and hung on the bushes, twisted into a ball, and the original color was almost invisible. The beach was full of potholes, the water collection device was submerged by seawater, and the tarpaulin was buried under the sand pit. However, the short coconut trees were still standing, and only a few broken leaves showed that they had also experienced wind and rain last night. Hua Mu looked at the place where the two had lived for the past few days, and it became a horrible state. She felt a little sad. Although they had complained about it before. It was built by the two of them after all, and they had some feelings for each other. Bai Jin, who had put more effort into it, did not spend any time feeling sad, and immediately began to check the damage. Hua Mu saw her collecting the canvas, and she ran to check the water collection device in her slippers, trying to pull the tarpaulin out of the sand. The storm broke the rope, but fortunately the canvas was strong, and only a small piece was torn at the corner. Baizhen took the canvas off the bushes, turned his head, and saw Hua Mu dragging the plastic sheet with difficulty, and hurried over to help. Hua Mu struggled with the tarpaulin for a long time before pulling a corner out of the sand pit, but Baizhen came over and pulled the whole piece of cloth out. "Miss, let me do it, you are still sick, you need to rest well." Hua Mu shook her sore hands, and said in a somewhat disappointed tone, "Why are you so strong?" Baizhen was definitely not a strong type among the sentries, but the other party was a delicate noble lady, and the two were completely different in strength, so she felt that she was strong. She wanted to say that it was not her strength, but that the young lady was too weak. But she chose to keep silent in the end. She knew that Hua Mu's question was not asking her for an answer. "Young lady, you are tired. Take a rest." "I'm not tired." Cough cough. "Finish it quickly so that you won't have no place to sleep at night." Cough cough cough. Hua Mu exerted a little effort, and began to cough non-stop as soon as she took a breath. Baizhen felt distressed and persuaded. "I will finish it soon. And I won't leave you without a place to sleep." Hua Mu actually knew that she could not help much, but she felt more and more uncomfortable that Baizhen was busy running around while she was sitting there. "So I'm just going to wait?" Baizhen guessed that she probably didn't want to be idle, so he found her something to do. "Miss, I'll make you some cough soup. Can you watch the fire?" Hua Mu's face fell when she heard that she had to take medicine. "Do you still need to drink it? Is it hard to drink?" She didn't learn her lesson at all. "It should be fine. I'll add coconut and dates to it, and it will taste good." These two things sounded sweet, so Hua Mu was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Baizhen picked out some drier firewood to light a fire. Boiled hot water. First added ground ginger and perilla leaves picked on the road. Opened another coconut. Poured the juice inside into a bamboo tube, and cut the coconut meat off. Hua Mu had a cough due to typhoid fever, so there was no need to clear away heat. Baizhen gave up the coconut juice and only took the coconut meat, which was warm and nourishing, and cooked it with ginger, perilla and dates. Ginger can dispel wind and cold, stop vomiting and relieve gas. Perilla can induce sweating, dispel cold and relieve external evil, relieve depression and stop vomiting. Coconut meat and dates can nourish the middle and replenish qi, stop coughing and resolve phlegm, and increase sweetness. If there were modern medicines, it would not be so troublesome. But in this environment, Baizhen can only use some folk remedies. Even if the effect is not very good, at least it tastes good and can make the young lady happy. Seeing that the medicine looked like sweet soup, Hua Mu was no longer afraid and kept guarding it wholeheartedly. Baizhen took advantage of her being busy and ran to clean up the mess. The impact of this rainstorm on the island was obviously greater than the storm that brought the two to the deserted island. When the storm reached the vicinity of the island, there were probably only some aftermath, but this side was really baptized by a whole day. The sand on the beach was still very moist even after being exposed to the sun for most of the day. Sleeping in such an environment was very bad for Hua Mu's condition, so Baizhen naturally had to think of other ways. Hua Mu held a mint leaf in her mouth to relieve the discomfort in her throat. The aroma of the sweet soup gave her a hint of hope. She looked at Baizhen from time to time, seeing that she had cleared a piece of the shelter that had been reduced to ruins in a short time. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Baizhen didn't clean up carefully. After asking Hua Mu for instructions, she ran towards the rainforest. The weather was not cold, and the sun was even hotter. However, Hua Mu was sick, so she felt that sitting by the fire was just right. She lifted the coconut shell from time to time to see if the sweet soup was ready. She wanted to drink a bowl right away. Baizhen soon brought back a large pile of wooden vines. After several trips, they were piled up on the ground. Huamu initially thought that Baizhen was going to use them as ropes to tie up canvas. She had done that before. But now that they were much more than ropes, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. What are you going to do? Why are you taking so many vines? Baizhen wiped the sweat off her face and smiled. Miss, I'm going to make a hammock. Hammock? Huamu loves hammocks. There are many on her private island. It's nice to lie on them and read books or just daydream. Can you make a hammock? Use this to make a hammock? Will it not break? Don't worry, this vine is very tough. The medicine seems to be ready, miss. Please drink the medicine first. Baizhen has a keen sense and can tell whether the ginger, basil and coconut soup is ready by smelling it. She squatted down and poured half of it into a bamboo cup. Huamu strongly asked her to make 2 cups and then handed it to Huamu. Be careful of the heat. Finally, it's done. Huamu couldn't wait to take it and touched it with his lips. It's so hot. But it's sweet, and it tastes so good. Baizhen picked up the rolled vine and said to Huamu, be careful, drink slowly, I'll go make the hammock first. The sun will set soon, and she must at least set up the hammock before dinner. Huamu followed closely behind her, holding the bamboo cup, with a curious look on her face. How are you going to do it? I want to see it. I want to see it. She was as excited as a child. And Baizhen was also infected by her cheerfulness. That's it. She hoped that the young lady could always be so happy. Then I will tell you while I do it. The distance between the coconut trees was too far. So Baizhen chose the coconut tree closest to the cliff and fixed the other side in the crack of the rock. She used several irregular metal blocks to make a simple rock plug to bear the weight. Although Huamu was afraid of climbing rocks because of her fear of heights, she had a few friends who claimed to be outdoor sports experts. She was not very clear about other aspects, but she knew a little about the equipment. After all, no matter who was surrounded by 3 people boasting that their equipment was the most advanced and expensive, it would be unforgettable. I know what you are doing. You are using them as rock plugs. Right? Baizhen was surprised that Huamu knew this, and said in surprise, Miss, how did you know? She had always known that Huamu was afraid of heights, so she would not participate in any activities related to heights. Besides, she had no interest in physically demanding sports. Baizhen couldn't figure out how she knew all this. Huamu looked very proud, picked up the cup and took a sip, and said slowly, I know a lot more, so don't underestimate me. Baizhen naturally didn't dare to underestimate her, and said sincerely, You are knowledgeable and talented. Ahem. Huamu's tail was about to fly to the sky. That's right. Baizhen liked to see her spoiled and proud look, and wanted to put all the good things in front of her. The sentry was stunned for a moment, and didn't continue talking. Huamu had been cocky enough, and seeing the sentry staring at her motionlessly, her pride turned into shyness, and shyness turned into humiliation. But everyone has their own specialty. Why don't you make a hammock quickly and explain it to me? Baizhen woke up and looked away in a panic. Then, I'll tell you how to tie the knot. The diameter of the vine is about half a centimeter, flexible and strong, and it is more than enough to be used directly as a rope. Baizhen demonstrated to Huamu how to tie a knot, and explained, It's actually very simple to make a hammock. It's just a knot. This is called a figure-8 knot, which can prevent the rope from falling off the object, and can be used to tie the hammock to the tree trunk. This is called a bowline knot, which is easy to tie and easy to remove. Very strong, and can be tied with one hand. If you need to tie the rope to your body in an emergency, you can choose this method first. This is a fisherman's knot, which can connect 2 ropes. Easy to tie but not easy to remove. There is also this kind of diamond knot. I will use this knot to make the hammock this time. Huamu has a good memory. She remembered everything after reading it once. Zheng Xian said that it was not difficult to weave a hammock. Baizhen suddenly sped up. She connected the vines with a fisherman's knot, making 2 ropes more than 100 meters long, and then wrapped them around the shuttles made of 2 branches. Then, Huamu couldn't remember. She only remembered Baizhen's flying fingers and serious expression. One diamond knot after another wove a whole big net. Huamu watched the most primitive materials quickly turned into a practical hammock. Although it is not colorful, she thinks it is the most beautiful hammock she has ever seen. How dare those princes and nobles brag about their advanced and expensive equipment? Look at how powerful her sentinels are. They can do everything by themselves and turn the most insignificant things into various daily necessities. It is amazing to turn waste into treasure. Hua-Mu dares to bet that those guys who claim to be outdoor sports experts will not survive on this island. Maybe they will start crying after just a few days, which is worse than her. Hua-Mu drank the sweet medicinal soup, and thought thankfully, fortunately, I brought Baizhen with me. And fortunately, Baizhen was with me. Otherwise, where would I get such delicious sweet soup? Finally, tie a flat knot here, and the hammock is ready. Excluding the time for the initial preparation, Baizhen only took more than half an hour to weave a hammock. Hua-Mu was very satisfied with the new bed, and asked a soul-searching question. Since you can weave a hammock, why didn't you do it earlier? Chapter 42. Let's make another bed. Baizhen was afraid that Hua-Mu would be unhappy, so he hurriedly explained. Miss, the hammock can only be used temporarily. It will be uncomfortable if you sleep on it for a long time. So I thought. It was true. It was good to lie down when you rest. But sleeping on the hammock all the time would definitely cause backache. Okay, I'll let you go for now. Baizhen breathed a sigh of relief and continued to lay palm bark and banana leaves on the hammock. The hammock was finally completed. Hua-Mu looked around and expressed her satisfaction. Not bad, you're quite good at it. The sentry smiled innocently because of the young lady's praise. By the way, how much do you weigh? Although Baizhen had guaranteed the firmness of the hammock, Hua-Mu was still a little worried. After all, she usually lay alone, but now there were two people sleeping. And the other person was a sentry who looked tall and strong, and I didn't know how much heavier he was than her. I'm about 60 kilograms. Miss, what can I do for you? Baizhen didn't know why Hua-Mu asked this, but he still told her his weight generously. 60 kilograms? That's half of her weight. The two of us weigh 200 kilograms together. Can this hammock bear it? Can your hammock bear 200 kilograms? An extra 200 kilograms is not a problem. Baizhen suddenly understood what Hua-Mu meant when he was halfway through his words. He said in a panic, Don't worry, miss. I guarantee you can sleep alone. I'll just sit there and keep watch. Hua-Mu's mouth was already pouting, but she said, Humph, whatever you want. After the two of them finished dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Hua-Mu was not feeling well, so she lay down on the hammock to rest, while Baizhen continued to clean up the mess. The roof was rebuilt, and Baizhen also covered it with a tarp. The windshield was also reinforced with wooden stakes, and it looked like it would not be easily destroyed by wind and rain. Baizhen worked until late at night, and then sat down next to the hammock after wiping her body. The two of them had experienced a lot in the past few days, and she had also consumed a lot of energy. In order to avoid the situation like the shark she encountered before, she ate the 6 small white tablet. Hua-Mu was not asleep, so she knew that Baizhen had sat next to her. Although she was very sleepy and tired, she did not want to sleep alone. Baizhen sat for a while, and Hua-Mu began to toss and turn. The hammock made a lot of noise when she turned over. Baizhen soon found that she had difficulty falling asleep, and asked carefully, Miss, is the hammock uncomfortable to sleep in? Hua-Mu had been ignored for a long time, and finally got attention, and immediately complained to Baizhen. It's uncomfortable. The palm bark is very prickly, and it's cold. Without a pillow, I slept so tired, my body was sore and painful, my throat was uncomfortable, and my head hurt. Baizhen could understand Hua-Mu's discomfort, but he didn't know how to solve it. Miss, then I'll make you a pillow. Making a pillow won't solve other problems, I'm going to die. Hua-Mu was so angry at the sentry's slowness. Does she have to say it directly? You won't die, you ah. Baizhen suddenly remembered that this scene was familiar. The young lady also said that she was going to die before. Then I can be your cushion, can I? Hua-Mu sat up immediately, almost fell off the hammock, patted the hammock and said to her, Since you are so kind, I have no reason to refuse, come here. Baizhen mustered up the courage to make this suggestion, unexpectedly. He actually guessed it right, and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Okay, yes. Baizhen made the hammock very big, more than enough for 2 people to lie down on, and the load-bearing capacity was obviously, as she said, enough to carry 2 people. After Baizhen lay down on it, the hammock sank a little more. Hua-Mu lay on Baizhen's body, and sighed with satisfaction. The pillow is so soft, the muscles are so nice to touch, the skin is smooth, and the smell is so good. Miss. Although she was somewhat used to Hua-Mu's random touching, the Sentinel's overly sensitive sense still made Baizhen feel a little at a loss. Well, what's wrong? Hua Mu was too lazy to explain anything to her, so she just started to act like a spoiled child. He was her bodyguard. So what's wrong with letting her touch him? It won't cost her a piece of meat. No. It's okay. As long as the young lady likes it. She can still bear it. Hua Mu was satisfied. And fell asleep comfortably while touching the sentry's muscles. They might have to go back in a few days. And once they return to the Duke's mansion, Baizhen will definitely not sleep with her again. If she doesn't touch him enough these days, there will be no chance in the future. The two of them spent the next few days leisurely. Because Hua Mu needed to recuperate, Baizhen would not be too far away from her except to look for food and materials. The shelter was renovated, and it was more solid than before. The second rain fell on the island, and there was no more damage except a little water leakage. Hua Mu would check the sea every day to see if there were any ships passing by. Even though she knew that Baizhen's eyesight was much better than hers, and that if there were any rescue ships coming, he would definitely find them earlier, she still did this every day. But time passed day by day, the 31st day, the 32nd day, the 33rd day, until the 40th day, there was still no sign of rescue. Hua Mu comforted herself every day, the search would take time, and rescue would come tomorrow. But as time went by, the comfort gradually became less useful. She went from full of expectations to disappointment, but she could no longer do hysterical things like before. Miss, are you not going to take a look today? Baizhen would check the smoke signals every day, and often go to a high place to look at the sea. Not only Hua Mu. She was also worried about the current situation. It was not so easy to dispatch the navy for a large-scale search. Even if the Queen proposed it, it had to be approved by the Parliament. And if it was just a small-scale search and rescue, it would have almost no effect in the marine disaster circle. Baizhen was very afraid that if the time was delayed too long, the Empire would give up the rescue. I won't go to see it. There's nothing anyway. Hua Mu collapsed on the hammock and answered weakly, because she thought she would go back soon. Hua Mu rejected Baizhen's proposal to make a bed. The two of them had been sleeping on the hammock these days. But the hammock has almost no support, and sleeping on it for a long time will make your back and waist ache. Baizhen didn't feel much, but Hua Mu couldn't stand it anymore. If the rescue didn't come, would she sleep in the hammock all the time? No. 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 Rescue will definitely come. But before that, she needs a comfortable bed. No. Rather, she needs a lot of things. Baizhen, let's make a bed? It has rained a little bit these days. And compared to the situation where there was no rain for a month, this is more in line with the characteristics of a tropical island. Water source is no longer the main problem for the two. When it rains, there is no place to sleep. Okay, I'll go prepare it now. Baizhen has been worried about Hua Mu's situation for a while. Watching her disappointed again and again, she is afraid that she will collapse like last time. But the eldest lady asked her to make a bed, which means she still has a goal. As long as there is a goal, there is motivation to live. Baizhen is an absolute action person. Less than 2 hours after Hua Mu said this, she brought all the materials back from the jungle. Rather than making a bed, it is more appropriate to say that it is a platform that can be far away from the ground. And there is no better material for making such a platform than bamboo, which is light and strong. Baizhen chose bamboo this time, which has a certain flexibility and is slightly more comfortable to sleep on. Hua Mu didn't want to be unable to help, so he found something for himself to do. He used the knotting method he learned last time to connect the vines and help Baizhen prepare ropes. Time seemed to pass faster when there was something to do. The two of them spent 2 days and finally made a bamboo bed that was 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter and 80 wide. The pillars of the bamboo bed were made of thick old bamboo, which was deeply buried in the soil by Baizhen. The bamboo bed was about half a meter above the ground, which could well isolate the moisture from the ground. Baizhen also made a shelf between the bed and the ground, which could be used to stack firewood or other sundries. The moment the bamboo bed was completed, Hua Mu felt a great sense of satisfaction. This was the second item she participated in making after the bamboo raft. And unlike last time when she only made a few, she actually helped a lot. Baizhen carefully polished the cut surface of the bamboo, and after repeatedly confirming that there were no bamboo thorns, he laid palm bark, hay, and canvas in turn. Except for the canvas used as the ceiling, half of the remaining part was used as a bed sheet. The canvas was thick and rough, and naturally not as good as the fabric Hua Mu used to sleep on before, but it was much better than hay and banana leaves. Hua Mu couldn't wait to lie down on it, and felt his body sinking and the bed rebounding, and couldn't help but exhale with satisfaction. This is the right environment for sleeping. How did she endure it before? Miss, do you think it's okay? Baizhen waited nervously for Hua Mu's comment, but Hua Mu waved at her. The sentry leaned over, not knowing why. Miss grabbed her arm and pulled, but it didn't move. You'll know if you lie down. Hua Mu was so angry. She couldn't even give a surprise. Ah? Oh. Baizhen kicked off her shoes and hurriedly climbed onto the bed, but was a little hesitant when she wanted to lie down. Hua Mu couldn't bear to watch it any longer. So he flipped over and threw himself on her. Why are you hesitating? The weight of the two people pressed on the bamboo bed, making a slight sound. But the bamboo bed was very solid and didn't shake at all. Baizhen was pressed under Hua Mu, lying down obediently. How is it? It's quite comfortable. Right? Hua Mu was very proud. And she would take this bed back when she went back. Yeah. It's very comfortable. Baizhen didn't really feel the bamboo bed very carefully. As long as Hua Mu was on her, she couldn't focus on other things. Hua Mu leaned on her, and his hands began to touch the sentry's smooth skin involuntarily. Although it is very comfortable, you are still my cushion. Don't try to escape this responsibility. Based on the sentry's brain circuit, Hua Mu didn't doubt that she would say that she slept in a hammock. Chapter 43 Equipment is being added. Hua Mu understood that no matter how much they hoped for rescue, it would not be of any use. The only thing they could do was to try their best to survive, live a good life, check the smoke signals and distress icons every day, to ensure that if a ship or plane passed by, they would be able to find the two immediately. Making the bamboo bed made Hua Mu taste the sweetness. In the process of making it, she could not only temporarily forget her worries, but also solve many problems after it was done, making life on the deserted island much more comfortable. Hua Mu officially decided to start improving her living environment. Now that she had a place to sleep, the next thing she needed to improve was the toilet environment. To be honest, she had endured it for a long time. It was not difficult to survive on a tropical island. Even ordinary people would not starve to death. Moreover, she had an almost omnipotent sentinel. The suitable temperature, the abundant water source, and the rich food made the two of them not have to worry too much about keeping warm and eating. After settling down, they naturally had a lot of free time. If you spend this time daydreaming, or hoping for rescue, and live a miserable life, that would be too unreasonable. Hua Mu expressed her thoughts to Baizhen, and Baizhen naturally supported her. As long as she could make the young lady happy, she would do anything. Let's make a toilet first, like a chair, because squatting is so tiring now. The community in the tropical jungle changes very quickly, and the microorganisms also decompose very quickly, so there is no need to worry too much about the treatment of excrement, because it will soon return to the earth and become nutrients anyway. But I had to bring Wudesh every time, and change the place every few days, and I had to be naked in broad daylight, and my feet were often numb from squatting, which was not very convenient. Hua Mu had long wanted to build a toilet with a roof, walls and a place to sit. Well, where do you think it would be best? Building a toilet is not as simple as building a bamboo bed. The main difficulty is not the toilet, but the site selection and the treatment of excrement. The toilet should not be too close to the shelter or too far away, nor too close to the jungle. Hua Mu had been thinking about this problem for a long time. How about building it on the slope on the left, near the banyan tree? It's well ventilated there, but the wind won't be too strong, and there are few insects. You can also use bamboo as a pipe and discharge. Cough cough to the low pit in the jungle next to it. I calculated the distance, and a bamboo will be enough. Use iron plates or bamboo to make walls and ceilings. Yes, it would be best if the ceiling can collect rainwater. Install a water tank on the toilet. I think bamboo is a good choice, so you don't have to fetch water yourself. Hua Mu showed unprecedented enthusiasm, and Baizhen couldn't help but feel full of energy. Miss, your idea is great. Let's do it. After we finish building the toilet, we can also add a roof like this to the shelter. Sure. But the workload must be huge. We might all be gone by then. Baizhen smiled. That would be even better. The two of them did what they said. Baizhen was responsible for preparing the materials, while Hua Mu went to select the best location, heading towards the island from where the two were stationed. If you turn right up the hill, you will head towards the west side of the island. As part of the mountain, the terrain here is generally high. If you want to explore the mountain, it is undoubtedly better to choose this road. Although Baijin has no plan to explore the jungle in detail for the time being, he also searched roughly in the west, and was very lucky to find several breadfruit trees 5 or 6 kilometers away from the two of them. Compared to crossing half of the island, picking from here can save a lot of time. Huamu picked a good place, marked out the area with branches, and then returned to the beach to select materials that could be used. Baijin repeatedly warned her not to get too close to the jungle, but she was not ignorant enough to risk her life, so she was always very cautious. The parts removed from the hull were of different styles, and there were many types of sunken ships, and the age span was also very large. Some metal plates were more than 10 centimeters thick, and some were only iron sheets. The main materials for building the toilet were bamboo and wood, and the ceiling was made into an inclined surface and lined with iron sheets, so that rainwater would naturally flow down the eaves, as long as the split bamboo was fixed under the eaves. A simple water collection device was completed. Water storage containers can be made of bamboo. According to the frequency of rain nowadays, as long as half the volume of a wall is used to hold water, the two people generally will not encounter the embarrassing situation of needing to carry water. Huamu planned very well. After picking out a few pieces of iron sheets that can be used, Baijin also transported the materials to the designated location. After adding breadfruit as the staple food, the Sentinel's energy and physical strength have obviously improved a lot. In the early days of arriving on the island, because there were only some seafood for food, most of which went into Huamu's stomach, Baijin's muscles were a little thin and his cheeks were sunken. Although it looks more powerful and dangerous, Huamu still feels bad. Even after she expressed her wish, Baijin still did not take the initiative to catch any animals other than fish. Of course, the Sentinel may have other considerations, but Huamu still feels that he is worried about her. Miss, do you think it is better to build a toilet first or build the frame of the building first? This is a difficult choice between choosing to be naked or squatting. Let's bury the pipes first. Since she has chosen to do it, Huamu is extremely demanding. Of course, the main body of the toilet can only be made of bamboo or wood. But in order to facilitate the flow of water to flush excrement, the lower part needs to be made of metal or ceramic. Baijin once picked up a ceramic wash basin, which is just right for this place. Huamu has been wandering around this pile of broken copper and iron in recent days to see if there is anything that can be used. The idea of building a toilet came to him because he saw this wash basin and a light bulb flashed. The pipe should be buried along the slope, and the toilet part should be made of this wash basin. As long as Huamu is not affected by emotions, he usually does things in a planned way. Of course, she could only give a rough concept and idea at best, and it would depend on the Sentinel's practical experience to materialize them. I understand. Baijin was an absolute action man, and he immediately took action. The location chosen by Huamu was indeed not far from the low-lying pit, but the pipeline could not be solved by a whole bamboo. In the tropical rainforest environment, the lifespan of bamboo pipes would definitely not last too long, especially since these bamboos had not been processed. They could only last for a month at most. Although Baijin hoped that they could return to civilized society before the pipe was damaged, due to her cautious character, she had to consider replacing the pipe. Therefore, the pipe must not be made of a whole bamboo, but divided into bamboo sections of about 1 to 2 meters, and the joints were fixed with bamboo wedges, and then wrapped with iron sheets. As for the wash basin, the area near the drain outlet also needed to be expanded to a certain extent. Otherwise it would be very dangerous to be blocked. Huamu didn't understand why Baijin cut the bamboo, and asked inquiringly, and the answer she gave her made her deeply appreciate the Sentinel's careful consideration. Baijin is certainly not the type who is brave but reckless. It's just that she often encounters unexpected situations during the mission, so in addition to the plan made in advance, she needs to be able to adapt to the situation. This also leads her to believe that instinct is more important than detailed thinking. After all, some dangers are so imminent that there is no time for people to think. But this does not mean that she made a decision without thinking, but that experience and instinct helped her speed up the thinking process and react in a split second. In addition, Baijin is cautious by nature. Unless she can get a bigger reward, she will never take risks easily. Huamu has never thought that Baijin is a big-breasted and brainless person. It's just that she is too slow in some aspects, which makes her unable to help but classify her as stupid. The multifunctional military knife was used to cut the bamboo, as one of the most practical things on Baijin. The military knife really helped the two of them a lot. However, whether it is a dagger or a military knife. It is not very handy for cutting trees. Even though Baijin is not slow, Hua Mu is still tired for her. Are there no bigger tools? Have you ever picked up something like an axe or a saw? Baijinto didn't even raise his hand. I have picked up a few fire axes, but the wooden handles are gone, and the axe body is badly rusted. It's okay. Miss, I can fix it right away. You can make a new one if the wooden handle is gone, and you can sharpen the rusted axe body. Right? Yes. You can. So why not do it? Because I don't think it's necessary. Baijin stopped the work at hand, and looked at Hua Mu nervously. Yes, in the sentry's opinion. Of course it is unnecessary, after all. She is the one who can cut bamboo with a short knife. But, if she has a handy tool like an axe, she can also help. As a person with a manner, Hua Mu not only knows how to chop wood, but also learned to saw wood. Although she can't do it much. Stop the work at hand now. Let's go see if we can make some handy tools first. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Why doesn't this sentry understand such a simple truth? She took back her previous words. Baijin is not smart at all. People who don't know how to be lazy are not smart, they are stupid. Yes. Hua Mu gave an order. Baijin didn't dare to disobey. Turned out a lot of iron lumps, iron bars, iron sheets from the pile of scrap iron, which made Hua Mu dumbfounded. What is this? Two nearly rectangular iron lumps, whose original appearance could not be seen. It was completely a marine shell museum. It's a fire axe. What about this? It should be a saw blade or something like that. Don't you have everything? Can you sharpen them? I think you can. How long will it take? 1 or 2 days. So why don't you make the tools first? It'll only take 1 or 2 days. If you have these, she can help earlier. Baijin lowered her head and said nothing. Hua Mu, who thought she was just stupid, suddenly reacted. This is Baijin's purpose. If there are no tools at hand, even if she wants to help, she can only do some light work. Chapter 44. We can talk about our feelings. It's not that the other party didn't think about anything. It's better to say that she has thought too much. And whether it was intentional or unintentional, Hua Mu suspected that even Baijin himself didn't know. You sharpen the axe, I'll sharpen the saw blade, you teach me how to do it. And this matter was obviously for her sake, although it made her feel depressed, but after all, it was different from being slow and unromantic. The most important thing is, Hua Mu didn't want to lose her temper for the time being. Losing her temper was so tiring. I'll do it. Your hands are so tender, it's not good to get scratched. Hands are so tender, how can this sentry talk like that? If it were in the Empire, this would be sexual harassment. I'm not that stupid. Although I'm not as strong as you, but sharpening a knife requires more skills. I can do it. Baijin couldn't persuade her, and was sweating profusely. But, no buts, go find 2 stones for sharpening knives. We'll try to sharpen the tools today. The sentry was helpless at this time. He couldn't say that he didn't want Hua Mu to do physical work, so he had to find a few whetstones. The rocks around the coast were severely weathered, and it was obviously not suitable to sharpen knives. Baijin went to the streams in the jungle to look for them, and soon found a few stones that were suitable for sharpening. The fire axe and saw blades he picked out were well preserved, although there were a lot of marine organisms attached to the surface. They were not very rusty. Baijin first picked a relatively rough sandstone to grind off the surface attachments, and then used sandstone rich in clay to grind. Hua Mu followed suit, but because he was not strong enough and was very unfamiliar with it for the first time, his progress was much slower. She took back her words that she didn't need any strength. She was almost exhausted. Baijin had been paying attention to her situation. Seeing her stop several times, he tried his best to persuade her, which annoyed Hua Mu. Don't worry about me. Just grind your own blade. This saw blade is mine. You can't snatch it from me. She used to live a life of luxury, enjoying the affluent life of a noble lady without any psychological barriers, because she was also fulfilling her responsibilities as the heir to the royal family. If her aunt and father didn't need her to participate in politics, she would be enthusiastic about public welfare, befriend celebrities, maintain elegance and decorum in front of the public, and try her best to maintain the dignity of the royal family. She used to be high and mighty, commanding Baijin without any burden, because they were master and servant. It was Baijin's responsibility to protect her. She trusted and rewarded him, so she could exercise certain rights. But on this deserted island, not to mention the superior subordinate and contractual spirit based on the civilized system. Even the law of life for life no longer existed. The longer time passed, the more Huamu understood that it was Baizhen's loyalty that maintained the peace between the two and ensured her survival. Human hearts are the most unreliable things. But for Baizhen, even though Huamu had wavered when she first drifted to the island, today she can no longer help but trust her wholeheartedly. She knows that as a noble, as the heir to the throne, this is a very dangerous thing. But on this island, after that identity fades away, she is just Huamu as an individual. And as Huamu, she is willing to trust Baizhen. But being willing to trust her does not mean that she can rely on her without any burden. On the contrary, because Baizhen still serves her like a lady just out of loyalty, this makes Huamu anxious and impatient because she cannot repay. She tried her best to prove herself, to give, to seek equality. She knew that although she still seemed to be superior now, if time went on for a while, she would not only lose her temper with Baizhen, but she would also unconsciously use other more exaggerated means of winning over Baizhen. She did not want to let things develop to that point because of a sense of indebtedness. No, things should not have developed to that point. Huamu sharpened the saw blade for a whole day, and finally it was barely usable. Baizhen made wooden handles for several tools, which could be put into use after a little processing the next day. Huamu looked at her day's work, and while she was satisfied, she also felt the hardship of the work. Her wrists were sore, and she could hardly lift them by dinner time. Baizhen looked at Huamu holding the grilled fish but not wanting to eat it, and asked worriedly, "Miss, don't you have an appetite?" No. She just felt tired when she raised her hands, and didn't want to move. Baizhen reacted quickly this time, and noticed her reason immediately. "Does your hand feel uncomfortable? Let me see." Although Huamu had always refused before, and said that she was fine, this time she still obediently spread her hand into the sentry's palm. Blisters appeared on her originally delicate and white palm again, and even blood was faintly seeping out in a few places, which was quite shocking. Not only the palm, but Huamu's wrist was also a little red and swollen, which was obviously caused by excessive force and incorrect technique. Baizhen's eyes were red. "Miss." Huamu felt a little uncomfortable. She was supposed to do it, but she got hurt and needed Baizhen's help. "Well, it doesn't hurt much. It will be fine tomorrow." Baizhen himself had been injured almost fatally, but the pain of seeing Huamu injured was far less intense. "I'll help you treat your wound first." The sentry was very familiar with treating wounds, and he applied the medicine in a short while. However, Huamu couldn't eat by herself after applying the medicine on her hands, so Baizhen took on the burden of feeding her. Although it was not the first time that the sentry fed her, Huamu still felt a little uncomfortable. "Miss, please take a rest tomorrow." Huamu did not want to give up halfway, but it was really painful, so she could only perfunctorily say, "Let's talk about it later." There were not many entertainment activities on the island. If there was nothing important, resting early was the best choice. After making a bamboo bed, the sleeping environment was greatly improved. Huamu was tired all day and simply washed and collapsed on the bamboo bed to rest. Physical fatigue has another benefit, which allows her to rest without having time to think about random things. For example, why didn't the rescue come yet? For example, whether the Empire had given up on the two of them, and whether the two of them would never be able to go back. But today she couldn't fall asleep immediately, because in addition to being tired, her wrist was also in pain. Baizhen packed up his things and laid down on the bamboo bed. Huamu quickly leaned over. After sleeping more, the sentry no longer often thought about whether it was inappropriate to be so close to the eldest lady. "My wrist hurts. Now it's time to act like a spoiled child." Huamu no longer thinks about those things that are fair or not, and just wants to be loved. Baizhen wrapped her with his warm palms, kneading her gently. "Let me knead you." The sentinel's massage technique was very professional, and the strength was just right. More importantly, unlike usual times, Baizhen at this time made her feel tender. "Baizhen, what do you want? Is your training in the tower, and your missions more difficult, tiring, and dangerous than on the island?" I don't know how to compare. Although I don't know how to compare, but to be disrespectful, because of Huamu's existence, Baizhen feels that the days he spent on the island are his happiest time. "That's true. You will be much more relaxed if you are alone than if you are with me." "Right?" The sentry didn't know why the young lady had such an idea, and said in a panic, No such thing. Hua Mu has always been proud, and rarely said such discouraging words. Really? But I can't do anything. You have other specialties. You are better than anyone else. But, on this island, those other specialties are useless. I can't even sharpen a saw. Is Baizhen really just worried about her and considerate of her and not letting her do it? Or just don't want her to make trouble? Hua Mu is not just thinking about this because of today's frustration, but also because of the accumulation of pressure during this period. Baizhen couldn't bear to see Hua Mu belittle herself like this, and couldn't help but hold her thin body in his arms. No such thing. Miss, it's normal for you to be unaccustomed to this kind of work for the first time. No one is born good at anything. Even I learned it after a long time. You are already more talented than most people, and I believe you will be better in the near future. Although from her selfish point of view, she really didn't want Hua Mu to become good at these things. After all, in her opinion, the young lady shouldn't do such rough work. The sentry's active hug gave Hua Mu great comfort. She buried her face in the soft chest and asked with a nasal voice, "Do you really think so? Don't you think I'm useless? Don't you think I'm a burden?" Baizhen became excited and said incoherently, How could you be a burden? You don't know. I have never thought about it this way. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen, kinder than anyone, tougher than anyone, braver, and harder than anyone. You must not have such thoughts. I am because of you. The sentry suddenly stopped talking. I mean you must not have such thoughts. Baizhen's clumsy but sincere words were more effective than a magic potion for Hua Mu. And the young lady soon became elated. Hua Mu raised her head from Baizhen's arms, clenched her fists and said confidently, "That's right. I have a wide range of interests, and there is nothing I can't learn so far, as long as I want to learn. It's easy. Right? Okay. Let's get the tools ready tomorrow, and then start building the toilet. You still have a wound on your hand." Baizhen didn't expect that his words of encouragement were so useful, and he felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. What's this little injury? I'm not a child anymore. Am I afraid of pain? Baizhen unconsciously recalled the scene of Hua Mu crying in pain and nestling in her arms for a kiss. She felt that the other party's words were not convincing. You are right. But she already had experience. There are some words that the eldest lady doesn't like to hear, so she must not say them. Chapter 45 Equipment is being added. Baizhen was worried all night, but it rained in the early morning, and it rained all day. It rained every few days recently, and the two of them were used to it. Although working in the rain was nothing to Baizhen, she was afraid that Hua Mu would also participate, so she decided not to repair the toilet for the time being. It happened that a few tools needed to be processed again, and she completed the work indoors, while demonstrating and answering Hua Mu's questions. The two fire axe reappeared the original appearance. The handle made from the bells of the begonia was polished by the white pillow. Sat saw the handle. The saw chief was embedded on the bow-shaped wooden frame. Anyway, there is plenty of time. She spent a lot of time to do these tools. The corners are also extremely sharp, in case Hua Mu is used to do too much hard work when using. Hua Mu watched a few tattered gadgets before watching a few pieces. I can't help but sigh again, the magical hands of the white pillow. If she had the materials, maybe she could build a boat? Hua Mu ignored the wound on her hand, and as soon as the axe was made, she was eager to chop wood. She stopped only after Baizhen tried to stop her. The two of them spent a leisurely day, and still no rescue came. With the right tools, the progress of building the toilet was greatly accelerated. It took only half a day for the two of them to make and bury the pipes. The ceiling and the wall took a day and a half, and the toilet took 2 days. The water storage device was more troublesome, and Baizhen tried several times before finally deciding on the finished product. A thick bamboo tube is used to make a water supply on the wall behind the toilet. Most of the rainwater is stored in the bamboo wall, connected by small bamboo stems, and the last one is connected to the top of the water supply. It is usually blocked with a wooden plug and opened only when it is needed. When the water slowly fills the water supply below, the toilet can be flushed clean with a plop. Hua Mu had seen this device in a courtyard in a certain country. It was a very elegant decoration. I didn't expect it to be used here now. It is not bad. As for the toilet itself, it is made of bamboo, crabapple wood and iron plate. The bracket below is made of bamboo. The seat is made of polished crabapple wood, and the lid is simply made of a whole piece of iron plate. After a week, the Perfect. Toilet in Hua-Mu's mind was finally completed. At the moment when she sat in the toilet, Hua-Mu almost cried with joy. Her shameful life was finally over. Even though she knew that no one saw it. As a well-educated lady from a noble family, going to the toilet in broad daylight was still one of her most painful things. The only thing that could compete with it was probably using leaves to wipe her, but Hua-Mu was so excited that she looked left and right and touched it again. She sat in it for 10 minutes to experience the satisfaction of the toilet. Until Baizhen called her outside the door. Miss, are you ready? Hua-Mu was startled, and almost forgot that Baizhen was still waiting outside the door, and hurriedly pushed the door open. What? What do you mean by ready or not? I'm not going to the toilet. I'm just checking the results. She would never go to the toilet when Baizhen is here. Oh. Baizhen didn't know why she suddenly lost her temper, and said angrily, Then what do you think? Based on the current situation, it's okay. It is extremely rare to be able to make such a finished product under such simple conditions. White Pillow heard her evaluation. I relieved my breath. You like it? What I like? Just don't you like it? Well, I like it too. White Pillow certainly likes it. This was done with Hua-Mu. Well, it's a pity that this thing is not easy to take back. Hua-Mu has a little regret. Compared to bamboo rafts and bamboo beds, the toilet was something she spent more energy. Unfortunately. Anyway, what to say, it was too exaggerated to take it back. This was already the 50th day that the two had been on the island. Hua-Mu was so focused on her work that she was not even disappointed that the rescue had not come. She could now split wood and bamboo accurately. Although her speed was a little slow due to her lack of strength, it was a great improvement. She even had a layer of calluses on her hands that a noble lady could not have. Ah, she must brag about it to her friends when she gets back. Baizhen was delighted that Hua-Mu wanted to bring everything back. She was very touched that the items she had participated in were so cherished by the young lady. What should we do next? Build a small bamboo house? It will definitely take a lot of time. Well, why don't we build the roof first, and just make the main beams below? Anyway, the tropical weather is not cold, and the original windproof walls of the shelter are enough. Okay, I'll go cut down the materials. There were a few bamboos piled up next to Baizhen. Obviously they were just cut down. But she didn't carry them back immediately, but sat on the ground with her eyes closed to rest. The sentry was sweating profusely, and his face was pale, looking as if he was in some unspeakable pain, not just because of fatigue. She endured it silently for a while, and finally took out a plate of white pills from her pocket, and swallowed one of them. There were 24 small white pills, and now only 1/3 was left. Although Baizhen had tried her best to reduce consumption, the interval between the use of small white pills did not increase, because the resistance generated by her body made her increasingly dependent on artificial diet factors. The remaining 8 pills might not last for 50 days. No, let alone 50 days. It was still a question whether it could last for a month. She was not worried about herself, only about Hua-Mu. If she couldn't hold on, what would the young lady do? It seemed that the only hope was that rescue would arrive before the white tablets ran out, but this hope now seemed illusory and completely unfounded. This was a gamble for the cautious Baizhen. Perhaps the young lady's idea was correct. She should take this time to teach the young lady all the survival skills, so that she could live on the island alone. Baizhen knew how much the queen valued Hua-Mu. As long as the body was not found, the rescue would not end. As long as the navy was dispatched, even if they could not find the island within a short period of time, they would find the island sooner or later. After all, this island was not a small island. An island with an area of more than 100 square kilometers was larger than many island countries. There was no reason for the rescue team not to check it out. As long as the young lady could hold on, she would be rescued sooner or later. Baizhen took a pill and rested for a while. After fully recovering, he carried 2 bamboos and walked towards the base. Building the roof of the shelter was not as urgent as building the toilet. So Hua-Mu decided to take it slow, more for the sake of trying her hand and learning from Baizhen. So the progress was slow. The two of them worked on and off, and only built 8 pillars in 3 days. Baizhen had other ideas, so he stopped stopping Hua-Mu from working, and even took the initiative to teach her some survival skills. She taught Hua-Mu how to light a fire with a flint, taught her to identify herbs, and even took her to collect shells. Hua-Mu thought that this stupid sentinel had finally come to his senses and discovered his talent. and was very proud for a while. On this day, Baizhen once again abandoned her job of building the roof and picked up a bamboo pole. Hua Mu watched for a while and found her purpose. The sentry was making a fishing rod. Fishing is one of Hua Mu's hobbies. Of course, this kind of fishing is the kind where the young lady sits on a lounge chair by the lake, holding a huge parasol, tasting delicious drinks and snacks, and chatting about gossip from time to time. 3 ladies from noble families may not catch a single fish even if they lie down for an afternoon. You want to make a fishing rod? Are you ready to fish? Efficientists like Baizhen would not sit back and wait if they could take the initiative. So during this period of time, she has been mainly catching fish. Miss, this is for you. Didn't you want to catch fish before? Fishing is more suitable for you. That's right. Hua Mushin agreed. Then I will do it with you. I want to do it too. Let's make a few more so we can fish together, I said. It's so tiring to always go to the water to catch fish. You are right. Then I will make a longer one. And you can make a 3-meter 6-meter one. Baizhen chose bamboo clumps that were neither old nor new, with stems that were neither thick nor thin, straight and symmetrical, and flexible and elastic. After removing the branches and leaves, she polished the bamboo body clean. If there were any places that were not straight enough, she would smoke them with fire, then apply a wet cloth to correct them, and finally soak them in salt water. She did it very seriously, and Hua Mu was very interested in learning. The fishing line was made of climbing silk, which was much stronger than ordinary fishing lines, and the fish hook was replaced by a bit needle. The finished product was naturally not exquisite, and it was much rougher than the fishing rods specially made for noble ladies that Hua Mu had used before, which were so exquisite that the handles were carved with patterns. But Hua Mu immediately liked these 2 fishing rods, and got up early the next morning with Baizhen to go fishing. Before fishing, you have to prepare bait, which makes Hua Mu feel troubled. She is not afraid of insects, but she thinks they are disgusting, especially those soft and fleshy ones, which can make her unable to eat for a day. The moment Hua Mu saw the sandworm, her hair stood up. After digging up the sand near the sea, there were dense worms underneath. The short ones were a few centimeters long, and the long ones were more than 10 centimeters long. They had obvious body segments and 2 rows of warts. They were more disgusting than the earthworm she feared the most. Wow! Hua Mu took several steps back while holding the fishing rod, and almost vomited. What the hell is this? Miss, this is sandworms, which are good as bait. Baizhen picked them up in the basin without changing his expression, which made Hua Mu shake her head. Earthworms, let's use earthworms. Earthworms will do. Earthworms are not bad, but sandworms are easy to get. In Baizhen's opinion, if Hua Mu can accept this, it will undoubtedly be more beneficial for her future survival. Miss, actually, they are nothing to be afraid of. Just be careful not to get pricked by the bristles. Baizhen tried to get close to Hua Mu with the basin. Hua Mu even threw away the fishing rod, and ran away while shouting, I'm not afraid, I'm disgusted. Baizhen, you bastard, I don't want to care about you. In Hua Mu's opinion, Baizhen's behavior is just like those bad elementary school boys who bully female classmates. She hates such people the most. Chapter 46 Learn Survival Skills. For Baizhen, Hua Mu's words, I don't want to care about you, are very lethal. If possible, she would never let Hua Mu do these things, touch these things. But things are more urgent than expected. To train a delicate noble girl into a wilderness survival expert in less than a month, the difficulty is comparable to resisting combined heat. Baizhen stood for a while, thinking that he would have to muster up the courage to talk to Hua Mu in the future. Miss, Hua Mu sat on the bamboo bed with her legs hugged, sulking, pretending not to hear her words. Seeing her approach, she deliberately turned her face away. Baizhen's originally limited courage disappeared after seeing Hua Mu's performance. She stood for a while with her lips pursed, and finally stepped aside with the fishing rod. It was not her intention to force Hua Mu, but she didn't know how to explain it to her. She didn't want to tell Hua Mu, nor did she dare to tell her that if the rescue didn't come after a month, she would not be able to accompany her and protect her. Hua Mu waited for the sentry to come and comfort her, but he just left without saying a word. She was so angry that she fell on the bed. Hardship can be overcome. Fear is more difficult, and nausea is impossible to overcome. She was willing to accept earthworms as a second choice. Why did Baizhen insist on such disgusting insects? When Hua Mu thought about it now, she still felt a chill. It was not her fault. It was the sentry, who did not know how to be gentle with women. The more Hua Mu thought about it, the more wrong she felt. She had been working very hard these days, and had never lost her temper with Baizhen. Just fishing. Why use this kind of bait? And you had to show her, knowing she was angry but not coming to comfort her. Hua Mu cried for a while, and didn't see Baizhen paying attention to her. She felt very sad, and couldn't help but sit up and crawl to the exit to secretly look at what the other party was doing. Baizhen seemed to be roasting breadfruit, and when the familiar aroma drifted over, Hua Mu's heart sank. She was crying in anger? This bastard sentry actually had the mind to eat? Hua Mu was so angry that she wanted to beat him up, and casually picked up the axe at her feet. Put it down, and changed a piece of firewood. Instead of throwing it out, she grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at the sentry. The sand was too light to hit anyone, but it did attract Baizhen's attention. She turned around when she heard the noise, and saw Hua Mu rubbing her eyes while saying, "Pt, pt," and ran over nervously. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Hua Mu wanted to die. The sand didn't hit anyone, but blinded her eyes instead. She was so miserable. "Don't worry about it." Hua Mu shook off Baizhen's hand, and she didn't know whether she was angry with her or herself. If she had known, she would have thrown firewood. Anyway, Baizhen was thick-skinned, so why should she feel sorry for her? Baizhen saw her tears falling violently, and for a moment, he didn't care about her orders. He came to Hua Mu and asked softly, "Why are you crying? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me help you." "Who said I was crying? I was blinded by the sand." Although she was crying before, she was really crying just because of the sand. "Don't rub it. Blink your eyes slowly." Baizhen held her hand to prevent her from moving, and lifted her face by her chin. "If it doesn't work, I'll wash it with clean water." Hua Mu's grievances were immediately fermented into misery by Baizhen's concern. She closed her eyes and cried, "Why are you still caring about me? Let me cry until I go blind." The eldest lady had completely forgotten what she said just now, that she didn't cry, and asked the sentry for more care. "You won't go blind. Just blink gently, and let the tears flush out the foreign body." The sentry comforted her seriously, but Hua Mu didn't want to hear such words at all. She wanted to hear more gentle, more indulgent, and less rational comfort. "It can't come out, you help me blow it. I'll help you wash it. There is a foreign object in the eye. It is useless to blow air into the eye. It may even damage the eye more. Blowing air is not good for the eyes. What's the point of washing it?" She is not so uncomfortable anymore. She just wants someone to blow it. Then I close my eyes, and you blow it for me. What's the point? Baizhen doesn't understand. But when he saw Hua Mu's upturned face, looking at her beautiful face, her face with tears in her eyes, this question has long disappeared. The young lady's thick and long light golden eyelashes were like a butterfly fluttering its wings. The colors were blurred and beautiful. Her delicate and fair skin was as thin as melted snow, crystal clear and soft. Her moist and bright pink lips were like the red cherry blossoms in March, romantic, passionate and pure. Baizhen couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Big, since the young lady asked her to help blow, then she certainly shouldn't refuse. The sentry blew air gently on Hua Mu's eyelids cautiously and nervously. For some reason, her heart felt like someone blew a breath, and it felt numb and itchy. Hua Mu was no longer in pain. Perhaps because she had shed so many tears, the fine sand had been washed out of her eyes. Blow it again. Baizhen helped blow it many times, until Hua Mu was satisfied and let her go. "Are you okay?" "What do you mean she was okay? Her problem had just begun." "I have problems." Hua Mu pouted, and said with some anger, "Why are you scaring me? I hate this disgusting bug." "Don't you have something you hate? If I use it to scare you, wouldn't you be angry?" Because of the sentry's indifference to her, the eldest lady was trying hard to prove that she was not being unreasonable. Baizhen naturally felt very guilty. "It's my fault. I didn't understand your feelings and scared you. Because I'm not afraid of anything. I ignored it for a while. But no matter what you do to me, I won't be angry with you." The sentry hurriedly expressed his loyalty, which made Hua Mu, who wanted her to put herself in his shoes, embarrassed for a while. Although she knew that the other party had no other intentions, she still felt that she shouldn't be angry. "Humph. Let's forget about this. But why didn't you pay attention to me and bake bread by yourself?" I didn't ignore you." Baizhen was afraid that Hua Mu would misunderstand him, and explained helplessly, "I just didn't want to bother you. You said you didn't want to pay attention to me. I don't want to pay attention to you. But I didn't tell you not to pay attention to me." You did something wrong. Shouldn't you come and apologize to me? Please me. Until I forgive you? Baizhen was a 1.8 meter tall, capable and strong sentry. But he looked at Hua Mu with timid eyes. But, won't you be annoyed with me? I'm stupid. And I always say the wrong things, and do the wrong things to make you angry. That's better than doing nothing. Anyway, I can ignore you. But you can't ignore me. You have to sit next to me even when I'm angry. She knew Baizhen was stupid, so she didn't expect her to please her more. But she couldn't not even let her see her efforts, and make her think too much. I understand. Baizhen still had some half-understanding. But since the eldest lady said so, she should overcome her worries, and stay by her side, with a thick face. Hua Mu was satisfied. Had you finished toasting the bread? I'm hungry. She was angry. And she was hungry. Ah. I'll use that as bait. If you want to eat it, I'll bake it for you. Bait? Yes, if you make it into a mixed bait, it won't make you feel sick. It's okay to just use breadfruit and add some spices. We can try a few more baits to see which one the fish here like to eat. The sentry didn't think about anything. And he didn't bake breadfruit when she was angry. Hua Mu knew that Baizhen was not good at sweet talk, and had a sincere heart. He would only correct his mistakes with practical actions. This was 1,000 times better than those who would not admit their mistakes, or would only admit them verbally. She liked this about him. In the ordinary sense of appreciation. Have you done it? Let me take a look. Teach me how to do it. Just don't make it disgusting. No. No! Baizhen had already thought about it. Fish bait does not have to be meat. Beans and flour can also be used. Although breadfruit is a long way from here, the road is not difficult to walk. The biggest problem for the young lady who eats breadfruit is that she can't climb trees. But this can be solved with a long-handled knife. Of course, the skill of climbing trees still needs to be taught, which can also be used to save lives when encountering danger. The young lady also needs to be taught to identify edible plants and stay away from dangerous areas. Oh! And the military boots need to be disassembled and modified to make a pair of shoes for the young lady. She thought a lot. And the more she thought, the more she felt that there was not enough time. Bait is not difficult to make. This time Baizhen has already made it. Crush the sandworms, and mix them with breadfruit to make a ball. Add some dried spices. The bait needs to be granular, and disperse in the water. The dispersion is to allow fish to eat around the hook without being full. The granular shape is to make fish bite the hook. Fish are most sensitive to red, white and yellow. The bait needs to be fragrant, fishy, and smelly. Baizhen made several kinds of bait. The two took enough water and snacks and paddled the bamboo raft to go fishing in the deeper water. Hua Mu followed Baizhen to learn how to row a boat for several days. Although she often couldn't control the direction because of lack of strength, she had memorized the general skills. She was not an impatient person, although she only used fishing as a pastime with her friends when she was a child. Now it was a serious matter related to the source of food. She fished very seriously for an entire afternoon. The two of them tried several baits, and finally found that the bait with dried clothes was the most effective. They caught more than a dozen big fish in an afternoon. The fishing net was made by Baizhen using vines. It was not only strong, but also had fine mesh. There was no need to worry about the fish escaping. After a successful day, Hua Mu had another worry. There were too many fish to eat, but it would be a pity to release them. She probably couldn't keep them alive. What should she do? Miss, let's make smoked fish. Baizhen wanted to store as much food as possible for Hua Mu in this month. But this place was in the tropics, and food couldn't be stored for a long time without a refrigerator. As for which of smoking, air drying and salting was better. She could only try them all. She only hoped that the stored food could help Hua Mu get through the initial difficulties. Chapter 47 Learn Survival Skills. It's the most troublesome menstrual period again. Hua Mu really envied Sentinel's physique at this time. Fortunately, the toilet has been built, and the bed is also soft and comfortable. Given the current situation, it is much more comfortable than last time anyway. In addition to looking for food these days, Baizhen has been accompanying her most of the time, while making tools. Except for necessary activities. Hua Mu almost collapsed on the bed, and even the meals were fed by Sentinel. Only during her menstrual period. Please let her indulge herself. Baizhen tried various ways to make her feel better. In addition to cooking her the herbal soup last time, he also got honey from somewhere. When Hua Mu drank the hot honey water, she almost cried with joy, although she ate a lot of fruits. The only thing that could be considered sweet now was honey. The sweetness before was not really sweet, but it was sweet because of the bitterness in her heart. After discovering Hua Mu's love for honey, Baizhen felt like he had discovered a treasure. He would bring some back every day. Sometimes a small bottle, sometimes half a can, and sometimes even half a honeycomb. Hua Mu couldn't eat so much, so Baizhen would put it in a clean and dry glass bottle. Natural honey will hardly go bad if it is not mixed with impurities, and it can quickly replenish energy, which is really the first choice for emergency food. Hua Mu looked at the increasing amount of honey, and began to worry about those poor bees. Especially when he saw the sentinels hiding their breath to cut the beehive, and those bees were so dizzy that they didn't know who stole their home. He felt infinite sympathy for them. The sentry, who looked honest, unexpectedly, was quite ruthless. Hua Mu thought while drinking honey water, she likes it. After her second menstrual period on the island, the young lady became lively again and actively participated in the work. Yeah, I cut it off. After seeing the breadfruit fall, Hua Mu excitedly threw away the long bamboo pole with a knife tied to it, and ran towards the breadfruit. Breadfruit is a stem-flowering plant, so from the root to the top, almost the whole plant can bear fruit. However, the shorter fruits are easily eaten by animals, so it is difficult to preserve the complete fruits. Baizhen sharpened a curved knife and fixed it on the top of the bamboo pole, making a long-handled sickle for Hua Mu to harvest breadfruit and other fruits. Because the handle was too long, Hua Mu was unable to use it for a while. After repeated experiments, the two of them made the knife the right length. The breadfruit of this height is enough for Hua Mu to eat for a long time, which made Baizhen feel relieved. The two of them fished while building the roof these days, and made a lot of props and smoked fish by the way. Their life seemed very comfortable. Living with this concept of life, Baizhen found that the speed of consuming the small white pills was strangely not much faster than before. Ha ha ha. Am I awesome? Hua Mu ran happily to the sentry holding the breadfruit. Her lively appearance probably made it hard to believe that she was the elegant and decent noble lady on TV. You are awesome. Baizhen took the fruit from her hand and put it in the bamboo basket woven before. It was great to find the bamboo forest, especially during the time of making tools, which helped the two of them a lot. Do you want to make breadfruit today too? Let me try. If the ripe fruits are not eaten in time, they will only rot in this environment. Because the food source is abundant, Baizhen naturally did not intend to let Hua Mu eat stale food before. But now she can't think so much. She picks the ripe fruits every day, dries them, boxes them or salts them. The shelter now has the prototype of a house. The roof built on the rock wall and coconut trees is enough to keep out the wind and rain. The eaves also have a water collection device like a toilet. And a shelf is built in the air to place and hang food. In order to store food, Baizhen went to the shipwreck area several times and found some ceramic glassware that can still be used. After washing and drying, put charcoal inside to keep it dry, and then seal it with dried bamboo leaves, which can preserve food for a longer time. Okay, the previous bamboo shoots have been dried almost. I hope it won't rain in the next 2 days, and I can use it to make soup soon. I don't know if it's because the two of them cut down a lot of bamboo. The new bamboo in the bamboo forest grows amazingly, and a lot of new bamboo shoots emerge almost every time it rains. Baizhen took the opportunity to make a lot of dried bamboo shoots, which Hua Mu, who hadn't eaten vegetables for a long time, praised. Vegetables seemed to be necessary. Baizhen also found some edible wild vegetables to make pickles. Recently, wild vegetable soup has been added to the menu. But is it too much? It feels like there is too much to eat. I can't finish it. There are fresh foods every day. These are just a change of taste. Hua Mu has a light diet, so he rarely ate pickled foods in the past. However, the food on the island during this period was too bland, and he was very interested in the new dishes that suddenly appeared. Not only did she want to eat salty food, she also wanted to eat oily food. Leave it there for now. It can still be stored for a while. That's right. Maybe by then rescue will come, and she can bring the food back for her friends to taste. Okay. Then let's go back. Ah. I'm so tired. I'm going to go back and get a glass of honey and lemon water. Hua Mu can already walk a section of the rainforest by herself, and then let Baizhen carry her for a section. For her, who used to be so tired that her legs were sore the next day after walking a kilometer on flat ground. This is really a huge improvement. Baizhen had opened up a path to several places he often went to. Although tropical plants grow fast, The sentinels would clean them up every day, so Hua Mu would have no problem walking. Moreover, Baizhen would clear the way for her in front, and she had a cane to use as a crutch. Most importantly, she had 2 new pairs of shoes. Baizhen disassembled his military boots and used the thick cowhide on the uppers to make 2 pairs of shoes that fit her feet, making it much easier for her to walk. As for Baizhen himself, he used the soles of military boots as a basis and rewoven the uppers with pandanus leaves. 1 pair of shoes became 3 pairs. Hua Mu thought Baizhen was probably a genius. Except for the delay in the rescue, things seemed to be moving in a good direction, but Hua Mu was also a little uneasy. She always felt that she seemed to have forgotten something, overlooked something, but she couldn't remember it. Also, she felt that Baizhen was a little strange. Although she asked to participate in the labor, and she also asked Baizhen to teach her life skills, but the sentinel's attitude suddenly changed from opposition to active teaching, still made Hua Mu feel a little uncomfortable. Recently, Baizhen has been collecting food, making tools, and building a house. It can even be said that he is a bit fanatical. Of course, based on the current situation of the two, it is not very strange to say that it is strange. But compared with her past attitude, it is not normal. Did the sentinel sense that a natural disaster was approaching? Or was she just overthinking? Hua Mu followed behind Baizhen, and was lost in thought when the person in front suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Miss, there is a situation. Hua Mu didn't know whether she was happy or nervous. She walked in the jungle for a long time. The places that she once thought were full of dangers were now almost flat. Although they were limited to a small area, she really hadn't encountered such a situation for a long time. What's the situation? Hua Mu lowered her voice, unconsciously with a little excitement. Baizhen protected her behind him and listened attentively for a while. It should be a wild boar or something like that. It's not a big threat, but it would be bad if it bumped into you. I'll carry you on my back and take another way. Wild boar? Yes, it's very big. Can you catch it? While ensuring your own safety. Although Hua Mu wanted to eat foil, she still had no interest in animal meat. The reason why he immediately had this idea was mainly because the sentry looked too thin. Because she still has a lot of muscle. She is not thin in the sense of being skinny, but very skinny. If she gets any thinner, she will have no breasts, and it will be uncomfortable to hug her. The two of them have carbohydrates as their staple food. But if they really want to gain weight, they still need red meat. Hua Mu thought that Baizhen must not take the initiative to catch these animals because of him. So he took the initiative to make a suggestion. Baizhen was surprised. Do you want to eat meat? Hua Mu lied without blushing or panting. Yes, because there is no oil at all. So I want to eat meat. Baizhen did not doubt him, and looked very happy. Really? Then I'll take you back first, and then come back to catch the wild boar. This wild boar weighs at least 150 kilograms, and if it's made into jerky, it can be eaten for a long time. And Hua Mu's willingness to eat meat will be of great benefit to his future survival, so Baizhen is so happy. It's okay, I'll go with you. You're very powerful, you won't let her hurt me. Hua Mu didn't want Baizhen to take her back first. One reason was that he was afraid that the wild boar would run away, and the other was that he was afraid that something would happen to Baizhen. She really trusted the sentinel, and believed that he could protect her if they went together. But if she was left alone to deal with the wild boar, she didn't want to be helpless and afraid like last time. But Baizhen was confident that she could protect Hua Mu. But she didn't want him to see such a bloody scene. Can you really do that? Killing a wild boar is much bloodier than killing a seabird. If Baizhen hadn't said it, Hua Mu would have forgotten about it. No, it doesn't matter. I'm not the same person I used to be. I dare to kill fish. That's right. Hua Mu had handled the fish herself. And there was more than one. This is the thing that made her most proud during this period of time. But that is different from this. Oh! Don't talk nonsense. If you don't go now, the wild boar will run away. Hua Mu took out a gun from the holster tied to his thigh. Not only am I not afraid, I can kill it. Do you believe it? Baizhen looked nervous. Miss, unless you want to protect yourself, please don't take the initiative to shoot at it. I will take care of it. Hua Mu wrinkled his nose, looking very generous. Okay, I'll give it to you. Chapter 48 Food Storage. Wild boar, a very large wild boar, in Hua Mu's opinion. It was probably as big as a small mountain. Its black and coarse bristles, its sharp and curly fangs, and the ugly tumor on its forehead made it look extremely scary. Hua Mu felt a little regretful the moment she saw the wild boar. What if Baizhen got hurt? The sentry did not notice her concern, and stopped early, and put her down from his back. The moment Hua Mu's feet landed on the ground, the wild boar suddenly moved, stopped eating, and looked around vigilantly. Hua Mu covered her mouth, and dared not breathe. After getting off the sentry's back, her vision became narrow, and she could no longer see clearly where the wild boar was. Baizhen gestured for her to stay where she was. Hua Mu nodded and raised the gun in her hand to indicate that she could protect herself. Baizhen gave her a smile that seemed to be relieved, and then looked at the wild boar's location expressionlessly. Even without turning on the limiter, Hua Mu still clearly felt that the atmosphere around the sentry had changed. Did he release a spirit? Hua Mu couldn't see it, but she knew that Baizhen's spirit was an ice wolf called Hattie. She had imagined Hattie's appearance many times, mostly majestic, fierce and strong. He must be very handsome, and very powerful. So, Baizhen will be fine. Baizhen released Hattie, not to bless his abilities, but more to release his pressure. Wolf-shaped spirits have great benefits for the host in grasslands and forests, but are not suitable for tropical rainforests. Agility is greatly limited in such a dense jungle, luckily. Enhanced senses are applicable in most cases. The sentry half-crouched, arched his back, and stared at the prey. Hua Mu looked at her back nervously, and the palm of his hand holding the gun began to sweat. Baizhen will be fine after all. She can even deal with sharks. But she was injured at that time. Will she be injured this time too? Hua Mu thought the wild boar was just a pig, however. He didn't know it would look so fierce, more terrifying than many large carnivores. Or just forget it. Hua Mu looked at the jagged spine on the sentry's back, and shook her head. No. Baizhen must eat meat. She always felt that he looked not so good recently, and she didn't know if he was malnourished. Ah, but in that case, there was no need to catch wild boars. You can catch rabbits, chickens, or other small animals first. Hua Mu realized that she was really stupid. Why didn't she think about it? Only then did she remember. She wanted to call Baizhen, but he had already shot out like an arrow. The arrow was curved, and it flew through the dense jungle quickly. Hua Mu quickly covered her mouth. Baizhen had already started to move, and speaking at this time would affect her. Hua Mu was extremely anxious, and she could only suppress her emotions and look over there. The wild boar obviously sensed the danger, but stood still. It seemed that the animal's instinct made it give up the option of running away, and instead fought desperately with the predator. As long as he had his eyes on the prey, Baizhen would never let it escape. In a flash, she appeared in front of the wild boar. From a close distance, the wild boar was even bigger, with strong muscles and sturdy limbs showing its strength. Baizhen stopped less than 2 meters away from it. There was nothing blocking the two sides except a few sparse bushes. The atmosphere froze at this moment. The man and the pig stared at each other, and no one moved first. Baizhen held a half-meter-long pointed wooden stake in his right hand, which was as thick as his arm. He held a sharp dagger in his left hand, and half bent over to get ready for hunting. Hua Mu held her breath, and didn't hear any movement for a long time. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but she didn't dare to speak. Baizhen had told her not to attract the wild boar's attention. Yes, she couldn't help, but she couldn't hold back. Just then, a man and a pig not far away finally moved. Hua Mu only heard a loud noise, and a pile of insects and leaves fell in the forest. Then, there was the endless collision and the pig's screams, which sounded quite shrill. The young lady didn't care how miserable the pig was, nor did she have time to imagine the bloody scene. She was only worried that the sentry would be injured. In Hua Mu's anxiety and uneasiness, the wild boar's roar gradually subsided. Baizhen? Young lady. It's okay now. But the smell here is very strong. You first. Hua Mu didn't listen to Baizhen at all, and ran towards her with difficulty, pushing aside the plants. The wild boar, like a small hill, lay on the ground, dying, with only its legs still twitching slightly. There was a huge hole on its neck. Blood was all over the floor, but there were no fatal injuries elsewhere. Hua Mu didn't have time to look at the wild boar carefully, nor did he care about any discomfort, and hurriedly checked Baizhen's body. Why are you bleeding so much? Where are you injured? The young lady rarely concealed her concern, and the sentry was moved and embarrassed. I'm fine. It's all wild boar blood. Young lady, I'll take you back first, and then I'll get the wild boar. Don't let the smoke get to you. Hua Mu looked again and again. and was relieved after confirming that she didn't have any serious injuries. "Why are you running so fast? You don't listen to me." Baizhen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. "I'm afraid it will run away." "Oh, forget it. Let's go back. Can you carry it? Or should we cut it up here and take it back?" This wild boar weighs at least 300 kilograms, and its weight alone can crush a person to death. "I can carry it, but first." "Then you carry it back. I can walk by myself." Huamu didn't give her a chance to refuse, urging, "Hurry up. Don't you say that the internal organs are easy to rot? Take it to the beach and deal with it quickly." "Okay." Baizhen thought about it and agreed to the proposal. Huamu returned to the original place and took the bamboo basket to carry on his back. Baizhen put on his coat and carried the wild boar on his shoulders. The wild boar died of bleeding. The sentry was very skilled and brave to kill the wild boar in this way. However, because the blood was drained while the wild boar was alive, the pork could be preserved longer and tasted better. Even though Baizhen was carrying a small boar weighing more than 300 kilograms, his steps were still easier than Huamu's. This place was not very far from the coast. The two walked for about half an hour and returned to the camp. Baizhen went to deal with the boar's internal organs, while Huamu prepared pots, pans, and spices. The fire also needed to be refilled, and the slate would be heated up so that a big barbecue could be made. Huamu had never thought that she would be so active in doing these things. The experience of feeling sick when she saw animal meat seemed fake. Perhaps it was just because life was too comfortable. As the saying goes, no one cares about fish wounds, but bird blood makes people feel pity. She is not a pure vegetarian, so it is not because she pities life. Birds and beasts can make sounds, so she feels uncomfortable when she thinks of her past experiences. Now, she has to consider survival and keeping the sentinels in good condition. Such a big pig will surely make Baizhen full, right? Huamu couldn't help but laugh at herself when she thought of this. She thought as if she had helped her hunt it, but in fact, wasn't Baizhen still the best? The young lady sighed as she thought about it. Looking at the figure dealing with the wild boar in the sea in the distance, she felt a little weird again. Did she forget something important? Is it enough to just care about her body? Baizhen dealt with the internal organs and fur first, because it was too troublesome to remove the fur with hot water. She simply peeled off the entire fur. Compared to meat, internal organs are more likely to rot. Baizhen kept the pig heart, liver and small intestines, and threw the rest into the iron bucket to make bait. This wild boar was huge, and after removing the bones, fur and internal organs, there was still about 150 kilograms of meat. Baizhen planned to eat the heart and liver of the internal organs at noon, and the small intestines to make casings, and scrape the rest clean, and soak them in salt water. When she disassembled the wild boar into pieces of meat ranging from 5 to 6 kilograms to more than 10 kilograms, and brought them back in the iron bucket, Huamu was already ready. Sea salt, wild ginger, lemongrass, basil, chili, star anise, dried cloves, cinnamon and lime. Huamu took out all the spices they had collected these days, 7 or 8 bottles and jars. The scene looked spectacular. However, these materials were still a little insufficient to handle the more than 100 kilograms of meat. We would have to collect some spices that could be used later. The 2 large pots that Huamu used as water collection devices were now put to use. Baizhen smeared salt and spices on the meat layer by layer, and stacked them in the soup bucket and pot, leaving only about 30 kilograms of fresh meat. Part of the 30 kilograms of fresh meat was used to make sausages, and the rest was used to make grilled ribs and barbecue. The small intestine of this wild boar was about 15 meters long. She was very careful when handling it, so it was very complete and could be filled with about 20 kilograms of pork. After being made into sausages, it could weigh 5 or 6 kilograms, and the soup could be drunk for a long time. 120 kilograms of pork could finally get about 80 kilograms of smoked meat, which would probably take a long time according to Huamu's appetite. When Baizhen thought of this, he began to worry not that Huamu would be hungry, but that she would not eat healthily. After all, such food is not as nutritious as fresh food. Huamu was still a little scared of raw meat. Besides, the meat was large, so she could not help much. She simply ran to sort out the firewood. The materials used to light the wolf's smoke were usually random, because they needed smoke. Most of them were not processed deliberately. The firewood used to grill fish was different. Huamu soon discovered the effects of different firewood on food, and gradually found some rules. Fruit tree branches are best for grilling fish. They have a light fruity aroma. If you add some spices to the fire, the smoked fish will be more delicious. The same is true for smoked meat. Baizhen collected a lot of green lime and crabapple branches, dried them, and piled them under the bamboo bed. Originally, they were prepared for smoking fish, but now they are just right for smoking meat. The fire burned more and more vigorously, and the flat stone slab on top gradually gave off heat. After a busy morning, the two of them could finally have lunch at noon. Chapter 49 Celebrations. Baizhen chopped more than 20 kilograms of minced meat out of 30 kilograms of fresh meat and added spices to prepare small intestines, cut the pig heart into slices for salt roasting, and made salted pig liver, and the fat and lean pork belly was roasted, sizzling on the stone slab. Wild boar meat does not have much fat, and the meat is firmer, and it tastes chewier than ordinary pork. Baizhen gave the 2 roasted pieces of meat to Hua Mu, and Hua Mu ate them with gritted teeth. She said she wanted to eat it, and she should show some respect no matter what, otherwise even Baizhen, the big fool, would know her intention. Besides, pork wasn't bad, it was actually quite tasty. She just couldn't accept it psychologically, so she didn't taste it carefully. Most of the pork went into Baizhen's stomach. Although Hua Mu didn't eat much meat, she ate a lot of fried breadfruit later, and she was already full by the end of lunch. From happiness comes sorrow. Maybe it was because she hadn't eaten animal meat for many years. Hua Mu had diarrhea several times in the afternoon, and her legs almost went weak. Now she had a legitimate reason not to eat meat, and Baizhen fell into deep worry. The young lady can't eat meat, so what's the point of her catching this wild boar? Catching the wild boar cost her a piece of small white tablet, and if this doesn't help the young lady's survival in the future, it's a loss. Hua Mu has fallen asleep, and Baizhen began to check the amount of food and tools stored in recent times with worry. There is not enough firewood, so she needs to stock up more recently, and sharpen the knives, and prepare more leaves for toilet paper, and Baizhen looked at the 3 small white tablets left in his hand, and felt a moment of regret. If she hadn't caught the wild boar, she could have held out for about 3 more days. But it was no use thinking about it now. She had to make up for the mistake she made today. Hua Mu finally confirmed that it was not her illusion. Baizhen really looked a little strange. Since she caught the wild boar, she became even stranger. The sentinel was always calm and cautious. When they first drifted to the island, they couldn't even guarantee a water source, and she had never been seen anxious. But in the past 7 or 8 days, Baizhen was obviously a little impatient and reckless. She dried almost twice as much seafood as before. In addition to dried fish, there were also dried oysters, dried squid, and dried lobsters. The clay pots could no longer hold them. Do sentinels need to hibernate like bears? Hua Mu couldn't figure it out, so she gave up thinking about it. Seeing so many seafoods, she began to try to make her own fish sauce, oyster sauce, and shrimp sauce. If successful, it would greatly improve the quality of life. Making seasonings is a very food-consuming thing, not to mention that there will be a lot of waste in the process of trying. Hua Mu had this idea because she felt that there was too much food now, and it would be a waste if it was not eaten. Baizhen tried to persuade her several times, but seeing that she didn't take it seriously, she had to speed up the collection of food. Fish sauce and shrimp paste require a relatively long production cycle, but oyster sauce can show its effect relatively quickly. Boil the dried oysters with salt to make soup. Remove the oysters, and simmer the soup for 4 or 5 hours. The remaining thick juice can be used directly as seasoning. Making seasoning is not as complicated as making essence. After trying several times, Hua Mu was able to make a better finished product. In order to preserve it, she made the oyster sauce a little salty, so that she could save salt when cooking. This is the 75th day that the two have been stranded on the island. Although Hua Mu still looks forward to the arrival of rescue every day, she has also become accustomed to disappointment. After adapting to this environment, she gradually felt that it was not that difficult, because there was something to do. She did not feel bored, and sometimes she felt a sense of accomplishment. There were inconveniences, of course, and missing her family was a big part of it. But when it comes to freedom, it seems that this place has its own freedom. She does not have to live with a mask all day, does not have to pay attention to her words and deeds all the time, does not have to control her diet, and can sleep until she wakes up naturally. Although Baizhen still occasionally makes her angry, it is obviously much better now than before. Just treat it as a long vacation. I also learned a lot of knowledge. I will definitely show it off when I go back. While Hua Mu collected the oyster sauce into the bottle, she thought happily, I will make some oyster sauce sprouts for lunch. It will definitely taste good with a little bacon. She still can't eat too much meat, but it's acceptable to use it for seasoning. When Huamu finished her work, it was almost noon. She thought about what to eat for lunch, but Baizhen still didn't come back. It has been 4 hours since she went out in the morning. Huamu didn't feel that time was long because she had something to do before, but now she began to notice something wrong. For hours, Baizhen never leaves for so long at one time. Did something happen? Huamu waited and waited, but she still didn't come back after more than half an hour, and she gradually began to get anxious. But she couldn't do anything except wait for Baizhen. If she went into the jungle alone and encountered danger, she would need Baizhen to save her. If only there was a phone call. Time passed by minute, and lunchtime passed quietly. Huamu could no longer sit still, and wandered on the edge of the jungle. After much deliberation, she finally decided to fire a gun. If Baizhen didn't come back after 10 minutes, she would go into the jungle to look for him. Although the sentinels were strong, they were actually worse than ordinary people without the little white pieces. Even if they encountered danger. Little white pieces? Huamu suddenly thought of a question. How many little white pieces did Baizhen have? She remembered that there were 11 pieces when she last checked. But how long ago was that? 20 days? 30 days? Or 40 days? Huamu hurriedly took out her gun and fired it into the air. Because she was too hasty. The recoil made her sit on the ground. The guns used by the army are very different from the pistols that noble ladies play with. The first time Huamu used it, half of her body was numbed by the shock, and her ears were buzzing. But at this moment, she could not care about so much. She got up from the ground and shouted Baizhen's name to the jungle. But the only response to her was the cry of a few birds. Baizhen! Baizhen! Huamu's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley with the unanswered shouting. Just when she finally made up her mind to go into the jungle alone to find Baizhen, the figure of the sentinel finally appeared in front of her. Baizhen! Huamu burst into tears of joy, and flew towards Baizhen, who was carrying a large bamboo basket. Like a butterfly. However, when she saw the other party's situation clearly, her joy immediately turned into fear and panic. You? What happened to you? Are you okay? Unlike her previous upright body, Baizhen was obviously hunched over, as if she could not bear the weight of the basket. Her face was haggard. Her eye sockets were sunken, and she looked even more horribly thin. The bamboo basket was full of food. Breadfruit, fruits, vegetables, fungi, and a large jar of honey. The sentry was also covered with scars. The various wounds made Huamu unable to judge what the other party had experienced. Baizhen smiled at her weakly. Miss, I just heard gunshots. Are you okay? Huamu's tears fell more and more violently because of anxiety. I shot you because you didn't come back for so long. What did you do? Why did you end up like this? Let's talk about it when we get back. Huamu also felt that she needed to rest, and reached out to help her. But Baizhen groaned when she touched him, and moved to the side to avoid the touch. Don't. I can walk by myself. Huamu wanted to be angry with her. But why was she trying to be so strong at this time? But after seeing the other party's painful expression, worry quickly overwhelmed anger. Are you uncomfortable? Baizhen nodded frankly. Huamu's worry and fear reached the extreme. The sentry did not lie to reassure her. Well, let's go back first. The oyster sauce I made this morning tastes very good. The dishes I make next will definitely taste better. She wanted to say something happy, to dispel the ominous premonition, and to continue this daily routine. Baizhen's steps were very slow, even slower than Huamu's. Huamu kept talking about today's achievements until the garrison. Baizhen responded to her softly while taking out the things in the bamboo basket and sorting them out. You can put these things away later. You go first, rest first, don't be so anxious. Huamu wanted to stop her, but she couldn't help but tremble violently when she held Baizhen's hand. The sentry's body was terribly cold. It didn't seem like the body temperature of a living person. Baizhen! Baizhen suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed his head deeply. Miss, what are you doing? I'm not going to punish you. Huamu didn't know why she wanted to cry so much. Panic and fear gripped her heart tightly. Don't you need to rest? I'll cook at noon. You can go to bed and rest. Baizhen whispered. I'm sorry, miss. Huamu collapsed a little, crying. Why are you apologizing? You've been doing very well recently. I didn't lose my temper. Why are you apologizing? I can't be with you, I'm sorry. Are you going to abandon me? Are you going to ignore me? Are you finally unable to stand me? I've obviously made a lot of progress. I can help. Huamu knew it wasn't like this, but she would rather it was like this. I'm sorry. Huamu sat on the ground, covered her face and sobbed. I don't want you to apologize. Baizhen felt very reluctant and worried. Even if Huamu could live independently, there were so many variables on the deserted island. What should we do if we encounter danger? The pistol can only be used against small animals. It is useless when encountering large animals such as wild boars. Miss, don't eat things you don't know. If you want to go to the jungle, please take the roads we usually take. There will be no danger. The food in reserve should be enough for you to eat for 2 months. You can sustain yourself by fishing every day. Huamu covered her ears to avoid listening. I don't understand. Why are you saying this? Baizhen has never cried since he became a real sentinel, but he couldn't help crying at this moment. I'm sorry, Miss. I'm a useless sentinel. The white tablets have been used up. I can only say goodbye to you. Please don't feel sad for me. When the rescue comes, take my body back. I want to be buried in my motherland. I want to be buried where you are. Chapter 50, Celebration. Running out of white tablets is undoubtedly a disaster for a sentinel on a mission, because their senses are too sharp, except in the silent room. They need the protection of the barrier all the time. Setting up the barrier requires the support of the spirit body, and to appease the spirit body requires the guide element. It can be said that the guide element is the food of the spirit body. Regarding sentinels and guides, there are several theories in theory, among which the most famous and mainstream one is the high-dimensional projection theory. Simply put, the spirit body is a higher dimension. For example, the projection of the fourth dimension in this dimension. That is, the third dimension. The spirit body is the interference image seen by humans in the third dimension. And the reason why various animals, including the images of creatures and myths and legends, are presented is the remanifestation of interference by the brain. This also explains why only sentinels and guides can see the projection, because they themselves are the objects of the projection and have a connection with the higher dimension. After the awakening of the sentinels and guides, the spirit body will also grow with the host, because the projection deepens. For example, when a sphere passes through a plane, it is just a small point at first, and then becomes a small circle. As it gets closer to the center of the circle gets bigger and bigger. This is why the spirit body grows with the host. When the host passes the prime of life, the ability of the spirit body will also begin to weaken. Just like the circle projected on the plane gradually shrinks. Humans do not know what the purpose of these high-dimensional creatures is. But from history alone, they seem to like humans very much, or live in human bodies. So they not only help the host gain abilities that ordinary people do not have, but also increase the host's lifespan as much as possible, prolong the prime period, and even change the host's body in order to allow the host to continue offspring. There are many facts that prove that the descendants of sentinels and guides are more likely to become hosts. Just as three-dimensional creatures can manipulate two-dimensional creatures at will, even with the current level of human technology, it is still impossible to interfere with the real two-dimensional world. After all, even the method of observation has not been found. However, it can be seen from the fact that the structure of cartoon characters on the drawings can be easily changed. If humans can observe, they can definitely interfere. Therefore, for those higher dimensional creatures, the human body is completely transparent. As long as they are willing, it is easy to change the physiological structure. This theory is extremely difficult to prove, because it is more difficult to study higher dimensions than flat creatures for current technology. However, because it explains most of the actual situations, it is widely accepted by sentinels and guides. Huamu also knows this theory, and also knows that the food of the sentinel spirit body is the guide element. The projection images of higher dimensions are strange and varied, and there is almost no repetition. The word, almost, is because although it has never been found, it does not rule out the possibility of such a possibility in the future. The special abilities are also different, but there are only two categories based on basic abilities: sentinels and guides. The spirit of the sentinel can increase the senses, while the spirit of the guide focuses on the maintenance of the spirit. The high-dimensional projection theory also explains this situation, calling the sentinel an explorer, who uses the host's senses to learn more about this dimension. The guide is called a maintainer, who helps stabilize and maintain the explorer. The relationship between the two is like the information collection robots and logistics robots launched by humans to other planets. This can also explain the problem of matching. If the robots are of different models and batches, The two may not be able to match and repair. And now, the luckiest thing for Baizhen is that Hua Mu is an all-purpose logistics robot, which can correct almost any sentinel. Unfortunately, this robot has not worked for a long time, and has suffered a great psychological trauma, and now it has no idea what to do. Baizhen's little white tablets have been used up. Why did she know it now? Why did she tell her now? No, even if Baizhen didn't say it, she should have noticed it. It's not that she forgot, she deliberately ignored it, thinking that it wouldn't happen if she didn't think about it. Before the rescue arrived, the Sentinel's white tablets had run out, which was undoubtedly a difficult dilemma for her. Looking at the other party's extremely weak figure kneeling on the ground, Hua Mu was a little confused. What should she do? What should she do? Even if the inhibitor was removed, she had no idea how to comfort the Sentinel, how to sort out the spirit body, and she had only seen her spirit body a few times. She only knew that it was a black unicorn named Luna, with a pair of wings but looked like a pony. 6 years ago. What should she do? Baizhen did not hear Hua Mu's answer, but she was no longer able to seek the answer. She had already fallen into a frenzy in the jungle. If she had not heard the gunshot, she might not have been able to see the eldest lady for the last time today. The ice wolf was eager to find the guide element, as if a sharp knife was cutting her nerves. After losing the barrier, the surrounding information rushed to her all at once. The sound of the waves, the sound of the wind, the cry of Hua Mu, all kinds of sounds penetrated her ears. The smell of sea water, the smell of firewood, the smell of food, all kinds of smells eroded her sense of smell. The touch of sand, the touch of cloth, the touch of wind, all kinds of touches pierced her skin like needles. She is cold, but there is a strong sense of burning. The heart is like boiling magma. Each stimulus made her want to explode. Want to scream loudly, want to dig your eyes, want to grab the skin, want to use everything to stop these. The sound of the waves is mixed with the sound of fish swimming. There is the frequency of seabird wings in the wind. Sand silkworms under the beach are creeping. Will they also call it? Is to be chased? She just hollowed out their nests. She knows this feeling. She knows, shortly after she became a sentinel, during the time when she left the tower, she has experienced this feeling. It was as if army ants were crawling all over her body, eating her skin and flesh, eroding her body, biting at her nerves, sucking at her bone marrow. She felt all the uncomfortable sensations: pain, numbness and itchiness, burning, coldness, helplessness and despair. The world was pitch black. It would be better to let her die like this. White pillow. Hua Mu finally knew where some of the injuries on the sentry's body came from. She had hurt herself. The sentry, who had always been tough and strong, was now as fragile as a child, and his mouth, which had never cried out in pain, was now emitting a shrill scream. Her tall body fell sideways on the beach and curled up into a ball, her fingertips deeply embedded in her skin, leaving bloody marks. Bright red blood oozed from her mouth, nose, corners of her eyes, and even her pores. And her white pillow was soon soaked in blood. Hua Mu was terrified, staring at all this, and it took her a while to react and stop her from harming herself. But when she touched the sentry with her hand, the other party let out an even more terrifying cry, and then pushed her to the ground fiercely. Limiter. Hua Mu no longer had time to think about the irreversible consequences of removing the limiter, nor could she consider whether she could use the skills of the guide. She hurriedly took off the necklace on her neck and threw it far away. Baizhen. She rushed towards the sentry again, but finally did not dare to touch her with her hands. Baizhen, tell me what to do, Baizhen. The limiter was obviously removed, but she felt nothing. How should she summon the spirit body? How should she calm the spirit body? And how should she release the guide element? No, isn't the guide element emitted naturally? So, Hua Mu knelt on the ground, and suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck. It seemed that the breath of some creature fell on her neck, but the breath was extremely cold. Then, some coarse hair stuck to her skin, but the feeling was very vague, as if the hair did not really touch her. But something made her feel the hair touch her. What was it? Hua Mu stiffened her body and slowly turned her face. A pair of green eyes were close at hand, with the eyes of a hunter, and the cold wolf breath sprayed on her face, making her whole body cold. It was Hattie. It was just as Hua Mu thought, and even bigger and fiercer than Hua Mu thought. The ice wolf had sharp fangs, a bloody mouth, a long scarlet tongue, was nearly 3 meters tall, had smooth and shiny snow-white fur, and was as big as a horse. So scary. Hua Mu had a strong near-death experience. Shivering all over, her mind was blank, Her limbs were sore, and the medial surface of the central anterior gyrus of the cerebral cortex almost lost control of the spinal reflex. Hattie stared at her face, and tentatively stuck out his tongue. The scream was choked in her throat. When the cold and soft tongue touched her skin, Huamu finally fell back in fear. It was over. She really lost control. Behind her was Baijin. The sentinel's tall body became her meat cushion. The ice wolf also pounced forward at this time, and sandwiched her in the middle. Huamu realized that Baijin had quieted down at some point, and seemed to have fallen into a coma. Baijin! She remembered her purpose, and knew that she couldn't go on like this. This belief gradually restored her consciousness, and her vocal cords were finally able to make sounds. Baijin! Baijin couldn't hear her words, but Hattie was very responsive to it. It stopped its tongue and looked at Huamu's face in confusion, and then continued to lick her happily. It was obvious that the ice wolf liked the young lady very much. Huamu didn't feel any weight, but the oppression still made her breathless. Only the spiritual body could deal with the spiritual body. The young lady, who was quick-witted, finally remembered some of the past teaching content. At the beginning, the easiest way to summon a spirit is to call its name, so that it can get familiar with the master's will. Luna. Luna. Huamu called this strange name more than 10 times in a row, just when she was about to fall into despair and regretted her past attitude in class. A black creature finally rushed from behind her, and used its small head to push the defenseless giant wolf away. Chapter 51. What should a guide do? The black unicorn standing in front of Huamu as a guardian was only about 1 meter tall, with rounded body lines, except for the short horn on its forehead and a pair of small wings on its back. It looked like a pony. The black mane on its neck seemed to flutter in the wind, emitting a kind of bright particles in the sun. Although it looked good, it seemed to be useless. Huamu fell into despair. The ice wolf seemed to be stunned by the collision. It shook its head and looked at the unicorn. Luna's previous indomitable momentum quickly disappeared under the giant wolf's green eyes. Its wings that had been spread out drooped down, and it whimpered pitifully. Hattie opened his huge mouth, and transparent saliva dripped from his mouth, turning into ice crystals in the air, and disappeared between falling to the ground. Of course, that was not real saliva. Huamu was licked for so long, but there was no trace on her body. The spot between her legs was wet by herself. She was too disappointing. She was actually being Luna? Huamu saw her little unicorn's 4 legs trembling, and it looked like it wanted to retreat, and her heart sank. Luna seemed to have heard her master's call, and fluttered her ears a few times, and took a step back. Don't retreat. Hattie stared at the prey, and approached step by step. Luna trembled and took 2 steps back, and then simply sat on the ground, and spread her wings to cover her little head. Huamu covered her face in sorrow. She was finished. Her spirit was as unlucky as she was. She was going to be eaten. They would all die together. Before she died, she had experienced the most shameful thing in her life. She only hoped that Hattie's mouth would be bigger, so that she could swallow him in one gulp without any pain. Woo woo woo. But the terrible thing did not happen. Huamu waited for a while, and only heard the pitiful sobbing of the unicorn. For some reason, it sounded a little comfortable. She secretly peeked out from between her fingers, and found that the abominable ice wolf was holding the poor, weak and helpless unicorn baby, which had not grown since 6 years ago, in his arms, and licking it fiercely. It looked a bit like a mother wolf combing the hair of her cub, and also a bit like washing the prey. For some reason, it was also a bit erotic. Huh? Cutie? Because it looked so comfortable. She tried to call the ice wolf's name, but the other party ignored her and concentrated on licking Luna's horn. Luna was held in its arms, trembling with fear, and dared not move. She could only make a low sound from her throat, which seemed to be uncomfortable and comfortable, and looked at Huamu with her big eyes full of tears for help. Oh my god! What is he doing? Huamu felt itchy, and waited for a long time, but saw that the sentinel's spirit body was not paying attention to him. So he moved tentatively. Sorry, Luna. Mom can't protect herself, so you can be the bait first. The eldest lady decisively abandoned her pet. No, the spirit body, and turned to check the sentinel's situation. Baijin was still breathing, but she was completely unconscious. Huamu didn't know if this was temporary or the legendary eternal night. She only knew that she couldn't let Baijin lie there. The sentinel was in a terrible condition, covered in blood and extremely pale. Huamu tried to call her name, but she didn't respond. The ice wolf seemed to be indifferent to the host's distress, and changed Luna's posture and continued to lick its neck. What kind of majestic wolf is this? How come it is almost like a husky? Hua-Mu felt a little disgusted, but also a little relieved. It was estimated that he would not care about her for the time being. She didn't care about her own bad condition. She endured the pain and fear, and helped Baizhen clean the wounds on his body and applied herbs. But then she fell into confusion. How did she sort out the spiritual body? Hua-Mu began to try to recall the content of the class. Sentinels and guides not only have spiritual bodies, but also a spiritual landscape, which is where the spiritual body lives. The so-called spiritual landscape is not a physical object, nor does it exist in any part of the body. To put it in a more mysterious way, it depends on the existence of the spirit, and is the gap connecting the higher dimension and the three-dimensional dimension. It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine the situation in other dimensions. But because sentinels and guides are connected to spirits, they do not need to imagine it. They can see such places. Each sentinel guide has his own unique spiritual picture. The so-called spiritual union refers to opening one spiritual picture to the other party, allowing the other party's spirit to nest in one's picture. No, this refers to spiritual union. Hua-Mu looked at the two spirits who were still lingering over there with a sad look, and continued to recall the teacher's words. There are two ways for the guide to help the sentinel comb the spirit body. Uncombined sentinels usually release their spirit bodies from the picture and let the public guide help comb them. Combined sentinels and guides will enter the picture to interfere more directly. So, is she going to comb the big ice wolf? Luna has completely stopped struggling, nestling in Hattie's arms with no desire to live, and she hums every time she is licked. That's not right. She remembered that combing the sentinel's spirit body requires the guide's spirit body, but her spirit body is being combed by the other party. What is going on here? No, Baizhen is in a coma. Hattie's autonomous actions are not an ordinary sorting procedure. But, after the sentinel goes crazy, it is very likely to fall into the eternal night. The only way at this time is to enter her mental picture. A highly matched guide is needed to lead out the spiritual body, use the power of the spiritual body to open the picture, and then bring the sentinel's thoughts back from the soul black hole. So does he want Hattie to lead the way for him? Not only can Hua-Mu not control Luna handily, he doesn't even know what other abilities she has besides being highly matched with almost all sentinels. As for the mental image, she had only vaguely seen it once when she woke up. That experience was too mysterious. She had long forgotten what it looked like. Looking at the unconscious Baizhen, Hua-Mu couldn't help but feel sad. What kind of mood did this guy have when he taught her those survival skills and helped her prepare food? Asshole. Baizhen. You asshole. If she had been told earlier, she would have had someone to guide her, but now she is completely in the dark. But Baizhen didn't know if she could help comfort him, and probably never expected that. The longer it took, the harder it would be for the sentinel to wake up. Hua-Mu had no choice but to hold back her fear and slowly move closer to the two spirits. Luna raised her head happily, and her bright eyes shone with hope. Hua-Mu avoided her call for help guiltily, and called out to the ice wolf cautiously. Huh? Hattie? She had never been so fawning and flattering in her life. Hattie moved his ears. Obviously he heard her words, but he didn't even look at her. So the passionate licking just now, was it all fake? This scumbag wolf changes his mind as fast as lightning. Luna chirped softly to get attention. Hua-Mu found that she didn't know why she could understand its cry, looking at it apologetically, trying to convey the meaning of sorry. After all, if this pervert didn't lick Luna, he would lick her. Luna seemed to understand what she meant, and lay back dejectedly. The ice wolf then turned its attention to Hua-Mu, and its pair of dark green wolf eyes seemed to be asking her, "What are you doing?" Hua-Mu believed that other guides would not use such a stupid method to communicate with the spirit body. But she could do nothing else except this method. Do you know how to enter Baizhen's spiritual image? Hattie seemed not to understand her words, and stared at her blankly. Hua-Mu had to explain to it with gestures. Your master Baizhen. She is in danger now. Can you take me to her spiritual image? I am a guide. I can help her. Hattie looked at her indifferently, as if he did not understand what she meant, and as if he did not believe her words. Hua-Mu tried for a long time, but got no response. Finally, she reluctantly returned to Baizhen, and wanted to move her body to the bamboo bed. Although Hua-Mu wanted to change clothes and wash her body, she could only pretend to forget about it, because she couldn't leave Baizhen alone. Not to mention it was wet. It was almost dry. Fortunately, it was only a little bit. She could convince herself to ignore it. Anyway, no one else would know about this, so she just pretended it didn't happen. Hua tried to keep an optimistic attitude. At least Hattie was still there, which meant that Baizhen was not in danger for the time being. Next, she just needed to find a way to bring Baizhen back to consciousness. By then, she would definitely scold this stupid sentinel. 60 kilograms was too heavy for Hua. She had to stop and rest for a while every time she dragged Baizhen less than a meter. Hattie's eyes never left her after she touched her host. Finally, as if she couldn't bear it anymore, she let go of Luna, stood up, and walked to the two of them. She lowered her head and gently arched and pushed at Baizhen's body, and then carried her on her back. Hua was stunned. Could it be that things resemble their owners? Because Baizhen is very capable, this pervert is also very capable. She looked at a unicorn not far away who had fallen asleep at some point, and she couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. So Luna was so stupid and cute. Was it her fault? Hattie carried Baizhen on his back to the bamboo bed and gently put her down, then returned to the original place, picked up Luna and moved her to lie down near the residence, posing as a guardian. Hua took water and herbs to treat the wound again, tried to call Baizhen, communicate with Hattie, command Luna, etc., but all failed. It was already mid-afternoon, and she was overcome by hunger and had to eat something first. When she thought of Baizhen not having lunch either, she brought the prepared food back to the bamboo bed. The metabolism of the sentinels trapped in the eternal night would be reduced. But that did not mean they did not need energy. On the contrary, because they did not know when they would wake up. The sooner they were given nutrition, the better. There was no way to hang an injection here, nor was there any way to pass the esophagus. So Hua only hoped that the other party would have a little instinctive reaction and swallow the food. Chapter 52. What should a guide do? Hattie still held Luna in his arms, never letting go for a moment, as if he was holding a beloved doll. Luna seemed to have completely surrendered, only occasionally crying out when she couldn't stand the licking anymore. Hua didn't have time to care about the two spirits for the time being, and wanted to feed Baizhen food and water first. Water was more important than food. Baizhen's lips were already white and peeling. Hua tried to separate her lips, and feed the water in from her lips. This crude way of feeding water was obviously not very effective for the patient. Most of the water flowed out from the corners of the sentry's mouth. Hua was a little anxious. She tried to feed her a few more times. She obviously didn't have the talent for this. What should I do? Hua was a little discouraged. She felt a sore nose and wanted to cry again. Without Baizhen, she was useless. She couldn't even feed her water, let alone bring her consciousness back. Baizhen, can you wake up quickly? She knew it was impossible, but she couldn't help but beg the unconscious sentry. Luna seemed to sense her master's sadness, and stretched her neck to make a "yeah" sound towards her, as if to comfort her. Hattie raised his eyelids and glanced at Hua then pressed Luna's little head back into his arms with his paws, and licked her fiercely again. Luna was licked so hard that she kept moaning, and even made a series of sheep sounds, which made people feel numb all over. Hattie purred happily in his throat, and retracted his claws to scratch her trembling back. Hua noticed that the two spirits were showing affection again, and was so angry that he almost collapsed, and his sadness was slightly reduced. Blaming others is useless. She can only rely on herself now. Since this method doesn't work, she will try another one. Mouth to mouth seems to work. That's how it's written in novels. Hua looked at the water in her hand, then at Baizhen's lips, and then at the two spirits who were licking happily. Luna didn't know whether it was a reward or revenge, and she began to lick the white hair on Hattie's chest in return. The spirit was like this. Why was she still shy? This was saving people, not taking advantage. When she first drifted to this island, the sentry gave her artificial respiration, and she didn't blame him for a word. She did it right away. Hua took a deep breath and held the water in her mouth to feed it. The lips were soft. Of course they were soft. Hua forced herself not to feel it carefully, and carefully passed the water into Baizhen's mouth. She would not leave until Baizhen swallowed, and gently stroked her throat with her fingers. Hua remembered that the maid gave Feedy, a cat she had raised before, and she would do this when feeding medicine. With her unremitting efforts, Baizhen's throat finally moved. Did she swallow it? Hua could not be sure, and could only put her tongue into the sentry's mouth to check. The tongue is so soft. No. The water has been swallowed. Thank God. Hua-mu almost cried with joy. She covered her red face, and was about to feed the second mouthful, but found that the two spirits were looking at her. Luna tilted her head, and seemed to be a little confused, while Hattie's expression was very annoying. She could understand the cold expression. This pervert must be calling her a pervert in his heart. Don't get me wrong. I'm feeding your master water. I'm saving her. I'm not kissing. Hattie tilted his head, as if to say, whatever you say is true. She looked away indifferently, and continued to lick the unicorn in her arms. If you want to talk about perversion, this wolf is the real perversion. She did such a cruel thing to her unicorn baby, who was born not long ago. And she was so righteous. It is said that the behavior of the spirit body is the embodiment of the master's will. Did the big fool Baizhen lick her 10,000 times in his heart? Hua-mu didn't know why she wanted to cry when she thought about it. She couldn't help but pat Baizhen's arm gently. Crying? You haven't licked it yet. How can you bear to die? The sentry naturally couldn't hear her at this moment. Hua-mu naggled a lot, and then continued to feed her water. Baizhen's swallowing reflex was still there, but she couldn't chew. Hua-mu couldn't feed her solid food. She could only cook a pot of meat, fish, and breadfruit paste, and feed her mouthful by mouthful. After all this, the sky gradually darkened, and the first night without a waking sentinel began. Hattie lay outside the shelter for an entire afternoon, licking Luna, without moving at all. But when night fell, he decisively let go of the unicorn and pushed her towards Hua-mu with his nose. The unicorn, who was sleeping soundly, didn't react at first. When he found himself free, he stood up with a start and rushed towards Hua-mu. Being hit by such a pony would either kill him or leave him half dead. Hua-mu only had time to shout, "Luna, stop it," before the black figure was already in front of her. It was over. If she wasn't eaten by Hattie, she would be killed by her own spirit body. Did Luna grow a circle? As she was thinking this, the unicorn suddenly disappeared in front of her. Hua-mu had a very strange and mysterious feeling, which could not be well described in words. But she knew that Luna had returned to the picture. It seemed to be a point, a line, a plane, a space, an intersection of countless interfaces, a ball of light. It seemed to exist at the tip of her nose, because Luna disappeared there. No, perhaps it was in her field of vision, because the unicorn suddenly disappeared from her sight. No, maybe it is everywhere. She could feel the spirit being around, and even feel Luna's mood at the moment. Happy, upbeat, and curious. Luna seemed very happy. For the first time, Hua-mu had a real sense that she was a guide, not just fear. She glanced at Hattie, who was lying at the door of the shelter again. It didn't go back. Why? Hattie? After spending most of the day together, Hua-mu was no longer afraid of this giant wolf. She found that Hattie and Baizhen had many similarities, such as poker face and straightforwardness. She approached the ice wolf cautiously and whispered, "Why don't you go back to the picture? Can you take me there?" Hattie blew a few cold breaths and swung his tail leisurely, as if he didn't hear her. Hua-mu talked to it for a long time, but couldn't make it work. Finally, he had no choice but to go back to sleep. The sentry's body was not warm at all at the moment, not even soft, but Hua-mu still held her. "Baizhen, you must not die, or there will be no one to scold me. When you come back, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Your spirit is too bad, not only bullies me but also Luna. You are really a pervert. Good night, Baizhen." Hua-mu didn't sleep well at all that night. Not only was she cold, she also had a lot of nightmares. What made her even more frightened was that she was woken up by Hattie's licking in the morning. When she opened her eyes, she saw the bloody mouth of a giant wolf. Hua-mu was so scared that she almost lost control again. What? What are you doing? Wait. Wait. Hattie. No. Ha. Don't lick. What are you doing? Hey. Hua-mu was almost wrapped by the whole wolf, and she almost couldn't breathe. Although there was no real object, she did feel like she was hugged by a wolf. Luna. Luna. Hua-mu had no choice but to call out the scapegoat again. Oh no. The scapegoat unicorn. This time, she not only saw clearly the process of the unicorn's appearance, but also felt the essence of this phenomenon. Luna seemed to appear suddenly, but in terms of the process, It was more like a wisp of smoke turning into a body. This process was very fast. Huamu did not really see it clearly, but directly understood the process. The so-called smoke turning into a body was not accurate. In fact, Luna came out from a certain point connected to the other world, and the process of her body gradually growing larger was completed in an instant. Hattie immediately gave up on her, and turned to pounce on the unicorn. As soon as Luna landed, she saw the giant wolf rushing towards her, and her knees softened, and she knelt down immediately. Hattie hugged it before it fell, rolled happily on the sand for a few times, and then began to lick it. What a beautiful love! Huamu ignored Luna's sobs, and wiped away her tears with emotion. The unicorn gave up faster today, and soon it could only hum. Huamu found that what he saw yesterday was not an illusion, and his spirit body had indeed grown a little. Is it normal growth? But is it a bit too fast? Huamu remembered that the teacher who taught guide knowledge said that, generally speaking, it takes 5 to 6 years for a spirit body to mature. Of course, different spirits have different situations, but the deviation of natural growth will not be too big. Maybe she has suppressed it for too many years, so Luna is growing very fast now. Huamu couldn't figure it out, so she stopped thinking about it. She lit a fire, boiled water and cooked breakfast, and helped Baizhen brush his teeth, wash his face, and change medicine. After doing all this, she checked the signal smoke and the distress mark, and after confirming that there was no problem, she went to the beach to collect some shellfish. She didn't plan to fish before Baizhen woke up. The stored food was enough for her to support for a long time. The first task now is to practice the skills of the guide and bring Baizhen back. Of course, if the rescue arrives immediately, it will be the best. Huamu really regretted not paying attention to the lessons in the past. If she had listened to a few more words, she might have been able to solve the current dilemma. Hattie, can you give Luna back to me first? I want to see what she can do. What's worse is that the giant wolf occupied her spirit body, and she couldn't even recall it, let alone test Luna's ability and practice the skills of the guide. Huamu swore that she had never been so humble to anyone. Fortunately, the spirit body was not a human. Hattie glanced at her, and somehow let go of Luna, and used her nose to push its round little, but to help it stand up. Thank you very much. Huamu lifted her skirt and expressed her gratitude to the giant wolf with the etiquette of a noble lady. As soon as Luna was free, she stood up in a hurry and rushed towards Huamu again. Stop! Luna! Huamu shouted to stop her. Luna braked with her front hooves and fell to the ground in a very funny posture, crying in grievance. Hattie hurried over and helped it stand up with her head, while Huamu covered her face helplessly. Her spirit body was really useless. Chapter 53, Spiritual Vision. Both sentinels and guides need to undergo at least 5 years of training in the tower. Although some sentinels and guides have excellent grades and can pass the assessment in advance, they must also meet the minimum standard of 4 years. Compared with theory, the tower pays more attention to practice, so the difference in the proportion of the two is very huge. Huamu spent 3 months to complete all the theoretical courses, but when it comes to practice, she is not even as good as a little guide who has just awakened for 3 months. The guides who can go out in the tower need to be able to perform the most basic movements. In addition to supporting the sentinels, they also need to attack and interfere with the enemy mentally occasionally, so they need to be more skilled in controlling the spirit than the sentinels. However, Huamu, she controls Luna with voice. Flap faster, yes, run, run, fly. The unicorn fell to the ground. Good. Flying ability X. It is very difficult for one person and one spirit to communicate. Luna often cannot understand what Huamu means. Hattie had been lying on the side watching, and only stepped forward to help when the unicorn fell. Huamu occasionally felt that the little guy was too pitiful, and wanted to comfort him. But most of the opportunities to comfort him were taken away by the giant wolf. So she could only stand aside and watch the two show affection. I don't know if it was because of Hattie's thoughtfulness. Luna gradually stopped being so afraid of it, and even showed a very comfortable expression when being licked. Huamu had to interrupt the communication between the two beasts frequently to attract her distracted spirit body. She was still at a loss. At this rate, when could she bring Baizhen back? Okay, Luna, let's do the next training. The only thing to be thankful for was that the unicorn seemed to enjoy communicating with the host. No matter how many times it fell, it was still in high spirits, without any sign of negativity. After a day of training, Huamu felt extremely tired. Although she was in charge most of the time, Luna executed, but for some reason, she always felt more tired than after running and working. But even though she was so tired, she still couldn't rest. Cooking and boiling water, feeding Baizhen, changing the medicine, etc. Everything seemed to be more difficult than before. Obviously, she didn't have to catch food, cut firewood, or carry a living person all day. Compared with Baizhen at the beginning, it was several times easier. Why did it become so difficult for her? Fortunately, the Sentinel's body temperature was very low, and his metabolism was very slow. She didn't have to help him wash his body every day, or even deal with his excrement. Huamu had also worried about this problem, and even decided to take off Baizhen's pants several times to take a look. But she really didn't have the courage to look at the other's private parts, and could only occasionally probe between the other's legs with her hands, through the underwear, to confirm Baizhen's condition. Even when he was sick, he was so worry-free. What a thoughtful sentinel. Right? Luna returned to the picture on time at night, and Hattie was still guarding outside the shelter. Huamu brushed Baizhen's teeth, and she didn't need to clean other places, but she would brush her teeth no matter how hard it took. After all, she had to feed her mouth to mouth. Then she fell asleep holding her. For 3 days in a row, Huamu spent her days in this way. Her fatigue accumulated faster than she had imagined. On the 4th day, she slept until noon. Hattie rarely woke her up, and only looked at her with his green eyes when Huamu woke up. Huamu habitually checked Baizhen first, and found that not only was her body temperature lower, her breathing was weaker, and her heartbeat was slower. She read the meter and measured Baizhen's heartbeat, and was horrified to find that it had dropped to less than 20 beats per minute. If it goes on any longer, Baizhen might not be able to come back. Luna! Huamu summoned the unicorn anxiously. After being licked for 4 days, Luna's body had grown a whole circle. Her originally round lines seemed to be thinner, and her height had grown to 1.5 meters. Huamu was too lazy to pay attention to why her spirit body was changing day by day. She just hoped that this little guy would grow not only physically, but also in ability. As soon as Luna came out, she ran towards Hattie happily, and fell headfirst into the giant wolf's furry body without any grace. Hattie slowly turned over, exposing his belly to the unicorn, while hugging its neck and licking it slowly. The ice wolf licked very slowly and tenderly this time. Luna seemed to suddenly realize something while rubbing, and began to moan softly, sounding very sad. Huamu felt something strange. Is Hattie that small? Although Luna has grown a little, she is only 1.5 meters tall. Hattie, who is more than 3 meters tall, should not be only a little bigger than it. Wait, has this wolf never stood up since just now? Huamu listened to Luna's sobbing and wailing, and walked to the giant wolf with uneasiness. It was not her illusion. Hattie had indeed shrunk. Not only that, it seemed to be much dimmer, and its originally snow-white and shiny fur had taken on an ominous gray color. Hattie, what's wrong with you? Huamu had never dared to approach it before, let alone touch it. But this time she took the initiative to put her hand on the giant wolf's forehead. Hattie whimpered from his throat, and his body flickered, as if he was about to disappear. Hattie, what's wrong with you? If the spirit body is in trouble, it means that the host is also in danger. Huamu suddenly became nervous and hugged the ice wolf's neck as if to keep it. Don't scare me. You haven't taken me to Baizhen's spiritual picture yet. Hattie cried twice, and Luna was already crying. It cried sadly, rubbing its face gently against the giant wolf's fur, licking the corner of its mouth, as if it wanted to help it. It is no exaggeration to say that Huamu was able to remain calm these days entirely because of Hattie's presence. The other party's huge, strong, and fierce figure gave her a great sense of security both in terms of Baizhen and protecting herself. Hattie, don't disappear. I won't let you disappear. Baizhen hasn't come back yet. Huamu was as helpless as her own spirit body, and could only hug the ice wolf's neck in panic. But the sense of reality of holding the object became weaker and weaker, and the image of the ice wolf gradually began to blur. The unicorn suddenly retreated at this moment, and when it ran to a distance of about 10 meters from Huamu, it turned around and rushed towards her body. Huamu was calling the giant wolf sadly. Hattie? Huh? Huh? She suddenly fell into darkness. She was crying while hugging the giant wolf's body that was about to disappear. But the next moment, she didn't know where she was. Where is this? It was pitch black all around. But Huamu surprisingly didn't feel a trace of fear. She just felt that she had never been so free. As if she was flying in the sea, the sky and the universe. She had a light body, 4 agile hooves, and powerful wings. She could go anywhere she wanted. Such as that spot of light. She saw a bright spot, and then flew towards it without hesitation. The spot of light gradually expanded in front of her eyes, and after breaking through a thin film-like interface, she fell into the world of snow. The sky was snowing like goose feathers, and there was thick snow on the ground. It was white, but she didn't feel cold. Her 4 hooves left small round footprints in the snow. She ran happily, and stretched out her pink tongue to lick the falling snowflakes. Cool. Sweet. Delicious. No. No. She still has something to do. She wants to find Hattie. She wants to find the big white wolf that will lick her and help her grow up. It's not the big white wolf. It's the white pillow. Huamu thought angrily. Why am I so stupid? Big white wolf. Big white wolf. The black unicorn jumped towards the center of the white world. The mental picture of each sentinel and guide cannot be exactly the same. But no matter which picture it is, there must be a symbolic object, which can allow the partner to recognize that it is the center of the picture at once when the spirit is combined, and can be used for nesting. The center of this mental picture is a huge snow mountain. The unicorn has been flying around it for a long time. A long time. A long time. Big white wolf. Big white wolf. Yeah. White pillow. White pillow. Huamu always felt that her thinking was a little slow, as if something was very wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. Is she usually so stupid? Fortunately, although she couldn't figure it out, she flew very quickly, and finally found the cave she wanted to go to on the huge snow mountain. Don't ask her why she knew. She just knew. This is where she was going. Baijin was here. Yeah. The cave was bright. I didn't know where the light came from. The cave was deep. I didn't know where it led to. Baijin. Huamu ran anxiously in the cave, running towards the depths desperately. It seemed to be going down, and it seemed to be going up. She couldn't tell which direction she was running. Baijin. Ya! Luna suddenly spread her wings and flew towards the top of the cave. It was on top, Luna knew. But wasn't she Luna? She didn't think for too long, because a huge, sleeping white wolf appeared in front of her. It was Baijin. Yee. Luna made a series of calls, expressing her joy. Big white wolf, it's a big white wolf. What big white wolf? It's Baijin. Huamu was so angry at herself. Luna didn't care what she thought. She rubbed against it affectionately while woo-woo, calling, while licking the white wolf's nose with the tip of her pink tongue. Wait. What are you doing? What shameful things are you doing? Why do you kiss me so easily? When did she become so unrestrained? But the wolf seemed to be unaware. No matter how Luna licked it, it showed no signs of waking up. Yoo! Luna called out unwillingly, rubbing the tip of the wolf's nose with her horn. Big white wolf. It puffed up its small black face, and a bright light finally flashed from the short horn on its forehead. Chapter 54 Mental Scene. The virtual light quickly penetrated into the giant wolf's forehead. Luna was so tired that she fell to the ground. Huamu felt very tired. Just at that moment, it was as if a water pump had drained all her strength, and her head was aching like a needle, even more uncomfortable than when she stayed up all night to read novels. She was so tired, she wanted a hug and a kiss. Or a lick. The black unicorn panted with its tongue sticking out. Woo. Why didn't the big white wolf wake up? It was obviously trying very hard. Luna sobbed quietly. She was so sad that she hiccuped. Is it the spirit that hiccuped? Huamu thought incredulously. In the short time when she was distracted, the giant wolf slowly opened its eyes, and gazed down at the unicorn. It seemed to be observing and identifying. After a while, it tentatively stretched out its tongue and licked Luna's back. Huamu shuddered all over. The numbness from being licked by the tongue strangely eliminated some of the fatigue and discomfort just now. What is that? It's more comfortable than a massage. The unicorn looked up at the white wolf, and its tear-filled eyes sparkled with joy. Yee. It hurriedly got up and tried to rub the wolf's fur, but its limbs were weak, and it fell back trembling. The white wolf quickly lowered its head and supported it with its nose, and gently licked the unicorn's black fur. Woo. Luna cried with joy, and squinted her eyes as she leaned into Hattie's arms. Hua Mu finally realized how comfortable it was to be licked, and she would give up struggling even if she was asked to. The soft and slightly cool tongue was very powerful. It was very comfortable whether licking the neck, the back, or the corners. Not to mention Luna. She also enjoyed it. Hua Mu finally realized the source of the strange feeling. Why was she here? Why was she in Luna's body? Why? Oh! Don't lick. Don't lick. Hua Mu was thinking, and was licked fiercely by the wolf's tongue. She couldn't concentrate. She looked up at Hattie angrily, but held her breath when she looked into its black eyes. She recognized this pair of eyes, dark and deep with a faint green glow, although usually sharp and cautious, but occasionally tender and affectionate. She just felt weak when being stared at by such eyes. Sentinel. This stupid, idiotic fool. Why didn't he rely on her more, trust her more, show more, like her more? He was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Was it just because she was the heir to the throne? Was it just because of Sentinel's loyalty? The giant wolf seemed to be fighting fiercely with something. After staring at the unicorn for a long time, finally restrained his desire, and lowered his head in a submissive manner. Hua Mu suddenly felt sad. She didn't know whether this sadness was for the Sentinel or for herself. She only knew that she didn't want to blame him at this time. If it was Luna, could she be more straightforward? If she liked him, then she liked him. If she wanted him to like her, she could just say it. She didn't want to marry someone else. She wanted Baizhen to react more strongly when she heard about the blind date. She wanted her to treat her more than just the way she treated her master. Baizhen, have you forgotten everything? 6 years ago. Luna couldn't stand her long-winded speech and lyrical venting, and happily stretched out her tongue to lick the giant wolf's pointed lips. Aya. Big white wolf, why don't you lick me anymore? Hua Mu felt that she couldn't control Luna. It must be the result of not exercising for these years. Look how well-behaved Hattie is. The giant wolf trembled all over, curled up, pressed its face with its front paws, and made intermittent uncomfortable whimpers from its throat. It cried so pitifully, which made Hua Mu feel itchy. She had never seen Baizhen look so pitiful. Maybe it's not so bad to lick her. After all, it's a matter of reciprocity. No. No. No, this might be the way to groom her. That's it. She came to take Baizhen back, so there's nothing wrong with grooming her spirit. Anyway, the two of them are not in human form now. Is there anything wrong with animals licking each other? Of course not. A woo woo woo. The giant wolf was licked by the unicorn and retreated step by step, and almost ran away with its head in its hands. Not only Hua Mu, it seemed that even Luna felt a little fun, licking the wolf's face step by step. Hua Mu thought with some pride. Baizhen was finally subdued by her. Baizhen didn't know how long she had slept. The moment she opened her eyes and saw the black unicorn, she recognized it was Hua Mu. The shiny black fur, the graceful figure, and the beautiful long horn all showed the nobility of the unicorn. This is the temperament of a young lady. Why is the young lady here? Why did she wake up? Baizhen couldn't think for the time being, because there was a strong desire disturbing her thoughts. The unicorn smelled good, even though, from her experience, it was unlikely that the sense of smell would work in the scene. This smell made her feel familiar, but she couldn't remember it no matter what. But that was not important. She only knew that she wanted to get closer to the unicorn, or the young lady, and wanted to have a closer contact with her, to hug her, and to do what she had not dared to do, or even dared not to think about. In this scene full of ice and snow, her heart seemed to be burning with fire. Then, she saw the unicorn's eyes, which were clear green, pure and beautiful. How did the young lady live after she left? What efforts did she make to finally get here? Because Hattie fell into a deep sleep. Baizhen had no way of knowing what happened. But she was able to think, and roughly guessed that the unicorn was the form of Hua Mu's spirit body. It was quite dangerous for the guide to enter the other party's mental picture when the sentinel fell into the eternal night state. The worst result would be that neither of them could go back. Baizhen couldn't offend Hua Mu, who made such a great sacrifice for her. No. Even if this didn't happen, she would never offend the young lady. Baizhen lowered his head, expressing his loyalty to her. Ah. But for some reason, the unicorn licked her lips at this time, and the intimate gesture was totally unlike that of a young lady. What? Baizhen wanted to ask Hua Mu not to treat her like this, but what came out was a series of sobs. She forgot that communication in the mental picture requires the establishment of a mental connection. But no other guide had ever entered her vision before. After all, this matter itself was very private, and she had never really practiced it. Baizhen tried to establish communication with Huamu, but the other party completely ignored her concessions and did not respond to the message she handed over. The unicorn just kept licking her, as if it had eaten some delicious candy and never tired of it. The fire in her heart was getting stronger and stronger, and Baizhen was already shaking all over. She knew where the problem was. It was the matching degree. Baizhen has received professional training and can roughly distinguish the range of matching even without using instruments. When soothing the spirit, more than 50% can make the sentinel feel comfortable, more than 70% will give a good sense of pleasure, and the soothing effect will be more significant. More than 80% requires a little attention and cannot perform too deep calming behavior. If you don't want to combine, if it is more than 95%, even the slightest contact of the spirit will cause combination heat. If the match is 100%, an awkward situation will occur the moment the two hosts come into contact. Baizhen is almost certain that Huamu and herself are more than 95% compatible. This is a situation she has never encountered before. So even when Hattie was asleep, she was triggered to have combination heat. This is not the real combination heat, because that refers to the standard required for physical combination. The two are now in the mental picture. And of course, they cannot really produce combination heat. But in addition to physical union, there is also a kind of spiritual union. This is a temporary union brought about by the spirit body. Nesting. In the other's picture. During the inspection period before the sentinel and the guide truly unite, the two parties usually establish such a relationship first. Baizhen has never been in spiritual union with anyone, so she doesn't know if this feeling is normal. But she is indeed frightened by this strong desire. The endurance that she is most proud of seems so fragile and useless at this moment. Every lick of the unicorn seems to be arousing her nerves. This is not quite right. Spiritual union is the act of the spirit body. Nesting, so it just leaves a mark in the other party's picture, not when the host's consciousness enters the picture. Moreover, Hattie is still asleep. Spiritual union cannot be established at all. So what is going on at the moment? Baizhen wants to distract himself by thinking, but the situation is unavoidable. The unicorn kicked its legs and pounced on the white wolf, rubbing it like a spoiled child. The feeling of stirring became stronger, especially when the unicorn called and touched her. Baizhen was an extremely excellent and experienced sentinel after all. Even in such a situation where he almost lost his mind, he still restrained his behavior extremely and deduced the reason for this situation. The matching degree may be really high, but the real root of the problem lies in the ability of the unicorn. The rumors that the royal family members have special abilities are not just false. For example, the queen's abilities that Baizhen knows only include healing, resonance, and absolute defense. There are even rumors in the circle that His Majesty can control people's hearts and change memories. Then it is not impossible for the eldest lady, who has royal blood, to have one or two such special abilities. This ability may be called attraction, which is the culprit of the collapse of the tower 6 years ago. Baizhen's mind is not confused, but he is beginning to lose control of himself, or the behavior of Hattie's spiritual body. Luna stuck to the giant wolf for a long time, but saw it retreating step by step, not treating her as enthusiastically as before. Finally, she couldn't stand the grievance in her heart and cried. Huamu also wanted to cry, even at this point. Baizhen, this big fool, still refused to lick her. Chapter 55 Memories. Huamu's life up to now can be roughly divided into 3 stages: childhood before the age of 6, childhood from 6 to 12, and adolescence from 12 to 18. There are 2 landmark events that divide these 3 stages. One is the succession of her aunt, the current queen, and the awakening of the guide ability. Grand Duke Huajian is a male guide who married an ordinary woman against his father's will, and therefore completely lost the right to inherit the throne, and was demoted from a prince to a duke, and was only allocated extremely shabby property. As the daughter of such a disfavored Grand Duke, Huamu was not favored by most people when she was born. But when the queen inherited the throne, she made a promise to devote herself to the country, and restored her brother's inheritance rights. She jumped from an ordinary noble lady to the heir to the throne. When she was a child, she didn't understand what this meant, but she knew that since she followed her aunt to attend the succession ceremony, everything changed. The carefree life was gone. Her father began to become busier and busier, and her aunt didn't accompany her as often as before. Various courses made her feel suffocated. The grievance and anger made her, who was only 6 years old, rashly plan to run away from home. Because she was too young, she could not remember the details clearly. The only thing she remembered was her father's tears of joy and her aunt's suffocating hug. And nearly a month of house arrest. Since then, she began to learn etiquette and knowledge, trying to put herself in the right position and fulfill her obligations. But she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. If her mother was an ordinary person, then there was at least a 50% chance that she would not awaken. Ordinary people will automatically lose the right to inherit the throne. This is what her disgusting cousin told her. But just like the menstrual period will eventually come, her awakening period is not late. The symptoms of the guide awakening are much less obvious than those of the sentinel, and generally less painful. But the relative duration is usually longer, and sometimes it is too mild to be distinguished from ordinary symptoms. Of course, if Hua Mu was in the Duke's mansion at that time, even a little injury and pain would have attracted the attention of the Grand Duke. But fate is so coincidental. When Hua Mu awakened, she was attending a summer camp. She endured a slight fever and discomfort, but when the teacher noticed her condition, her awakening was out of control. Without the guidance of an adult guide, Hua Mu's spirit body left the picture and ran around, first triggering the combination fever of the two young sentinels who were guarding at the time. The sentinels' spirit bodies quickly got out of control and chased the black unicorn in an almost crazy manner. Fortunately, the chief of the guard team was an experienced guide at the time, and immediately took anesthetic measures for the two sentinels. Hua Mu was rushed to the main tower of the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, this decision led to a greater tragedy. Hua Mu still remembers the fear, the riding sentinels and spirits, their red eyes, and the fanatical desire in them left a huge shadow on the heart of a 12-year-old child. The sentinels were terrible, creatures without reason and morality. The two young guards she had affectionately called brothers even wanted to lick her toes with their tongues. She still remembers the disgusting feeling. The kind and loyal people suddenly turned into gangsters, turned into lowly beasts that could not be bound by morality, betrayed her trust and dependence, and looked at her with obscene eyes. Shameless sentinels. While Hua Mu was suffering from the torture of awakening, she was overwhelmed by fear and anger. When the car drove into the tower, when nearly 80 sentinels surrounded the entire car, when a group of spirits began to run wild, when the guide kept asking her to control the unicorn, when she heard the words about combining heat and matching between the lines, Hua Mu was overwhelmed by shame and self-doubt. Is it her fault? Not the sentinels, but her fault? Even the most junior sentinels, more than 80 people are enough to capture an ambulance in a short time. The guide in the car resisted, or even less than 2 minutes. The windows and doors were broken one after another. Hua Mu didn't know what would be the end of the scene, at the age of 12 years old. She even gave birth to suicide in an instant. If everything is her fault, then this will definitely become a scandal of the royal family. The two wizards in the car are unable to appease so much sentry at the same time, even if they are experienced. The only thing that delayed time was the battle between the sentinel. In order to obtain the right to match with the guide, this group of sentries almost separated from human nature, like animals. Hua Mu was hidden under the ambulance bed by the guards, where she spent the longest 3 minutes of her life. The roar of the spirit, the vibration of the ambulance, the wailing of the sentinels. Everything seemed to fall into chaos. What ended all this chaos was a wolf's howl. Wolves are a species with a very strict social class. And they are cunning, cruel and patient. Hua Mu doesn't like wolves. And she covered her ears and shivered under the bed. The bed sheet was lifted, and Hua Mu was terrified and afraid to open her eyes. But the other party did not make any further moves for a long time. Finally, she looked at the person in uneasiness and fear. The person kneeling outside was a woman. Although she was a little too tall compared to ordinary women, her curvy figure was undoubtedly a woman. The fact that she was a woman made her feel safe. "You, who are you?" She heard herself asking this in a trembling and pitiful voice. The other party replied, "I am a sentinel of Nita. I am here to protect you." The tone was rigid and boring. "Are you a sentinel?" To Hua Mu, the sentinels have become the most dangerous existence. "Yes." "Do you want to do something too extreme to me?" The other party seemed to be trembling, but his tone was firm. "No, I will never offend you." The incident 6 years ago, known as the collapse of the tower, is still a legend in the Sentinel Circle. Nearly 80 young sentinels were sent to various branches after the incident, and were punished by not being allowed to return to the imperial capital within 10 years. It happened to be a holiday at that time. These people were almost all the sentinels who stayed in the tower at that time, except for a few teachers who had already joined the team and escaped. Even some teachers who had just started teaching were also tricked. Baizhen had heard about this incident from his predecessors, and his fear was beyond words. Although the royal family issued a gag order and even took certain measures to block the news. There is no wall that is impenetrable in the world after all. Baizhen still heard about this incident from various places. As for her, she remembered that she was not in the tower at that time. But what exactly did she do? She couldn't remember it very well, which was really rare for her. And now, Baizhen finally experienced the terrible power that caused the tower collapse. Especially when the unicorn began to cry, she finally couldn't resist the temptation. The white wolf seemed to finally be unable to resist, and stretched out the tip of his tongue to carefully lick the tears on the unicorn's face. The nearly 3-meter-tall white wolf almost held the unicorn in his arms, and used the most lingering and gentle licking method to iron the unicorn's fur. Luna shuddered, and immediately reacted, wagging her tail and responding to it happily. When the rough and flexible tongues touched each other, the bodies of the two spirits glowed brightly. Luna really liked the big white wolf's licking, which was tingling and numb, and not tiring. Huamu liked it too. The touch between spirits was almost equivalent to directly touching the nerves, not to mention that the two were currently in the stage of reverse possession, and the comfort they felt was even stronger, but it was not simply sexual comfort, it was more tender, more comfortable, and more reassuring. It was just like the sentry holding her, cushioning her, and massaging her. The fatigue and pain from the excessive consumption just now gradually disappeared under the licking, and all she could feel was pleasure. Her tail swung involuntarily, and her ears and horns were itchy. She tilted her head subconsciously, asking him to lick her in a different place. The white wolf hugged her and licked her diligently. Her ears, nose and horn, neck, back and stomach, and every inch of her body seemed to be licked. A little harder, a little lower. But the white wolf didn't seem to hear her cry. He was tireless and restrained. Even his wolf body was still so white. Although Huamu felt that it was a little inadequate, she felt relieved for some reason. It wasn't her fault. When Baizhen knelt in front of her and said he would never offend her, Huamu finally gained self-affirmation and redemption. That incident was not her awakening fault. Baizhen was the best proof. She didn't offend her because of it, and even protected her. Why couldn't other sentinels do that? If it was now, it would be okay to be offended. Huamu was so comfortable that he felt sleepy. The exhaustion from entering the scene and using his abilities for the first time finally broke out after he felt relieved. Baizhen. But why are you acting like nothing happened? It was obviously you. Have you forgotten? Or do you really not care? If it was just because of loyalty at that time, then what about now? Huamu took a breath suddenly, as if he had been suffocating for a long time, and sat up from the ground. There was no giant wolf or unicorn. He was the only one on the beach. There was no snow, no mountains, and no caves. She was back. Damn stupid Luna actually attacked her from behind when she was completely unprepared. Huamu stumbled to her feet and hurried to the shelter. The sentry was still lying on the bamboo bed without any movement, and it looked like she had no sign of waking up. Huamu knelt down beside her and checked Baizhen's heartbeat first. Even compared to the normal state of ordinary people, it was much faster, and her body temperature had risen significantly. Huamu was delighted, patting her face and saying, "Baizhen, wake up!" She felt like she was dreaming, and many details in the dream became extremely vague the moment she woke up. But she was very sure that she had lost the other person's mental image. She did it. She brought Baizhen back. Baizhen! Baizhen! Huamu pushed the sentry anxiously and excitedly. And just when she wanted to lift the other person's eyelids to check the situation, a pair of strong hands suddenly hugged her tightly in his arms. Chapter 56 Awakening. Wait. Huamu was startled by the other party's sudden action. The sentry's hot and humid breath sprayed on her neck made her flustered. Baizhen! Baizhen's mind was obviously not fully awake yet. He closed his eyes and sniffed around Huamu's neck. Is she a dog? Huamu felt ashamed and helpless. She wanted to push the sentry away, but her strength was not as strong as his weak state. You bastard! Wake up quickly! Huamu covered her mouth with her hand with great effort, but her palm was licked at this time. Ah! Huamu cried softly, and hurriedly tried to withdraw her hand. But the sentry chased and kissed her palm as if it were his favorite thing. What the hell is kissing the palm of your hand? This pervert. Baizhen. Baizhen. If you do this again, I will not be polite. I will beat you. Although she would occasionally have a twitch and think about all sorts of things, she would never want to have anything happen when the other person was unconscious. Who did he think of her? This bastard. The sentry had been lying there for too long. And although he had a burst of strength under the effect of adrenaline, He could not hold on for a long time. The weak body was experiencing the heat of union again. After Hua Mu struggled several times, he finally let her go and curled up into a ball, moaning softly. Although he had woken up, Baizhen's symptoms of lack of guide element had not been alleviated. When Hattie was asleep, she was as dangerous as standing naked in the snow. Without the protection of the barrier, Baizhen would soon be too focused on her senses and wander again, until she fell into the eternal night. Compared with the simple pain before, the sentinel was obviously experiencing something else this time. Hua Mu vaguely understood what was happening to the other party, gritted his teeth, and rushed over again. Luna. After experiencing a reverse possession, Hua Mu felt that the connection between him and the unicorn had been greatly deepened. With just a thought, Luna appeared out of thin air beside the two of them. Most of the time, the guides themselves did not need the protection of the barrier. But like the sentinels, this was something they had to practice. The guide's barrier was more powerful. Not only could it isolate the senses but also protect against mental attacks. The most important thing is that their barriers are not just for themselves, but more often they need to be protected by the sentinels. First, imagine a circle. 1. A circle. And concentrate. Hua Mu had never deployed a barrier before, and could only keep recalling what the teacher had taught her. Luna tilted her head and looked at her in confusion. And then when she saw the sentinel's pain, she seemed to suddenly understand something, and she let out a low cry, and released a ray of light from her horn. Whether it is a sentinel or a guide, they need to associate their thoughts at the beginning of learning to deploy a barrier. Practice repeatedly to imagine a circle, expand the circle into a ball, expand the ball to cover the whole body, and then shrink it to cover the whole body. The guide must imagine releasing this process before this step. This is a traditional practice method to concretize an abstract process. Generally speaking, only by mastering these steps and forming a habit can you naturally, quickly, and freely cast a barrier. But the halo released by the unicorn did not go through such steps, but fell directly on the white pillow, forming a thin, protective film. The so-called barrier is actually the same matter as the spirit body, or concept. Hua Mu couldn't see it when she was wearing the suppressor, but now she can see it clearly. Oh my god! Is she the legendary genius? The sentinel's pain was obviously relieved after being protected by the barrier. But it was even worse. Baizhen stretched out her body that was originally curled up in pain, twisting and rubbing the bed as if seeking comfort. Before the barrier protected her, the stimulation of this action was too strong. But now it is just right. Or it is not enough. The sentry's muscles were tense. Her skin was red and covered with sweat. Her tightly furrowed brows showed her pain, and the moans from her half-open mouth made people blush and their hearts beat fast. At this point, Hua Mu didn't know what decision to make. The two were less than half a meter apart, but she didn't dare to reach out and touch the white pillow. Bring her back. Help her open the barrier. And then? Should we solve that heat as well? No. 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 This is too ridiculous. She has made such great efforts. Why should she help solve such a problem? He clearly wanted to teach her a lesson. But this lesson is too lenient. Miss. Woo-woo. Miss. Baizhen closed her eyes and messed up the sheets under her. Her weak body and the pain of the combined heat made her suffer. Just a little bit. Her skin needed to be touched. Damn it! Calling her like this? She couldn't refuse. Right? Hua Mu thought indignantly, and stretched out his hand like a possessed person. Baizhen's skin was incredibly hot. Hua Mu couldn't help but want to retract her hands when she touched it. But the other party obviously noticed the comfortable feeling brought by these hands, and immediately became more and more attached. Miss. The whimpering sound from the sentry's throat was really lovable. How comfortable was it? Baizhen didn't have the tough image he usually had. He was weak and pitiful like a puppy. The burning body was trembling. The sentry didn't know whether it was because of pleasure or pain, and even sobbed softly. Luna seemed to be infected by something, pacing around the two of them a little anxiously. Hua Mu had no time to pay attention to it, and was immersed in stroking Baizhen's body, which was covered with scars but still perfect. Although she was very thin, she could still feel the lines of muscles under her skin. This was a body that could only be obtained through extensive training, which was completely different from a noble lady like her who did not work. Neck, arms, lower abdomen, Hua Mu stroked Baizhen's skin bit by bit, and her face became hot when she heard the soft and comfortable tone in her throat. She usually speaks in a rigid and low voice. What kind of divine voice is this soft and thin voice? Half of her body is numb from listening to it. It turns out that novels are all lies. Female sentinels are more terrifying than noble ladies like them when they speak in a coquettish way, and their destructive power is too great. Miss? Hua Mu looked at her flushed cheeks, red and moist lips, and soft tongue in her mouth, and lowered her head slowly and involuntarily. No. No, what is she doing? Again, she is not feeding water or food, nor is she giving artificial respiration. So is she going to kiss her? What a joke. How could she kiss this stupid sentinel? This is a reward, not a punishment. Ah, so soft. It is a completely different feeling from when Baizhen was unconscious, more burning, and sweeter, and a response. The sentry responded almost the moment Hua Mu touched him, as if he had found an outlet for venting, and stretched out his tongue to touch the other's lips. Hua Mu felt herself being embraced again, but the arm was not strong, and she had no intention of pushing it away. She had other serious things to do. Baizhen's response was completely instinctive, without any rules or skills, just chasing the sweetness on her lips with excitement. That was the source of happiness if she sucked hard. The sweet spring water would moisten her body and soul, relieving her pain. She knew she was holding the most precious treasure in the world, so no matter how eager she was, she didn't dare to be careless. The sentinel hugged and kissed Hua Mu carefully and cherishingly, lightly licking her soft lips, chasing her slippery tongue, absorbing the sweet saliva. The girl's soft body and delicate skin, wonderful fragrance and hard-moving gasps all stimulated the senses. Baizhen's long-term sense of loss seemed to be compensated at this moment. Her empty heart was filled with heat, and her dim soul also bloomed with light. She knew that this was the person she had been waiting for. Her destined partner. Her. Baizhen. The sentry suddenly opened his eyes. Hua Mu had completely fallen into Baizhen's arms, and the numbness and unbearableness urged her to pursue pleasure, regardless of her reserve. This shouldn't be the case. The teacher said that she would hardly be triggered by the combination fever. There was still a trace of reason and doubt in her chaotic mind, but it really didn't matter. It turned out that the things in the novel were not deceptive, but those words that once seemed gorgeous now seemed too pale and simple. This was clearly a beauty that could not be described in words. Baizhen. She couldn't help but call out this name. Let her do whatever she wanted to herself. This is also good. No, this is better. Neither her aunt nor her father could control her thoughts and will. What she liked was... Hua Mu's body was suddenly pushed away. Baizhen groaned in pain and regret, panting and calling her. Miss. Hua Mu suddenly woke up. She felt ashamed for her previous immersion, and was angry and annoyed by being pushed away and interrupted. What? What are you doing? Baizhen's eyes were red. He was weak but still tried to get up. What are you going to do? His body was still so weak, and his symptoms had not yet eased. What are you trying to do? Baizhen was ashamed. He resisted the desire to move and crawled in front of Hua Mu. I'm sorry. Miss. I deserve to die. Hua Mu was so angry. She finally saved this idiot. But he died again when he woke up. Was he deliberately against her? I saved you, and I have the final say on whether you live or die. Her life has always belonged to the miss, and she only exists for her at all times. I understand. This will not happen again. If I am lucky enough to escort you back, I will die to apologize. Hua Mu was so angry that she had nowhere to vent her anger. Turning around, she saw Luna staring at the two of them with her big deer-like eyes, and ordered, Luna, lick her. The unicorn's eyes lit up, and it shook its tail with great joy and pounced on the sentry. It wanted to participate just now. The master and the master of the big white wolf licked each other, and it wanted to join in too. Chapter 57 Awakening. Under normal circumstances, spirits cannot physically contact people other than their masters. The reason why humans who awaken as sentinels or guides can feel them is because they act directly on the sensory center. To be precise, this is a kind of illusion. Part of the sentinel's endurance training is to resist the sensory stimulation caused by the spirit's attack. And because the sentinel's spirit focuses more on enhancing physical fitness and sensory acuity, there are few cases of using spirits to directly attack humans in war. Instead, guides often use them as a medium when launching mental attacks. Baizhen knew that it was not a real experience, but he was still powerless. The little unicorn was passionate, rubbing the sentinel with his round and elegant body, and licking the sentinel's cheek with his soft tongue. Luna obviously liked Baizhen very much. Her soft black tail swayed left and right, and her two pointed ears fluttered in pleasure. Baizhen felt a strong sense of pleasure. which was the sensory stimulation brought by the high degree of matching. If Hattie had not fallen asleep due to excessive consumption, her current body was extremely weak, and it was hard to guarantee that she would not do something more outrageous. The study of pheromones is a rather niche subject for ordinary humans, but it has always been a major research direction in the circle of sentinels and guides. Guide hormones were identified as a type of pheromone from the beginning, which can be smelled by sentinels with keen senses and have an effect on them. Amphibians, reptiles, and some mammals have the so-called vomeronasal organ, an olfactory organ specifically used to receive pheromones released by other species, which plays a huge role in courtship and foraging. This structure of most humans only appears in the fetal period and has degenerated at birth. But sentinels are different from ordinary people. They seem to still have olfactory organs similar to the vomeronasal organ, forming the so-called sixth sense. However, whether this is innate or formed under the action of the spirit body, a lot of data is still needed to verify. Because of the powerful effect of the guide factor on the sentinel, various countries are working hard to study artificial guide factors. It is said that 100 years ago, before artificial steroids, that is, small white tablets, were developed, sentinels would carry with them items commonly used by guides or air bags as supplies. In recent years, some scholars have begun to study a type of pheromone academically known as sentinel hormone. However, because sentinel hormone can only be sensed by highly matched or combined guides, and the guides dependent on sentinel hormone is not as exaggerated as the sentinel's need for guide hormone, the research intensity and data volume are still small. Baijin fully understands the mechanism of the guide hormone on the sentinel, but does not understand why the eldest lady wants to comfort her in this way. The most important thing that guides rely on to appease sentinels is of course the guide element, but the way to help sentinels sort out their spirits is not specific and unique. The public guides use the most common and academic method, releasing the guide element as a foreign hormone to act on the sentinels. In this process, the spirit is neither the releaser nor the receiver, but only as a medium, a sensory enhancer, which is also the most essential nature of the spirit for humans. But if the sentinels and guides have already combined, this appeasement process will become very colorful. It is said that there are many experience exchange posts with the eye-catching words, "Be careful before joining," in anonymous forums, which popularize and teach some soothing techniques. Baijin doesn't like to visit the forum part of the NIDA website, so she has only heard some rumors from friends. Let the spirit body directly participate in the soothing process, which is an advanced technique that only appears in couples. No, miss, this, however, she heard that doing so would increase the intensity of the bonding heat, which is a method that sentinels and guides must not try easily before joining. Huamu found that her weak appearance was exactly the same as the image of the white wolf in her dream. Oh no, in the picture, she couldn't help but feel proud. Why not? I see you like it very much. She took advantage of the unicorn suppressing the sentinel, leaning over and boldly touching her sweaty cheek. It's very comfortable. Right? You're holding Luna tightly. Miss. The sentinel's black eyes were wet and hazy because of tears, and the black hair on his forehead was a little messy because of the struggle, showing the beauty and temptation of a woman, and the wheat-colored skin and strong body added a charm different from that of ordinary women. Huamu couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and heard her own heartbeat. Yes. Was she being bullied too much? She had just woken up, and she was not in good health. She was also experiencing the combination fever. Wait. If she was experiencing the combination fever, wouldn't Luna lick her? Luna, stop licking. Huamu suddenly felt jealous that her things were taken away, and she put one hand on the unicorn's face to push it away. Luna was licking happily, and she didn't want to listen to her orders at all. She stubbornly pushed her head back, wanting to continue playing with the sentry. Her stupid spirit. You idiot, get out of my way. Huamu almost threw herself on Baijin, and kept using her shoulder to push against Luna's mouth. Baijin groaned, and grabbed the bed sheet tightly, not daring to hug her. The scent on the young lady's body was so good, better than any guide element she had smelled before, and not comparable to artificial white tablets. Like flowers blooming in spring, dew in the early morning of midsummer, ripe fruits in golden autumn, clean snow velvet in severe winter, fragrant, fresh, sweet, clean. That was the perfect scent. One more or one less would not be natural enough. Natural, it was the most comfortable environment for the sentinel. She couldn't help wanting to immerse herself in it, to wrap her up, or be wrapped up by her. Baizhen was almost sobbing. Miss, please. Hua Mu saw that she was just as she said before, preferring to endure the pain rather than offend herself, and her mood was really complicated. What are you begging for? Please wear a suppressor. Hua Mu had no idea how to restrain the guide element. The amount released in the natural state was enough to calm the sentinel's frenzy. Baizhen had a feeling that Hattie was about to wake up. Her problem now was not mania, but the combination fever that had nowhere to vent. There was only one way. Hua Mu put on the suppressor again and let her bear it. Will you not be distracted again? For the time being? Not for the time being. Miss, please. I know. The other party had done this. Was she going to insist on anything else? It was as if she couldn't wait to do something. The bastard sentry didn't understand her painstaking efforts and sacrifices at all. Hua Mu finally got out of bed angrily and ran to pick up her suppressor. Luna cried out unwillingly, and her figure gradually faded away. Are you okay now? After all, she was a patient who had not recovered from a serious illness. Hua Mu was angry, but could not leave her alone. How are you now? The smell of the guide element had not completely dissipated, and Hattie was already ready to move. Please don't come over for the time being. Baizhen shrank into a corner of the bamboo bed and curled up, trying to endure this period by force. Wars between countries are immoral. Drugs specifically targeting sentinels are emerging in an endless stream. And steroid drugs that forcefully induce binding heat are also common. Therefore, Nita will have a lot of targeted training for some specific sentinels. And the combined heat tolerance experiment is one of them. Baizhen not only graduated with the first place in the class, but also was known as the best student in Nita in the past 10 years because of her strong endurance and self-control. Many students and even teachers in Nita believe that she is the closest to the Dark Sentinel. But only she knows that it is a completely different concept. Dark Sentinels have always been like a legend. They are as powerful as Sentinels, but are not bound by the guide element like ordinary Sentinels. They have a high resistance to watering and combined heat, and can even recover from the eternal night state by themselves. They are known as the strongest Sentinels. It is said that the current leader is a Dark Sentinel, because no one has ever seen her partner. Because no one has ever seen her ask a public guide to help her sort out her spirit. Baizhen knows that it is not a legend. The leader is the Dark Sentinel. She is just good at endurance. But the leader will not be affected by it. She is the most ordinary Sentinel. And Bing Lang does not have any overly outstanding abilities. There are several colleagues whose special abilities are more valuable than hers. Rather than saying that she is the best, it is better to say that she works the hardest. Baizhen felt that she had nothing to be praised for, and she had received too much praise. But because the first place was the condition given to her by the leader, she had to fight for it. No matter what kind of hardship and difficulty she had to endure. She was the only experimental subject in the combined heat tolerance experiment, although she had failed and had to use drugs to alleviate the situation. In the last 10 tests, she perfectly maintained a winning streak, which was one of the conditions for her to obtain the qualification of Hua Mu's guard. Baizhen finally understood the leader's intention. Hua Mu didn't expect this wooden man to be so stubborn. She regretted for a moment that she had done too much before, deliberately bullying her. She saw Baizhen's pain, but she couldn't understand it even more. Why did he do this? If he was still in the Empire, she could still understand it, but this is clearly an isolated island. Class, law and morality don't work here at all. Even she doesn't want to insist on her identity and concerns anymore. Why can Baizhen do this? Hua Mu stood outside the shelter anxiously. Baizhen finally fell asleep again due to exhaustion. Before she lost consciousness, she repeatedly recalled what the leader said when he accepted her as his apprentice, and used it to warn herself. You ask me why I accept you as my apprentice? Of course, it's not because you have any outstanding talents as a sentinel. In my eyes, all sentinels are just ordinary. But you are special as a person, and it is your efforts that make you special. You must remember that before you can be a sentinel, you are first a person, and a strong person must have faith. What is your faith? Chapter 58 Queen. How is Aegean? Hua Chu, the current queen of Shengqiao Empire, the twin sister of Grand Duke Hua Jian, compared to her political views, in such a peaceful era? People are more interested in her beauty. However, the tense situation in the country in the past 2 months has allowed the people to see the iron-fisted methods and tenderness of this queen. The whole country has entered a state of full martial law. The sentry kneeling in front of her wore a white mask and a black cloak, and the whole person seemed to be shrouded in darkness. This is the dress of the Immaculate, and it is also the symbol of the sentinel leader. The Grand Duke is out of danger, and has been transferred to the general ward. Her long black hair and soft voice revealed her gender. She was a female sentinel. The queen breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her tired eyebrows. I see. How is your injury? You know, it's not serious. Huachu looked at her for a while, and stopped asking. Then is there any news about Moo Moo? It's been 2 months. Haven't you found any clues? The sentinel lowered his head, and spoke in a steady tone. We only found some wreckage of ships. We can't mobilize the navy. The search range is too small. Huachu heard her emotionless voice, and became a little excited. Then why don't you go and look for it? Isn't your wide area perception search very useful? Go in person. Go now. My responsibility is to protect your safety. The situation is tense now. I can't leave your side. The Grand Duke has been assassinated. You must be the next target. This is my order. If your order violates the safety rules, as a leader, I have the right to disobey. Remember? This is the agreement between the royal family and Nita. Huachu of course remembers, otherwise how could she let this bastard be her bodyguard? Aren't you worried about Moo Moo at all? Are you just? If the eldest lady has met with misfortune, then my worry is meaningless, and I shouldn't waste my time. If she is lucky, then I believe Ajin will take good care of her. She is also Huasa's target. Now that we can't find her, they can't find her either. Maybe it's safer. Huachu didn't want to listen to her rational analysis at all. She just wanted Moo Moo to come back. Just wanted this bastard to care more about the child. Shut up. Moo Moo must still be alive. Of course. I was just assuming. The Grand Duke is seriously injured and needs to rest. The military urgently needs to reassign a general. And the tower also needs to coordinate this. You should understand that I can't leave now. Huachu certainly understood. She has been the queen for 12 years. Even if she didn't understand it before, she should understand it now. Since you are talking so clearly, why don't you be the queen? The sentry finally raised his head and looked at her. Huachu saw her green eyes, which were the same as his own, but extremely disgusting. You know, I am not qualified. Even if you don't want to be one, there is still Grand Duke Huajian. If not the Grand Duke, it will be Huasa who has declared independence and proclaimed himself king. I am not qualified. Heh. It sounds like you really have delusions. Your Majesty, I never have delusions. Then you should take concrete actions and find Moo Moo back. The sentry suddenly stood up and walked towards the cluster of flowers, because her whole body was covered in a black cloak. Her movements looked like a ghost. What are you going to do? The queen showed a bit of nervousness due to the approach of the sentry. The sentry lowered his head and stared at her, and asked calmly, Your Majesty, how long have you not slept? None of your business. Insufficient sleep is affecting your judgment. Or do you just want to get angry with me? If it is the former, I will force you to go to bed now. If it is the latter, you can get angry with me as much as you want, but please don't do anything that will disappoint the people. The former or the latter? Huachu turned his head away, biting his lip, and said, The latter. The sentry's eyes narrowed slightly. The queen knew what this meant. The other party must be smiling with a very annoying expression. The leader knelt down in front of the queen again, holding a whip in his hand from under his cloak. Don't worry. I will send some more people to look for the young lady. Ajin is a very good sentinel, and will definitely protect her safety. Huachu took the whip awkwardly, and waved it in his hand a little irritably. Ajin is your apprentice? Moo Moo's bodyguard? I remember if she is. It's her. The sentinel took off his cloak, revealing his tall and slender body, without the slightest bit of the sturdy appearance of a sentinel. So please rest assured, she will definitely ensure the safety of the young lady. That's not what I'm worried about. She left a mark when she helped Hua Mu suppress her spirit body, so she was sure that Hua Mu was still alive. But being alive doesn't mean there is no danger, natural factors, or more dangerous human factors. The latter are countless times more terrible. You can rest assured, she is my most proud disciple. Huachu sneered, and skillfully whipped the whip at the sentry. Proud disciple? Then shouldn't I be more worried? Have you forgotten what you did? You are obviously a dark sentinel, but you deceived me. The sentry groaned, and a blood mark immediately appeared on his exposed arm. If she is the same as you, Moo Moo is in danger. The sentry chuckled. Ajin is of course different from me. She is the most loyal sentinel, unless it is the eldest lady. Otherwise Ajin will never offend the eldest lady in the slightest. You know, my method of training people. Hua Chu didn't finish listening to her words. She didn't want to see this bastard being proud, so she whipped her. Your disciple made me. My niece have an accident. What are you proud of? The queen whipped him more than 10 times in a row, the more she thought about it. The angrier she became. Finally she threw the whip away, and cried. If there is anything between Mumu and Ajian, I will kill you. There were more than a dozen bloodstains on the sentry's body, but she seemed to be unaware of it, and her originally calm voice showed some joy and high pitch. My life has always been yours. Thank you for your hospitality. Psychopath, pervert, get out of here. The sentinel, who should have 5 keen senses, had no sense of pain. The queen's ability was not to heal, but to deprive and give senses, including separating the discomfort of illness and imposing pain on people. The leader occasionally doubted that. Her loyalty to the queen might be just because of this. She would make her feel alive. The sentinel's wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. She put on her cloak again, while saying, Thank you again for your hospitality. Your insults are still so beautiful and pleasant. The flower cluster glared at her face fiercely, and finally made up his mind after staring at each other for a long time. I will go to the command center of Muzhou in person. If your mission fails, you must evacuate the surrounding civilians before the war breaks out. At that time, we will fight quickly and decisively, and then go to find Mumu back. The sentinel did not stop. As you wish. Chapter 59 Weakness. Baizhen had never felt so weak before. Compared with the side effects of the combined heat tolerance experiment, the sequelae, this time, were more exaggerated. When she woke up again, Hattie had also revived. Her mental barrier could be deployed smoothly, but her body was defenseless. Hua Mu had been guarding her side. When he saw her open her eyes, he couldn't help showing a bit of surprise. Baizhen. The sentry pursed his lips, as if calling, Miss, but unfortunately no sound was made. Hua Mu hurriedly lifted up Baizhen's neck and fed her water. How are you? Are you feeling better? Baizhen slowly drank a few sips of water, and a guilty look appeared on her haggard face. I'm sorry. She should have been the one protecting and caring for the young lady, but now she has become a burden to the young lady. Hua Mu put down the bamboo cup in annoyance. Don't say sorry all the time. Yes, young lady. Baizhen looked at a loss, and now she really didn't know how to express her apology to the young lady except to say sorry. Hua Mu sighed heavily. This idiot had just experienced such a tragic thing, and was not in good health, so maybe she could be a little gentler. I mean, we are even. You have been protecting me before, so this time it is my turn to take care of you. Then, we are even. I have never apologized, or thanked you anyway. Hua Mu tilted her head, and explained a lot in a fierce voice. Baizhen felt even more ashamed. It is my duty to protect you. And I offended you, so I really deserve to die. So why bring this up? Hua Mu blushed instantly, and she couldn't pretend that it had never happened. Baizhen was fine. It was natural for her to overreact due to the heat. No, it was really commendable that she could endure it. But she didn't. Not only was she extremely sober, she was almost crazy. Don't let her think of those shameful thoughts at that time. Shut up, I don't remember what happened. Baizhen's eyes dimmed, but she didn't shut up. This matter was her fault, and it hadn't been resolved yet, so she had to make plans first. Miss, thank you for not abandoning me, but please don't do this again next time. Hua Mu was so angry. Are you saying that I should watch you die, and then stay alone in this hellhole? Is this sentry crazy? That's not what I meant. Baizhen was a little flustered and a little ashamed. If possible, she didn't want to leave Hua Mu alone. But this time, she almost couldn't control herself when Hattie was asleep, and I'm afraid something even more irreversible will happen next time. What do you mean? Admitting that he wanted to commit a crime against the young lady, admitting that he could not keep his oath, admitting that his proud endurance could not overcome his instinct again, was extremely unacceptable and shameful for Baizhen. But she could not hide it, and could not deceive Hua Mu. Young lady, please listen to me. I am not a qualified sentinel. For you, I can't resist. This time is my limit. Next time, please don't take risks again. What unqualified sentinel? Obviously too qualified. When Hua Mu thought of her pushing him away, making him wear the suppressor again, he was furious. She was so proactive. No. Self-sacrificing. Aunt said. Nothing is more important than life. And you saved me. Do you want me to watch you die without saving you? Who do you think I am? Baizhen knew Hua Mu was not such a person, but that's why she didn't want the young lady to take risks. Young lady, you don't understand. I really can't do it like this time. The spirit body is equivalent to a sensory enhancer. When Hattie wakes up, she doesn't think she can still restrain herself. Hua-Mu looked at her awkwardly. And after a while he said, "Who said I don't understand? Am I that stupid?" Baizhen was surprised and terrified, and wanted to get up regardless of her physical weakness. "Please think twice. You don't have to make such a big sacrifice for someone as insignificant as me." Insignificant? Why does this guy always belittle herself like this? Hua-Mu poked her back with a finger. "What do you mean for you? This is my own decision. You have no right to interfere. And I don't think it's a sacrifice. To be precise, it's a reward. I hate owing favors to others the most." The sentry coughed violently in a hurry, and a string of tears fell. Hua-Mu fed her a few sips of water, and said calmly, "If you worry about these things before your body recovers, you will definitely age prematurely. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to get some food." "Miss." Hua-Mu didn't even look back, and left the shelter very coldly. "What did she say?" Miss covered her red cheeks to cool down, feeling a little ashamed and a little relieved. "This is my own decision. You have no right to interfere." Oh my god, did she really say such domineering words? But isn't this the line of the domineering sentinel in the novel? How did it become her words? Never mind, it's quite exciting. Hua-Mu felt inexplicably excited, and for some reason she couldn't calm down. Again, it was not a confession. She just wanted to save Baizhen's life. After all, she had spent so much energy. How could she watch her die? Yes, everyone has the responsibility to protect small animals. Baizhen's heart was in great pain at this moment. She felt that Hua-Mu did not understand what decision she had made, nor did she know what the consequences would be. The heir to the royal family and a guard with the title of major, having sex in the wild without any ceremony, would undoubtedly become a scandal of the royal family and the biggest stain on the eldest lady. But these are not the main points she cares about. In Baizhen's heart, Hua-Mu should be treated more carefully, be married to a more suitable partner, experience a dreamlike wedding, make a vow of eternal love, and become the happiest person in the world, instead of sacrificing her life to save an insignificant sentinel like her on such a remote and simple deserted island. The physical union between a sentinel and a guide is irreversible. Although the so-called blind date in the tower seems casual, both parties are actually quite cautious before they really reach this step. The young lady must not understand to make such a rash decision as a guard. She must advise and admonish her. Hua-Mu thought of a lot of random things, and a pot of seafood bread paste was cooked. She returned to the bamboo shed again, and saw Baizhen had barely sat up, looking serious and thinking about something. "Are you hungry?" Hua-Mu took off her shoes and walked barefoot onto the bamboo bed, and said with rare consideration, "You can also let me feed you." Baizhen's lips were pale, and she shook her head slowly. "I can do it myself, miss. I think you should." Hua-Mu didn't want to listen to the old-fashioned long-winded speech, and scooped a spoonful of bread paste into her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense. Eat more to recover faster." The freshly made seafood bread paste was a little hot, but it tasted delicious and had the fragrance of fruit, which was delicious enough. Baizhen only felt hungry at this time. "Miss, let me do it myself." Hua-Mu avoided her hand. "Forget it. Don't spill the paste I worked so hard to make with your behavior." "But I can't let you serve me." "What do you mean by serving? This is called helping. You helped me when I was in trouble, and now it's my turn to help you. Isn't this normal?" Baizhen didn't expect her to say such a thing, and looked at her in surprise for a moment. Hua-Mu felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, so she had to scoop another spoonful of bread paste into her mouth. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful girl before?" "No. She sees one every day." Baizhen didn't dare to say what was in her heart, and ate the bread paste that Hua-Mu fed her mouthful by mouthful with a red face. She felt that she had died without regrets. After Hua-Mu fed her lunch, she saw that Baizhen's face looked a little better, and her heart, which had been hanging for several days, finally fell. "How are you now? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Baizhen shook his head. "I'm fine, but I probably won't be able to move freely these days." "That's good. You almost died, and now you are just weak." "Thank God. What are your plans next?" Baizhen was a little confused. She had been prepared to sacrifice herself before, but the current situation was really a bit shaky. The eldest lady had spent so much effort to pull her back from the brink of death. And even, how could she say that she should stop caring about herself? "I just think you shouldn't use the guide's ability anymore." Okay. It seems that you don't have any plans. Then let me tell you about my plan. Hua-mu looked quite high-spirited. First, you followed me out. I have the obligation to bring you back safely. So no matter what method I use, I will not watch you die. She paused for a moment when she said, no matter what method. And her face couldn't help but get hot. Ahem, first, second, you have to teach me how to control Luna, the stupid unicorn that licked you. It was really too disobedient, and it took me a lot of effort. Although Baizhen is not a guide, but as an outstanding graduate, he also has the experience of lecturing, and his knowledge of guides is definitely richer than Hua-mu's. But the young lady not only has to help her calm down, but also asks her to teach how to control the spirit body, which is really too dangerous. Young lady, please think twice. Hua-mu's face was full of unhappiness. Why do you have to go against me? Baizhen saw that she didn't take it seriously at all, and couldn't help but feel anxious. The eldest lady must be too pure. So she didn't understand what would happen between the two of them. Although it was really offensive to bring up such a topic in front of the eldest lady, she had to explain it to the eldest lady at this point. But combining heat, do you understand? If you really do this, what will happen between us? The sentry blushed, stuttered, and said hesitantly, just, sex. Do you understand? Hua-mu blushed, but still couldn't help but complain. This sentry is too innocent. Maybe he doesn't know as much as she does. What should I do in the future? Chapter 60 Weakness. Oh, anyway. Don't worry about these things now. Just take care of your body first. Don't you want to go to the toilet? Hua-mu simply changed the subject. I'll go. Baizhen's courage, which he had finally mustered, could not help but weaken again, and finally run out. Because this was really an unsolvable proposition, even she, who was used to making plans early, had to temporarily avoid it. The sentry's body was indeed weak, and he even needed help to walk. If Hua-mu hadn't built up some strength during his time on the island, he might have been crushed by her. Although he was extremely skinny, he was still not a heavyweight compared to the weakling Hua-mu. Miss, are you okay? Am I very heavy? Hua-mu was only about as tall as Baizhen's shoulders, which made him a perfect walking stick. Hua-mu was exhausted, but he said, what's so heavy about it? You're too light. You need to eat more. It usually took them 10 minutes to walk the 2-minute distance. Okay. I'll wait for you outside. Hua-mu panted and made up her mind to exercise well in the future. Baizhen looked like he was about to say something, and finally went into the bamboo shed silently. Oh my god, she was so tired. Hua-mu sat down on a stone not far away, rubbing her arms and legs. Baizhen carried her on his back like he was carrying air. How good is his physique? But that's right, the thinner this big guy gets, the more obvious his muscles become. So many years of exercise is definitely not something she can catch up with overnight. Oh, she has really lost a lot of weight. Her breasts have become smaller, and she needs to gain some weight next time. She thought of a lot of random things, but Baizhen didn't come out. Because it was too long, she thought he had fainted inside because he was too weak. Baizhen, are you okay? Didn't you faint? No, I didn't faint. Baizhen didn't answer immediately, but it didn't seem like he fainted. Then what happened to you? Diarrhea or constipation? Hua-mu really didn't expect that, 2 months ago. She was still using elegant words, like picking flowers, but one day she could say such vulgar words. Although she has a lot of vocabulary because of those pornographic, articles, she could only speak them a few times. To be honest, she feels a little better without having to pay attention to her words and actions. No. Baizhen's voice is full of a sense of difficulty. What's wrong? Is your leg weak, and you can't get out? You can also ask me to go in and help you. Hua-mu not only doesn't feel troubled by Baizhen's dependence on her, but also feels very satisfied. This sentinel who has always been omnipotent also has a weak side, and needs to rely on her. Hua-mu feels very accomplished in needing her care. No. Miss, I'm on my period. Period? Of course Baizhen has her period. As a woman with a mature body, isn't this normal? Hua-mu had actually wondered why the other person was still so energetic when she was in so much pain. But because Baizhen was a sentinel, this didn't seem to be something worth being surprised about. However, now that she was also on her period, Hua-mu couldn't help but feel that they were finally equal. We should all suffer together. Ahem, then I'll get you a belt. The kind you made? There are 3 that haven't been used yet, you can use them. The more pitiful Baizhen is, the more tender Hua Mu can't help but be. Yeah. At this point, Baizhen has no other choice. The interruption of the guide element, Hattie's deep sleep finally broke the state of the body entering the emergency mission, and the menstrual period naturally could not be interrupted. Her physical weakness was not only due to the forced endurance of the overheating, but also due to the side effects of long-term mission execution. Hua Mu brought Baizhen a menstrual belt and boiled some hot water for her. She followed Baizhen's example and took care of her in the same way. This was the first time she felt so confident and accomplished since she came to the island. Baizhen originally wanted to do some rehabilitation training, but her menstrual period disrupted her plan. So she had to let her body get enough rest first. In addition to escort missions like Baizhen, Sentinels usually have at least half a month's vacation after completing their usual missions, so that their bodies can be fully recuperated. Baizhen knew this very well. But having Hua Mu busying around for her really made her anxious, so she was always worried. Especially when Hua Mu wanted to help her deal with the used menstrual belt, she almost threatened to die. Hua Mu was very sorry that she didn't reciprocate, but seeing that the other party was willing to die rather than obey, she finally let her go. After 3 days of rest, the sentry was finally able to walk on her own. But Hua Mu still didn't let her do physical work, and she would get angry when she did. Patients should behave like patients. They should rest well during menstruation. Look, I always lie down during menstruation. Why can't you do that? Baizhen wanted to say that lying down during menstruation was unusual. But she thought of Hua Mu's habit and finally changed her words. Miss, I'm really fine. I can make a fire and chop wood. There's enough wood. I can make a fire. I have enough food and water. Why do you have to find something to do? Are you free? She was indeed free. So free that she felt guilty. Baizhen had a bitter face. It's unreasonable to let you work while I rest. It's my duty to protect and take care of you. Hua Mu chopped the axe in his hand on the wooden stake, and said disdainfully, If you ask me, it's unreasonable to let patients work. I think you look down on me. This is discrimination. This hat is too big, Baizhen said helplessly. No, I don't have such an idea. Hua Mu sat down opposite her, and raised his arm to wipe the sweat. You have such an idea. You think I am weak, so you don't let me do anything. No. Although Baizhen said this, he couldn't help but reflect on whether he really had such an idea. I have to admit that she cherishes and admires Hua Mu. But she also really thinks that she is delicate and should not do these rough work. Isn't this as it should be? She is the eldest daughter, a member of the royal family, and will be the future queen. How can she do these things? Hua Mu used to not understand what the sentinel was thinking. But now she doesn't know why she can see through it at a glance. See? You think so? But it is my duty to take care of you. My duty is... You are still talking about duty. Why didn't you think about me doing these things alone when you wanted to die before? Baizhen was ashamed. But it was a last resort. Whether it was a last resort or not. You did this to acknowledge my ability to live alone. If that's the case, why do you still treat me specially? Aren't you looking down on me? Baizhen was quickly confused by Hua Mu. She didn't understand. She had always done this before, why not now? I just don't want you to be so hard. And then do it all by yourself? Hua Mu felt that she should teach Baizhen a lesson. In the past, she would probably be mad at me, but now the sentinel looked so pitiful, her patience increased a lot. Baizhen, why have you been so dedicated to protecting me, even willing to sacrifice your life? When Hua Mu asked this question, although she had guessed what kind of answer the other party would give, she still had some expectations in her heart. Because you are my master, and the future leader of this country. It is my responsibility to protect you. This is of course an important reason, but Baizhen has other reasons that he cannot say. So, is it out of loyalty to the country and the royal family? Yeah. Hua Mu really wanted to smear sand on the sentry's face, and it took a lot of effort to hold back. So to be precise, the object of your loyalty is the country. The royal family is important because we contribute to the country and its subjects. If my aunt and father do it, will you still protect us? This is unlikely to happen under the current system. That's right. Because there is now a parliamentary division of power. So the royal family cannot dominate alone. But this is not impossible. Don't you know how much my cousin wants you? Of course, let's not worry about that for now. What I want to say is, I am nothing on this island. Is there a country here? What difference does it make to the current environment that I am a member of the royal family? Have I made any contribution to this island? You became my guard because of my identity, based on my status and value in the Shengqiao Empire, but here, I have neither the need to be protected nor the qualifications to be protected, so what responsibilities do you have? This is only temporary, and you will always be in my heart. Hua Mu raised her hand to stop her words. I don't care what you think, but I have my dignity. I have been relying on you for the past 2 months. But the longer time goes by, the less hope I see of returning. Am I going to rely on you to survive? How can I repay you? I don't need a reward. You don't need to care about this. Hua Mu frowned. Why don't you need it? Why can I not care? Not only do I care, but I also hate this feeling. To tell you the truth, because you were so strong before, I didn't dare to say these thoughts. And I also relied on you subconsciously. But now I won't. And I feel more relaxed. Baizhen never knew Hua Mu had such thoughts. And said in panic, you really don't have to feel burdened by this. I am willing to do it. Why don't you feel burdened? Who are you to me? I am your bodyguard. Hua Mu waved her hands. I don't have a salary to pay you now. So you are no longer my bodyguard. And don't call me miss anymore. Baizhen was stunned. If she is not the bodyguard of the miss, what will she do?